Chapter 17. The Ghost Market, Part 1. Doufu, with a visage marked by trepidation, continued to narrate, cautioning us that the true horror lay yet ahead. He bore Ouyang Xuan upon his back, accompanied by the corpse immortal, wielding a flashlight, as he sought the footprints on the ground to retrace their steps. Perhaps due to psychological influence, he felt as though the desiccated corpses hanging from the trees were fixated upon him, inducing a tightening sensation in his back and a prickling of his scalp. Doufu, unwilling to linger in that ominous place, lowered his gaze to the footprints and hastened his pace. Surrounded by unfamiliar trees in the enveloping darkness, he found it challenging to discern the path. Relying solely on the previous footprints for guidance, he was taken by surprise when, in his hurried descent, the tracks led him directly to the base of a large tree. So absorbed in following the footprints was he that he failed to notice, colliding painfully with the tree, sending a jolt of discomfort through his nose. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, instinctively clutching his forehead, which caused Ouyang Xuan to tumble from his back. Upon witnessing this, Doufu lamented his misfortune, feeling as if even drinking cold water would lead to calamity. Exhausted, he attempted to lift Ouyang Xuan once more, seeking the aid of the corpse immortal. But to no avail, for the being remained unresponsive. Doufu said, "Be a good boy, listen to me, and I shall procure some scorpions for you to feast upon." The corpse immortal merely blinked, seemingly unable to comprehend, and continued to show no reaction. With no other options, Doufu sighed and remarked, "So, you require a change of mood to assist, do you? Are you feigning ignorance about whether or not you will carry her? Very well, I shall bear her myself." Despite an overwhelming urge to reprimand the corpse immortal, Doufu suppressed his frustrations, hoisting Ouyang Xuan back onto his shoulders and resuming his journey. Yet, as he glanced at the footprints once more, a sense of unease washed over him. The prints, left from their initial passage, inexplicably lay beneath the tree, an illogical occurrence. For one would expect the prints to circumvent the tree. Were he and the corpse meant to have traversed through the tree itself? Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Doufu involuntarily gasped and instinctively gazed upward along the tree, where he beheld a pair of emaciated blackened feet. Above them were slender legs coated in corpse oil, leading to a pelvis, with a small mass of dark flesh coiled in the middle, and further up, a torso with ribs starkly visible, culminating in a long neck supporting a twisted head. Doufu's eyes widened in horror, his mind racing with the thought, what in the world? How is there a corpse here as well? Had he been so absorbed during their pursuit that he overlooked this? His gaze shifted to the tree canopy, where the multitude of hanging corpses remained, both human and beast alike. Suddenly, Doufu's attention was drawn to the left, where he distinctly noticed a handprint and a chaotic array of footprints. A resonating buzz filled Doufu's mind as he recalled Ouyang Xuan's previous position on the ground, propped up with her hands. Could it be that I have run back? He pondered. That seems impossible. I distinctly retraced our steps, and the direction of the hanging corpses is entirely divergent. How could I have returned? Who, then, did those disordered footprints belong to? With Doufu's limited capacity for comprehension, the situation proved perplexing. Ultimately, two notions surfaced within his mind. First, that others might still be present in this forest, accompanied by more of these eerie hanging corpse groves. And second, that he might have encountered a phenomenon akin to a ghostly wall. Upon the mere thought of encountering a ghostly wall, and glancing around at the ghastly corpses suspended from the trees, Doufu shivered and instinctively drew closer to the corpse immortal, tugging at its sleeve, stammering, You are a corpse immortal. If there truly are any zongzi, it shouldn't pose a challenge for you, right?" The corpse immortal blinked and tilted its head slightly, appearing not to comprehend his words. With tears welling in his eyes, Doufu ultimately resorted to carrying Ouyang Xuan and sprinting away. However, no matter how fast he ran, he inevitably found himself back in that grim place, surrounded by countless corpses, their hollow eyes fixated upon him. At that moment, Doufu realized he was indeed confronted by a ghostly presence. Yet, after days spent in the underworld, his courage had grown, albeit slightly. Suppressing his fear, he recalled the methods I had shared with him for dealing with a ghostly wall. Thus, he spat and stomped his feet while cursing the spirits, exhausting every conceivable insult until he was parched. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept across the nape of his neck, followed by a rustling sound from the treetops, as if something were descending. In a rather cowardly display, Doufu's first instinct was not to investigate the source of the disturbance, but rather to hide behind the corpse immortal. stealing glances upward with the corner of his eye. The sight that greeted him nearly sent him into a panic. A desiccated corpse on the treetop was slowly turning upside down, its face frozen in an eerie expression illuminated by the dim light. "Oh my!" Doufu exclaimed, his body tensing, an overwhelming urge to urinate taking hold. Shortly thereafter, the corpse plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, causing Doufu to freeze in place. He poked the corpse immortal, whispering urgently, Go take care of it." The corpse immortal remained utterly unmoved. Doufu felt on the verge of tears, pleading, Please, my friend, great one, I beseech you." Yet the immortal remained indifferent. In a fit of desperation, Doufu was almost ready to spit blood. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the fallen corpse was not aggressive. It simply lay on the ground, one leg shattered into two pieces. Could it be that he had been overthinking? Perhaps it had merely been blown down by the wind. Hesitantly, Doufu approached, crouching down to inspect the body carefully. Just as he leaned in, the corpse abruptly lifted its head and unleashed a cloud of black mist from its gaping mouth. The moment Doufu inhaled this foul air, the world spun around him. His limbs weakened, causing him to collapse beside the body. After expelling the noxious breath, the corpse fell silent and limp. Doufu understood that this black smoke was a form of corpse energy, and it could potentially be fatal. Yet, his head was spinning, the darkness engulfing his vision, rendering him nearly blind. In a moment of desperation, he gasped, "Pujin, you worthless creature, what good are you if you do nothing?" No sooner had he uttered those words than he felt an unfamiliar hand upon his chest. Gradually, the dizziness subsided, and his vision began to clear. To his astonishment, he saw the corpse immortal crouched beside him, one hand pressed against his chest, drawing in the swirling black mist through its mouth. Doufu pondered, astonished that this corpse spirit could absorb the essence of the dead. Such a remarkable ability. With its presence, any conflict in the world would be effortlessly traversable. As Doufu mused, he rose and praised the corpse spirit for its commendable performance, promising it a substantial reward upon their return. Eager to leave the unsettling location, he continued onward, carrying Ouyang Xuan on his back. Doufu reasoned that since the zongzi had already lost its deathly aura, it was unlikely to cause any further trouble, and he should be able to return safely. This time, he indeed managed to escape the peculiar hanging corpse forest. However, the vastness of the poplar forest had obscured his tracks, leading him to become hopelessly lost. With Ouyang Xuan on his back and the corpse spirit in tow, he found himself in an unknown place. The poplar forest was suffused with an oppressive stillness, shrouded in darkness, where the only sound was his own breath. To bolster his courage, Doufu conversed with the corpse spirit, keeping an attentive watch for any potential dangers. The corpse spirit remained largely unresponsive, while Doufu rambled on. Until at last, the spirit sluggishly uttered, "Upon our return, a substantial reward awaits." Amused and exasperated, Doufu playfully kicked it, saying, "After all that I've shared, this is the only phrase you remember? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending?" It only dawned on him afterward that the corpse spirit might retaliate automatically, but perhaps, sensing familiarity, it refrained from harming him. Just then, Doufu noticed the corpse spirit's gaze had shifted past him, fixated intently on something to the left. It seemed that something there had captured its attention. Following its line of sight, Doufu saw only a murky darkness, unable to discern what the spirit was observing. He speculated, "Could it be that you mean the way back lies that way?" The corpse spirit did not respond, but instead moved determinately in that direction. Rarely did the corpse spirit act of its own accord. Any movement it made was typically deliberate. Believing he had guessed correctly, Doufu hurriedly followed. Before long, he indeed spotted a flicker of light ahead. Relieved, he thought it might be their campsite, and excitement surged within him. Yet, as he approached, confusion set in. The closer he got, the more he sensed something was amiss with the color of the light. Was it green? A term flashed in Doufu's mind, ghost fire. He then recalled the limited instances of the corpse spirit's proactive behavior, which typically fell into two categories: seeking sustenance or engaging in self-defense. There were hardly any experiences of it departing willingly. A chill crept over Doufu's scalp as he contemplated the possibility that this might be a quest for food. As the saying goes, fear begets what one dreads. Although Doufu halted his steps, he could not deter the corpse spirit, which continued to advance, growing ever distant despite his calls. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to follow. Gradually, the green glow drew nearer, and amidst the radiance, Doufu suddenly discerned figures. Before him lay an open area bustling with people moving to and fro, while others sat or stood on either side. Ahead, a carpet was spread out, and the attendees were dressed in peculiar attire, creating an unmistakable tableau reminiscent of a night market. The night market was eerily silent. The passers-by and vendors bore ashen faces. Their expressions varied and unsettling. Doufu swallowed hard, his legs trembling. It dawned on him. This was the ghost market. Chapter 18. The Ghost Market, Part 2. The concept of a ghost market has long been rooted in folklore, frequently appearing in tales from the Qing dynasty. It is said that on certain days, the souls of the deceased gather, forming a marketplace of spirits, often indicating that many have perished in that locale. Legend has it that if a living person inadvertently enters a ghost market, they must adhere to 3 rules. First, silence must be maintained. Second, one must not gaze upon the wares offered by the spirits, for such curiosity would compel them to make a purchase, rendering the individual unable to leave. Third, one must avoid making eye contact with the ghosts, lest they discern the person's living essence. Before Doufu lay a grim and ghastly ghost market, illuminated by a sickly green light that revealed the terrifying visages of the spirits. At that moment, however, the corpse immortal pressed onward, unperturbed, into the heart of the ghost market. Doufu instinctively wished to call out, but as he opened his mouth, he recalled the prohibitions surrounding the ghost market and dared not utter a sound. Instead, he remained frozen in a state of anxiety and fear, inwardly scolding the corpse immortal for its insatiable appetite, pondering what misfortune could befall them amidst the plethora of soft, vulnerable spirits. As Doufu wrestled with his thoughts, the corpse immortal continued its leisurely stride, as if merely passing through, showing no inclination towards gluttony. The ghost market was bustling and extensive, and as he watched the figure of the corpse immortal begin to fade from view, Doufu's heart raced. He knew that the paths here were indistinct and that the ghost market was ahead. If he were to lose sight of the corpse immortal, he might well perish from fright. At this juncture, it is worth noting the peculiarity of human nature. Often, things that appear monstrous and terrifying may not pose a threat, while those that are outwardly beautiful may harbor danger. In his solitude, Doufu instinctively leaned on the corpse immortal for support, forgetting that it too was a formidable specter, albeit one that appeared less fearsome. As the corpse immortal began to vanish from sight, Doufu anxiously surveyed the surrounding dark woods, ultimately steeling himself. He lowered his gaze, focusing solely on the lower portions of the soft spirits, hardly daring to breathe, and hastily pursued the corpse immortal. He was still carrying Ouyang Xuan, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He thought to himself that he could not sustain this burden much longer. If he were to exit the ghost market and she remained unconscious, he would be compelled to resort to more forceful methods to awaken her. Doufu appeared to have come to terms with the reality of his and Ouyang Xuan's disparity, resigning himself to their fate. The corpse immortal walked at a leisurely pace, allowing Doufu to catch up swiftly. Upon reaching its side, Doufu felt a surge of safety and exhaled slowly, following the corpse immortal deeper into the market. With this newfound security, his courage swelled, and he pondered why the corpse immortal had no desire to feast upon the soft spirits, while secretly surveying the peculiarities of the ghost market. The visages of the soft dumplings were indistinct, yet faintly discernible were their high noses, deep-set eyes, broad faces, and wide mouths, bearing the features characteristic of Mongolian descent. Their attire was peculiar, seemingly just cloth wrapped around them, likely the special burial garments they wore at the time of death. The ghost market was eerily quiet, with occasional gusts of chilling wind. Doufu stole glances around, fearful of being detected, and focused intently on following the corpse. Straining his vision, he could not ascertain the length of the ghost market. At that moment, Doufu suddenly spotted a structure in one part of the ghost market. The building appeared as if it had materialized from thin air, looming ominously in the ghastly green light. Much of it was shrouded in darkness, rendering its size indeterminate. He could only see an open stone door, through which figures were entering and exiting. Doufu's vivid imagination sparked a thought. Could this be the entrance to the realm of the dead? Was this door a passage to the underworld? He could not help but stare a little longer and notice that the door was adorned with strange, beastly carvings, the patterns glistening with a blood-red hue, strikingly vivid. Perched above the grand entrance was a peculiar figure. Upon closer inspection, Doufu was taken aback, realizing, is this not the Haduo inscribed on the divine wooden ear tag? How could it appear here? Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, he felt a shift among the people around him. And then the voice of Ouyang Xuan resonated in his ear. What is this place? Doufu froze, turning to gaze into Ouyang Xuan's bewildered and hazy eyes, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. At that instant, the bustling figures of the ghost market halted, lifting their heads as indistinct ghostly faces turned toward Doufu and the person on his back. Ouyang Xuan, now fully aware of her surroundings, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Doufu swiftly covered her mouth, abruptly setting her down before the corpse. What transpired next was a blur. A sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a cacophony of wails from the spirits, as countless twisted shadows lunged toward him. In that fleeting moment, Doufu found himself powerless to resist. He crouched to the ground, closed his eyes, clasped his hands around his head, and trembled uncontrollably. After trembling for what felt like an eternity, he felt no other sensations and finally opened his eyes. The ghost market had vanished, replaced by a serene forest, the darkness therein considerably less oppressive. Doufu glanced at his watch. 5 in the morning, the moment when the sun begins to rise, heralding the dawn. Perhaps due to the onset of daybreak, the ghost market had dissipated. Doufu sank to the ground, his legs quaking uncontrollably, while Ouyang Xuan, overwhelmed by the sight of the ghosts lunging toward Doufu, fainted again. After trembling for a while longer, Doufu took a deep breath, rose from the ground, and without further ado, seized the face of the corpse, unleashing a torrent of scathing rebuke. You wretched tortoise, why did you wander into the ghost market without eating anything? Was it amusing? 3 days without discipline would lead to chaos. Today, those who were spared punishment wore smiles like the spring breeze, blissfully unaware of the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. With that, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued. What manner of creature is the corpse immortal? After a bout, Doufu cradled his hands, howling in pain, only to realize he was no match for the corpse immortal. Thus, he resumed his journey, bearing Ouyang Xuan upon his back in search of the path. He ascended a tree to gauge his surroundings, finally discerning the correct direction to retrace his steps. During this endeavor, Doufu suddenly spotted an object not far away, a large stone. In such a vast desert landscape, it was quite rare to encounter something of this magnitude. Portions of the stone were buried beneath the sand, while the exposed surface, yellowed and weathered, bore the scars of time and nature's elements. Doufu found it peculiar that a stone would be present in this desolate place. As he approached for a closer inspection, he was struck by the sight of the stone's arched form, reminiscent of a shelter, its interior seemingly less exposed to the elements, revealing faint markings. The stone was adorned with strange carvings of beasts, evoking memories of the gate of ghosts he had recently encountered. At this juncture, Zhang Wen interrupted Doufu, stating, "The appearance of this ghost market signifies the presence of numerous deceased souls. That remnant stone is likely a vestige of the structures you witnessed within the ghost market." Doufu concurred. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Moreover, there was a figure perched atop the structure, which I suspect is what Zhuan Rui seeks. Thus, I hasten my return." As Doufu spoke, he waved at the taciturn Zhuan Rui, saying, "No need for excessive gratitude. Simply refer to me as the Red Scarf." Zhuan Rui raised an eyebrow, this time not ignoring Doufu, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I shall remember this deed." Zhonggong murmured, "It appears we must investigate that location." I replied, "Having finally uncovered a lead, we must certainly proceed, though we should allow our injuries to mend first." Doufu, having endured a night of turmoil, was utterly fatigued. However, due to the severity of our wounds, mobility was compromised. Doufu, with great effort, managed to erect half of the tent, relocating our new campsite a safe distance from the remains of the yellow tiger, and organized our supplies of medicine and food before retreating into the tent for rest. Zhonggong chuckled. Who would have thought? He often appears lazy and evasive, seemingly incapable of anything. Yet this time, he proved quite resourceful. I smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. In truth, Doufu was not incapable. His philosophy was that those who are capable should shoulder more work, even if one possesses the skills. Feigning ignorance ensures that others will assist, thus avoiding the burden of labor. If one could do everything, they would inevitably become overworked. Ultimately, he was merely being lazy. Now, with everyone else injured, he had no choice but to contribute, albeit slowly and clumsily, ensuring the well-being of the wounded. Thus, the group rested for several days in place. During this time, in order to prevent any unforeseen dangers, Doufu persistently patrolled the area with a firearm in hand. Ouyang Xuan's demeanor had calmed, though she concealed her face with a windproof scarf, likely wishing to avoid Zhuan Rui's gaze. Zhuan Rui offered her some comforting words, uttering a few bland reassurances, such as his lack of disdain for her appearance, which moved Ouyang Xuan to the point of tears. Doufu, having awakened from this unreliable affection, occasionally cast a glance at Ouyang Xuan, silently muttering to himself, "What is so special about a yin-yang face? Anyone who claims not to care about your looks is certainly deceiving. Silly girl, how could you believe that? Old Chun, I've come to realize that women are all fools." I nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. They are fully aware of the deception, yet still pursue that slim chance of possibility. Do you intend to awaken her?" Doufu shook his head and replied, "Please spare me your sarcastic remarks. I've come to terms with it. The 20th spring has passed. What is done is done. I believe my true wife awaits me in the future. I must strengthen myself to protect her." I chuckled inwardly, refraining from undermining his confidence, and began to rest my eyes. After 4 days, our wounds had scabbed over, and our mobility was largely unaffected. According to our plan, we would venture forth the next day to explore the location of the ghost market. Chapter 19. The palace. The following day, most of our injuries had healed sufficiently, with scabs formed that did not hinder our movement. We just needed to avoid any major exertion. We packed our gear and, under Doufu's guidance, set out in broad daylight towards the site where he claimed the ghost market had once appeared. As we progressed, the surrounding populous Euphratica forest grew denser, effectively shielding us from the sun. The oppressive heat of the desert rendered the forest stifling, mingling with its unique scents to create an odd aroma. The distance to the location Doufu described was considerable. He had sprinted back after a series of stops, taking about 40 minutes, whereas our pace doubled that time, albeit avoiding the forest of hanging corpses he had mentioned. Moments later, we arrived at the large rock that Doufu had indicated. I crouched down to examine it, and indeed found carved beast-like forms within the stone. Though the lines had blurred over time, the basic contours remained, exuding a simplistic antiquity. Without further ado, we each produced iron probes to investigate, and soon discovered ancient relics beneath. The probes penetrated approximately 6 meters, and the vibrations clearly indicated a solid object below. By outlining a circular cross around it, we could ascertain the shape of the hard object, quickly concluding that beneath lay a treasure dome, the apex of a structure, which, due to its strong arching design, had withstood the test of time without collapsing. This suggested that the interior of the building might still be intact. This was indeed splendid news for us. A wave of excitement surged through the group. We promptly delineated an area, and after positioning the iron probes, we began to excavate a tunnel straight down. Given the loose soil, it was inevitable that we would need to reinforce our materials, which slowed our progress. By dawn, we had successfully crafted a relatively sturdy tunnel, and beneath it lay the exposed brown treasure dome. As dusk approached, Doufu urged Zhuan Rui to hasten, expressing concern that if they did not descend soon, they might encounter the ghost market once more. I reassured him, stating that such occurrences were rare and not akin to the nightly appearance of street vendors. The group gathered at the entrance of the excavation, securing a rope to a nearby tree. Zhuan Rui descended the rope and, after a moment of listening intently, informed us that a vast chamber lay below, indicating our fortune. Before long, Zhuan Rui had managed to create an opening in the treasure dome. The dome was remarkably thick, having withstood the test of time beneath layers of sand for centuries, a testament to its exquisite craftsmanship. The act of breaching it was indeed a lamentable necessity, highlighting the disdain society holds for tomb raiders who are not unjustly condemned. Were it not for circumstances beyond my control, I would not willingly engage in such dubious undertakings. Upon creating the opening, Zhuan Rui climbed back up the rope and cautioned us that the air below was ominous, advising us to wait 5 hours before proceeding. We then settled in to eat and drink, replenishing our energy. As time passed, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group lit a campfire, except for Zhonggong and Wanshitong, who were assigned to watch for 2.5 hours each. The rest of us rested to recover from the day's exertions. Doufu, seemingly haunted by the events at the ghost market, appeared increasingly anxious as night fell, drawing close to me as if seeking solace. I remarked, somewhat irritably, that given his state, he might as well trade places with Zhonggong. Doufu, unwilling to create further trouble for himself, muttered a few curses under his breath before covering his ears and closing his eyes, adopting a posture suggestive of readiness to flee. Upon returning, Doufu had indeed given up on Ouyang Xuan. In his words, his infatuation had stemmed from her unpretentious nature, despite her fiery temperament. He had likely been disillusioned by Chi-Chi from the antique market, leading to his newfound resolve. This fellow, lacking in sensitivity, soon came to terms with the reality that Ouyang Xuan and Zhuanrui were destined for each other, and resumed his usual demeanor, eating and drinking without a care. While I was somewhat relieved that Doufu could move on, I could not help but doubt his emotional depth. Just days prior, he had declared he would marry no one but her, and now he acted as if he were a stranger to her. The corpse immortal, now possessing consciousness, was less clingy to the group, wandering about the camp as others fell asleep. Its movements were aimless, exhibiting a clownish demeanor akin to that of a marionette. I had initially contemplated that since the corpse immortal could comprehend commands, I would have to revisit the tomb of the Earth Ghost King to dismantle it. However, based on Doufu's recent experiences and my own observations over the past few days, the corpse immortal had not yet reached a state of complete obedience. I remained perplexed by its compliance. Under what circumstances would it heed commands? What determined its erratic responsiveness? Was it influenced by the environment or tied to the corpse immortal's consciousness? Perhaps I ought to allow more time for its development. These questions eluded clarity for the moment, and as my thoughts drifted, I succumbed to slumber. This peaceful slumber lasted 5 hours, after which the omniscient one roused us, signaling that we could proceed. In truth, 5 hours was insufficient to completely dissipate the lingering malaise. Thus we donned gas masks and gloves, shouldered our equipment, and descended along the rope to the area beneath the treasure peak. Below lay a profound darkness, illuminated by several searchlights, revealing an environment that was far from ordinary residential quarters. It appeared akin to a royal palace. The ceiling soared over 10 meters high, and upon reaching the ground, we found ourselves standing on tiled flooring, surrounded by towering columns adorned with an array of bizarre beasts, their designs starkly contrasting with the aesthetics of ancient Central Plains. Furthermore, this place was enveloped in dust, echoing with emptiness, with one side of the arched wall having collapsed, allowing a torrent of yellow sand to intrude. As the lights shifted, I discerned that this must have been a grand hall for significant affairs, for at the pinnacle of the space stood a resplendent throne, gilded and studded with jewels. Majestically positioned aloft, I could almost envision a figure of great stature once occupying that seat. Who could have sat there? Our collective gaze was drawn to the sole object in this grand hall, which was substantial. With my keen sight, I recognized that the throne's golden exterior was not merely gilded, but genuinely crafted from gold. This was a golden throne, whose unique design and the jewels adorning it rendered it invaluable and exceedingly rare. Doufu swallowed hard and remarked, "We struck gold." He boldly reached out to touch the throne, then cautiously attempted to move it, only to find it too heavy to lift. Zhang interjected, "Don't touch it. Let me examine it." He approached the golden chair, scrutinizing it closely, occasionally employing a magnifying glass. After a moment, he addressed us, "Look here, at the handle, there's a human face. This visage resembles a fisheye mask, somewhat akin to modern ritual masks. Our search has not been in vain. This site bears profound connections to ancient shamanistic practices. Moreover, the back of the throne showcases primitive motifs of eagle and wolf, symbols of royal and divine authority in Mongolian culture. I surmise this place is the ruins of a royal palace, likely the Yao Feng we seek." Zhang, well versed in the history of the Feng kingdom, spoke with authority. His assertions were unlikely to be erroneous. Doufu, catching the excitement, quipped, "So, does this mean we've struck it lucky, stumbling upon the palace of Yao Feng? By the way, what is this throne worth now?" Zhang shook his head, stating, "It is a priceless treasure, yet utterly valueless." Doufu, taken aback, queried, "What do you mean? Those two terms are worlds apart. Are you even familiar with idioms? If not, I could teach you." Overwhelmed by Doufu's naivety, I couldn't help but give him a light smack on the back of his head, admonishing, "Silence if you do not understand. This is an ancient artifact of the Feng kingdom, a relic from the Xia and Shang dynasties, more precious than bronze. Who would dare to touch it? Besides, given its size, do you think we could possibly carry it out with just the few of us?" Zhang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this consciousness is unparalleled. It is an extraordinary treasure. However, we cannot partake in it, thus we cannot profit from it in the slightest." Doufu, feeling indignant, retorted, "To label it as worthless is quite disparaging. Can I merely chip off a couple of gemstones? I interjected. Please refrain from such wanton destruction. How could you bear to lay hands on something so magnificent? It seems you are far more suited to treasure hunting than I. Doufu sheepishly withdrew his hand, mumbling something about how imperfection signifies beauty, citing Venus's missing arm as an example. At that moment, Ouyang Xuan interjected, speaking of extracting gemstones, it is indeed feasible. Have you not noticed? The largest gem atop this throne has already been pried away. He pointed to a diamond-shaped mark at the pinnacle of the throne. I had noticed that mark previously. Given its size, it was hard to overlook. Initially, I had assumed it was merely a decorative pattern, but upon closer inspection, I discerned traces of something having been embedded there. Doufu gasped, extending his hand to measure against the diamond's shape, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's as large as my palm." The gem that was originally set here must have been colossal. Who was the rogue that managed to remove it before us? Ouyang Xuan furrowed his brow, directing his magnifying glass towards the throne, stating, "There are numerous knife marks upon it. Over time, they may be difficult to discern, but observe. This grand hall must have once held great significance. Logically, there should be many artifacts present, yet now, there is not. Hence, I surmise that this Yao Fong may have been obliterated by warfare, with treasures looted amidst the chaos. Perhaps this throne was preserved due to its weight or its symbolic representation of divine authority, as ancient peoples often held superstitions regarding it." In the 20th chapter, titled The Young Girl, Doufu, upon hearing this, raised his thumb in approval and said, "Bravo, you are quite the expert. Just from a chair, you conjured an entire theory of a fallen kingdom." He then turned to Zhuan Rue, inquiring, "If this place has been completely ransacked, do you think we can discover a way to lift the curse of the Huduoluo?" Zhuan Rue remained silent, leading Doufu to believe his confidence had been shaken. Thus, he offered consolation, saying, "Do not worry, try to remain optimistic. You have borne that Huduoluo on your back for so many years, and nothing untoward has occurred, right? You seem to be living quite well. Even if we find a solution, it may only result in nightly nightmares. One eventually grows accustomed to such things." "Be quiet," Zhuan Rue coldly retorted, uttering those two words before shifting the spotlight and signaling for us to disperse in search of clues. The vastness of the hall compelled everyone to scatter. The surrounding walls were adorned with numerous reliefs, depicting symbols of the sun, images of birds and beasts, as well as human forms. Upon closer examination, it became evident that these depicted grand sacrificial gatherings, illustrating that ancient Yao Fong was a realm where divine and royal powers intertwined. Suddenly, one particular scene within the reliefs caught my attention. A figure, indistinguishable in gender, brandishing a sword and wearing a bird crown, stood before a pitch-black opening, with a massive totem pole behind them. Kneeling before the totem were a multitude of dark figures, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. In the next moment, the relief unveiled an astonishing scene, for the sword-bearing figure suddenly leapt fiercely into the gaping black abyss. Concurrently, myriad wave-like patterns emerged upon the relief, curling and twisting as if the entire tableau were on the verge of being torn apart. Bewildered, I pondered the significance of this sword-wielding individual adorned with a bird crown, clearly of considerable status. What compelled him to plunge into that ominous void? What did it signify? Just as I was lost in contemplation, a voice from behind interrupted my thoughts, declaring that this resembled some form of ritual. I turned to see Ouyang Xuan, bespectacled and having silently approached me at some point. Before I could respond, Doufu exclaimed, drawing attention to a passageway, urging everyone to come quickly. Ouyang Xuan and I exchanged glances. Our conversation halted as we made our way toward Doufu's location. It was situated in the southwestern corner, leading to an arched passage approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Intriguingly, the entrance was adorned with bizarre, beastly carvings, while atop the arch sat a black stone sculpture that unmistakably resembled a Huduo. This figure, entirely ebony, bore a fox-like visage elongated beyond that of an actual fox, exuding an uncanny aura as it appeared to scrutinize the comings and goings of those traversing the corridor. Zhuan Rue's expression darkened upon sighting the creature, likely recalling some unpleasant memory. Our portable gas masks, merely covering our mouths and noses, allowed us to see each other's expressions clearly. Zhuan Rue fixed his gaze on the black Huduo for a prolonged moment, remaining silent as he chambered around in his firearm and proceeded ahead. The rest of us followed closely, observing the stone walls flanking the passage, adorned with stone lamp bases fashioned in the likeness of eagle heads, lending an animated quality to the surroundings. The passage was not lengthy, culminating in a circular hall devoid of significant artifacts, save for a brown stone altar positioned against the wall directly opposite us. It appeared that something had once rested upon this altar, evidenced by a circular indentation, though the object itself was long gone, likely pilfered. At that moment, my flashlight inadvertently shifted, illuminating the low ceiling above, where a circular object hung ominously. The light revealed a glowing stone, which the ever-knowledgeable Ouyang Xuan identified as a phosphorescent gem. It was evident that this gem had been artificially crafted, yet curiously, its interior was hollowed out, leaving only a thin layer remaining. Within this delicate shell, a shadowy figure was faintly discernible, resembling that of a child at first glance. A strange thought crossed my mind, recalling what Bado had mentioned about the child with large teeth lurking behind the totem pole in the water. Bado had not descended with us. We were concerned about potential dangers and wished to avoid endangering him, thus leaving him outside to guard the tent and other temporarily unnecessary equipment. Doufu gasped, exclaiming, "How can there be a child inside that large stone?" Zhuan Rui exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Gong, who understood the cue. He surveyed the area before aiming his gun at the phosphorescent stone sphere and pulling the trigger. With a sudden gunshot, the delicate balance of the fluorescent stone was shattered, instantly fracturing into several large pieces, along with the shadow of a figure inside, which fell to the ground. As the onlookers approached, they discovered it was indeed the corpse of a child. The clothing on the body had mixed with the oil of decomposition, yet remnants were still faintly visible. The deceased appeared to be a girl, around the age of 7, showing no signs of external injury, as if she had died suddenly. Furthermore, I noticed a pure gold collar around the girl's neck, adorned with some jewels and animal teeth, beneath which hung a small plaque. I prodded the plaque with my dagger and found it inscribed with peculiar symbols. I was already familiar with these distorted symbols. They belonged to the shamanic language, which Zhuang Rui had long sought to decipher in order to unravel the mysteries of the ancient script. Gazing at the plaque, I sensed that this journey to Yaofeng might yield significant discoveries. After her disfigurement, Ouyang Xuan had spoken little, but now, startled, she remarked, "Why would they place a child in that massive sphere? It's terrifying." Zhang Wen appeared contemplative, possessing a deeper understanding of the culture of Feng than we did. His gaze fixed upon the girl's neck as he stated, "The adornment she wears, an eagle's beak, a wolf's fang, and a collar of pure gold embellished with jewels, indicate a high status. This little girl must have held considerable importance during her lifetime." Doufu scratched his head and inquired, "Just how high is that status?" Zhang Wen replied, "I have two hypotheses. First, she may have been a princess. Perhaps this stone sphere represents a burial custom of Yaofeng, an ancient kingdom with no recorded history, whose funerary practices remain a mystery to us. It's possible that some misfortune befell them before the princess could be interred, leading to the fall of Yaofeng." Doufu countered, "But the burial was only a few days ago. Is it conceivable that Yaofeng fell in such a brief span? That seems implausible." Zhang Wen shook his head. "This is merely a conjecture." I asked, "What about the second possibility?" Zhang Wen pondered for a moment and said, "The second possibility may be closer to the truth. This is an incomplete ritual. The girl possessed a jade tablet inscribed with divine language, and the eagle's beak on her collar symbolizes divine authority. She was likely a product of Yaofeng's sacrificial rites." Doufu expressed sympathy, saying, regardless of the reason, "It's tragic for one so young to meet such a cruel fate. Amitba, little one, may you have ascended to paradise." The girl's corpse, having aged considerably, had twisted into a contorted position during its fall. Doufu, summoning courage, attempted to lay her straight. With only a thin layer of greasy skin and bone, she appeared remarkably small, likely weighing less than 10 pounds. Doufu suggested, "Old Chun, perhaps we should cremate her. She has been trapped in that stone sphere for over 2,000 years, which is truly pitiful." I replied, "Let us proceed with the cremation." The body, covered in decomposition oil, ignited easily. A small flame flickered, symbolizing a life extinguished over 2 millennia ago. In that moment, the enigmatic nature of this lost ancient kingdom seemed to deepen. As I fixated on the flame, Zhuang Rui suddenly exclaimed, "Who?" and then abruptly dashed outside. The direction he ran towards led into an arched passageway, which once bore a door, now reduced to mere fragments of rotting wood. The sudden noise startled us. Could there be others present? Without hesitation, We followed Zhuanrui into the opening. Behind the door lay a square chamber, its walls contrasting starkly with the brown ones we had previously encountered. Instead, they were enveloped in utter darkness, as if shrouded in a layer of dust, imparting an obscure and indistinct aura. Zhuanrui stood still, his expression wary as he scanned every corner, seemingly in search of something. I approached him and whispered, "What is it?" Zhuanrui pressed his lips together and replied, "I saw a shadowy figure, but upon pursuit, it vanished." Ouyang Xuan, visibly anxious, interjected, "How could there be anyone here? Could it be a ghost?" The group fell silent. In truth, I too found it hard to believe that there were any living souls here besides us. At that moment, Doufu remarked, "No way, did you just imagine it?" Zhuanrui ignored him, and Doufu, accustomed to being overlooked, nevertheless felt emboldened by the presence of a corpse spirit at his side. He then brandished a searchlight, illuminating every corner of the space, yet found nothing. Doufu turned to Zhuanrui and queried, "What did the shadow look like? Male or female? Old or young?" Zhuanrui pursed his lips, his gaze suddenly taking on a peculiar quality as he murmured, "Young, like a child." I couldn't help but gasp, abruptly turning to glance back at the circular hall we had come from. In the center, the flames of the cremated girl flickered ominously, burning quietly in the stillness of the underground. A child? Had Zhuanrui truly seen something, or was it merely the spirit of that little girl? Chapter 21. Celestial might. The underground world, sealed for over 2 millennia, was suffused with a layer of ominous energy, rendering our vision hazy. The group congregated in one area, several searchlights illuminating the compact space clearly. The pitch-black stone walls remained adorned with interconnected reliefs, devoid of any trace of a child's figure. It was evident that everyone was reminded of the young girl's corpse. Doufu edged closer to me, casting fearful glances around. Suddenly, he grasped my arm tightly. His fingers clenched in terror as I turned to see him staring intently at a position to our left. My heart sank as I followed his gaze, only to find yet another stone wall, this one carved with reliefs depicting scenes of famine, the sky crackling with lightning, suggesting a looming calamity. Previously, I had only skimmed over these carvings, but upon closer inspection, a chill ran down my spine. Amidst the human-like figures, there was unmistakably a dark silhouette of a child. The surrounding black stone blended seamlessly with the reliefs, making it almost impossible to detect at a glance. It seemed the shadow on the wall sensed our scrutiny, for it slowly turned its head, revealing a pale, slightly greenish face adorned with braids, an apparition of a girl. As that pale, greenish visage turned, the others quickly took notice, only to hear Ouyang Xuan exclaim in astonishment, while Zhonggong abruptly fired a shot at the girl on the stone wall. This gunshot seemed to shatter an illusion, causing the girl to vanish instantly. The group rushed to the stone wall, but there was no trace of the girl to be found. Doufu smacked his lips and remarked, "I saw something hanging around the girl's neck, identical to that which adorned the corpse we encountered earlier." Zhonggong replied, "It appears your attempt at cremation has failed to escort her to the Western paradise, instead manifesting her spirit." Speaking of spirits, Doufu couldn't help but tug at the corpse's braid, pulling its face down in ire. What a waste of my efforts, utterly useless. After much contemplation, I discerned a curious phenomenon. The corpse spirit had encountered celestial soldiers, venomous insects, poisonous snakes, and demonic worms, yet it had never encountered a soft dumpling. According to Doufu, though it had been drawn to the ghost market, there was no evidence of consumption. Could it be that the corpse spirit was only equipped to handle hard dumplings, utterly helpless against the soft ones? Observing the corpse spirit, now being tugged by Doufu, lacking any means of resistance, I felt a pang of sympathy for its plight and urged Doufu to cease his torment. The spirit had just begun to develop consciousness and was far from fully formed. Uncertain in many respects, relying on it was less prudent than depending on ourselves. The group formed a protective circle, vigilant against the potential reemergence of that small dumpling. At that moment, Zhongwen declared, "We have reached a dead end. It appears we are in another perilous situation. Let us exit first, to avoid unforeseen complications." As he spoke, I scrutinized the spot where the girl had vanished, suddenly realizing something peculiar. When Zhonggong fired at the girl, I held great confidence in his marksmanship. Given the proximity, a miss seemed implausible. The girl was a soft dumpling, lacking substance. Logically, the bullet should have struck the stone wall, leaving a mark. Yet, I now observed that the area where she had crouched bore not a single white speck. What could this mean? Was it possible that the girl was not a soft dumpling, but rather a hard one, thus absorbing the bullet? I couldn't help but lower my gaze, scanning the ground, and soon discovered the bullet fired by Zhong Gong, having ricocheted to the right and rolled into the corner. I picked up the bullet and presented it to the others, gesturing toward the black stone wall to voice my inquiry. The recovery of the bullet confirmed that the girl was indeed a soft dumpling. The bullet had not struck her. Thus, the absence of bullet marks on the wall suggested one conclusion: the black stones were exceedingly hard. To substantiate this notion, I unsheathed my dagger and forcefully stabbed a point on the stone wall several times. With considerable strength and the quality of these military-grade knives, they were exceptionally hard and sharp. Such blows should have left an impression on ordinary stone. After thrusting several times, I focused my gaze once more, only to find that the wall remained entirely unscathed. Doufu exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of stone is this? Why is it so immensely hard?" The others quickly grasped the situation and listened to Zhuan Rue, who remarked that the stone material in the other rooms differed from that in this one. This particular stone was exceptionally hard and undoubtedly held some significance. Zhang Wen pondered, contemplating the purpose behind utilizing such resilient stone. Doufu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Isn't it obvious? They must be concerned about the stone walls being damaged. This material is harder than iron. Consider the era, without explosives or similar contrivances. Such an impenetrable stone would render any defense invincible." Zhang Wen nodded in agreement, suggesting that this chamber likely once housed something of great importance. Ouyang Xuan inquired, "Given the hardness of these stones, how did the ancients manage to cut and carve them?" This question indeed perplexed us. The exquisite reliefs were intricately detailed, yet the stone was so formidable that even bullets left no trace upon impact. How then did the people of Yaofeng accomplish such feats? What significant treasures might this stone chamber once have contained? As we contemplated these mysteries, Zhuan Rue produced a crowbar and struck the stone wall twice, producing a series of resounding thuds from behind, indicating that the wall concealed an empty space. In an instant, everyone understood that behind this stone wall lay a secret chamber, and it appeared that the resilient stones were meant to deter entry into this hidden space. Zhuan Rue squinted and declared, "There must be a mechanism nearby. Let us uncover it." The group immediately began to search for the mechanism within the stone chamber. I recalled the girl who had previously leaned against the wall and couldn't help but wonder, why did she choose to rest there, atop the secret chamber? Was she deliberately guiding us? As we continued our search, the girl vanished completely from sight, and we could no longer see her. The ancient mechanisms of Yaofeng were evidently quite different from the mechanical arts we later understood, and despite our collective efforts, we found not a single clue. Zhang Wen grew anxious, stating, "This secret chamber is so tightly sealed. Whatever lies within must be preserved and is of immense significance to our endeavor. We must find a way to gain entry." Doufu suggested, "Why not try explosives and see if we can blast our way through?" Upon hearing this, I was nearly driven to exasperation, delivering a swift kick to him while rebuking, "Close your ill-fated mouth. We are beneath the sands of the desert, and these structures have been buried for over 2,000 years. Their capacity to withstand pressure is already severely compromised. Adding explosives could very well entomb us alive." Doufu, nursing his rear, protested, "I was just offering a suggestion. No need to be so fierce." He then turned to the corpse immortal, his eyes gleaming, and said, "Wooden fellow, in life, one must strive to achieve something. Idleness is akin to being a pig. Shouldn't you contribute? Remember how you effortlessly shattered that thick layer of profound ice with a mere wave of your hand? It was truly impressive. How about you give this stone wall a similar treatment?" Doufu's words seemed somewhat plausible, and I too looked towards the corpse immortal, hoping that, despite its erratic responses to commands, this time it might indeed prove effective. Upon the conclusion of Doufu's words, the corpse immortal tilted its head slightly, its long braid cascading to one side. With a face devoid of expression, its eyes flickered momentarily, seemingly contemplating Doufu's statement. The onlookers, well aware of the corpse immortal's terrifying abilities, held their breath in anticipation of its next move. However, after a lengthy 10 minutes, the corpse immortal remained in that same state, leaving Doufu disheartened. Slumping his shoulders, he was about to speak when suddenly, a distinct cracking sound echoed in the air. After a moment of listening, they realized the noise emanated from the stone wall. To their astonishment, the hard surface began to reveal spiderweb-like fissures, growing larger with each crack that resonated. Stunned, The crowd watched as the corpse immortal abruptly moved, slowly approaching the stone wall. With a gentle push, a thunderous crash resounded as the wall collapsed. Doufu gaped, stammering. How? How did it accomplish that? At that moment, my mind was reeling with shock. Although I had heard from Su that the corpse immortal could not strictly be classified as a corpse, but rather a type of immortal, I never anticipated that witnessing its power unfold would leave us ordinary individuals so profoundly awestruck. When the wall fell, it revealed a square opening, sloping downwards into a dark stone staircase that extended into the abyss, the light illuminating it failing to reveal its end or destination. The corpse immortal stood beside the entrance, tilting its head while fixating its gaze on Doufu. After a brief moment of silence, seeing no response from Doufu, it turned its attention to me. Though its expression remained blank, I instantly grasped its intent, seemingly seeking a reward. After a moment's thought, I reminded Doufu, "Don't you have some pesticide with you?" Given that each descent into the pit was met with a swarm of insects, Doufu had insisted on carrying a bottle of pesticide just in case. Upon my reminder, Doufu smacked his forehead, retrieved the pesticide, twisted off the cap, and handed it to the corpse immortal, awkwardly chuckling. "Your reward." The corpse immortal blinked, raised its head, and gulped down the contents, leaving only an empty bottle. Doufu and I exchanged a glance, our emotions tangled and complex. The dread surrounding the corpse immortal had only been foretold by Su and Chun Tienda, yet as it gradually became more aware, revealing its true strength, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within us. Chapter 22. The surroundings fell into an uncanny silence, the group remaining quiet for an extended period, their emotions gradually settling. Fortunately, we were seasoned individuals. Otherwise, mere mortals would have likely succumbed to sheer terror. I shook my head to regain composure, and soon, everyone directed their lights into the square passage. The dark staircase appeared dense and endless, leaving us uncertain of where it might lead. As we passed by the corpse immortal, the others instinctively kept their distance. Humans are such intricate creatures. When confronted with a formidable presence, they instinctively lean towards reliance, yet simultaneously, they harbor fear, feeling threatened by the very power they depend upon. After the initial shock, Doufu observed the corpse immortal standing alone in displeasure. Grasping the corpse immortal's hand, Doufu declared, "Well done, Mutu. From now on, you shall accompany me." Doufu, the corpse immortal, and I trailed behind, while Zhuan Rue led the way. The stone steps were somewhat damp, with a chilling breeze rising from below. I contemplated the underground river that formed this oasis, suspecting that its waters had likely seeped in. My conjecture proved accurate. After descending around 200 steps, we encountered underground water that completely submerged the remaining steps, the coldness seeping through my feet. Fortunately, the steps had reached their end, and the water was not deep, thus the surrounding space expanded. Doufu speculated that this was likely the secret treasury of the royal palace, hidden so profoundly. I retorted, "Don't get your hopes up. Even if it is a treasury, after 2,000 years submerged in water, any treasures would be ruined." The water was not deep, reaching only waist height, and the entire area was inundated. The current flowed gently from right to left, with a grand arched passage on the side, through which the water flowed, its destination unknown. The right side, upstream, was more spacious, with 3 faintly visible arched doors at its end from which the water streamed forth. The stones were constructed from a hard black material, of which I was not well acquainted and could not identify the composition. However, the ability to cut and process such stones must have required some extraordinary method. As we surveyed the space, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable, save for some peculiar spiral patterns on the ceiling, which, upon closer inspection, could induce dizziness. Doufu glanced to the left and right, inquiring which way we should proceed. Just as Zhuan Rue was about to respond, a shadow suddenly emerged from one of the arched doors on the right. The shadow was small, resembling a child, and I immediately recalled the girl who had previously been crouched against the wall. I shouted, "Stop!" Naturally, my words were as futile as playing music to a cow. At my call, the girl turned and fled into the arched door, disappearing in an instant. A suspicion arose within me. I sensed that the girl bore no malicious intent. Her actions seemed to beckon us toward a certain destination. Without a moment's hesitation, I pursued her, with the others following, questioning what was happening. Navigating against the current, coupled with the water's resistance, slowed our pace. Yet the girl's figure flickered ahead of us like an underground specter. Indeed, she was a ghost. Soon, We burst through the passage, but like before, the girl vanished without a trace. At that moment, the scene behind the passage revealed a different spectacle. The walls were etched with dense divine script, and at the center stood a circular black totem pole, atop which rested the familiar form of the Huhu duo. However, it was unlike anything we had encountered before. Its pointed beak bore an upward curve, reminiscent of a hunter poised to ensnare its prey, as if it were welcoming us with an invitation. Zhuang Rui, upon observing the wall densely inscribed with divine script, could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed, "Camera, quickly, capture everything." Zhang Wen rummaged through his equipment bag, adjusting the focus to the maximum, and began taking photographs. The camera's flash erupting in a blinding white light. At that moment, the rest of us were left with little to do. Zhuang Rui inquired why I had suddenly rushed in, and upon recounting my recent encounter with the young girl, Doufu remarked, "It seems there are good people among us, and likewise, good spirits. That child must be trying to assist us." Zhuang Rui remained silent, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Occasionally glancing at the totem pole adorned with the Huhu duo, his expression darkening as if he were pondering something deeper. I mused that this place, with its abundance of divine inscriptions, contained vast amounts of information. The means to dispel the Huhu duo might lie within these ancient, esoteric characters. It appeared that our progress was relatively smooth, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we were not far from concluding our task. Yet, before this thought could fully form, a sudden upheaval occurred. Zhuang Rui abruptly raised his head, and before I could react, he lunged violently towards Zhang Wen. Caught in the act of diligently documenting with his camera, Zhang Wen was knocked into the water, the camera plunging in alongside him. "What madness is this?" Doufu exclaimed in shock, rushing to salvage the camera, but it had already succumbed to water damage, rendered unusable. Meanwhile, Zhonggong and Wan Shitong hastily intervened, pulling Zhuang Rui and Zhang Wen from the water. As they emerged, Zhuang Rui groaned, clutching his forehead, and muttered, "Damn it." Zhonggong, anxious, asked, "What happened?" Zhuang Rui shook his head, offering no response, but immediately seized the camera from Doufu's hands, only to find it unresponsive, prompting another expletive from him. Zhuang Rui rarely resorted to cursing. As someone from a prestigious family, his demeanor was naturally refined, and such vulgarities were not words one would expect from him. However, in that moment, he unleashed a harsh exclamation, swiftly extracting the memory card from the damaged camera and securing it close to him, before violently discarding the waterlogged device in frustration. We were all left bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhuang Rui's sudden outburst. Breathing heavily, he appeared fatigued, yet his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. Pointing towards the totem pole beside us, he commanded Zhonggong, "Explode it." Doufu gasped, "Explode it? Haven't you heard old Chen say that explosives cannot be used down here? What on earth is going on?" Zhuang Rui took a deep breath, gesturing towards the Huhu duo on the totem pole, enunciating each word carefully. "It is alive. I was just ensnared by it. Damn it, this thing ruined the camera." It dawned on me then that Zhuang Rui had not intended to obstruct Zhang Wen, but had fallen victim to the Huhu duo's enchantment. I couldn't help but gaze at the stone carving on the totem pole. Was it truly alive? How could a mere fabrication possess such eerie power? According to legend, the ability of the creature known as Hutawadwa is purification and rebirth. It consumes evildoers, purifies them, and then plants them in the soil to regrow. Zhuang Rui had once witnessed such a scene, and had it not been for his own words, I would have thought someone was jesting with me. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Doufu pondered that using explosives was too perilous and instructed the corpse immortal to destroy Hutawadwa. However, the corpse immortal's abilities were limited and inconsistent, and despite Doufu's earnest entreaties, no action was taken. Ultimately, Zhonggong acquiesced to Zhuang Rui's counsel, climbed the totem pole, and inserted a small detonator directly into Hutawadwa's mouth. The detonator's explosive power was relatively minor, unlikely to jeopardize the stability of the underground structures. Once the detonator was secured, everyone retreated to a safe distance. Zhonggong raised his firearm, aiming at the detonator in Hutawadwa's mouth, prepared to ignite it with a bullet. A loud bang echoed as the bullet flew forth, yet it missed its target. Zhonggong, perhaps feeling the weight of anxiety, attempted a second shot, which also went astray. The muscles in his cheek twitched, and sensing his embarrassment, he became incensed. Shooting was his forte, yet he had missed twice from such a close range. In a fit of anger, He aimed again at Hu and fired 3 more shots, all of which went wide. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Zhonggong's marksmanship was well regarded. How could he falter today? Could it be that the creature was exerting some influence? Realizing this, I reached out for Zhonggong's firearm, then took aim myself. While I did not consider myself infallible, my experience over the past 2 years had honed my skills, and I deemed my accuracy reasonably good, at least 1 in 3. I fired 5 shots, yet, like Zhonggong, I failed to hit the mark. Doufu remarked that my throwing knives were more precise than my gun. Perhaps I should give them a try. He also recalled my claim that the knives possessed the ability to ward off evil. I explained that only my grandfather's poison knives had such power due to the inclusion of realgar, while my current knives had not been treated and were therefore ineffective. Nevertheless, I retrieved a throwing knife to give it a shot. Just as I was poised to throw, I suddenly noticed another head emerging from behind Hu, the little girl who had led us here. She appeared unexpectedly, causing my aim to falter. The others, too, gasped at the sight of the child, but no one fired at her this time. My throwing knife, however, had already been released. Strangely, despite my aim being off, it struck precisely at the detonator. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, shattering Hu into countless pieces and severing the totem pole in half. With the creature's disappearance, the eerie atmosphere in the air seemed to lift. Just as I exhaled in relief, I suddenly noticed bubbles beginning to rise in the water that enveloped our lower bodies. Chapter 23. Suicide. What is happening? Zhang Wen stared in astonishment at the bubbling water beneath us. Wan Shitong remarked that the bubbles could be a result of a drainage issue or perhaps an influx of underground water. He added, "Let us hope it is not the latter. The drainage system is of little concern, as it can effectively expel the subterranean water. However, should the groundwater surge, this area could be inundated within mere seconds, potentially drowning us all." As he uttered these words, the bubbles multiplied, and Zhuan Rue spoke in a grave tone. "Quick, retreat. Regulate your breathing. A violent spring could erupt at any moment." The violent spring he referenced is not to be confused with the Baodu Spring in Jinan. Here, it denotes a phenomenon where groundwater surges violently due to fluctuations in subterranean pressure, erupting with tremendous force that can tear through the surface like a swift arrow from beneath the water. Hebei is known for its fish-spouting spring, where a previously dried-up spring suddenly gushes forth with water at specific times, often accompanied by a multitude of fish, a mystery that has perplexed many and led ancient people to believe it was a divine gift from the fish deity of the spring, prompting local villagers to hold sacrificial ceremonies in reverence. In modern times, some geologists speculate that this phenomenon may be caused by the same violent spring effect, theorizing that fish living in the groundwater could be drawn together by the force of the eruption and subsequently expelled with the water. Certainly, while a violent spring may appear magnificent from a distance, being situated directly above one could lead to dire consequences, either drowning or being obliterated by the upward thrust of the spring's force, which could shatter one's skull instantly. In any case, this scenario is far from favorable for us. The group hastily retreated, and the bubbles multiplied, resembling boiling water. Yet, at that moment, I noticed that the water level was not rising. Rather, it was receding. Could it be that a drainage system was at play instead of a violent spring? As the water level continued to drop, the group halted their retreat and collectively exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, the half-remaining totemic stone pillar emitted a creaking sound. With the lowering water level, the entire pillar began to sink, and a large announcement quickly formed around it. In no time, the water in the area was entirely absorbed. Before us unfolded a bizarre sight. The central totem pillar had vanished, replaced by a dark square entrance. It was clear that the previous water had been drawn into this entrance, and the totem pillar had undoubtedly fallen into the abyss. Doufu gasped, exclaiming, "I never expected there to be such a hidden chamber beneath this pillar." He then crouched down, peering into the opening. The square hole was barely large enough for a single person, so the rest of us could not ascertain the situation below. Doufu shone a spotlight into the depths for an extended period, but no movement was detected. I tapped him on the shoulder, asking, "Did you see anything? What lies beneath?" Doufu did not retract his head, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he replied, "A ladder, and many people are descending." "Am I seeing things? A ladder? Many people?" Hearing this, I abruptly grasped Doufu by the collar and pulled him up, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? You mention a ladder. But how could there possibly be many people?" Doufu bore an expression akin to having encountered a fly, scratching his head and remarking, "Don't believe me? See for yourself." I leaned over the opening, peering down with a flashlight. It was then that I discovered the expansive space beneath the stone chamber, where the beam of light failed to reveal its limits, surrounded by an inky darkness. The only discernible object was a broad stone staircase, towering approximately 20 to 30 meters above us. This staircase was of a caliber far superior to the one we had descended. Its white stone was meticulously shaped, grand, and extended layer upon layer into the abyss, with no end in sight. It emerged within this profound subterranean realm, breathtakingly magnificent. The staircase appeared to be suspended in midair, supported by thick pillars that plunged deeper into the obscurity, while the void loomed on either side. For a moment, I questioned whether I was witnessing an illusion. Initially, I did not perceive the figures Doufu had mentioned, but soon, I discerned shadows emerging from the extremity of the flashlight's beam, unmistakably human, not some beast of legend. They were attired, their expressions obscured, yet their movements were indistinguishable from those of living beings. My throat tightened, rendering me speechless, while outside, Zhonggong and the others urged me to share what I had seen. In that instant, what could I possibly say? Should I confess that I had glimpsed a community dwelling beneath the earth? These figures seemed entirely oblivious to my furtive gaze, advancing from the shadows along the majestic staircase, gradually vanishing from my sight. It was only then that I straightened up. Doufu wore a look that seemed to say, "See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you," and inquired, "Do you believe me now?" I nodded and informed Zhuan Rue and the others. There are indeed people down there, but it seems improbable. They cannot possibly be living beings. Before long, the others gathered at the opening to investigate. We exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss, and ultimately turned our attention to Zhuan Rue. He surveyed the fully revealed inscriptions around us and pondered aloud how much more remained to be documented. Zhang Wen gestured that only the sections beneath the water's surface and a small area above were left. Thus, Zhuan Rue suggested, "Let us manually take rubbings of them. Once completed, we can descend to explore further." He pointed to the rectangular entrance. Everyone's clothes were thoroughly soaked, so they wrung them out and dried them by the flames of the solid fuel, while replenishing their energy with food and drink. The process of taking rubbings was meticulous and would require at least 3 hours. During this time, we occasionally glanced through the opening to observe that strange world below. And soon, we noted a remarkable phenomenon. The figures were ceaselessly emerging from the darkness beneath the staircase, ascending without any descent from above. Where were they going? Were they perhaps rice dumplings? Yet, how could there be so many in this place? These questions and this bizarre scene eluded our comprehension, leaving us with no choice but to suppress our bewilderment for the moment. After the group finished their meal, they closed their eyes and took a brief respite for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen completed the imprinting work, and a thick stack of blueprints was sealed in a waterproof bag by Zhuan Rue, nestled within the inner layer of the equipment pack. We then retrieved the ropes, using an iron chisel to secure them above the cave entrance, and began our descent along the rope. This time, we were thoroughly prepared to avoid any potential attacks from the ominous figures resembling zongzi. We donned gas masks and exposed our buffalo horns, which are said to possess the ability to conceal one's yang energy, effectively masking our presence from the ordinary zongzi. One by one, we descended to the stone steps. At that moment, a group of zongzi had just passed, leaving the stone steps eerily empty, with only a few of us present. The expanse of this place was unknown. As the searchlight still could not illuminate its entirety, the light cast downward, revealing the steps that seemed to extend endlessly, inducing a sense of dizziness. Doufu exclaimed, "What purpose does this place serve?" Just then, at the end of the light's reach, another group of zongzi emerged. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that these zongzi wore masks and donned peculiar garments, resembling merely a piece of cloth, reminiscent of what I had previously seen in the bas-reliefs. Much to our expectations, they appeared oblivious to our presence, maintaining a leisurely pace as they ascended the steps. I pondered, what lies at the top of these steps? And what resides below? Why do groups of people continuously ascend from below, yet none seem to descend? In my contemplation, I glanced at the corpse fairy, which stood motionless beside Doufu, showing no reaction to the surroundings, as if these zongzi did not arouse its appetite. At that moment, Zhuan Rue's next directive coincided with my thoughts. The group dared not speak, fearing to disturb the zongzi, thus communicating solely through gestures. Zhuan Rue pointed upwards towards the stone steps, indicating for us to follow. seemingly intent on discovering what lay above that attracted so many zongzi. We treaded lightly, trailing closely behind the zongzi as we ascended the stone steps. The steps were lengthy, shrouded in an oppressive silence, with even our breathing nearly muffled by the gas masks. Suddenly, we reached the end of the steps, revealing a large platform where a structure resembling a stone coffin lay, accompanied by several zongzi standing nearby. Just as I wondered why there were so few zongzi, they abruptly leapt from the edge of the steps, their forms swiftly plunging into the darkness below. This scene sent shivers down our spines, and we finally understood why no zongzi had returned. After reaching the summit of the steps, they simply jumped down. Doufu gulped audibly and stammered, "Are these zongzi committing suicide?" Chapter 24. Petrification. I replied, "These zongzi are as dead as they can be. What suicide could they possibly commit?" In the blink of an eye, only our group remained at the summit of the stone steps. An odd image formed in my mind. In the shadowy underworld, a band of specters emerged from the darkness, ascending to the pinnacle of the stone stairs only to leap down again, only to climb once more. This scene evoked thoughts of the cycle of death. The cycle of death, as described in folklore, refers to restless spirits unable to reincarnate due to various reasons, thus remaining at the site of their demise, endlessly reenacting the moments of their passing. Many ghost stories depict such scenarios. In a particular building where an individual once committed suicide, it is said that late at night, some returning home might glimpse the figure of someone leaping to their death, though in reality, nothing occurs. This is what folktales term the cycle of death. Now, another group of specters approached us, and the onlookers dared not engage with them, retreating to the edge of the steps, watching their indistinct faces ascend, only to jump down again, in a bizarre, repetitive manner. Ultimately, Xuan directed his gaze toward an object at the top of the stone steps that resembled a sarcophagus, signaling us to ascend without uttering a word. In a moment, we found ourselves at the highest point of the stairs. To our astonishment, I had expected the summit to connect with the upper expanse. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The other side of the stone steps did not lead to a mountain wall, but hung in midair. On the opposite side, another set of stone steps extended downward, the two staircases forming an inverted character, with our current position being the focal point. I couldn't help but marvel at this vast subterranean space, which was undeniably profound. The only supports were massive columns, each plunging into the darkness at intervals of approximately 100 meters. How could the people of the ancient Yao kingdom construct such a formidable structure? What purpose did this grand edifice serve? Given the cavernous expanse, I surmised it was unlikely to have been excavated by human hands. It was more plausible that it was a natural formation akin to a sinkhole. What we had mistaken for a sarcophagus, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a stone bed-like structure, intricately carved with beastly patterns and divine inscriptions, imparting an aura of ancient mystique. Through these archaic reliefs and texts, I could almost envision what kind of nation Yao Fong might have been. They must have possessed a unique set of beliefs and a civilization of their own. Such states were plentiful during the millennia of the Xia and Shang dynasties. Ultimately, most were absorbed and assimilated, leading to the diverse ethnicities we see today. The precise reasons behind Yao Fong's demise remain shrouded in mystery, though it is likely that, based on the palace above, it succumbed to the ravages of war. Before us lay this exquisitely designed stone bed, with meticulous craftsmanship and a pale gray stone material. Lacking knowledge of stones, I could not discern its exact composition, but it felt remarkably hard to the touch. At that moment, Doufu suddenly extended his hand to measure it, exclaiming, "This stone bed is far too short, approximately 1.5 meters. How could anyone possibly sleep on it? Could it be that the people of Yao Fong were all of diminutive stature?" Zhongwen remarked, "This is not a bed, it is an altar. Observe the reliefs upon it. They depict scenes of worshipping these strange beasts. I suspect that this subterranean pit is an ancient sacrificial site of the Yao people." As we spoke, Zhonggong, with his keen eyes, suddenly pointed to the darkness on our right and said, "It seems there is something over there." Following his gaze, I directed the spotlight in that direction, and at the threshold between light and shadow, I discerned a vague shape, a colossal silhouette whose details remained obscured. I signaled the group to concentrate the beams of our flashlights in one spot, thus intensifying the illumination. In an instant, I discovered that approximately 40 meters away from the stone steps lay a solitary circular platform. This platform was upheld by a solitary column, standing uniquely in the darkness. asserting its distinctive prominence. The circular platform, painted a vivid crimson, starkly contrasted with the surrounding gray and black, appearing almost sanguinary and strikingly eye-catching. At its center, there sat a corpse adorned with a mask, fortuitously facing us, as if it had been silently observing us from the shadows. However, I quickly realized it was not directed at us, but rather at the stone bed beside us. This individual, too, had succumbed to desiccation. Enveloped in a layer of white leather that remained remarkably intact, free from decay. Over this leather, a dark brown feathered cloak, reminiscent of eagle plumage, was draped. The group gazed at the seated ancient corpse, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. Death is, in truth, a rather painful journey. Most individuals succumb to illness, while others meet their end through accidents or suicide. Only a minuscule fraction experiences a peaceful demise, often referred to as passing away in one's sleep. In traditional culture, such a serene departure is regarded as a beautiful aspiration. Although the Chinese tend to shy away from discussing death, they fundamentally acknowledge its inevitability, regarding a painless end as a blessing. Historically, those who achieve such a fate are few, predominantly comprising practitioners of spiritual disciplines. Television dramas frequently portray scenes where an esteemed practitioner, such as an enlightened Taoist or monk, senses their impending death, calmly issues final instructions, closes their eyes, and peacefully passes away without a trace of suffering. In truth, these narratives are not mere artistic exaggerations. They represent an unresolved enigma. In traditional mystical culture, this phenomenon of tranquil acceptance and serene departure is referred to as sitting to transcend. The corpse before us, however, evidently does not conform to the conventional understanding of death. It appears to be a seated corpse of one who has peacefully transcended, yet its presence in this location is perplexing. Zhang, when analyzed, he bears a feathered cloak, which suggests he is the high priest of the ancient Yao people. What do you think that mask resembles? The figure before me wore a mask of pure black, adorned with droplet-shaped eyes. Its nose was prominently elevated, resembling a hooked beak akin to that of an eagle. Most intriguing was its mouth, which lacked any semblance of lips, instead displaying a series of spiraled white lines. This sight evoked memories of the spiral patterns I had previously encountered in the grand hall above. What significance did this spiral hold? At that moment, Doufu suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" I found it peculiar. Doufu typically advocated for a detour when faced with such matters. Why, today, did he wish to approach? Noticing my puzzled expression, Doufu gulped and said, "I certainly don't want to witness another suicide by Zongzi. Let us resolve this swiftly." Xuan Rue retrieved a corpse-binding rope and a probing claw, tools historically favored by grave robbers. He took aim and launched the probing claw, which accurately latched onto the corpse's neck. The connecting rope then slid down the claw, ultimately encircling the body. Xuan Rue swiftly tightened the latch, securing the binding rope around the ancient corpse's waist. We prepared to haul the body over, but to my astonishment, it remained utterly immobile, as if it were affixed to the platform. Just two ropes and a single corpse. The others did not assist, and Xuan Rue and I attempted to pull it together. Yet, despite our combined efforts, the body remained steadfast, and as the binding rope tightened, something protruded from within the leather covering of its chest. This object was a brownish hue, having emerged only slightly, with most of it concealed beneath the leather. Consequently, we could not ascertain what it was. Zhangwen remarked, "Given its close proximity to the body, it must be something of great importance. This individual is a priest of Yaofeng. The items on him are undoubtedly extraordinary. We must devise a way to retrieve it." I countered, "The corpse is immovable, and even if we manage to pull it over, that item would surely fall away." Doufu, undeterred, insisted, "How can a desiccated body be so unyielding?" He pushed me aside, grasped the rope firmly, and exerted considerable strength. Yet the corpse remained unyielding. Everyone was at a loss. The body sat upright, seemingly immovable. Wan Shitong speculated, could it be petrified? Doufu, confused, inquired, "I've only heard of fossils, which take millennia to form. What does petrified mean?" I recalled having heard of petrification before. I had seen a related report in the news concerning an ancient village in the northwestern part of Shaanxi province. This village retained a peculiar custom known as immortal burial. Locals practiced an age-old tradition whereby if an elder reached the age of 88 without passing, they would undergo this burial. The children would select a suitable spot for the elder to ascend, carry them to this location, dig a substantial grave, and place the living elder inside. They would then cover the pit with a pre-prepared stone slab. The elder would be unable to escape, and within a few days would perish from hunger within. This abhorrent custom strikes us as exceedingly cruel. When a group of adventurous travelers inadvertently stumbled upon this village and discovered such a horrifying tradition, they promptly alerted local journalists. Curiously, the elders of the village spoke on behalf of their descendants, feeling no sense of filial ingratitude, even considering it a matter of course. Subsequently, folklorists analyzed that the origin of this shocking custom, which has persisted for so long, is deeply intertwined with the historical conditions of the area. In ancient times, this region lacked major rivers and endured a harsh, arid climate, leading to frequent famines. During such dire periods, families inevitably faced food shortages, and over time, sacrifices had to be made. Whether voluntary or coerced, the first to be sacrificed were invariably the elderly. Both humans and animals possess an innate preference for the young over the old, and while human morality demands filial piety and gratitude, familial harmony generally prevails under normal circumstances. However, in extreme conditions, such as famine or natural disasters, human instincts are awakened. At such moments, robust adults are forced to make harrowing choices. When food is scarce, must they forsake the young or the elderly? In these dire situations, the constraints of morality diminish, giving rise to the tragic practice of sacrificing the elderly. In reality, there are countless examples of parents exhausting their fortunes for their ailing children, evoking deep sympathy. Yet how many children would similarly deplete their resources for their gravely ill parents? Essentially, this reflects the biological inclination to favor the young. Consequently, due to the region's geographical conditions, frequent natural disasters, and a historical association with famine and poverty, the abandonment of the elderly has long been a customary practice. Over time, this habit solidified into tradition. It is likely that elderly individuals, often over 80 years of age, have lost their capacity for labor, and at such an age, most are beset by ailments. Given the impoverished state of the locality, children find themselves unable or unwilling to make the substantial sacrifices required to care for an elderly parent, thus perpetuating this cruel custom to this day. The elders, having lived through generations of such practices, have their thoughts entrenched, believing that at their age, death is indeed warranted, and they do not harbor resentment towards their offspring. In truth, the elderly share the same inclination towards the young, wishing for the well-being of their children and grandchildren, and thus they accept their fate without complaint. Therefore, I have always maintained that those who can uphold virtue in an environment where the moral fabric of humanity has unraveled are the truly virtuous individuals. This shocking custom, which lays bare the darker aspects of human nature, is so distressing that it seldom receives coverage in the news. Only a few minor publications have reported on it. However, such tabloids often convey an impression of exaggeration and inaccuracy, leading most readers to dismiss them as fabrications. Yet I know it to be true, for I once passed through that area while collecting mountain goods. At that time, I witnessed a son, tears streaming down his face, carrying his living elderly mother up the mountain, surrounded by the sounds of a swana and the scattering of paper money. Certainly, this incident occurred a decade ago, and it is likely that the roads have since been established, rendering such barbaric practices obsolete. However, the narrative remains unfinished. During the journalists' visit to the village for interviews, in their quest for evidence, some clandestinely pried open graves, lifting the stone slabs that covered them. Upon their removal, the site of the bodies was indeed revealed, yet curiously, the corpses appeared to be petrified, merging seamlessly with the stones beneath them, an extraordinary phenomenon. Folklore suggests that this is the manifestation of achieving immortality, where the physical form and spirit become one with the mountains and earth. Zhang Wenhui harbored doubts about whether this immovable corpse had truly turned to stone, which reminded me of previous encounters. However, due to the considerable distance separating us, we lacked the means to investigate the nature of the corpse. Our sole thought was how to retrieve the object resting upon its chest. We were approximately 40 meters apart. The use of probing tools and binding ropes was not particularly advantageous, though we could construct a makeshift rope bridge, albeit with some difficulty. As I pondered this, another group of figures ascended, preparing to leap from the edge of the platform. This batch consisted of 8 indistinct forms, each one plunging downward in a relentless cycle of death, eliciting a sense of dread among onlookers. At that moment, the 8th figure inexplicably hesitated, remaining motionless at the precipice as if awaiting something. This anomaly captured our attention, momentarily diverting our focus from the ancient corpse. At that instant, its back was turned toward us, shrouded in a flaxen cloth, with what appeared to be some adornment around its neck, though it was difficult to discern clearly. Doufu, emboldened, approached cautiously to observe the figure's actions. Suddenly, it whipped around, and its obscured face gradually became discernible, morphing as if being reshaped by an unseen hand into an entirely different visage. Upon closer inspection, gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd, for the face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Ouyang Xuan. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock. Doufu exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" At that moment, the figure raised a hand, pointing upwards as though indicating something above. Instinctively, I glanced up, but there was nothing visible, only an impenetrable darkness. In that fleeting moment, the figure toppled backward, plunging into the abyss. We exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a myriad of emotions, none of which conveyed ease. Even Doufu remained silent, occasionally casting wary glances at Ouyang Xuan, who appeared to be the most affected by this bizarre occurrence. The sudden transformation of a seemingly benign figure into one that mirrored his own features was a reality difficult for anyone to digest. A torrent of questions flooded my mind. Why did that figure assume Ouyang Xuan's likeness? What significance did this event hold? Why did it gesture upward before leaping? At that moment, we were enveloped in an overwhelming darkness, standing at the pinnacle of the staircase, confronted by an endless void in every direction. The omniscient one wore a pallid expression and turned to seek guidance from Zhuan Rui, stating, "Master, this place is peculiar, and I harbor a foreboding sense of dread." He gestured towards the seated, mummified corpse, expressing a desire to venture to the platform and retrieve whatever the ancient remains clutched. In order to glean some information and facilitate our swift departure from this eerie locale. Naturally, Zhuan Rui did not oppose this notion, for these individuals were his subordinates, not mere strangers. Life is not to be trifled with. Thus, the group hastily resumed the construction of the ropes. We expended over half an hour erecting a ropeway approximately 40 meters in length. During this time, 2 additional groups of figures ascended. Yet the previous unsettling occurrences did not repeat, which somewhat assuaged the collective anxiety. Given the considerable length of the ropeway, we deemed it prudent to restrict the number of participants. Ultimately, it was decided that only Ouyang Xuan and I would traverse it to assess the situation. Ouyang Xuan fastened his safety clip, gripping the rope with both hands as he made his way across. Doufu, somewhat apprehensive, whispered to me, "Old Shun, this is quite high. And the ropeway is excessively long. What if it snaps? What if the safety clip fails? You are well aware of the quality of domestic products. Perhaps we should find an excuse to send Yang instead." Amused by Doufu's evident concern, I replied, "What excuse should we fabricate?" Doufu suggested, "Just say you have a stomach ache, or perhaps a testicular ache would suffice." I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something might go awry with my crossing. I had noticed a disturbing pattern. My luck seemed particularly dire. Every time I embarked on a venture or made a decision, which initially appeared sound, it inevitably encountered unforeseen complications. I pondered whether luck could truly be so fickle, rendering the curse of the ghostly depths mere superstition. While I had long since despaired of my fortune, I recognized the truth in Doufu's words. I typically approached tasks with great caution and seldom erred. Nevertheless, this past year, I had found that many decisions I believed to be wise had culminated in unfavorable outcomes. Thankfully, I had managed to avert calamity, largely due to the support of those around me. To alleviate Doufu's worries, I reassured him, the year before last, I faced bankruptcy. Yet I labored for a year to reclaim my footing. Furthermore, I possess a keen intellect, an appealing appearance, and a commendable physique. Fortune has also blessed me with an exceptional partner. My luck is quite favorable, so cease your unwarranted speculations. Disregarding Doufu's continued murmurs, I began my own ascent along the rope as Ouyang Xuan reached the opposite side. Upon glancing down, I beheld an unfathomable abyss. Due to the rudimentary construction of the ropeway, each movement sent the entire 40-meter span, and me along with it, swaying precariously in the air. The sensation of my life hanging by a thread, poised to plunge into the abyss at any moment, quickened my pulse. I fixed my gaze straight ahead. Refusing to acknowledge the chasm below, the rope swayed more violently with my advance. At this moment, Ouyang Xuan tightened his gloves, crouched, and began to search the corpse, leaving only his silhouette visible to me. I had traversed only halfway when he suddenly cried out, standing upright and retreating, as though something had transpired. A chill gripped my heart. I thought, here comes the misfortune, inescapable and relentless. What now? As Ouyang Xuan retreated, he found himself perilously close to the edge of the circular platform. Should he take even half a step back, he would surely tumble into the abyss. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I was suddenly reminded of the scene where the all-knowing figure, resembling a zongzi, committed suicide in reverse. In an instant, a chill ran down my spine. Could this be some sort of omen? Due to the perilous actions of the all-knowing figure, my companions, including Doufu, gasped in alarm. Doufu shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't be so startled. It frightens people to death." Chapter 26. A misstep. Just as Doufu finished speaking, the all-knowing figure's form suddenly swayed, as if on the verge of toppling over. I was taken aback. Disregarding the violently shaking rope, I hastened my pace towards the opposite side, eager to reach safety before the all-knowing figure could plunge into the abyss. However, at that moment, the figure's erratic movements abruptly ceased, and he turned sharply. He was an unremarkable young man, few of words but possessing a decent temperament, thus leaving a favorable impression on others. Yet now, his expression had morphed into a terrifying grimace, with his white teeth bared and bloodshot eyes, clearly indicating something was amiss. In that instant, the all-knowing figure suddenly drew a dagger, brandishing it in the air as if possessed. The platform was already small, and such violent motions could easily lead to a fall into the abyss. Fortunately, I had managed to reach the edge, unfastened the safety buckle, and, without hesitation, leapt onto the platform, swiftly tackling the all-knowing figure to the ground. As I pinned him down, he let out a scream, thrusting the dagger towards my side. In a moment of desperation, I rolled away to evade the strike, giving the all-knowing figure an opportunity to regain his footing as he lunged at me with the dagger aimed for my chest. Realizing that he was likely under some malevolent influence, I knew reasoning would be futile. As he charged towards me, I delivered a swift kick. This caused him to lose his balance and stumble backward, colliding with an ancient corpse that sat unmoving. The all-knowing figure steadied himself against the corpse and lunged at me once more. At this point, I found myself cornered at the edge of the platform, with the figure advancing towards me, leaving me with no option but to confront him head-on. I swept my leg, toppling him to the ground. Just as I rose to restrain the all-knowing figure, I felt an icy gaze fixated upon my face. This gaze was an intangible presence, yet many have experienced it, like the sensation of being watched covertly. People often attribute this phenomenon to a sixth sense. At that moment, I felt such a gaze, palpable and impossible to ignore. I turned abruptly to find myself staring into the masked face of the ancient corpse. Could it be that? My heart skipped a beat, and as I locked eyes with the fish-like pupils of the mask, I suddenly felt dizzy, my body swaying unsteadily. Since I was already at the edge of the platform, this misstep caused me to lose my footing, and I began to fall backward. Fortunately, the rope was nearby. In a moment of crisis, I grasped it tightly, suspending myself in midair. Meanwhile, the all-knowing figure rose again, shaking his head as if regaining some clarity. Seeing this, I urgently exclaimed, "Do not look at that ancient corpse." The omniscient figure swayed unsteadily, seemingly eager to depart from this platform. He staggered toward the rope, muttering indistinctly, "Hurry, hurry." At that moment, I noticed the bulging pouch at his waist, indicating that he had indeed acquired the items from the ancient corpse. Suspended from the rope, merely a meter away from the platform, I initially believed he had regained his senses. To my astonishment, however, he suddenly brandished a dagger and began to sever the rope. The rope, reinforced with steel wire, was resilient, yet not impervious to such reckless treatment. I couldn't help but curse under my breath, then alternated my hands to inch forward before abruptly raising a foot to kick at his head, intending to force him back. To my surprise, he neither dodged nor flinched, absorbing my kick squarely. The impact sent him hurtling away, his balance lost as he plummeted into the abyss. My legs felt numb, and I was nearly in a daze. The darkness of the chasm quickly enveloped him, and I clung tightly to the rope, one hand resting on the platform, my mind buzzing with disbelief. I had sent the omniscient figure into the depths. Heavens! I nearly forgot to breathe, my thoughts consumed by a singular notion. How could this have transpired? I had never anticipated such a scene. The onlookers on the stone steps gasped in shock as he fell, followed by a profound silence. Moments later, I heard Ouyang Xuan's sharp voice cry out, "Chun, look what you've done." Xuan Rue, and Zhong Gong remained silent. And soon after, Zhang Wen's voice echoed, "Oh my. How could this happen? You were far too reckless." Ouyang Xuan's voice, filled with both alarm and anger, followed. "Leader, what now? Why did you choose such a person?" He. I could scarcely articulate my feelings. Although I had taken lives before, it was always in dire circumstances. Now, the omniscient figure had met his demise purely due to my misjudgment. In such an unfathomable abyss, who could survive the fall? Enough. Doufu's sudden shout jolted me from my thoughts. He clumsily defended. No one could foresee this. Old Chen, didn't he act with malice? Ouyang Xuan retorted angrily. Does intent matter? Can one kill simply because it was unintentional? Doufu became incensed, arguing, "If you're so capable, Zhuan Rui, why didn't you three go over yourselves? Now that something's gone wrong." Upon hearing Doufu accuse Zhuan Rui, Ouyang Xuan's fury intensified. She launched into a rapid-fire tirade that I could barely comprehend. Ultimately, Doufu stood by my side, and after Ouyang Xuan finished her scolding, he rebutted without hesitation. "Selfish and self-serving, be quiet. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are?" I heard Ouyang Xuan's furious voice, and at that moment, Doufu shouted at me, "Old Chun, come back quickly. Let us not deal with that sinister old spirit anymore. We're done here. Let us disperse and return to our own homes." I am aware that Doufu is looking out for me, and though I am moved, I also understand the intricacies of the situation. I find it difficult to absolve myself of any blame, and it is indeed understandable that Zhuan Rui and the others might be angered by my actions. As for disbanding, that is out of the question. Although I, Chen Xian, may not be a paragon of virtue, I recognize the importance of repaying kindness. Zhuan Rui has aided me significantly, and I must reciprocate. Given the current predicament, it would be unbecoming of a responsible person to simply walk away. With this thought in mind, I began to retreat. However, as I did, the rope began to sway violently once more. This time, without a safety harness, I was left suspended solely by my hands. At that moment, I suddenly realized that the section of rope previously severed by the dagger wielded by the omniscient one was now precariously connected by merely a thread. As I moved, the frayed rope tore further, scraping against the edge of the platform, a sight that was harrowing to behold. I thought it unwise to rely on the rope to carry me across, and resolved to ascend to the platform to re-establish the ropeway. Yet just then, the rope that I believed could endure for a moment longer abruptly snapped. The ensuing chaos was predictable. As the rope broke, I plummeted, akin to a bungee jump, clutching desperately at the sole lifeline. In that critical instant, I managed to wrap the rope around my wrist twice, and it tautened, leaving me dangling over the abyss. Swaying under the force of gravity, had I not secured the rope in advance, I would have surely plummeted directly downwards. At that moment, Doufu, standing at the edge of the stone steps, bore a look of despair as he saw me still grasping the rope, and he exhaled with relief, shouting, "Old Chun, hold on to the rope and don't move. I will save you." Due to the gravitational pull, I suspected that my wrist had dislocated, causing excruciating pain that rendered me powerless. Doufu tugged at the rope, pulling me upward, with Zhong Gong assisting as well. In no time, I was hoisted back onto the platform. I was drenched in sweat from the sudden shifts between weightlessness and the precipice, compounded by my dislocated wrist. Ouyang Xuan regarded me with disdain, and with Doufu, who usually clung to her, now directing harsh words at her, her anger only intensified. I cast a glance at Zhuan Rui and confessed, "I feel remorse for what has transpired." Zhuan Rui narrowed his eyes, and after a moment inquired, "What is the matter?" I explained, "That ancient corpse is quite malevolent. The omniscient one was ensnared by its influence." I then recounted the events that had led to our predicament. Doufu, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "In essence, it is that ancient zongzi's fault. I shall destroy it." He then turned to the corpse immortal, saying, "Wood, take care of that old zongzi for me, and I shall buy you 10 bottles of pesticide in return." The corpse immortal merely tilted his head, ignoring him. I interjected, "Enough of this. The omniscient one has fallen, and we do not know what awaits below. The ancient zongzi's essence is still within the omniscient one. We must descend into the abyss. Regardless of the outcome, we must see the living or witness the dead." Ouyang Xuan scoffed. "What good is it to feign righteousness at this moment? Though I find myself somewhat innocent in this matter, it must be acknowledged that one Shirtong, a person of merit, was ultimately cast into the abyss by my own hand. Thus, I bear a share of the blame." When I noticed Doufu attempting to counter my thoughts, I gently patted his hand and shook my head slightly, signaling him to exercise patience. Zhonggong sighed, saying nothing further, while Xuan Rui wore a somber expression, yet maintained his composure. He stated, "This situation bears responsibility on all sides. Since it has transpired, let us not shift blame onto one another. My team does not require individuals lacking accountability." This remark seemed to address Doufu's earlier inquiries. He then turned to me and asked, "Is it confirmed that the item is in his possession?" I nodded in affirmation, to which Xuan Rui replied, "Very well, let us descend and seek out the individual. However, prior to that, we must not leave our grievances unavenged." His gaze shifted towards the ancient corpse across the chasm, glinting with a cold, piercing light. Chapter 27. Disbandment. At this moment, the ancient Zongzi remained seated, unperturbed. Wan Shitong and I approached, one having lost his life to the depths. While I narrowly escaped a similar fate, yet I had not even laid a finger on the Zongzi's hair, which naturally left me feeling resentful. It was clear from Xuan Rui's demeanor that he did not intend to allow this affront to go unanswered, even if it were merely a dead Zongzi. It must be made aware that the living are not to be trifled with. However, the distance to the Zongzi was a daunting 40 meters, and while we possessed explosives, they could not be thrown that far. Moreover, the Zongzi exuded an ominous aura. Approaching it could spell danger. What course of action should we pursue? At this juncture, my wrist throbbed with intense pain. Zhonggong, possessing some knowledge of bone setting, examined my injury and determined it was not dislocated but rather a sprain. He advised that it be wrapped with a bandage. Doufu promptly retrieved a bandage from his gear and began to bind my injury, stating, "Indeed, we must not allow the Zongzi to gain the upper hand. I have a plan." Ouyang Xuan, visibly irked by Doufu, scoffed softly, "Fool, what plan could you possibly devise?" Doufu, having lost faith in Ouyang Xuan, chose not to engage with her provocation and addressed me instead. "I've been pondering a question. Given that the wooden figure is so gluttonous, why does it show no interest in this ancient Zongzi? Previously in the ghost market, it refrained from consuming the soft Zongzi, and now it displays no inclination towards this hardened one. I wonder if it is not the ancient corpse that is at play here. Perhaps it is merely an ordinary cadaver? Furthermore, did we not speculate that the ancient corpse has been petrified? If that is the case, it should be incapable of causing mischief, should it not?" Doufu's words prompted deep contemplation, even drawing Xuan Rui's attention. Yet Ouyang Xuan retorted, "If it is not the ancient corpse causing the disturbance, then you are accusing him of deceit, attempting to shirk responsibility." She pointed at me, her beautiful almond eyes alight with provocation and anger, evoking a sense of distaste. I furrowed my brow, remaining silent, for I could not deny my culpability in Wan Shitong's demise. Doufu, ever my ally in crucial moments, became incensed, saying, Xian, why do you always target him? Old Chun is suffering as well. Can you not refrain from your incessant remarks? Xian is also a name you invoked." Doufu, suppressing his anger, finally declared, "Very well, Miss Ouyang. Do you possess a means to confront the ancient Zongzi? If not, kindly hold your tongue." Ouyang Xuan's eyes widened as she exclaimed, You probably have never been reprimanded like this before." Stamping her foot, she shook Xuan Rui's arm and continued, "Brother Xuan, look at the kind of people they have brought in. They are like ruffians." Xuan Rui remained composed, offering Ouyang Xuan a few words of comfort. It was apparent to me that Xuan Rui did not harbor much warmth towards Ouyang Xuan, had it not been for the alliance between their families. He likely would have dismissed her entirely. At times, I truly pondered what women were thinking. The Guo family's influence was not insignificant, and as long as she exhibited a modicum of ambition, the Guo family would not find themselves relegated to being a mere pawn, awaiting division by others. Gu, the stunning beauty, was also a daughter of an official family and currently led the investigation into a case of cultural relics theft. Any man daring to treat her as a mere tool would likely find himself in a police station, sharing tea with the authorities. Thus, after much contemplation, I concluded that while one's background is indeed significant, it is ultimately one's own efforts that hold greater importance. At that moment, Doufu, sensing our exclusion, felt quite uncomfortable. Upon witnessing Ouyang Xuan shaking Xuan Rui's arm in complaint, his anger flared. He slung his equipment bag over his shoulder and supported me as I rose, declaring, "If this place does not welcome us, then there will be somewhere that does. My brother, and I shall not endure your disdain here. Old Chun, let us depart." With that, he assisted me down the steps. I quickly interjected, "Do not act impulsively. We owe Juan Rue a debt, and he has already lost a subordinate due to this situation. He has not raised any objections, so how can we simply leave? Doufu disregarded my words, tugging me down the steps. My hands were not in a condition to resist, and I found myself being led along. Doufu scoffed, saying, "Who said we are disbanding? I understand the importance of gratitude. The Ouyang face has been quite loyal to us. However, I cannot abide their dismissive attitude towards you. Do they not realize that just moments ago, you nearly lost your life?" He continued, "We shall form our own team to hunt monsters. We will help where we can, but we shall ignore them." His voice rose somewhat, likely catching Juan Rue and the others' attention. Doufu turned to them, making a face filled with indignation as he pulled me along. Observing Doufu's face, which had turned as round as a bun in anger, I felt helpless and merely nodded to Juan Rue, signaling them to follow. Then, recalling Doufu's earlier interruption, I inquired, "Do you believe it was not that old zongzi causing the trouble?" Doufu nodded as we walked, and upon noticing my lack of intent to return to the main group, he loosened his grip on me. He bounced down the steps, stating, "That is just my analysis. Besides, you mentioned that it was the pair of fish-like eyes that seemed off. I suspect it is not the zongzi at work, but rather that mask is the issue. If one seeks revenge, they could simply use a probing claw to retrieve the mask." Reflecting on Doufu's words, I found them rather insightful. The old corpse had already petrified, and logically should not exhibit any strange phenomena. As I continued to recall the mask, the more I felt an unsettling chill. Those two fish-like eyes and the spiraled mouth were undeniably eerie. The group divided into two teams, with Doufu, the corpse spirit, and myself leading the way, while Juan Rue and the others trailed about 30 meters behind. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, the incessant wave of zongzi ceased its ascent. As if the legion of suicides had vanished into thin air, the memory of Wanshitong's demise resurfaced, alongside the image of the zongzi that had transformed into Wanshitong before taking its own life, igniting within me an odd speculation. Could it be that this zongzi was the harbinger of Wanshitong's death? Or perhaps these self-destructive souls were merely omens? Surely, I was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Doufu, with his head bowed, exuded a sense of despondency, normally buoyant at the sight of descending stairs. He now hopped twice before sagging into a dismal state, muttering indistinctly under his breath. The stone steps, seemingly endless in their downward trajectory, stretched before us, while my right hand clutched a searchlight, illuminating the layers of grayish-white stone. Suddenly, Doufu remarked, "Every time we descend, it feels particularly profound. I dread the thought of collapsing and being buried alive." I scolded him for his morbid thoughts, urging him to speak more positively. Doufu countered, "Do you not find it peculiar how deep this place is, and these steps? Are the people of Yaofeng all architects? What purpose do these steps serve?" I pondered briefly and replied, "They appear devoid of practical value. Perhaps they stem from divine authority and ritualistic beliefs, which often inspire individuals to undertake actions that are both mad and devoid of tangible significance." Doufu nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, "Is it akin to the statues on Easter Island?" Just as I prepared to respond, figures emerged at the foot of the steps, startling Doufu into a gasp. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed. Who else could it be but the Zongzi army, which had previously vanished? Their features remained indistinct as they ascended the stairs, yet as they drew nearer, their faces became increasingly discernible, ultimately morphing into my own visage. Each identical face bore a pallid hue, expressions frozen, yet their eyes fixated upon me with an uncanny intensity. At that moment, before they could close the distance, the Zongzi split to either side and began to leap downward. Doufu, witnessing their transformation into my likeness, was overcome with fear and indignation. "I can't take this any longer. This is mere trickery," he exclaimed, brandishing a spade from his gear as if prepared to confront the supernatural. Having shared over a decade of fortunes and misfortunes, Doufu, though often timid, never faltered when it came to my safety. Recognizing the resemblance to Wanshitong, he lost his composure, and before I could intervene, he swung the spade at one of the Zongzi that had yet to leap. With that strike, the Zongzi vanished abruptly, like a mirage, disappearing without a trace. Gasping for breath, Doufu turned to me with an expression seeking praise, exclaiming, "The ancients said that evil spirits fear the wicked, and how true that is. If I don't show them a thing or two, they might mistake me for an easy target." He then bellowed into the vast, shadowy expanse. "I stand guard for my brother. Do not merely engage in frightening antics. Your grandfather Do was raised amidst fear and has since developed a robust immunity. After his declaration, he approached my side, adopting a protective demeanor, and reassured me, "Old Chun, do not fear. Both Mu and I are here." I felt a surge of emotion, tinged with an indescribable sentiment, as I sensed that Doufu had undergone some transformation. However, upon reflection, I realized that growth invariably accompanies change. Thus, I patted Doufu on the shoulder and said, "A true man, a commendable fellow." At that moment, Zhuan Rue and the others hurried over, with Zhang Wen appearing anxious, inquiring, "Are those Zongzi back? This time they have assumed the appearance of Brother Qin?" Zhuan Rue narrowed his eyes and signaled, positioning Doufu and the corpse immortal to the left, himself at the rear, with Zhang Wen and Ouyang Xuan on the right, leaving me nestled in the center, enjoying the treatment of a national treasure. Seeing this, Doufu's anger dissipated, and he ceased insisting on splitting up. Our group heightened their vigilance, weapons at the ready, as we continued our descent down the stone steps. In the depths of darkness, untold secrets may still lie concealed. What circumstances surrounded these suicidal soft zongzi? Perhaps only by reaching the bottom could we uncover the truth. Chapter 28. The savior. The group proceeded downward, yet the zongzi did not reappear. After a brief interval, we finally reached the end of the stone steps, only to be met with an unexpected sight, a deep underground body of water. The light cast upon it rendered it dim and unfathomable. I exclaimed with delight, "There's water. Wanshitong must still be alive." Zhang Wen and Zhong Gong were exceedingly excited, immediately calling out Wanshitong's name. It was then I learned his name was Su Li. However, despite our prolonged calling, there was no response. Doufu, with his ominous words, remarked, "Could he have drowned?" Ouyang Xuan interjected, "Pa, how distasteful. You might be the one to drown." I crouched down, plunging my hand into the water to gauge its temperature. It felt incredibly cold and flowed with a sluggish current. I pondered that Wanshitong had fallen from such a height while in an altered state of mind, leaving him at risk of drowning. Doufu's foreboding words often proved prescient. I hoped this time would be different. I contemplated and then addressed the group. This underground water is quite deep, with a current flowing from east to west. Su Li may have been carried downstream. Let us follow the current to search for him. Pausing, I suggested, "Let us split into two groups, one to navigate the surface and the other to explore beneath." In truth, if we were to find Wanshitong underwater, it would imply he had indeed drowned. The rest of the group remained silent, but Ouyang Xuan, visibly frightened, voiced, "Do you think those zongzi might have emerged from the water? Could they be water ghosts?" This concern weighed on my mind as well, and just then, I observed Zhuan Rue producing incense sticks and commencing a ritual. This method, passed down from the ancestors of tomb raiders, is said to reveal the presence and location of zongzi with certainty. Consequently, we hesitated to enter the water, waiting at the shore. In a short while, the incense head emitted tiny red sparks, and the smoke spiraled gracefully upwards, gradually dispersing. After a moment of observation, the smoke appeared normal, and the candle's flame retained its usual hue, devoid of any spectral phenomena. Upon observing the scene, I found myself perplexed. According to the results of the incense offering, this place appeared quite pristine. So, what then could explain the batches of deathly cycles we had previously witnessed? Doufu pondered aloud. Could it be that what we encountered earlier were not zongzi? Ouyang Xuan replied, "If they were not zongzi, then what are they?" Doufu shook his head, stating, "I cannot say for certain, but those entities did exist, and now they have vanished without a trace. This truly perplexes me." As he spoke, Doufu seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he grinned. "I have a plan." Before I could fully comprehend his intentions, Doufu let out a peculiar cry, mimicking Bruce Lee, and executed a swift kick aimed squarely at the rear of the corpse spirit. Caught unawares, the corpse spirit was propelled straight into the water with a resounding splash, sinking rapidly below the surface. Doufu retracted his foot, wrapping his arm around my shoulders, and triumphantly declared, "Let it face the thunder. See, I am clever, am I not?" The others stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. I found myself caught between laughter and disbelief, thinking that if the corpse spirit possessed any awareness, it would surely be incensed enough to rise once more to life. Fortunately, the corpse spirit did not retaliate. Otherwise, Doufu might have faced 100 deaths. As the corpse spirit sank unceremoniously into the depths, the water remained eerily still for some time. Doufu, now bewildered, yelled towards the surface, Hey, wooden fellow, could you respond? I didn't mean for you to go diving. I wanted you to face the thunder. His shouts echoed in vain, as the water's surface remained undisturbed. Doufu's expression turned grave. What if the corpse spirit cannot swim? What shall we do? After waiting in silence, with no sign of the corpse spirit, Xuan Rue shook his head and said, "Let us rely on ourselves." With that, he began to prepare his gear, evidently intending to plunge into the water. The group tightened their waterproof gear and secured their weapons, removing their gas masks before descending into the depths. Doufu and I decided to investigate the corpse spirit's condition first. Although it was improbable that the spirit could drown, it was not right to leave it languishing in the water. Equipped with headlamps, we squinted as we submerged. The underwater world was dim and devoid of visible fish. After descending approximately 7 or 8 meters, we discerned a vague silhouette at the bottom, moving slowly. Indeed, it was the corpse spirit. Speechless, I realized that the spirit truly could not swim. As if sensing our approach, the spirit suddenly raised its head. Rarely does the corpse spirit display any initiative, but it appeared startled by being thrust into the water, and perhaps it was merely my imagination or the murky light underwater. But I felt as though there was a sense of grievance in its eyes. Doufu signaled to me, gesturing to ask what we should do, while the spirit was unharmed. Its inability to swim posed a significant challenge. It would require our assistance to be lifted back to the surface. However, this presented a considerable inconvenience, as we could not search for others while carrying the spirit. I shook my head at Doufu, indicating that we should not concern ourselves with it for the moment, and we resurfaced. Once above water, Doufu wiped his face and remarked, "Old Xuan, I feel as though I have committed a wrongdoing. The wooden fellow looks so pitiful." I replied, "At least you are aware." Doufu then suggested, "Perhaps we should bring it back up. Should I carry it? Or will you? Or shall we simply let it float along? It won't drown. We can just allow it to follow us beneath the water." Doufu, perplexed by the suggestion, pondered for a moment before retrieving a length of rope. He gestured for us to wait, then submerged, securing one end of the rope to the corpse spirit and holding the other in his hand, claiming it was to prevent the spirit from getting lost underwater. I thought to myself that the spirit was tethered to us by breath. If that were the case, it could easily slip away, and we wouldn't have needed to go through such trouble in the first place. However, I refrained from mentioning this to Doufu. We divided into 2 groups as planned. One group would patrol above the surface, while the other would explore below. Due to my injured left hand, I was unable to dive for extended periods. Thus I teamed up with Doufu and Ouyang Xuan, the 3 of us forming a triangle as we swam along the surface, observing our surroundings. The trio beneath, Xuan Rue and his companions, surfaced every 2 minutes to catch their breath. Each time, they shook their heads, indicating they had found nothing, which was reassuring for us. This expanse of water was vast. After swimming for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the stone steps resembling a heavenly ladder were no longer visible. Apart from the surface before us, we seemed to be enveloped in a chaotic void, devoid of sky or ground. At that moment, Ouyang Xuan suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "Someone's there!" Following her gaze, I spotted a figure floating on the surface not far off. The figure, limbs outstretched, resembled a waterlogged body. My heart sank as I thought, could it be the all-knowing one? I quickly swam towards the figure, but just as I was about to reach it, it vanished abruptly. I blinked. There was no longer any floating corpse, as if it had been a mere figment of our imagination. Doufu gasped, "This is eerie. Could it be a water ghost?" Before I could respond, I sensed something amiss. The current, which had been flowing from east to west, suddenly split into 2 streams at this location, previously unnoticed. The alluring sight of the figure had diverted our attention, revealing a powerful current that now flowed from east to south, akin to a sharp turn with an immense pull. I thought to myself that this was troubling. Such a strong pull could indicate either a steep underwater waterfall or a whirlpool. If we were swept away, we would be in grave danger. "Quick, swim back," I urged, turning to retrace my path. Yet, it was too late. We found ourselves moving forward a meter, only to be pulled back 3. As we distanced ourselves from the previous current, the force grew stronger, and we were on the brink of losing control. "Converge together. Do not scatter," I shouted. Immediately, the 3 of us huddled closely, but even so, the overwhelming pull rendered us utterly defenseless. At that moment, lights flickered in the distance. It appeared to be Xuan Rue and the others surfacing. I heard Zhonggong call out, "Miss Ouyang, why are you so far away?" He swam towards us while calling out, "Don't come any closer." There seems to be an underground waterfall. We're trapped. I yelled urgently. As we spoke, the three of us retreated a considerable distance until the figures of Zhonggong and his companions became invisible, leaving only a shimmering orb of light in our view. Ouyang Xuan's voice trembled with the brink of tears as she exclaimed, "What shall we do? We must think of a solution." The unstable currents made it exceedingly difficult to maintain our positions in the water, and as she spoke, Ouyang Xuan inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water. I thought to myself that if this continued, we would surely be swept away. In a moment of desperation, I suddenly remembered the corpse spirit beneath the water and proposed, "Hold onto the rope and submerge." Given our inability to steady ourselves amidst the swirling waters and the absence of any reliable support, our only recourse was to dive below, relying on the corpse spirit to prevent us from being swept away. Without hesitation, we took a deep breath and plunged downward along the taut rope, where the corpse spirit moved languidly beneath us, lagging behind. The rope between the surface and the spirit formed an inclined angle. We reached the water's floor, and without uttering a word, we embraced the corpse spirit as if we were three octopuses. Once the tofu halted its movement, the corpse spirit too ceased its forward progress. Standing firmly at the bottom of the water amidst the powerful suction, its dark eyes subtly shifting to fixate on my tofu, as if silently accusing us for confining it to the depths. Chapter 29. Drowning at this moment, submerged beneath the water, we found ourselves unable to speak. The tremendous suction and rapid currents forced us to keep our eyes half open. Although the corpse spirit remained steadily anchored, our capacity to hold our breath was limited to a mere 2 minutes, after which we would need to resurface for air. This back and forth would rapidly deplete our strength, and it was likely that after only a few exchanges, we would be utterly exhausted, rendering us helpless. Thus, clinging to the corpse spirit was merely a temporary solution. We needed to escape this treacherous water as swiftly as possible. Just then, I caught sight of something dark swirling along the bottom of the water, drifting close by. It resembled some large fish or creature. The underwater chaos persisted as the tofu nudged me with its head, urging me to devise a way out of this perilous situation. Had I been able to speak, I would have surely berated it for such an absurd expectation. Did it think I was a miracle worker, able to conjure solutions in any circumstance? I felt a surge of urgency, but I understood that in moments of crisis, one must remain calm. I forced myself to steady my thoughts, attempting to signal the corpse spirit, gesturing for it to turn back, hoping it might comprehend my intent. However, it was evident that I had overestimated its intellect, as it remained utterly still. After much contemplation, I concluded that only if the tofu turned around could it potentially motivate the corpse spirit to move. An idea sparked in my mind. I indicated for everyone to change positions, gradually shifting along with the corpse spirit, placing the tofu behind it. The tofu wrapped its arms around the spirit from the rear, shielded by its presence, thus preventing it from being swept away. It then began to step backward, and indeed, the corpse spirit began to stir, guiding the three of us in reverse. Although our posture was rather peculiar, resembling tofu dancing with the corpse spirit, while I and Ouyang Xuan clung to either side like koalas, the urgency of our predicament overshadowed any concern for appearances. As the corpse spirit moved, the objects being drawn along the riverbed became increasingly discernible. It was only at this moment that I was astonished to realize that those large fish-like entities were, in fact, human corpses. How could there be so many bodies in the water? No, wait. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that these corpses bore the same attire as the previously encountered suicides, evidently ancient remains. Yet, how could these once soft dumplings now be found submerged beneath the water? A chilling thought emerged in my mind: water ghosts. Doufu was utterly terrified, his face drained of color. At that instant, Ouyang Xuan seemed unable to hold her breath any longer. With no other option, the three of us had to ascend to the surface along the rope for air. Clinging to the rope, we floated on the surface, with Ouyang Xuan gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Doufu stammered, "Water, there is something in the water." I interjected, "Enough? Who knows what those things are? If they were hard dumplings, where did they originate? If they were soft dumplings, the implications are far more terrifying, indicating they are fixated on us three." Upon further contemplation, I even began to suspect that the water sprite Ouyang Xuan had previously discovered was likely a bait, intentionally luring us into their trap. Doufu looked at me, swallowing hard, and asked, "If they are water ghosts, should we still enter the water?" I gritted my teeth and replied, "Not entering would lead to certain death. We must go in." Meanwhile, those in the safe zone, including Zhong Gong and others, were signaling with their searchlights, inquiring about our situation. I sent a warning signal back, indicating the danger and urging them not to approach. Then, I nodded at Doufu, signaling him to enter the water. The three of us resumed our original plan, with Doufu guiding the corpse spirit to retreat, while the entities beneath the water continued to exist without posing any immediate threat, remaining at a distance. Moments later, just as I began to feel the current stabilizing and thought we were about to leave this treacherous area, the corpse spirit suddenly halted, as if having discovered something. It began to sprint through the water at an alarming speed. Typically, it moved slowly alongside Doufu, but when it chose to sprint, the velocity was terrifying. Coupled with the resistance of the water, I nearly lost my grip on the corpse spirit. In the frantic underwater dash, the water's resistance became overwhelming. I could barely open my eyes, my mind consumed by a singular thought. What madness is this? Under normal circumstances, the corpse spirit would only spring into action upon sighting food. Was there, perhaps, an enticing ancient dumpling lurking beneath the water? My eyes remained tightly shut. Every ounce of strength focused on my arms as I clung desperately to the corpse spirit, fearing that even the slightest relaxation would result in being swept away by the current, leaving me unaware of Doufu and Ouyang Xuan's fates. Then, in the next moment, I felt myself beginning to sink. Logically, we were already at the bottom of the water, yet I had no idea where the corpse spirit had taken us. I felt myself descending further. The pressure of the water was palpable against my eardrums, causing discomfort, while the air in my lungs was nearly depleted, ultimately leading me to choke on water. Those who have never truly experienced the suffocating agony of drowning cannot comprehend its torment. It instills a profound desire to succumb to the depths immediately. A thought surged within me. I could not allow the spirit of the deceased to lead us any further. It would surely result in fatalities. Regrettably, I found myself devoid of choices. Due to the lack of oxygen, I could barely cling to the specter. Even if I were to relinquish my grip, I lacked the strength to resist the pull of the current. What followed was a harrowing series of symptoms associated with drowning. Amidst the suffering, I struggled to open my eyes to glimpse the condition of my companion, Doufu. In that final fleeting moment, all I could discern was the sight of Doufu's clothing swelling in the water. Everything else faded from view. In the throes of drowning, one cannot lapse into a deep state of unconsciousness. I remained ensnared in a painful awareness, my mind clouded, with only the sensation of sinking registering in my consciousness. Until eventually, my thoughts faded into emptiness. When my awareness returned, I felt a painful bloating in my abdomen, an overwhelming nausea, and I continuously expelled the water from my mouth. My throbbing head took an agonizing while to process what was happening, and my first sight was Doufu's face. As he administered artificial respiration, not through mouth to mouth, but rather through chest compressions. Upon noticing my revival, Doufu exhaled in relief and inquired, "Are you all right? Can you speak?" Given the prolonged deprivation of oxygen, I felt fortunate not to have lapsed into a vegetative state. At that moment, my sole sensation was one of nausea, the relentless expulsion of water, accompanied by a severe headache. Although I could comprehend Doufu's words, I was momentarily at a loss for speech. So I merely blinked to indicate my understanding. Doufu let out a slow breath, gesturing towards our surroundings, stating, "You regained consciousness right here. This area connects to an underground water source. Mu and Xian are missing." I surveyed our surroundings. We were far removed from the surface soil, delving deep into the earth, encircled by a mixture of red and black rocks. Although I lay upon the ground, I could hear the sound of flowing water, leading me to surmise that we were situated within a hollow carved out by subterranean currents. After a significant 20 minutes, my strength gradually returned, during which time I listened to Doufu recount the events that transpired. According to his analysis, it was likely that Ouyang Xuan had succumbed to fatigue when the spirit of the deceased abruptly altered its course and accelerated, resulting in her disappearance. As a girl, she was particularly vulnerable. When the specter hastened, the force of the water was tremendous. I myself had nearly lost my grip, let alone her. As for Doufu and me, our arrival in this location could have been due to the current's buoyancy or the spirit's guidance. The truth remained elusive. The whereabouts of the spirit were entirely unknown, as were the fates of Ouyang Xuan and the others. In any case, only Doufu and I remained in this place. During Doufu's narration, one aspect perplexed me. In terms of lung capacity and diving ability, I was undoubtedly superior to him. Why, then, Had I succumbed to drowning while Doufu appeared unscathed, even regaining consciousness before me? According to Doufu, he too had experienced loss of consciousness from drowning, yet awoke without any lingering effects. How could this be explicated? As I regarded Doufu with a skeptical gaze, he scratched his head and replied, I am at a loss as well. Perhaps it is due to my good character? I then remarked, one must engage in benevolent acts. Henceforth, when you encounter an elderly lady who has fallen, refrain from stepping on the accelerator. Observing his demeanor, it seemed unlikely that any answers would emerge, so I shook my head, propped myself up on my hands, and surveyed the surrounding environment. We found ourselves at the entrance of a cavern that had evidently been sculpted by millennia of erosion. At our feet lay a hole the size of a well, filled to the brim with water, while the depths beyond were shrouded in darkness. Doufu followed my line of sight and said, upon awakening, I was preoccupied with rescuing you and did not glance back. This hole appears quite profound. I am averse to traversing such passages, as experience has taught us that entering holes seldom leads to good fortune. Let us take a moment to rest and retrace our steps along this watercourse. Fortunately, our 2 lanterns were in working order. I extinguished the light atop Doufu's head to conserve energy and then inquired, Little Doufu, do you still desire the corpse immortal? Doufu, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? Can I simply discard the wooden figure? I gestured toward the encroaching darkness and explained, to possess it, one must venture into the hole. That item belongs to it, does it not? Doufu squinted into the shadows and dashed forward, retrieving a sodden pack of gum that lay not far off. Normally, Doufu utilized the corpse immortal as a mobile parcel, as it never fatigued. Throughout our journey, Doufu's gear was slung upon the corpse immortal's form. While I too desired to take it easy, I am inherently vigilant and anxious, fearing emergencies that would prevent me from accessing my equipment. Thus, I carried everything myself. Even the attire purchased for the corpse immortal was laden with pockets, containing coins, chewing gum, a compass, and various trinkets, including Doufu's beef jerky and chocolate. This pack of gum was clearly left behind by the corpse immortal, likely having slipped from its pocket. Chapter 30. Corpse poisoned Doufu. Plopping down on the ground with the gum in hand, hissed in disbelief, the wooden figure, which has always been inseparable from us. Why has it now abandoned us to run off on its own? Could there be sustenance deeper within this cave? Aside from food, we could fathom no other lure potent enough to attract the corpse immortal. Having regained some strength, I suggested, let us pursue and investigate further. Soaked to the skin, we began to traverse the water-worn passage. The cavern stretched from north to south, and the interior was dry, indicating that the subterranean water had not surged here in quite some time. After walking approximately 100 meters, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, neither fragrant nor foul, but rather an enigmatic aroma emanating from deeper within the cavern. Without gas masks, our sense of smell was heightened. The further we advanced, the more pronounced the scent became. At that moment, the cavern widened, and I beheld 3 figures in the light. To be precise, 3 corpses. One of the corpses appeared to be ancient, swollen and covered with green mold, exhibiting signs of decomposition. Regrettably, next to it was the corpse immortal, who held the hand of this green-molded dumpling in its mouth, seemingly drawing sustenance from it. The peculiar odor emanating from the dumpling was unmistakable. Upon sensing our presence, the corpse immortal's eyes flickered towards us, but it continued its consumption, evidently drawn by the allure of the green-molded dumpling. Meanwhile, beside the corpse immortal lay a person, none other than the missing jack of all trades, now motionless, leaving us uncertain of his fate, whether he was alive or deceased. Doufu exclaimed in astonishment, How did he end up here? As we spoke, we hastily crouched beside the jack of all trades, and I immediately checked for a pulse at his neck. Thank heavens, he still had a breath of life. I sighed in relief and inspected his body, discovering a dark wound on his arm, likely inflicted by the green-molded dumpling. At present, we possessed no antidote for the corpse poison, nor any medicinal supplies, so I merely squeezed a bit of the toxic blood from the wound. However, the blood was abundant, and it was futile to drain it entirely at once. Therefore, I turned to Doufu and said, Little Doufu, I have a task for you. You don't have any wounds in your mouth, do you? Please assist by sucking it out. It will yield better results. Doufu's eyes darted about, and he replied, I bit my tongue while eating yesterday. I have a wound. It was evident he was lying. I kicked him lightly and said, I know it's rather unpleasant, but human life is at stake. Can you not be a tad braver? Upon hearing this, Doufu reluctantly took a couple of gulps, quickly regurgitating 2 mouthfuls of foul, putrid blood, and the wound appeared less darkened. Blood, tainted with corpse poison, carries the most nauseating stench, reminiscent of decay. After Doufu finished, he retched violently and finally realized. Wait a minute, why was I the one sucking? You have no wounds either. You tricked me. At that moment, I tore off a piece of my clothing to bandage the jack of all trades. I chuckled inwardly while maintaining a composed facade, stating, I thought if you were unwilling, I would take over, considering how readily you agreed. Doufu looked as though he might weep, continuously spitting and looking quite ghastly. Anyone who had a mouthful of blood reeking of decay would appear far from pleasant. Chun, I want to sever our friendship. Is this how you treat your brother? Brothers are not meant to be sold out like this. After this ordeal, sucking poison and pinching the pressure points, the jack of all trades slowly regained consciousness, his pupils somewhat unfocused. It took him a moment to focus on Doufu and me, his voice hoarse and uncertain. Qian? How did you both end up here? I helped him sit up and said, forget how we got here. How do you feel? The jack of all trades gasped for breath, his lips slightly darkened, and replied, my head is spinning, I can't catch my breath, and my body feels immobile. The green molded dumpling was primarily poisonous, and I knew that if the antidote was not administered soon, the poison would seep into his blood, and if we delayed any longer, his life would be in jeopardy. The Tomb Raiders had devised a set of effective methods to combat corpse poison: internal herbal remedies, external applications of glutinous rice, and baths infused with cinnabar could eliminate the toxins. In this place, where could one procure herbs, vermilion, and glutinous rice? At that moment, the omniscient one, clutching his head in anguish, lamented, I fear I am beyond help. Where are the masters? I thus recounted my journey alongside Doufu to him, concluding with the reassurance that they should be safe now. Observing the dire expression on the omniscient one's face, Doufu, disregarding any grievances over my deception, comforted, Xiao Su. I am certain you will be all right. Let us hasten to reunite with Xuan Rui. That master of the dual faces possesses a multitude of ideas and will surely have a way to save you. The omniscient one managed a feeble smile and replied, my epithet is indeed the omniscient one. Alas, no other means exists to preserve my life. I implore you, take me away from here. I have vital information to convey to the masters. He clutched his chest, and it was then that I noticed an object concealed within the inner pocket of his coat, likely retrieved from the ancient corpse. I extracted the item and discovered it was a key, substantial in size, measuring the length of a woman's forearm and as thick as her arm. Doufu gasped, what manner of lock could possibly accommodate such a key? The omniscient one replied, in truth, this key was accompanied by a map, but after I fell into the water, that venomous zongzi carried it away, and the map was lost to the depths. He then recounted his experience in brief. He had been crouched before the ancient corpse, transferring its belongings to his own pocket, when he suddenly lifted his gaze and was confronted by the peculiar mask of the petrified corpse. In that instant, the fish-like eyes and the spiraled patterns of the mouth on the mask appeared to animate, and shortly thereafter, his consciousness faded, engulfed by a plethora of illusions. Upon regaining awareness, it was at the moment I had kicked him into the water, though by then it was too late. The omniscient one believed he was destined to perish, yet unexpectedly fell into the water, thus saving his life. As he surfaced, disoriented and surrounded by an abyss devoid of sky or bottom, he had no sense of direction. Had it not been for the headlamp he wore, the situation would likely have worsened. Instinctively, he checked the contents of his pocket, relieved to find his possessions intact. Lacking any sense of direction or knowledge of where to find shore, he floated on the surface, delaying his swim to first inspect the item he had obtained from the ancient corpse, ensuring its safety. It was then he discovered that the object was a scroll enveloping a massive key crafted from gold. What sort of lock could such a grand key open? The omniscient one pondered, and then turned his attention to the leather scroll, only to find it bore a map. The map was divided into 3 layers. The first depicted architectural structures of the mortal realm, featuring towering spires and grand scales, reminiscent of a palace. The omniscient one speculated that the palace illustrated on the map must indeed be the very one we had previously occupied. The second layer reveals a space cloaked in darkness, within which stands an inverted structure. Curiously, the surface is adorned with a multitude of faceless figures, all expressionless, making their way toward the base of the inverted form, their demeanor reminiscent of those resigned to face death. At the very bottom of this structure, countless torches flicker, and beside them stand masked figures. Both layers are rendered in a vague manner, occupying minimal space, yet it is the third layer that truly captivates the observer's attention. In this layer, a grand doorway emerges, framed by an imposing figure in a mask, leading a vast throng of people who appear to be partaking in some solemn ritual. Flanking the doorway is a colossal totem pole, adorned with numerous fox-like entities, presumably the elusive Doufu. The sheer number of these creatures, even when delineated by simple lines, evokes an eerie sensation. Remarkably, the map employs perspective to depict the scene behind the door. The masked figure directs the gathered multitude in what resembles a sacrificial rite before the totem, while behind the door, spirals upon spirals converge, resembling a gigantic whirlpool that instills discomfort at first glance. As the knowledgeable observer becomes engrossed in this ancient map left by a long-departed soul, he remains oblivious to the encroaching danger. Just as his focus intensifies, he suddenly feels a hand grasping his ankle, yanking him toward the depths below. A skilled swimmer, trained to hold his breath for approximately 4 minutes, he remains calm in that instant, drawing his dagger to confront whatever lurks beneath. However, upon entering the water, he discovers that his assailant is a creature covered in green fur. Initially mistaking it for a water monster, he thrusts his dagger repeatedly at the creature, only to feel as though he is striking iron, quickly exhausting his strength. Meanwhile, the leather map slips from his grasp and disappears into the depths. Ultimately, he is pulled into a cavern, where he realizes he is entangled with a bloodthirsty creature resembling a zongzi, known for its penchant for tearing flesh. Recognizing the peril of engaging in direct combat with such a toxic foe, he decides to flee. However, he soon finds himself cornered in a dead end. Compelled to fight desperately, the zongzi proves to be not overly formidable, its potency lying in its venom. While he does not suffer grievous injuries, the prolonged struggle exacerbates the effects of the toxin, ultimately leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 31. The message having recounted the events. The corpse spirit nearby has already drained the zongzi, leaving only a patch of green fur. Initially, we harbored suspicions about the spirit's intentions, but now, seeing its inadvertent assistance in locating our companion, we choose to overlook past grievances. Wan Shirtong's lips have turned an ominous shade of black. This place lacks the means to extract the corpse poison, which manifests in various ways. Some succumb swiftly, while others endure prolonged suffering. It remains unclear which fate awaits Wan Shirtong, but given his current state, he appears to be running out of time. Doufu supports him, urging urgently, "Brother, cease your musings and hasten to reunite with Xuan Rue. Let him devise a plan." At this juncture, we could no longer afford to delay. Due to the clumsiness of my left hand, I had to rely on Doufu to carry the all-knowing one. I led the way in the front, and the three of us, along with the lifeless body, returned to the water's edge, leaping into the depths to navigate back along the waterway. After entering the water, we barely swam 2 meters before the passage took a sharp upward turn, revealing a spacious interior that suggested we had previously slid down this very bend. We swam upward along the curve, flanked by naturally torn stone walls, devoid of any visible aquatic life, likely due to the profound depths of this subterranean water, which rendered it inhospitable for aquatic creatures. This time, without any disruptions from the corpse spirit, our ascent proved relatively smooth. After emerging from the bend, the current's pull remained, but since we were now in the periphery, its force was lessened. We planted our hands and feet against the ground to mitigate the water's impact, crawling forward until we could escape the tumultuous waters and swiftly rise to the surface. As we broke through, we found ourselves speechless, gasping for air, our bodies utterly drained. But fortunately, we had passed the perilous zone and were thus deemed safe. At that moment, the water's surface appeared a dark expanse, with only the sound of our splashing breaking the silence, while Xuan Rue and the others had long since vanished from sight. Doufu, burdened by the all-knowing one, struggled to catch his breath, exclaiming, "I can't go on. I'm nearly exhausted. Let's return to the stone steps and reassess our situation." Therefore, Doufu and I supported one another as we made our way back, climbing the stone steps along the water, finally reaching a state of complete safety. We collapsed onto the steps, our bodies limp. To my surprise, the corpse spirit, which had previously been incapable of swimming, seemed to have experienced an awakening, possibly after consuming some form of nourishment. It had managed to swim up, albeit in a manner reminiscent of a dog, performing what is commonly known as the dog paddle. From our vantage point, we observed a head bobbing on the water's surface, adorned with a celestial-like visage. Yet the combination of its vacant expression and its canine swimming style rendered it utterly speechless. At that moment, the waterproof headlamp atop my head flickered, automatically switching to energy-saving mode, diminishing the light significantly, and the spirit's head became invisible, leaving only the sound of splashing water. It seemed quite pleased with itself, showing no intention of returning to shore. In the dim light, the all-knowing one appeared pallid, akin to a dying individual. Neither Doufu nor I uttered a word, our hearts heavy with the weight of witnessing a companion on the brink of death. Suddenly, Doufu sprang to his feet, shouting into the vast, dark expanse, "Xuan, Old Su has found you. You're not dead. Hurry and regroup." The echo of his voice was swiftly swallowed by the expansive darkness, and Doufu sank back onto the steps, his expression one of sorrow as he gazed at the all-knowing one. With a forced smile, the all-knowing one attempted to reassure us, saying, "I never anticipated my first task with the leader would yield no assistance." Doufu interjected, "Enough of that. You will be fine. There must be a way. I've faced death many times before, yet I always survived. It said that one finds life in dire straits. It will be all right. Trust me. You will recover." The all-knowing one opened his mouth, finally nodding slightly, though his breath came in shallow gasps as he uttered a simple, "Thank you." I covered my face, struggling to articulate my emotions. As the saying goes, I did not kill Bo Run, yet he perished because of me. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility for the matters at hand. Although our time together was brief, this young man was rather reticent, not one to display his feelings openly. Yet he was certainly not of a malicious nature. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on my heart. Beside me, Doufu, the ever-astute observer, anxiously inquired, "Where could Zhuan Rue and the others have gone? With water surrounding us, where can they possibly swim to?" After contemplating for a moment, I replied, "The water flows in two currents, one from east to west and another heading south. The latter likely leads to an underground waterfall or whirlpool, which Zhuan Rue and his companions would surely avoid. The only possibility is that they have ventured along the eastern current in search of us." Doufu lamented, "The expanse of water below is vast, and despite my calls, there has been no response. They must have gone quite far." He glanced at Wan Shitong, whose face bore the pallor of despair, as if on the verge of tears, listening to the splashes made by the corpse spirit as it swam. An idea suddenly struck me. The spirit had always been unpredictable in responding to our commands, yet having just consumed a green-haired zongzi, it might have gained some awareness. Perhaps it could assist us. I shared my thoughts with Doufu, who replied, "We have no other option but to try." He then called out to the spirit in the water, "Stop swimming. Come here quickly. I have a task for you." The spirit tilted its head and swam towards us, halting at the edge of the stone steps. Doufu sighed in relief, patted the spirit on the head, and said, "Good child, there's a reward for you. Go help us find the others, the four who were with us before. You know who I mean, right?" After a brief pause, the spirit echoed, "Find people." "Yes." Doufu pondered for a moment, then retrieved paper and pen from his pack, scribbling a brief account of our current predicament. He then placed it in a bag and handed it to the spirit, saying, "Once you find them, deliver this to them." The bag hung around the spirit's neck, yet it remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. Frustrated, Doufu kicked it, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Go." It seemed that without a little tough love, the spirit would not budge. With the small bag dangling from its neck, the spirit swam away at a leisurely pace, heading from west to east. Just as this task was completed, Wan Shitong, lying on the stone steps, suddenly convulsed, startling us both. His eyes widened, fixated on us, his mouth moving yet producing no sound, as he began to expel foul, black blood. Doufu grasped his hand, attempting to reassure himself with empty words, while his own anxiety manifested in the tension of his veins. Within minutes, Wan Shitong managed to utter a few fragmented words before his body stiffened, falling silent forever. I felt my body weaken, trembling hands betraying my distress. Doufu collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, gasping for breath. In that moment, only the two of us remained alive upon the stone steps, as darkness seemed to close in, threatening to engulf us. Su Li's lifeless body lay beside us, its warmth still lingering, a vivid reminder of life's fleeting nature, as it slipped away right before our eyes. In this pervasive darkness and profound silence, a considerable amount of time passed before the corpse spirit returned. It still bore the small bag of tofu around its neck, though the bag had swollen slightly, as if it contained something additional. Summoning my resolve, I unfastened the bag and discovered an extra item within, a white porcelain vial, its mouth sealed with wax. The tofu spirit, mustering its courage, inquired, "What is this?" I shook my head, noticing a piece of paper tucked inside. Upon unfolding it, I found an elegant line of black ink written in fine penmanship. 2 pills. Antidote for corpse poison. In distress, hasten to rendezvous. Judging by the handwriting, it appeared to be from Xuan Rue. Many families engaged in treasure hunting possess some hidden treasures, and the contents of this small vial likely served to counteract corpse poison. Alas, it had arrived too late. With a deep sigh, the tofu spirit lamented. What shall we do now? I pondered for a moment, then reinserted the vial and note into the bag, stating, "Let us leave the body here while we join Xuan Rue. It seems they have encountered troubles." I contemplated incinerating the omniscient one, but regrettably, without fuel to assist in the cremation of a fresh corpse, I had to abandon that notion. Thus, I steeled myself to re-enter the water. The icy subterranean water invigorated my senses, and with the corpse spirit leading the way, it resumed its dog paddle stroke ahead of us. To conserve energy, the tofu spirit and I grasped the waist of the corpse spirit, allowing it to propel us forward. Although our posture was ungraceful, the strength of the corpse spirit was ample to carry us along. I reflected on the fact that since Xuan Rue had managed to place the note and the antidote for corpse poison into the bag of the corpse spirit, it stood to reason that they were in close proximity. What circumstances had led to their entrapment? Why could the corpse spirit navigate freely while they had not returned? This time, we followed the naturally westward flowing water, expending minimal effort. Not long after, we beheld a radiant glow high above, akin to a lantern suspended in the darkness of the sky. I deduced that it must be Xuan Rue and company. Sure enough, as we approached, the light began to signal us, beckoning us to advance. The tofu spirit remarked in astonishment, "How curious! Why is their position so elevated?" I mused that within this vast sinkhole, we had likely reached the end of our swim, and Xuan Rue's group was possibly situated on the inner wall of the sinkhole. What dangers lay ahead? Chapter 32. Hidden perils. As we drew closer, I exchanged a knowing glance with the tofu spirit, which understood my intent. It removed its headlamp and placed it upon the corpse spirit, then switched it on, gently patting the spirit's back while instructing, "Continue to swim forward. We shall follow closely behind." We then released our hold, allowing the corpse spirit to lead, while the tofu spirit and I maintained a careful distance. With both headlamps illuminated, our visibility greatly expanded. Soon, before us loomed a wall of rock streaked with black and red, precisely as I had surmised. In truth, the desert was not devoid of water. Abundant subterranean reservoirs lay hidden within the earth. However, the depth of these waters was generally more profound than in other geographical environments, primarily due to the effects of desertification, which prevented the soil from retaining moisture. If the surface vegetation of the desert were lush, the cohesion and density of the sandy layers would increase, thus averting such a situation. The desert and water are interconnected. The more severe the desertification, the more difficult it becomes to preserve water sources. In regions devoid of water, life becomes increasingly arduous, ultimately creating a vicious cycle. It is indeed hard for the average person to fathom that amidst the desolate expanse of arid yellow sands, there exists a place filled with rocks and water. This sanctuary has evaded the calamities of desertification and depletion for millennia, flowing in the depths of the earth, hidden from the light of day. At this moment, the corpse immortal had arrived beneath the stone wall, where the light swept across the surface. Although the inner wall was not smooth, it was not overly abrupt either. Coupled with its dampness, it was not conducive to climbing. I found it perplexing how Xuan Rue and the others managed to ascend. Due to our proximity, we could see their lights flickering, but the height and darkness obscured our view of the specifics. As soon as the corpse immortal reached the wall, it began to ascend, evidently leading the way for us. But who was the corpse immortal? Its limbs appeared to possess invisible suction cups, providing no discernible footholds. Yet it remained suspended steadily against the inner wall. Just then, as Doufu and I approached the stone wall, a curious phenomenon occurred. Xuan Rue and his companions' lights began to sway, signaling a warning to halt. Doufu hissed, "What is happening? Are we being cautioned against approaching the wall?" I shared his bewilderment, pondering whether the wall concealed some danger. Yet, the corpse immortal was climbing without issue. We halted our advance, suspended in place, and Doufu called out, "What is going on?" Zhuan Rui and the others responded not with words, but continued to shake their lights. Doufu hissed again. They're not speaking. Could they be unable to? Squinting upward, I discerned only the form of the corpse immortal. Zhuan Rui and his companions were merely visible as sources of light. At that moment, the light above suddenly extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Doufu hissed. Could it be that the power has gone out? He then shouted twice upward, yet received no reply, prompting him to ask me what we should do. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested we observe the situation with the corpse immortal first, as Zhuan Rui's warning surely indicated something peculiar. It would be unwise to act impulsively. Thus, Doufu and I remained suspended, observing the actions of the corpse immortal and the surrounding environment. We watched as it continued its ascent, rising higher and higher, its form gradually becoming indistinct until it was merely a luminous orb. In a brief moment, that orb halted at the position where Zhuan Rui and the others had been, then ceased its movement. Doufu called out, "Mutu, what is happening?" Of course, the corpse immortal offered no response, merely pausing as if it had completed its guiding task, waiting for us. This journey had presented no apparent dangers. Doufu and I exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness and confusion, unable to ascertain what had transpired. Ultimately, we resolved to approach the stone wall cautiously, adopting the mindset that one must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger. As we neared the wall, I surveyed the surroundings. The water revealed no threats, and the stone wall appeared smooth. The tentacles were chillingly cold, slick with moisture from years of evaporation, rendering them quite unsuitable for climbing. A sudden thought struck me. How did Zhuang Rui and the others manage to ascend? Even with a probing claw, there ought to be a place to grip. Yet the stone wall was utterly smooth, devoid of even a single crack. How could one possibly employ a probing claw? Logically, it seemed impossible for Zhuang Rui and his companions to have climbed such heights. Just as this notion took root, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness. It resembled the rattling of a rattlesnake's tail, and the sheer volume suggested a considerable number of them, sending shivers down my spine. The sound unmistakably emanated from above, as if something were descending along the stone wall. Doufu and I looked up, but within our field of vision, there was nothing to be seen. Doufu, visibly anxious, remarked, "Could it be a snake?" I retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. How could there be snakes in such depths?" Doufu countered, "But aren't there giant earth pythons that dwell in the subterranean realms?" I replied, "Even if they reside deep underground, they must have something to consume. What could a snake possibly eat in this place?" I gestured for Doufu to retreat, and just then, the source of the rustling finally came into view. Long, slender black entities, resembling snakes. My heart raced, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "Hiss. It truly is snakes. We must flee. Cursed be this place. How could there be snakes here?" It defied all logic. Yet, my experiences over the past 2 years of treasure hunting had proven to be equally irrational. Those entities descended with alarming speed, and before Doufu and I could swim even a meter away, we realized that they were not snakes at all, but rather slender, finger-sized, sinuous black tendrils, densely packed like a cascade of darkness. The rustling sound was, in fact, the noise of these tendrils sliding down and brushing against one another. Doufu wore a look of despair, desperately swimming away, exclaiming, "Don't come near. I have a fear of clusters. Seeing so many together makes my skin crawl." But these tendrils came forth relentlessly, indifferent to our phobias, inundating us without mercy. Within mere seconds, we found ourselves ensnared, trapped by the overwhelming mass, with scarcely our heads protruding from the writhing mass. Doufu lamented, "I understand now. Zhuang Rui and the others must have been ensnared by these very entities. Damn it. Why didn't they warn me?" No sooner had he spoken than several black tendrils, seemingly drawn by Doufu's voice, began to probe towards his mouth. In an instant, Doufu clenched his teeth, silenced by fear. Soon, these entities began to drag us upward, and before long, we found ourselves at a considerable height. As the light flickered, we discerned several figures suspended about 6 or 7 meters away. It was indeed Zhuang Rui and his companions. The only difference was that Zhuang Rui's hands were free. He was wielding a dagger, attempting to sever the bindings that restrained him, though with little success. Observing Doufu and me repeating the same fate, Zhuang Rui merely shook his head, appearing quite resigned. He was evidently reluctant to speak, resorting instead to gesturing towards me and Doufu, directing our attention upwards. At that moment, the corpse deity stood adjacent to Zhuang Rui, Yet strangely, the vine-like entities displayed no interest in the corpse deity, refraining from approaching it. The others, like Doufu and myself, were bound tightly from head to toe, leaving only our heads exposed. A small comfort amidst this predicament was the presence of Ouyang Xuan among us. Seemingly untouched by the chaotic currents, a stroke of fortune in our misfortune. I found myself puzzled as to why these entities did not advance towards Xuan Rui's upper body. However, upon observing his tattered garment and the faint black lines subtly revealed on his shoulder, it struck me that this might be linked to the intricate pattern imprinted on his back. Could it be that this design possessed the power to ward off evil? Yet, what exactly were these vine-like entities? Were they animal or plant? I was aware that nature harbors numerous plants capable of movement, such as the mimosa and creeping grasses. Yet I had no recollection of anything resembling this. If it were merely an animal or plant, why would it shy away from the markings on Xuan Rui's back? Regrettably, Doufu and I were powerless to act or even speak, for our surroundings were teeming with those slender entities. The mere thought of opening my mouth sent chills down my spine, fearing they might slither within. At that moment, Xuan Rui turned his gaze towards me, subsequently gesturing upwards, seemingly indicating for me to observe something. Following his cue, I glanced above and discerned a massive, writhing shadow hovering approximately 20 meters high, resembling some form of creature, with those slender, vine-like entities seemingly emerging from it. Xuan Rui glanced upwards and subtly indicated the corpse deity beside him. Suddenly, I comprehended his earlier intentions. His call for Doufu and me was not a plea for help. Instead, he sought for one of us to command the corpse deity to resolve this crisis. Yet, at this juncture, Doufu and I dared not utter a word. Setting aside whether the corpse deity understood, even if it did manage to rescue everyone, the one who spoke might not escape unscathed. I remained silent, and Doufu, not oblivious to the situation, glared at Xuan Rui with wide eyes, clearly displeased by his underhanded tactics. Although I refrained from speaking, I recognized that this impasse was untenable. Who knew what those entities might do next? We urgently needed to devise a strategy. Chapter 33. Blood. At this moment, everyone was suspended in midair, with only our heads able to move, while the rest of our bodies were ensnared like silken rabbits. Xuan Rui's upper body remained unperturbed as he tirelessly employed his dagger to sever the ropes. However, these vine-like entities were incredibly resilient. Just as he seemed on the verge of cutting through, new tendrils surged forth, rendering the task nearly impossible. The inversion caused our blood to rush to our heads, resulting in considerable discomfort. All present bore faces reminiscent of a blushing Guan Yu, while Xuan Rui's injury-laden visage seemed on the brink of bleeding. I squinted, fixating on the dark mass above, contemplating how we might extricate ourselves from this dire predicament. First and foremost, it is evident that Xuan Rui and his companions have been suspended here for quite some time. Yet, to this day, they remain unharmed. This suggests that the vines possess a relatively low level of aggression, seemingly merely binding individuals rather than inflicting actual harm. However, if this trend continues, even if these entities do not cause direct injury, we are destined to perish from starvation in this predicament. Presently, apart from Xuan Rui and the corpse immortal, none of us, including myself, are capable of movement. Thus, the only potential avenue for escape lies with Xuan Rui and the corpse immortal. When Xuan Rui penned the note for the corpse immortal to deliver, it is unclear whether it was due to a scarcity of paper or some unforeseen circumstance that he failed to adequately detail the dangers of this place. Had he provided a clearer account, neither I nor Doufu would have fallen victim. We could have simply manipulated the corpse immortal to rescue them. Nevertheless, Xuan Rui is not an unreliable individual. His actions likely stemmed from some special circumstance at the time. Regrettably, now the others are too fearful to speak, leaving us in a state of mute confusion, unable to comprehend one another's thoughts. At this moment, the corpse immortal remains motionless, lying in place, while I find myself approximately 4 to 5 meters away from it, and about 2 meters from Xuan Rui. This means there is a distance of roughly 6 to 7 meters between myself and Xuan Rui and the others. This separation prevents any form of contact. Pondering over my options, I find myself at a loss, contemplating whether I should indeed risk speaking out. The bindings around our bodies are already constricting enough. Should they breach our mouths, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the corpse immortal is capricious. Should my words fall on deaf ears, the outcome could be disastrous. As I wrestled with my thoughts, Xuan Rui appeared to have decided to take a desperate gamble. He sheathed his dagger back at his waist, angled his upper body, and began to inch closer to the corpse immortal by scraping against the rocky wall. In doing so, his form became distorted. This maneuver demanded considerable strength and flexibility from his waist, and as he adjusted his posture, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. He then extended his hand in an attempt to reach the corpse immortal, only to find himself perpetually just shy of success. Xuan Rui stands at approximately 1.85 meters, and as he straightened his upper body and stretched his arm, the distance to the corpse immortal diminished. Yet, they remained about 30 to 40 centimeters apart. Frustrated, and with a cloud of despair crossing his face, Xuan Rui, in a moment of resolve, drew the dagger from his waist and hurled it towards the face of the corpse immortal. This action drained his strength, causing him to sway back into the upright position of being suspended. Naturally, the dagger could not inflict any harm upon the corpse immortal. Upon contact with its visage, it fell directly to the dark waters below. At that moment, the corpse immortal finally responded, turning its gaze towards the assailant, Xuan Rui. I understood that Xuan Rui was taking a risk, aiming to divert the corpse immortal's attention and lure it closer before formulating a plan. Yet, it was impossible to predict whether the corpse immortal would retaliate or be drawn in. My heart raced, and a thought surged through my mind. This cannot continue. If Xuan Rui's strategy fails, it appears that someone may have to make a sacrifice. The corpse immortal generally heeds only the words of Doufu, while responding to my utterances with some degree of acknowledgement, completely disregarding others. I have often pondered the reasons behind this, reflecting on my encounters with the corpse immortal, during which a particular detail proved crucial, yet remains elusive to my understanding even now. At that time, the old Master Chun, Lu Su, and I sought to lure the corpse immortal with the millennium-protecting corpse king. However, our calculations fell short. We had not anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the corpse immortal, which, before the thunder could gather, drained the corpse king entirely. Subsequently, Lu Su was sent flying by a strike from the corpse immortal, breaking a rib. Just then, the corpse immortal charged toward me, and I believed my life was forfeit. To my astonishment, it halted, sniffing at me as if searching for some scent. Ultimately, it did not harm me. Instead, it began to follow me as it did Doufu. Thus, I deduced that the critical factor was the scent. It seemed that Doufu and I possessed some similar fragrance. I once speculated that it might stem from our exposure to the crimson smoke emitted by celestial soldiers. But later evidence confirmed that this smoke was not the miasma of the dead. Rather, it was a gaseous byproduct with unique properties, formed during the corpse refining process, which filled the icy cavern where the corpse immortal resided. At that time, besides Doufu and me, Chun and Lu Su had also lingered there for quite a while. If the smoke were indeed the cause, then Lu Su should have borne that scent as well. Why, then, did the corpse immortal show him no mercy? This question has long perplexed me. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the only way to compel the corpse immortal to act in saving someone was for either Doufu or myself to speak up. In truth, Doufu's chances of success were far greater, but I dared not take that risk. If any gamble were to be made, it should fall upon me. With this thought, I resolved to observe the unfolding events, curious about Xuan Rui's intentions. Should Xuan Rui's plan falter, I would have no choice but to take a desperate stand. At that moment, the corpse immortal's attention was drawn to Xuan Rui. It seemed to attempt speech, its throat moving as if trying to articulate words. Yet perhaps due to insufficient awareness or limited vocabulary, it emitted a series of guttural sounds without uttering a single word. I felt a surge of urgency. Clearly, Xuan Rui's stratagem had not elicited much response from the corpse immortal. Taking a deep breath, I decided to speak. Even as my mind was enveloped by countless vine-like entities, their surfaces coarse and rough. Upon closer inspection in the light, I noticed minute, fuzzy details upon them, and the mere thought of these tendrils entering my mouth sent shivers down my spine, ultimately stealing my resolve to speak. I was suddenly interrupted as Doufu appeared to sense something. He shook his head at me, his expression tense, signaling me not to take any risks. Subsequently, in an inexplicable manner, he closed his mouth and began to produce muffled sounds. Instantly, the corpse immortal's attention shifted toward us, swiftly crawling closer. Doufu's face lit up with joy as he continued his sounds, struggling a bit, while the corpse immortal emitted a series of breathy noises, entirely in a language unfathomable to ordinary humans. I found myself at a loss for words, left to observe the unfolding scene. Yet, It was evident that Tofu's silent communication fell short, and the corpse immortal's intelligence was equally lacking, as it circled around us without any intention of rescuing anyone. Tofu could no longer endure and, in a fit of anger, cursed loudly. "Damn it, you could be so foolish as to die." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the gravity of his blunder and quickly fell silent, yet it was too late. A vine abruptly thrust itself into his mouth. A chill ran through my veins. At that moment, Tofu finally displayed some cleverness. As the vine penetrated deeper, he clenched his teeth tightly to prevent it from delving further. The force of the vine was considerable, and soon, his gums began to bleed. It was then that the fresh blood seemed to attract the corpse spirit, which tilted its head, extended its claws, and effortlessly extracted the vine. Immediately afterward, it mimicked the action, seizing the vine and chewing on it. The strength of the corpse spirit far surpassed that of the vine, and with a single bite, it was reduced to a pulp, only to be spat out, presumably deemed unpalatable. A thought struck me. If blood could stimulate it, then we were in a favorable position. I exchanged glances with Tofu, who grasped my intent, his face a mask of despair as he silently questioned whether an alternative approach could be taken. I shot him a stern look, indicating that one must possess a spirit of sacrifice. It was merely blood we required, not his life. Reluctantly, Tofu inhaled deeply, his cheeks swelling slightly. Then, with eyes closed, he bit down sharply, subsequently lowering his head to spray a mist of blood onto the vines ensnaring him. The corpse spirit, indeed attracted, immediately reached out to manipulate the vines, which recoiled in its presence, gradually revealing Tofu's form. He, ever prepared, seized the opportunity and, as the vines retreated toward the water, swiftly hooked his arm around the neck of the corpse spirit, clinging to it like a koala. As the saying goes, the fox exploits the tiger's might. In that moment, those entities dared not approach the corpse spirit, while Tofu remained safely atop its back. He extended his bloodied tongue, hissing in agony. "This hurts terribly. Those girls in dramas who bite their tongues to death are truly courageous. Can one apply a bandage to a tongue?" My frustration surged, and I shot him a furious glare, signaling him to cease his antics and focus on the task at hand. Tofu, dragging his tongue, mumbled incoherently to the corpse spirit. "Wood, this is your moment to shine. Tear apart these writhing things for me," pointing at me as he spoke. I thought to myself, could he not articulate his thoughts more clearly? It was the vines he needed to rend, not me. What if the corpse spirit misunderstood? Chapter 34. A new plan. Upon hearing Tofu's words, the corpse spirit immediately crawled toward me, reaching out with the intent to tear the vines, not me. However, the vines seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, aware of the corpse spirit's formidable nature. Before its hand could come near, they suddenly constricted around me, lifting me onto a platform high against the stone wall. It was then that the shadow previously pointed out by Xuan Rue materialized before my eyes. It was a massive, dark, fleshy entity. The vine-like tendrils emerged from its body, resembling a gigantic black worm, with a mouth at one end. Being pulled up, I found myself perilously close to its quadrilateral maw. The corpse immortal was not slow. Almost instantaneously upon my ascent, it surged upward with ferocity. Before I could even comprehend my surroundings, this ominous black creature, sensing a threat, coiled its tendrils and, in an instant, engulfed me whole. I hadn't even had the chance to discern my environment when I found myself confronted by the dark, foul-smelling interior of its maw. I instinctively held my breath, and the moment I was swallowed, the cavernous mouth sealed shut, plunging me into a suffocating mass of putrid flesh. A powerful suction emanated from above, as the flesh walls writhed, propelling me further inward. The sensation of being consumed alive and gradually swallowed was truly repulsive. Due to the constricting pressure of the flesh walls, I found it impossible to breathe, as they pressed tightly against my lips and nose, leaving no space for air, even if there had been. The odor would have been unbearable. Once inside, the tendrils that bound me vanished, and I desperately braced myself against the fleshy walls, attempting to halt my descent. Yet, the overwhelming force pushing me forward was insurmountable. My resistance was negligible. At that moment, I lamented the absence of a dagger or any means of defense, for I could have at least put up a struggle. Outside, Doufu and the corpse immortal were still engaged in their battle, oblivious to my plight. If only the corpse immortal could swiftly vanquish this creature, Doufu and the others could cut open its carcass and extract me. However, judging by the vigorous undulations of the flesh walls, it was evident that the creature was still very much alive. Damn it, what were the corpse immortal and Doufu doing? Their efficiency was woefully inadequate. While I had no idea what this creature was, I was acutely aware of the corpse immortal's prowess. It would undoubtedly be capable of destroying it. For now, I could only futilely resist the relentless pressure, but having entered with only a single breath, my exertion quickly depleted my oxygen supply. It felt as though my lungs were about to burst, and my mind throbbed with urgency. Experiencing suffocation once more was maddening. Just then, I felt a sudden release at my back, followed by a sharp tug at my collar, yanking me upward. I realized I was being rescued and, disregarding everything else, gasped for air. My entire body was coated in a viscous substance, and I dared not open my mouth, for doing so would invite the repulsive matter to flow in. Doufu grasped my face, inspecting me closely, then exclaimed, "Brother, am I too late? Thankfully, you haven't been digested." Turning my gaze, I saw that the monstrous creature lay lifeless, a gaping wound the length of a human arm across its back, presumably inflicted by the corpse immortal. I hastily wiped my face with Doufu's shirt, cleaning off the sticky residue, and said, "Damn it, with the corpse immortal aiding you, how could your efficiency be so dismal? Had you delayed any longer, my face would have been marred by gastric fluids and ruined." Doufu, making a disgusted expression, pinched his nose and regarded me with disdain. Retreating 2 meters. "It's my fault indeed. Had I known, I would have hesitated for another minute, allowing your face to be sullied by gastric juices. That way, any girl I fancy wouldn't be stolen by you." I retorted, "Are those girls of yours being taken by me?" On a fateful outing to the cinema with a young lady, I inadvertently forgot to bring my wallet, resulting in her having to cover the expenses. During the 18th spring, after dining together, we found ourselves accosted by petty thugs while strolling along the street. In a state of panic, I shouted and fled, only to realize after sprinting several meters that my girlfriend was still behind me. I hastily returned, imploring the assailants to negotiate calmly, offering to pay to avoid any harm. As I retrieved my wallet, the thugs weighed it in their hands, initially intrigued by its heft, only to discover it was filled solely with 1 yuan coins, leading to an immediate and severe beating. My companion gazed at my wallet, her face paling in disbelief. By the 26th spring, I mustered the courage to consummate my relationship, yet my excitement proved overwhelming. I faltered before achieving penetration, ultimately bursting into tears and deceiving her into treating me to a meal. Did I truly need to resort to theft? Reluctant to further dent his self-esteem, I turned away, stripping off my sticky garments and exposing my bare torso, which provided slight relief, although the repugnant stench of internal organs lingered in the air. Upon the demise of the creature, its tendril-like appendages lost their flexibility, drooping against the stone wall. At that moment, Xuan and the others ascended these tendrils, collapsing on the ground, their faces still flushed from exertion. Xuan, breathless, inquired about Su Li. Upon hearing those words, Doufu, who had been mumbling, fell silent, casting a wary glance at me, likely hesitant to divulge the ensuing events to Xuan. Astutely perceptive, Xuan deduced our expressions and gravely remarked, "Did we arrive too late?" Surrounded by the colossal carcass of the creature, we appeared disheveled, akin to stray dogs. Doufu recounted his encounter with the omniscient figure, while Xuan and the others listened in silence. Ouyang Xuan's reproach was unnecessary, as Xuan eventually broke the silence, asking, "Where's the key?" Realizing he referred to the golden key, I retrieved it from my tool pouch at my waist. Xuan took it, assessing its weight before inquiring about the location of the 3rd-level gate on the map. Doufu, perplexed by Xuan's calm demeanor, responded, "He didn't specify the exact location." "Did he, Lao Chen?" I nodded in agreement, confirming the lack of specifics. However, based on the description at that time, the vast pit indeed appeared to be a grand sacrificial site, and it was likely devoid of water prior to the downfall of the Yao clan. The sacrificial gate might very well lie submerged beneath the waters. Ouyang Xuan then asked Xuan, "Shall we seek that gate?" Xuan neither confirmed nor denied her query, but suddenly turned to me, stating, "I have a task for you. Once completed, consider your debt to me settled." Surprised, I inquired about the nature of the task. Xuan gestured toward Ouyang Xuan and instructed, "You two must ensure her safe departure from here and return her to the Guo family." Ouyang Xuan exclaimed, "What about you?" "I refuse to leave with them. I came to assist you." Xuan reached out to gently touch her face, saying, "The sooner we tend to the wounds on your face, the better. More importantly, The forthcoming moments will be perilous, and in such an environment, I cannot afford to worry about you. Although accompanying the young lady, Ouyang Xuan necessitated constant care, it hardly reached the extent that I and Doufu must escort her back. What exactly were Zhuan Rui's intentions? At that moment, Zhuan Rui began to elucidate his plans to me and Doufu, and upon hearing his words, my only mental response was, it is far too risky. It turned out that after Doufu, the corpse immortal, and I submerged into the waterhole, Zhuan Rui and the others commenced a search. Fortunately, Ouyang Xuan had released her grip at that moment, and the force exerted by the corpse immortal had flung her out of the turbulent waters, thus preserving her life. Zhuan Rui and his companions continued to trace the water flow in search of Doufu and me, and due to the absence of any sighting, they feared that we had perished. Naturally, Zhuan Rui felt distressed, which only fueled his determination, leading him to swim downstream from east to west. Soon, they realized they had reached a dead end. Following the contours of the stone wall for a while, the arc-shaped lines further confirmed their previous speculation about the sinkhole. It was only when they arrived at their current location that they were ensnared by this monstrous creature. This indicated that Zhuan Rui and his companions had already explored most of the water area within the sinkhole over the past few hours, finding no clues regarding a grand entrance or totem pole. Consequently, Zhuan Rui's current strategy was to take a risk and investigate the uncharted waters known for their suction. According to Zhuan Rui, he intended to feel his way along the stone wall and then use a chisel to create a secure hold, attaching a safety rope to descend into that treacherous water zone. The underwater environment was exceedingly harsh, where each individual could only safeguard themselves, leaving no room for concern for others. At this juncture, Zhuan Rui instructed Doufu and me to escort Ouyang Xuan home, seemingly for two reasons. First, he worried about Ouyang Xuan's safety and the repercussions it would have on the Gua family, jeopardizing the alliance. Second, he likely recognized the imminent dangers and did not wish for Doufu and me, as outsiders, to get entangled in the perilous situation. In comparison to the conduct of Lu Su and others, I genuinely admired Zhuan Rui. Doufu, however, did not delve deeply into the reasoning behind it, and cheerfully remarked, "That's wonderful. I have long wished to leave this place. Rest assured, Ouyang, and I will ensure your safe return to Beijing." Ouyang Xuan retorted angrily, "Who asked you to send me? Be quiet." She then turned to Zhuan Rui and declared, "I cannot allow you to take such risks alone. I will not leave. I can assist you." After contemplating for a moment, I thought to myself that since Zhuan Rui had been so chivalrous and had aided me multiple times, I could not simply abandon him to venture into danger with two subordinates. Thus, I proposed, "How about this, Doufu? You take Miss Ouyang outside. There is no need to return to Beijing. You can wait outside with Badu until we regroup. This way, if we encounter any danger, you will be able to provide assistance." Doufu, upon hearing this, was taken aback and asked, "What about you?" I replied, "I will stay behind to help." Chapter 35. The Golden Gate. Doufu was evidently reluctant, but seeing Zhuan Rui and me insist, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, suggesting that he leave the corpse immortal with me for any unforeseen circumstances. He then turned to the corpse immortal and asked, "Mudo, can you follow Qinxian?" The corpse immortal tilted his head. Doufu gestured at me and repeated himself several times before the corpse sorcerer finally managed to utter a few words. "Do not provoke the malevolent." At that moment, I suddenly felt that this corpse sorcerer, usually so dull, must be feigning it. However, seeing its serious denial, I was momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere among the group was tense, so I relented and said to Doufu, "All right, I am now infamous. It would be prudent for it to accompany you, just in case something arises." After deliberating, the group began to reorganize their gear. During this time, Ouyang Xuan remained silent, expressing her discontent with this decision. I ignored her, busying myself with the equipment while advising Doufu on various precautions, for the desert environment is unlike any other, lest he stir up trouble again. As I spoke, he dug at his ear and said, "Are you annoying? I don't recall you being this talkative usually. Don't make it sound like we're saying goodbye forever. It's unnerving." He then shifted the topic, staring at the massive insect carcass not far away, and asked, "What do you suppose this creature is?" On the other side, Zhang Wen interjected, "We've seen this before, though you might not have paid attention." "Seen it?" I pondered, recalling the scorpions and venomous snakes encountered since entering the desert. But never had I encountered such an enormous and bizarre insect. I shook my head and inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang adjusted his glasses and explained that it was not surprising we didn't remember. In the palace we had visited, the golden throne was adorned with various strange beast patterns, which were so intricate that we only glanced at them, focusing instead on Duoluo. Among those patterns was something resembling this insect. Zhang, having a keen interest in foreign cultures, observed more closely than the rest of us and picked up on details we overlooked. Initially, he saw something shaped like an insect on that throne, surrounded by several tentacle-like forms resembling a jellyfish, and pondered why there would be a jellyfish-like creature depicted in such a place. As the saying goes, the sea turns to mulberry fields, yet Tunger Desert, when traced back, was once vast grasslands and mountains, nowhere near the ocean or jellyfish. He did not dwell on it too deeply, initially thinking these strange forms, like Duoluo, were divine totems, mere fabrications. Yet now, seeing the full form of this enormous insect, he was immediately certain that the jellyfish on the golden throne was indeed this very creature before us. I was secretly astonished and exclaimed, "Weren't those things merely figments of imagination? Could they actually exist?" Zhang solemnly shook his head and countered, "Do you believe dragons exist?" Doufu replied, "Of course they do. I, along with Ouyang Xuan, have encountered one." He then recounted our battle with the evil flood dragon in the dragon tomb. Zhang responded, "But that was a flood dragon, not a true dragon. We Han people regard dragons as our ancestors, calling ourselves the descendants of dragons. Yet who has truly seen a dragon? We have worshipped dragons for thousands of years, with countless legends, designs, texts, and cultures surrounding them. Yet who has truly laid eyes upon one?" I have come to grasp the essence of Zhang words. Sometimes, that which remains unseen does not equate to non-existence. Yaofeng, an ancient realm where divine authority coexists with royal power, venerates shamanism, a faith rooted in the worship of all things. The earlier totemic pillars reveal that their totem is the Duoluo, their principal deity, surrounded by various other deities, albeit not of Yaofeng's pantheon. These seemingly fictitious totems are akin to dragons, indistinguishable as real or imaginary. Yet now, the elements within the totem stand before us, and Zhang's revelation of their identity evokes astonishment. At this juncture, Doufu had tidied his equipment pack and secured it onto the shivered, fastening the buckle, thus continuing to utilize this mobile bundle. He clapped his hands and remarked, "Since we are all dead, pondering this matter is futile. I am merely curious about how this entity has survived. You mentioned the water lacks fish or shrimp. Could it be that it has thrived solely on drinking water over the years?" Ouyang Xuan interjected with a sharp tone, "Have you forgotten those self-destructive zongzi? Perhaps it has grown by consuming them." Doufu disagreed, asserting that he had previously struck those zongzi with a probing shovel, revealing them to be mere soft zongzi, essentially air. How can one consume air? As the discussion unfolded, the group resolved to descend into the water. At this moment, lowering our gaze revealed an inky abyss beneath our feet. Although we knew water lay below, a profound fear enveloped us. The water's surface was at least 50 to 60 meters below our current position, and we lacked the courage to leap directly down. Thus, we fashioned an iron chisel into a makeshift anchor and cast a rope into the darkness below. Doufu donned gloves and began his descent along the rope. We had struck 2 ropes in total, and a party of 6 descended accordingly. The shivered was effortlessly maneuvering, as if endowed with suction cups. I trailed behind Doufu, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 to 6 meters. Calculating our altitude, I estimated we were nearing the water's surface when, all of a sudden, Doufu emitted a startled exclamation, followed by a barrage of "What the hell?" My curiosity piqued. I thought, what could this feeble, lethargic boy be so exasperated about? As we descended a few more meters, I noticed Doufu had halted. I inquired, "What is the matter?" Doufu adjusted his headlamp to maximum brightness, gesturing below, saying, "Look." Following his gaze, I could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Finally, I comprehended Doufu's agitation. The water below had vanished. The murky subterranean waters that had nearly drowned us had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the damp mountainside behind. Doufu's face turned pale. Recall that previously, Ouyang Xuan, in a foul mood, had suggested striking the chisel, asserting that since there was water below, we could simply jump down. Thankfully, the others were more pragmatic and disregarded Ouyang Xuan's outburst. Otherwise, had we leaped, we would have certainly landed in a heap of chaos. The others soon recognized the anomaly, their astonishment palpable, especially Ouyang Xuan, whose face drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Fortunately, the rope was sufficiently long, hanging down to about 2 meters above the ground, making the descent relatively safe. As the group reached the bottom, they were struck by the overwhelming dampness surrounding them. The air infused with the peculiar scent of moisture. Ouyang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Where has the underground water gone?" Zhuang Rue, deep in thought, responded, "This place is a sinkhole. The underground water must have previously surged in from other passages, and now it has likely receded." I sensed something amiss and remarked, "Considering the time elapsed since the attack on Doufu and me until our descent, which is less than an hour, the volume of water seems implausible. Even if it were a resurgence from an underground river, it would be impossible to drain so swiftly. If this is indeed the case, does it imply that this location has been in a perpetual state of fluctuating water levels for centuries? If that were true, then despite the sturdiness of the massive stone pillars supporting the staircase, one must remember that persistent dripping can wear down stone. Surely, they would have collapsed long ago under such conditions. What on earth is happening here?" Before I could ponder further, Doufu suddenly interjected, "Who cares? If there's no water, that's even better. We needn't worry about turbulent currents. Let's hurry and find that grand door." With this, Doufu and Ouyang Xuan no longer needed to act separately, and the group promptly proceeded in the direction previously planned, heading towards the area of chaotic currents. However, due to the perennial accumulation of water, the exposed ground was exceedingly slippery, and one had to be cautious to avoid falling flat on their back. As we advanced, we occasionally passed by substantial stone pillars. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these pillars were constructed from large gray stones, a remarkable feat given the engineering challenges 2 millennia ago. During our journey, we also stumbled upon remnants scattered across the ground, likely remnants of old lanterns, now reduced to mere fragments of stone. According to the map described by the omniscient guide, the massive door should be embedded in the mountainside, flanked by significant totem poles. However, based on the previous direction of the chaotic currents, I harbored a foreboding feeling, suspecting that the location of the door coincided with the path of the currents that had been swept away. Thus, it was quite possible that the grand door had suffered damage due to geological shifts or underground water. I feared that our quest might end in vain, a thought I kept to myself. In the darkness, the group hastened towards the southeast of the sinkhole, even at a brisk pace. It took us a good 10 minutes to reach the destination. Doufu, eager to resolve matters and return home, led the charge. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I see it. I see it. The door is over there." Faintly, against the dark mountainside, a yellow object became increasingly conspicuous. As we drew closer, the object expanded in size and clarity, revealing itself to be a grand golden door. Doufu remarked in astonishment, "Goodness, was this place once rich in gold during ancient times?" Chapter 36. The true and false Shui and I did not respond to Doufu. Rather, I was struck with amazement at the preservation of this door, far exceeding our expectations. Just then, as we approached, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before us. Due to the fact that this space was once submerged in water, the ground is predominantly damp. Yet before the grand entrance lies a spacious, fan-shaped area devoid of any traces of water. Ouyang Xuan expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that the water naturally avoids this place? How utterly bewildering." Doufu scratched his head and replied, "Do you think this is a novel? It must have some other explanation. Look at this totem pole, it's impressively large." The totem pole, situated precisely at the periphery of the golden door's fan-shaped area, was indeed substantial, requiring at least 7 or 8 individuals to encircle it. Judging by its material, it appeared to be crafted from local resources. Its black and red surface adorned with oversized, uniquely shaped hudou. I still vividly remember the moment I fired at the hudou etched upon the totem pole. It felt oddly unsettling, as if something sinister lingered within its presence. Doufu, however, seemed unfazed, circling the pillar slowly, and remarked, "I say, Yin-Yang face, are you afraid of this?" "I find it not particularly terrifying." Just as the words left his mouth, Doufu suddenly let out a loud gasp, exclaiming, "How can there be a person here?" At that moment, he had wandered to the back of the pillar, a blind spot for the rest of us. His exclamation startled me. I wondered how anyone could be there. Was this fellow truly unreliable, attempting to instill fear? Zhongong, however, placed his trust in Doufu and promptly followed suit, only to exclaim, "There truly is someone. No, it's a corpse." The rest of us hastily circled around, momentarily neglecting the golden door and totem pole. Upon reaching the rear, We were confronted by the sight of a person slumped against the totem pole. Their head hung low, hair still intact, yet their body was devoid of clothing, the muscles having withered and turned pale, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Whose corpse is this? How did it end up here? More perplexingly, why had the water not swept it away? At that moment, we had yet to ascertain the source of the underground water inflow, though it undoubtedly lay nearby. I pondered, could this corpse be one of those we had encountered beneath the water previously? Just then, Xuan Rui donned his gas mask once more and, with gloved hands, grasped the corpse's jaw, forcibly lifting the sagging head. A crackling sound emanated from the neck vertebrae. In that instant, as we beheld the visage of the corpse, a collective gasp escaped our lips. Even Xuan Rui recoiled as though he had touched something unclean. For the face before us bore an uncanny resemblance to Xuan, the very individual Xuan Rui had shown us a photograph of earlier. A myriad of questions flooded my mind. Who exactly was this corpse? Could it truly be Xuan? If this was indeed Xuan, then who was the Xuan that had subsequently emerged alive? Doufu, visibly trembling, withdrew behind me in fright, uttering, "Old Chun." Do you recall that incident Billy mentioned? The night it poured, he got up to collect wolf pelts, and then saw Xuan stepping into the rain. And then that Xuan's face transformed into a pointed, furry fox visage? Could it be that the true Xuan has always been a mere tofu? Which only amplifies the sense of panic. Ouyang Xuan, in a state of agitation, queried, "So, does this mean the real Xuan is indeed him? But how could he possibly have perished here? Is it conceivable that the ancient city beneath the desert is somehow connected to this location through a hidden passage?" Upon her utterance, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the golden door. Could it be that behind this gilded portal lies an underground passage? Was Xuan able to emerge from there? Yet, that wouldn't make sense. Didn't that door require a key to be opened? What if the lock had long since malfunctioned? At that moment, Xuan Rui's breath became labored, his throat convulsing violently, a palpable excitement coursing through him. It was a rare sight for the others to witness him in such a state. Tofu hastily patted his back, saying, "Calm down, take a deep breath. Those unaware might think you're suffering from a heart ailment." After a brief moment, Xuan Rui managed to regain some composure, seated himself on the ground, and slowly articulated, "This is the true Xuan. It must be so, just as it was back then." I understood he was referring to the encounter in the ancient turtle tomb, where his subordinates had suddenly transformed into two entities, one a charred corpse, the other a newly emerged individual from the earth. I, too, settled down, sensing the situation had taken a dire turn, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this Xuan is, in fact, a reincarnation of the Xuan before us?" Xuan Rui nodded affirmatively. Tofu, seizing upon the crux of the matter, displayed a fearful expression, growing increasingly anxious, casting furtive glances around, and gulped nervously, saying, "So, are you implying that the Duo here possesses such powers? Could it possibly purify and resurrect us as well?" Xuan Rui glanced at Tofu, remaining silent. Clearly, this notion was not unique to Tofu. I inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a chill envelop me, as though something lurked in the darkness, observing us. This sensation of being watched is often an illusion that arises in extremely insecure environments. Xuan Rui's words had raised everyone's spirits to their throats, especially in regard to the corpse before us. Its identity and history evoked a deeper dread. If all our speculations were indeed rooted in truth, I could almost envision that over 50 years ago, Xuan, in a bid to save Billier, was entombed beneath the ancient city, buried under the yellow sands. Surely, some fortuitous circumstance must have prevented him from being buried alive, allowing him to crawl and claw his way underground to this very spot, only to meet his end here. More precisely, at the hands of Duo. Subsequently, beside his corpse, another individual emerged slowly, opened his eyes, donned his garments, and departed. The shamans believe that all things possess a spirit and that all are divine. Thus, the specific beliefs can vary not only by region but also between different villages. The ancients who worshipped Duo revered it for its ability to allow the dead to regenerate, honoring it as a deity of purification and rebirth. Billier's past ordeal left everyone pondering a profound question. After being purified by Duo, does the resurrected individual truly retain the essence of their former self? The visage that Billy described, resembling that of a fox, unmistakably belonged to Hudiao. Presently, we find ourselves in an exceedingly perilous place. Doufu inquired of Xuan Rui. "This place has reached its limits. and the only recourse we have is the divine language we previously captured through camera and paper. Its efficacy remains uncertain. As for you, Ouyang Face, what are your plans? That golden gate is likely connected to the ancient ruins beneath the desert. Should we proceed? The force of love often blinds one's judgment. Despite Ouyang Xuan's usual demeanor as a spoiled heiress who harbors fears of insects and worms, her attitude hardened when it came to Zhuan Rui's future. With a disdainful huff, she pointed a finger at Doufu, rebuking him. Coward. If you're afraid, then leave. No one will miss you. Doufu, feeling his pride wounded, retorted, Am I scared? I merely plan ahead. I never suggested we part ways. I was simply seeking Ouyang Face's opinion. Ouyang Xuan scolded him fiercely. Who permitted you to say that? Even if only half of his face is handsome, it is still far superior to your lazy, gluttonous, timid self. Doufu, now visibly agitated, protested. I find myself agreeing with Ouyang Xuan. I cannot refute her claims. But so what? I'm better looking than that corpse, and more capable too. If it weren't for him, you would have drowned long ago. Ouyang Xuan replied with a cold laugh. True, he has a somewhat acceptable face, but a corpse is still a corpse, no matter how handsome. Would you wish to share your life with it? Beyond its face, it is nothing more than a mindless shell, dull and tiresome. It was evident that Ouyang Xuan had redirected her fear and anger, likely perceiving Doufu as an easy target, as people often prefer to pick on the weak. Unable to contain my frown, I interjected coldly. What are you arguing about at a time like this? Silence, all of you. My demeanor, typically aloof and unapproachable, rendered Ouyang Xuan reluctant to continue her provocation. However, it was Doufu who truly became enraged, his chest heaving, eyes ablaze as he fixed his gaze on Ouyang Xuan. From the very beginning, I admired your forthright nature, but being direct does not excuse a lack of civility. He has a name and his own consciousness. He is not merely a mindless zombie. The corpse's eyes flickered momentarily, emitting a faint sound as if to support Doufu, but ultimately, it remained silent, tilting its head back into a wooden semblance. Just as Ouyang Xuan was about to continue her dispute with Doufu, Zhuan Rui interjected, redirecting the conversation. He gestured for them to cease their bickering, asserting that this was not the time for such disputes, and promptly headed towards the Golden Gate, seemingly eager to unveil the mysteries that lay beyond. The group followed in his wake, but after taking just a few steps, I suddenly felt my foot snagged by something, and I tumbled forward, landing face first on the ground. Chapter 37. Opening the door, the impact was jarring, my face meeting the ground first, and the pain was excruciating, causing my nose to sting sharply. Observing my fall, Doufu hurried over to assist me, exclaiming, Old Chun, how is it that you are becoming clumsier with age? You can't even walk without falling. I disregarded Doufu's words, rising to glance at my feet and then behind me. The ground was even and, although somewhat slippery, there were no obstacles to trip over. Yet, I was acutely aware that something had indeed caused me to stumble moments ago. A shiver ran through me as I pondered. Could it be a ghost that tripped me? In various rural legends, it is often said that travelers on dark paths are suddenly knocked down, only to find nothing amiss upon rising. The locals refer to this phenomenon as a ghostly tripping. Noticing my intense focus on the ground and my silence, Doufu waved his hand in front of my eyes and inquired, Are you possessed? I seized his hand that was flailing about and replied, Stop joking, let us move on. With that, I continued forward, and Zhuang Rui and the others, seeing that I was unharmed, followed suit towards the Golden Gate. However, I remained vigilant, my eyes intentionally scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the darkness, rushing towards Zhuang Rui, with a distance of about 3 or 4 steps between us. I instinctively shouted for him to be cautious. Yet, the shadow, whatever it was, approached with alarming speed. In a moment of urgency, I lunged forward, forcefully tackling Zhuang Rui to the ground. The slick terrain caused us to roll together several times. Once we came to a halt, Zhuang Rui sat up abruptly, bewildered by the looks on the others' faces, and I noticed that the shadow had vanished. Clearly perplexed by my sudden action, Zhuang Rui cast me a questioning glance. I then explained about the ghostly tripping and the shadow's advance towards him. His eyes flickered momentarily before he urged, Let us not dwell on it. Let us open the door. At that instant, we were merely 5 or 6 steps away from the Golden Gate, easily within reach. Surrounding the gate was a circle of intricate patterns, though they lacked the eerie quality of those on the totem pole. The central seam of the gate was almost as thin as a hair, perfectly closed, with a human face depicted in the middle. Its mouth, resembling a swirling vortex, was bisected by the seam, giving the impression that the face had been cleaved in two. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the mask worn by the seated, lifeless corpse. An unsettling thought arose within me, prompting me to caution the others. The previous mask possessed a captivating power. Do not gaze upon the images on this door to avoid any unforeseen changes. Upon hearing my warning, Zhuang Rui furrowed his brow slightly, signaling everyone to hasten their pace and act decisively. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves beneath the gate. At the center of the golden door was a large keyhole. To preempt any potential traps, we readied ourselves, donning gas masks, firearms, gloves, and other protective gear. At this juncture, Zhonggong began to push against the golden door. Based on our earlier assessments, if Xuan had traversed through the passage behind this gate, the absence of a key on him suggested that the lock must be broken. Logically, we should have been able to push it open collectively. Yet the golden gate remained utterly immovable. Suddenly, Doufu seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "No, this is wrong. Previously, you mentioned that Xuan emerged from this door. However, it is both large and heavy, making it impossible for him to push it open alone." Doufu's words struck a chord. This golden door, despite our collective strength, remained immovable. There are only two plausible explanations. Either the keyhole is intact, preventing us from pushing it, or the door is too heavy, and our combined might is insufficient to budge it. Regardless of which reason it is, neither is something Xuan could rectify. He possesses neither the key nor the strength of Hercules. How could he possibly open this door? Could it be that the door must be pushed from within? But if that were the case, what purpose would the lock serve? At last, Zhuan Rui produced the golden key, preparing to test whether it could unlock the door. Just then, a strange laughter echoed through the darkness. The sinister giggle emanated from behind us. As we turned, we were startled to see the black totem pole not far behind. Suddenly, the laughter erupted again from our left, and as we shifted our gaze, it surged from the right. Before long, that shrill, mocking laughter surrounded us from all directions. The sound was indistinguishable in gender, rising ominously from the encroaching shadows, growing louder as it drew closer. Zhuan Rui scoffed. "What trickery is this?" He then handed the key to Zhongwan, signaling him to unlock the door. Swiftly, he made a defensive gesture, and we understood, promptly shielding Zhongwan behind us, forming a protective arc, our weapons raised in readiness for whatever might emerge. However, at that moment, the laughter abruptly fell silent. We then witnessed the black reliefs spiraling around the totem pole seemingly come to life, rotating rapidly. I questioned my own vision, but the astonished expressions of the others confirmed that this was indeed reality. Having encountered the hoodie duo before, Zhuan Rui was wary of such entities and wasted no time in firing his weapon. As before, the bullets proved ineffective. No matter how accurately aimed, they veered off course. Doufu urged the corpse immortal would go and eliminate them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hoodie duo upon the totem transformed into sinister shadows, lunging toward us with alarming speed. Their faces, reminiscent of foxes but narrower and sharper, sent chills down our spines. Each shadow targeted an individual among us, moving so swiftly that we scarcely had time to react. Just as they lunged, Zhongwen suddenly exclaimed, "It's open." At his words, a chilling gust swept past us, accompanied by a dull creaking sound, harmonizing with the ominous opening of the golden door, which seemed to pull us backward with an unseen force. In that instant, the shadows that had been charging at us vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, we found them once again coiled around the totem pole, motionless as if they were lifeless. We exchanged glances, realizing we were all drenched in sweat. I felt a surge of confusion. What had caused these entities to suddenly become so orderly? Could it be related to the door that had just opened? This thought sparked in my mind, prompting me to turn back and look. At this moment, the great door had swung open, revealing an ominous darkness behind it. Strangely enough, when light penetrated into that abyss, it was instantaneously devoured, as if illumination could not traverse within. The onlookers were taken aback, prompting Zhuan Rui to produce a cold firework, which he promptly tossed into the doorway. Much like the light, the cold firework vanished upon entering, its green glow extinguished without a trace. Doufu, astonished, inquired, "What lies beyond this threshold? Why can no light penetrate?" As he spoke, he cautiously advanced, but I swiftly pulled him back, whispering, "Do not approach too closely. The situation beyond seems rather peculiar." Just then, A gust of foul wind surged forth from the doorway, enveloping us in an instant. The stench was unbearable, an indescribable odor that compelled everyone to instinctively step back. Even through our gas masks, the noxious scent was discernible. Should we remove them? We might very well succumb to its toxic embrace. After a moment, the dark wind subsided, leaving us unable to discern the scene within, thus rendering judgment impossible. However, given the circumstances, it appeared evident that Xuan had not emerged from this portal. If that were the case, how did he transition from the ancient ruins beneath the desert to this spot? This conundrum was truly perplexing. Doufu attempted to ignite a piece of solid fuel, only to find it too vanished without a trace once cast into the door, the flames swallowed by the darkness. Zhonggong pondered aloud. Could there be a substance that absorbs light beyond this threshold? I replied, indeed, ancient peoples did utilize light-absorbing materials. But absorption is merely a term that implies a reduction in light refraction. It does not equate to a complete obstruction of light sources. It is likely more complex than mere light absorption. Doufu's eyes gleamed with an idea as he suggested, why not send the wooden figure inside to investigate? I found this notion quite agreeable, and the two of us began instructing the corpse spirit to enter the doorway. This command was straightforward enough for the spirit to comprehend. Yet surprisingly, after our directives, the corpse spirit tilted its head, disregarding us entirely. Doufu, incensed, threatened, do you wish to drink pesticide? If you continue to disobey, we shall cast you out. He reached out, pushing the corpse spirit forward, but it steadfastly refused to take that final step. I thought it wiser to rely on ourselves than on it. I conferred with Xuan Rue, suggesting we send a person in to scout, ensuring they were secured with a safety rope and capable of communicating the situation at all times, so that should any danger arise, we could swiftly rescue them. After deliberation, the task fell to me. I secured my safety harness and equipped myself with a flashlight, preparing to enter the doorway. Just as I was about to step inside, the corpse spirit abruptly extended a hand, blocking my path. I was momentarily taken aback, staring at it in disbelief. What did this mean? It was the first time the corpse spirit had shown such resistance, leaving me astonished. At that moment, it seemed to struggle with something in its throat, emitting a series of hissing sounds, as if attempting to speak but failing to articulate, appearing rather pitiable. Chapter 38. The giant within the corpse. Having spent considerable time in the company of the Doufu and the corpse immortal, I had naturally begun to discern something amiss with the latter. Doufu hissed softly and lowered his voice, saying, "It seems that the wooden figure has something to convey. It does not permit you to enter. Could there be some peril behind that door?" Observing the corpse immortal's behavior, I responded, "It goes without saying. There is undoubtedly some intrigue at play here." Initially, I had presumed that the corpse immortal was unable to comprehend our words, thus hesitant to cross the threshold. However, it was now evident that its awareness had indeed expanded. It was capable of understanding us. Given this, its reluctance to enter the door suggested the presence of something it deemed taboo. A sense of dread washed over me, sending chills down my spine. What could evoke such trepidation in a being of the dead? My thoughts drifted back to the ferocious Huhuduo, who had lunged at us with great fervor only to vanish abruptly when the door swung open. Clearly, this door bore some sinister influence. What precisely was it? In that moment, the corpse immortal stood resolutely at the entrance, preventing our passage, which only heightened the tension among us. Ouyang Xuan suggested to Doufu that, given the apparent danger within, it would be prudent to allow the corpse immortal to explore the interior, since it was already deceased and unlikely to encounter any true danger. Doufu, upon hearing this, was incensed, feeling both anger and disappointment, retorting to Ouyang Xuan, "If you wish to go, then go alone. Do not entertain such notions regarding it." Ouyang Xuan scoffed, "What is so formidable about it?" and then lapsed into silence, leaving the rest of us in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Advancing would entail significant peril, yet retreating would render this expedition a mere half measure. For Doufu and me, this did not bear direct consequences. However, Xuan Rue's situation was markedly different, thus we awaited his decision. Zhonggong offered his perspective, stating gravely, "Master, the current situation seems dire. Recklessly venturing forth may lead to calamity. We have already obtained an impression of the divine script. Perhaps it contains the information we seek. I propose we return first to decipher it. If it proves useful, we will all rejoice. If not, we now know the location of this place and can avoid many dangers, making a return visit quite feasible." Zhonggong's analysis was indeed quite rational. Yet Zhuang Rui remained silent, likely tormented by his previous encounter with Hu Huiduo and unwilling to wait any longer. The rest of us held our tongues, merely awaiting his decision. Observing this, Zhonggong leaned in to whisper something to Zhuang Rui. I could not discern their conversation, but Zhuang Rui's brow furrowed slightly, as if he harbored reservations. Ultimately, his expression darkened, yet he nodded slightly and addressed us. I appreciate everyone's efforts. We shall halt our endeavors here and return. Tofu, taken aback, muttered quietly, what did that rascal Zhonggong say to him? How did Zhuang Rui's demeanor change so abruptly? While Zhonggong conversed with Zhuang Rui, I noticed a subtle detail. Zhonggong cast a glance at Ouyang Xuan, presumably cautioning Zhuang Rui against any missteps on her part. Since the principal had declared our return, we had no objections. Though curiosity about the world beyond the golden door lingered, the preservation of our lives took precedence over our intrigue. My experience has taught me that there are many things best left unexamined. Tofu gazed intently into the dark void, his expression reminiscent of a curious kitten, seemingly eager to uncover the mysteries within. I tugged at him gently, saying, "Stop staring, let us go home." The group disregarded the golden gate, adjusting the lights to their maximum brightness as we distanced ourselves from the ominous totem pole and retraced our steps. Before long, we beheld the grand stone steps, where I recalled the body of the all-knowing figure, which we had placed upon those very stairs. The memory of his final moments stirred a pang of sorrow within me. And Tofu, feeling even more distraught, murmured, I told him he would be all right. I patted Tofu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, as we ascended several damp steps. Nearing the place where we had laid the all-knowing figure to rest, an overpowering stench suddenly invaded the air. This odor was all too familiar, decay, but of a distinctly unusual nature. It was a foulness that mingled with the scent of internal organs, and having long since removed our gas masks, we were nearly overwhelmed by the reek, causing several of us to recoil in disgust. Ouyang Xuan stumbled, nearly tumbling down the steps, but fortunately, Zhongwen caught her just in time. Tofu covered his mouth, exclaiming, "What is that terrible smell?" Zhuang Rui replied, "It's the stench of decay, fresh decay." Fresh decay? I wondered if it could be the all-knowing figure. But this made no sense. The odor of decay typically emerges only after a body has begun to decompose, and the all-knowing figure had been dead for barely 4 hours. How could such an acrid stench be present? I quickened my pace, taking several steps upward, and there, before me, lay the body of the all-knowing figure. My immediate reaction was one of nausea, which I could not suppress, and I turned away to retch. Tofu, following closely behind, was unable to contain himself either, and soon, the rest of the group, save for Zhuang Rui, joined in the chorus of retching. Before us loomed a colossal corpse. To be precise, it was a cadaver that had undergone putrefaction, swollen and liquefied, resulting in what forensic experts refer to as giant phenomenon. What is the giant phenomenon? It refers to the expansion of the body post-mortem, causing it to inflate into a grotesque mass. The occurrence of the giant phenomenon is generally temperature-dependent, in spring and autumn. It develops within 37 days post-mortem, in summer, within 23 days, while in winter, it may take up to 15 to 30 days to manifest. Following death, the soft tissues of the body fill with gas, leading to facial swelling, protruding eyeballs, thickened and averted lips, an extended tongue, a distended chest and abdomen, engorged limbs, and a scrotum that balloons into a spherical shape. The entire body thus swells into a grotesque form, rendering the deceased's appearance nearly unrecognizable, hence the term giant phenomenon. Collectively, in conditions where temperatures are not excessively high, this phenomenon typically arises within 5 to 7 days post-mortem, which is why traditional burial customs among the Han people involve keeping the body for 7 days before interment. During this period, the coffin is usually left slightly ajar, both to allow the spirit to enter and exit and to prevent the occurrence of apparent death, ensuring a flow of air. Some naive children might peer through the crevice to gaze upon the corpse within, an act strictly forbidden in rural areas. For the sight of a giant's cadaver is exceedingly terrifying. A child who witnesses it may even be rendered speechless with fear. The body before us is clad in the attire of a jack of all trades, yet it has undeniably transformed into a grotesquely bloated giant. Under normal circumstances, if flies were to breed, it would be teeming with maggots by now. However, this place seems devoid of mosquitoes, and thus, free from flies and maggots, yet the scene remains repulsive. The mouth, nostrils, and chest are stained with a brownish-yellow residue. The tongue, engorged with gas, protrudes grotesquely from the lips, elongated and purplish. The desiccated refuse appears to be a manifestation of post-mortem vomiting, primarily resulting from the pressure of gases on the internal organs, causing the remnants within the stomach to overflow. At the groin, there is a conspicuous bulge, which I surmise to be the swollen scrotum caused by gas accumulation. And it is even conceivable that rectal organs have been extruded due to the pressure. Legends recount tales of deceased women giving birth, some embellishing them into ghost stories. Yet, it is not entirely implausible. A pregnant corpse can indeed expel the fetus due to pressure, a phenomenon known as postmortem delivery, often observed in archaeological excavations where the remains of infants are found nestled between the legs of the deceased women rather than within the pelvic cavity. Having encountered numerous corpses, mummified remains, desiccated bones, and uncorrupted bodies, this is my first encounter with such a fresh cadaver, and the nauseating sensation is indescribable. After the initial wave of retching, the group's fervent reactions began to wane. Doufu, his complexion ashen, remarked, "Is this Su Li? Good heavens! How could he have ended up like this? Does everyone look like this after death?" I replied, "Yes, everyone does." Thus, death is indeed a rather terrifying affair. However, this condition typically occurs after 5 to 7 days. Given the low temperature here, it would ordinarily take at least 10 days for a body to decompose to such an extent. Yet, this has only been a matter of hours. How can this be? My mind was a whirl of confusion. While such post-mortem phenomena are relatively common, the thought of experiencing such a fate oneself is deeply unsettling. I recalled Su's appearance in life. Although not particularly vibrant, he was at least well-formed and robust. To see him in this state is truly heart-wrenching. Ouyang Xuan had already donned a gas mask, exclaiming, "It stinks terribly, let us cremate it." Zhuang Rui shook his head, his gaze piercing, stating, "The body should not decay this swiftly." I pondered aloud. Could it be due to external factors? Perhaps the environment here accelerates decomposition? Zhuang Rui remained silent, suddenly donning his gas mask, tightening his gloves, and drawing a dagger as he moved closer to the corpse. Zhong Gong, ever the loyal companion to Zhuang Rui, mirrored his actions, staying close at his heels. I wondered to myself, what are they planning to do? Chapter 39. Mischief of the Spirits. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I noticed two individuals crouching beside the corpse. Zhuang Rui exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Gong, who then retrieved incense from his equipment bag and ignited it. According to the customs of the living and the dead, Zhong Gong held 4 sticks of incense, reciting softly, "Brother Su, we regret that we arrived too late to save your life. Rest peacefully, for shortly, we shall cremate you and ensure your ashes are returned to your homeland, allowing you to rest in peace. Your family will surely take care of your remains. However, the peculiar state of your decaying body compels us to seek answers. Should we have offended you, we hope you will forgive us for our good intentions." Having finished his incantation, he placed the incense into a smokeless furnace, which served as an incense holder. Moments later, Zhuang Rui brandished a dagger, decisively slicing into the chest of the corpse of the resourceful Wang Shitong. With that cut, a foul, liquefied yellow fluid gushed forth, emitting an even more horrific stench, prompting the rest of us to instinctively recoil. Doufu, filled with indignation, attempted to intervene, but I restrained him, urging, "Do not approach." Doufu, covering his mouth, muttered, "How can they do this? The man is already dead. Their actions are utterly despicable. What a disgrace." I, too, felt a pang of sorrow. Our team had bonded closely, navigating through various challenges together. Aside from Ouyang Xuan, who occasionally exhibited a bit of a spoiled temperament, our interactions had been amicable, even in our brief time together. I could vividly recall the stoic smile of Wang Shitong and the admiration that occasionally flickered in his eyes when he looked at Zhong Gong. Every individual has their idol, and it was said that Wang Shitong had been nurtured and elevated by Zhong Gong himself. As Zhong Gong inserted the incense, I observed this meticulous man, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Throughout our journey, we had faced numerous dangers, supporting one another, and now witnessing the demise of our companion was unbearable. Doufu, known for his tender heart, reacted strongly, and I could only offer comfort, explaining the circumstances. The decomposition observed in the giant's body could only result from prolonged exposure to decay. The time elapsed since Doufu and I had departed, becoming trapped by the stone wall, and eventually escaping to open the golden giant door was not extensive, approximately 3 to 4 hours. How could a body undergo such drastic change in such a brief span? Xuan Rui was evidently conducting an autopsy. For those versed in the art of tomb raiding, their understanding of the deceased surpasses that of mere novices like us, suggesting that Xuan Rui sought to uncover the truth. Doufu remained compassionate, stating, "Did you not say it could be due to environmental factors? What purpose does it serve to investigate further now that he is gone?" I countered, "What if it is not due to environmental causes?" Doufu fell silent, turning his back to Wang Shitong's corpse, refusing to witness the actions of Xuan Rui and the others. None of us wished to behold such a scene, and the rest of the group turned away, adopting a vigilant posture, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences or the resurgence of the malevolent spirits. Approximately 10 minutes later, a simple autopsy was completed. Xuan Rui and Zhong Gong placed solid fuel on the corpse and ignited it, discarding their soiled gloves and outer garments carelessly onto the stone steps. Both displayed a somber demeanor. Finally, it was Zhong Gong who broke the silence. The results indicate that the body has been deceased for 10 to 12 days. Zhang Wen was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be? It should be no more than 4 hours." Doufu interjected, "Could it be that old Su's body has traversed time and space?" At that moment, bolstered by the solid fuel, the flames roared to life. Due to the corpse being bloated, the incineration time was shortened, and in approximately 20 minutes, only ashes would remain. The thick smoke produced by the burning body forced everyone to retreat to the base of the stone steps, gazing upwards at the towering flames, their voices laden with gravity. Why had Wang Shitong's body undergone such a transformation in less than 4 hours? Could it truly be, as Doufu suggested, that this corpse had crossed the boundaries of time? The others were equally perplexed by the situation, leaving them momentarily speechless. The darkness was dispelled significantly by the fierce flames, and thanks to the gas masks, the acrid stench of burning was mitigated. After about 20 minutes, the flames extinguished, leaving behind a pile of grayish-white ashes interspersed with charred fragments. Zhong Gong retrieved a waterproof tool bag, carefully collected the ashes within, and patted the bulging bag as if to comfort Wang Shitong. He then placed the sealed bag into his equipment pack, stating, "Xiao Su, it's time to go home." It was apparent to me that Zhong Gong bore the heaviest burden among the group. As everyone tidied up the ashes, there was no time to ponder the accelerated decomposition of the corpse. They proceeded up the stone steps, intending to retrace their path back to the cave entrance. However, upon reaching the original spot and shining their lights upwards, they discovered that the rope they had previously secured had inexplicably fallen, landing on the steps. Due to the unique materials of the stone chamber above, they were unable to secure anything into the ground. Hence, they had placed a long iron chisel horizontally above the square opening before rigging the rope. Logically, there was no reason for the rope to have slipped free. Doufu exclaimed, "This is bad. The rope has fallen. How can we ascend from such a height?" I gestured for everyone to concentrate their lights on the cave entrance, saying, "We have the probing claws. As long as the iron chisel remains in place, we can rig another rope." What puzzled me more than the possibility of securing a new rope was the mystery of why this one had fallen. At that moment, all the lights converged on the upper area, revealing that the iron chisel was indeed still firmly in position. Everyone sensed that the sudden fall of the rope was peculiar and began to test the entrance carefully, yet found nothing amiss. Ouyang Xuan, unaccustomed to such hardships, seemed somewhat unwell after all the commotion, hugging her arms and expressing that she felt cold. Xuan Rui gently probed her forehead and declared that she had a fever, suggesting it was best to leave this place swiftly and settle down as soon as possible. Consequently, the group, heedless of further contemplation, retrieved the probing claw, secured the rope to it, and launched it through the mechanism box with great force. The moment the mechanism box was fired, the rope soared upward, with the probing claw firmly catching onto the iron protrusion above. Xuan Rui exerted a couple of tugs to ensure its security, then began to ascend. All eyes were fixed on Xuan Rui, momentarily oblivious to their surroundings, when suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow looming above the cave entrance, obscuring it completely, rendering it unclear whether it was a person or a specter. Startled, I shouted, "Xuan Rui, come down quickly." Xuan Rui had evidently noticed it too and attempted to retreat. But in that critical moment, the seemingly secure rope unexpectedly slipped. In an instant, Xuan Rui, who had climbed nearly 10 meters high, plummeted downwards. In a desperate reflex, I lunged forward, colliding with Xuan Rui just before he could crash to the ground. This impact somewhat mitigated the force of gravity. Yet both of us lost our balance on the descending stone steps and began to roll uncontrollably, colliding with the edges of the steps and experiencing inevitable pain. The crucial factor was that the sides of the stone steps were suspended in midair, devoid of any railing. As we tumbled uncontrollably towards the edge, I instinctively grasped Xuan Rui's foot, while he quickly seized the step with both hands, leaving us suspended in the air. Xuan Rui, relying solely on his arms to bear our weight, had his muscles taut with strain, while Doufu and the others rushed downward in a frenzy, urgently pulling Xuan Rui upwards. Once we managed to climb back onto the steps, our faces bore bruises, and we were panting heavily, filled with trepidation. I took a moment to catch my breath and expressed my gratitude to Xuan Rui, saying, "Thanks to you, or else we would have fallen just now." Xuan Rui waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, "Had it not been for your timely push, I would have either met my demise or suffered grievous injury." Doufu interjected, "Enough of your mutual politeness. What was that lurking above the cave entrance?" I shook my head, stating I couldn't see it clearly. Xuan Rui's face, half handsome and half disfigured, wore a grim expression as he squinted and said, "I saw it. It was the same entity that lured us down here." Lured us down here? My heart sank. Could it be that child? What on earth did that child intend? Reflecting on its previous actions, I suddenly realized that the girl had been guiding us to this very location all along, and now, as we sought to ascend, she was obstructing our path. Did she intend to trap us here? Doufu, taken aback, soon became indignant, exclaiming, "I even helped to cremate it. This child is utterly ungrateful. If only I could have made it suffer." I urged Doufu to refrain from such irrelevant musings, stating, "If that girl is persistently causing us trouble from above, we shall never ascend. We need to devise a plan." Xuan Rui proposed, "Let us draw her down. It would be easier to confront her face to face." Doufu emitted a soft sound and asked, "What do you intend to do about it once it is brought down?" Xuan Rui glanced at Doufu and replied coolly, "Is it worth revealing our plans now? It would hardly fall for them." With that, he gestured to Zhonggong to proceed with the incense. As per tradition, Zhonggong first lit a jade beauty incense stick, and in an instant, the orange flame transformed into a vibrant green. Doufu whispered, "It's starting to breathe." Chapter 40. Voices in the dark. The candle's flame flickered, momentarily shrinking to the size of a bean, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Beings possess life force, and spirits possess their own essence. When a ghost exhales, the candlelight perceives this breath and changes its hue. The flame, reminiscent of a green bean, burned steadily, casting a pale green glow upon the faces of those nearby. Subsequently, Zhonggong drew out the incense and lit it, the fragrant smoke capable of revealing the location of the soft zongzi and making it visible. The aromatic tendrils of smoke curled upwards, quickly dissipating into the air, prompting Zhonggong to furrow his brow. What if it refuses the incense? Judging by the smoke and the ghost's breath, the incense clearly failed, under normal circumstances. If the soft zongzi were hiding above, it would absorb the fragrant smoke, causing it to coalesce and rise uninterrupted. Yet now, it barely ascended half a meter before dispersing. Xuan Rui frowned, then took a seat on the stone steps, his gaze fixed on the dark opening above, seemingly questioning the mischievous girl. Or perhaps himself. What is her true intention? Doufu sighed, plopping down on the ground, lamenting, "We have encountered numerous formidable zongzi, yet here we are, on the verge of defeat at the hands of a mere girl." Zhongwen chuckled ruefully, "We've braved mighty storms, only to stumble in a gutter." Doufu, unable to contain his frustration, shouted upwards, "If you have the courage, come down and face me one-on-one." Xuan Rui appeared to have made a connection upon hearing this, suddenly rising to his feet and saying, "She has never descended. Could it be that she is unable to enter this place?" His words sparked a realization within me. I recalled how the zongzi had previously guided us, as if leading the way, yet had since failed to make an appearance. Was there truly something about this place that was taboo for her? At that moment, Zhongwen remarked, "It was perilous earlier. Thankfully, the leader did not climb too high. Had he ascended further and fallen, Brother Chen would not have been able to catch him. Thus, we cannot take further risks. I believe there must be other exits in this area." Xuan Rui remained silent, prompting me to inquire, "What makes you think so?" Zhongwen replied, "You previously mentioned that Xiao Su described the appearance of the map. This location is a significant sacrificial site, where many gather for offerings. Consider this. With so many people and the materials for sacrifice, where do they come from? Could it not be that they, like us, descend from such heights? One by one, using ropes? Before anyone could respond, Zhang Wen continued. This passage appeared because we detonated the totem pole with explosives, creating this collapse. The true entrance cannot be here. Upon grasping Zhang Wen's intention, Doufu blinked in confusion and remarked, however, we have thoroughly explored this place and have not encountered any other entrances. Zhong Gong suggested, could there be a mechanism? I believe it would be prudent for us to investigate once more. At that moment, the path above was guarded by the young girl, rendering it utterly impassable. Consequently, the group had no choice but to descend the stone steps once again, preparing to search for alternative exits. The stone staircase was lengthy, and the repeated climbing was quite exhausting. When they finally reached the bottom, Doufu suddenly inquired, do you think the entrance might be behind that golden door? The ominous aura emanating from the grand door was decidedly peculiar. Even the corpse spirit seemed wary of it. I advised Doufu to refrain from such thoughts. Unless we were utterly at our wits' end, we must not approach that door. The others concurred, and thus they commenced their protracted search. This space was vast. Yet secret passages do not simply appear wherever one wishes. They must be strategically placed according to the terrain. Hence, we deduced that if there were indeed a secret passage, it could not be beneath our feet, but rather situated on an inner wall. Following this, based on the layout of the palace above, we conjectured a likely location in the northeast. Should we fail to find anything in that direction, we would have to resort to an exhaustive search, which would be incredibly time-consuming. Our equipment was sufficiently adequate, allowing the group to conserve no resources. They adjusted their lights to the maximum and began a meticulous examination in the southeast, searching for any potential mechanisms. Unbeknownst to them, they gradually dispersed. When I turned to look, I saw lights flickering off in various directions. I did not concern myself with the others, but observed Doufu, who was diligently exploring with the corpse spirit, behaving cautiously without any signs of trouble, which alleviated my worries. As time passed, over an hour slipped by without yielding any results. I felt compelled to signal as previously agreed, flashing my headlamp 3 times. Due to the expansive space, the others could only gauge their locations based on the glow of light. I sent out the signal indicating that I had found nothing, and soon after, those scattered in other areas responded in kind, each flashing their lights 3 times as well. Feeling fatigued, I contemplated the implications of failing to locate anything in this area. It would necessitate an expansion of our search zone, a process that would prove laborious and time-consuming. I couldn't help but ponder whether the elusive entrance truly lay behind that golden door. While I mused, the group reconvened. Ouyang Xuan had directly seated herself against the wall, drifting into a drowsy state. I noticed her complexion was flushed, indicating she was quite ill. After enduring a series of harrowing events, a cursed corpse, near drowning, and bizarre insects that nearly claimed their lives, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Doufu's stomach grumbled audibly, and he rubbed his belly, suggesting, shall we take a break, eat something, and then resume our search? Miss Ouyang should first take some medicine and rest. As I glanced at my wristwatch, it was already morning, with the hands indicating 9 o'clock. This meant we had spent the entire night in turmoil, without sustenance or rest. The absence of an exit weighed heavily on our spirits, and fatigue was evident on all faces. After Doufu spoke, Zhuan Rue nodded in agreement and called for a moment's respite. The group shared dried meat and compressed biscuits, feeding some to Ouyang Xuan, who soon fell into a deep slumber after taking medicine to reduce her fever and inflammation. The rest of us gathered around a small fire fueled by solid fuel, each of us feeling the pull of drowsiness. Zhuan Rue, however, showed no signs of fatigue. It seemed the pressure of being trapped without a solution to the conundrum weighed heavily upon him. Ultimately, we decided to rest for 6 hours, excluding Ouyang Xuan. The remaining 5 of us took turns to keep watch, each for about an hour. Doufu and I were the last 2 on duty, so we found a slightly more comfortable spot to rest. I fell into a deep sleep, only to be roused by Zhong Gong, who said, "It's your turn." I sat up, feeling that the brief slumber had done little to alleviate my exhaustion. In fact, I felt even more fatigued from the abrupt awakening. Upon checking my watch, I realized that 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, as I had not dreamt during my sleep. Sitting by the fire, I resumed my watch, while the corpse-like figure stood rigidly nearby. The darkness was punctuated only by our shallow breaths, enveloped in an eerie silence. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed. I noticed Doufu sprawled out in slumber and thought it pointless to wake him when I could only manage another hour of sleep myself. So I allowed him to continue resting and sat by the fire, pondering various thoughts. My mind wandered to the enigmatic golden door and then drifted further to LV Su, who was likely recovering from his broken rib. Memories of the mute who had vanished without a trace after we left the snowy mountains came rushing back, as did the face eerily resembling Chen Xi's, with a flood of questions surging through my mind. Just as these thoughts rolled chaotically in my head, I suddenly heard an exceedingly faint sound emerging from the darkness to my left. Though soft, it was acutely perceptible to someone who had lingered in such silence for an extended period. I instinctively strained to listen and realized with a jolt, it was the sound of footsteps, human footsteps. Moreover, there were many of them. A rhythmic sound akin to a disciplined march. I instinctively turned my gaze toward the source of the noise, but found nothing but darkness. My muscles tensed involuntarily, and a thought flashed through my mind. It was impossible for so many people to suddenly appear in this place. What could this sound of footsteps truly be? Immediately, I roused the others, signaling that something was amiss. Doufu awoke, surprised by the time, and exclaimed, "Old Xuan, why didn't you wake me for my shift?" I replied, "You were sleeping like a log. How could I wake you?" "Enough of that. Everyone gather your things. We have a situation." Upon awakening, without any prompting from me, the others quickly became aware of a sound reminiscent of footsteps. As the saying goes, illness strikes like a mountain, and Ouyang Xuan was utterly incapable of rising at this moment. Zhuan Rue instructed Zhong Gong to remain on guard while the rest of us turned on our lights and hastily proceeded toward the source of the sound. Chapter 41. Natural memory. We had scarcely taken a few steps when the footstep-like sounds grew increasingly pronounced. Simultaneously, amidst the footsteps, a vague and indistinct noise emerged, as if someone were howling in an unknown tongue. This sound began faintly, but ultimately overshadowed the footsteps entirely. A sense of vigilance gripped our hearts. We held our breath and advanced swiftly. Just then, at the end of the light's reach, a sudden flicker caught our attention. The flicker was peculiar, akin to the moment a large television screen distorts due to poor signal, causing the image to warp. Stark, white lines abruptly appeared at the edge of our vision, pulsating and shimmering intensely. This entire spectacle transpired in less than 2 seconds, yet the novelty of such an extraordinary phenomenon left us astounded. In that fleeting moment of distortion, a figure materialized in the previously vacant space. It was akin to a ghost revealing itself. Doufu gasped in shock, his voice trembling. So many zongzi. We beheld the figures, each indistinct as though viewed through a foggy pane of glass, forming a long queue and moving slowly from left to right. The footstep sounds we had heard earlier unmistakably emanated from them. At this juncture, the 4 of us stood, a mere 10 meters away from these zongzi, our gazes fixed intently upon their movements. Strangely, these entities appeared utterly indifferent to our presence, as if we were invisible. Were these zongzi merely out for a stroll? Our eyes followed the direction in which the zongzi were heading. After walking approximately 20 to 30 meters, their silhouettes abruptly vanished, as if they had stepped into another realm. Yet, the zongzi in line behind the first continued to advance. Suddenly, a thought struck me. From where did these zongzi emerge? With this inquiry in mind, I instinctively glanced in the direction from whence they had come, allowing the beam of my headlamp to shift accordingly. Soon, I discerned their origin. These zongzi were indeed emerging from a pitch-black stone wall. The 4 of us stood frozen, paralyzed by the bewildering sight before us. At that moment, I noticed among the zongzi, a particularly tall figure donned in an eagle-beaked mask, distinctly different from the others, suggesting a higher status. Just then, the masked zongzi halted abruptly, causing my heart to skip a beat, fearing they were about to attack. Instead, I witnessed the masked figure shouting in an incomprehensible language, prompting the other zongzi to stop as well, with some even kneeling in reverence. Moments later, its voice rose in a soaring crescendo. Although we could not comprehend the language, the fervor and authority resonating within it were unmistakable. This enthralling episode lasted a full 4 or 5 minutes, and then the voice of the masked figure ceased. The procession continued forward, each individual gradually fading from view, until at last, a delicate, lightning-like phenomenon materialized ahead. In an instant, those figures vanished entirely. Doufu exclaimed in astonishment, "Why do I feel as if I am watching a movie? Did those figures emerge to perform for us?" I admonished him to refrain from such nonsense, reminding him that we were mere treasure hunters, and those figures had no need to perform for us or flatter us. The sight of those figures reminded me of the ones who had repeatedly taken their own lives on the stone steps. prompting me to ponder the connection between these two groups. What strange phenomenon had unfolded in this underground chasm? At that moment, Ouyang Xuan seemed to have an epiphany. He suddenly clapped his left fist into his right palm, his face alight with realization. "I understand," he declared, and immediately asked us if we had heard the story of the Valley of War. Doufu, perplexed, replied, "Ouyang, what are you talking about at a time like this? Besides," he gestured toward me, "this fellow beside me is an expert storyteller. If you wish to hear stories, you can do so once we escape. Let us not delve into that now, shall we?" Ouyang Xuan shook his head, asserting, "This is not a tale. It is a matter of fact. You are aware of the expeditionary forces that fought in Burma, correct?" Doufu scratched his head, bewildered, and replied, "Yes, I know. We studied it in history. Back then, 100,000 troops ventured into Burma, but fewer than 20,000 returned home after traversing the jungles of Yunnan and Burma. It is said that in those woods, the remains of tens of thousands of soldiers lie buried. It was a tragic affair. The defeat was primarily due to unfamiliarity with the terrain and being covertly undermined by the British, leading to such heavy casualties. Consequently, I no longer support British teams during the World Cup. So, I'm not telling a story but are instead giving us a lesson in modern history." Hearing this, Ouyang Xuan chuckled and nodded. "Correct, it was indeed that battle. However, I am not here to teach you history. Rather, the situation we currently face bears some resemblance to the events that transpired after that battle. In fact, there exists a place known as Wildman's Gully within the jungles of Yunnan and Burma. When the expeditionary forces returned home, they had to traverse this gully, which was reputed to be inhabited by wild men, compounded by the treacherous terrain and toxic miasmas. Consequently, the losses during the crossing were staggering. Many perished there. Thus, the jungles of Yunnan and Burma are of great interest to those who wish to study the history of the expeditionary forces, leading many exploration teams to venture into the jungle in search of relics. In 1992, a German expedition team arrived at Wildman's Gully for research. While camping one night, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of gunfire reverberating through the forest, accompanied by intermittent cries of anguish. It was autumn at the time, and many of the plants in the jungle had begun to turn yellow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the surrounding environment underwent a profound transformation. The once verdant land, adorned with palm trees, has transformed into a vast expanse of shrubs. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the forest, a group of individuals, clad in tattered military uniforms, bearing wounds and displaying an air of despair, approached them. This German expedition team, dedicated to the study of close combat history, immediately recognized that the figures, armed and battered, some even festering with sores, were garbed in the uniforms of the Chinese expeditionary force from years past. Were they phantoms? Yet these apparitions seemed oblivious to their presence, each moving about with distinct clarity, the sounds of their footsteps resonating in the air. The only unchanged sense was that of smell. The exploration team had been roasting a wild chicken over a fire, which had now vanished, yet the tantalizing aroma of the roasted fowl lingered. Among the group, a member fluent in Chinese overheard the soldiers uttering words of returning home and country. Everything felt so palpably real that he could not resist greeting one of the soldiers. However, the soldier's form merely passed through him, an ethereal passage devoid of sensation. The forest echoed with distant gunfire, reminiscent of battle. The Germans recalled that, aside from the retreating expeditionary forces, there were also the Japanese pursuing them into the jungle. The entire experience felt as though they were ensnared within a cinematic narrative, complete with sound, motion, and imagery, yet unable to participate. This peculiar occurrence lasted over 20 minutes before abruptly dissipating. Subsequently, some began to investigate this phenomenon, with superstitious interpretations suggesting the wandering of restless spirits. In contrast, the foreigners, with their penchant for scientific inquiry, diligently pursued the truth. After extensive research, they ultimately unveiled the underlying secret. The Earth itself acts as a colossal magnetic field, with mountains, stones, flora, and fauna imbued with magnetism, akin to a vast optical disc. Under certain specific conditions of temperature, humidity, and magnetic field, these elements could create a natural disc, preserving memories of the past. When the environment aligns with those prior conditions, the disc is activated, allowing the scenes recorded by nature to reemerge. Such phenomena have been noted abroad and are referred to as the magnetic memory of nature. Ouyang Xuan subsequently offered an analysis. The location we occupy is a sinkhole, likely repurposed by later inhabitants into its current form. The formation of sinkholes occurs predominantly through two mechanisms: geological movements or significant meteor impacts, and given the considerable depth of this sinkhole, the likelihood of natural magnetic memory occurring here is heightened. Thus, I conjecture that the suicides we previously witnessed and the recent specter may both be manifestations of this magnetic release. This hypothesis was new to me, and Doufu interjected. It seems somewhat plausible, but if that is the case, why did the specter take on the forms of Wanshitong and Old Xuan? Zhang, when hesitated, adjusted his glasses, and replied, I do not know. This is merely my speculation. Doufu pondered for a moment and remarked, upon your mention, I recall those flickering lights we just witnessed. Could they possibly be the result of electromagnetic release? You might be onto something. Noticing my silence, Doufu gently patted my shoulder and said, Lao Chun, don't wear that serious face and remain mute. At least share your thoughts. I redirected my gaze towards the stone wall from which the earlier figures had emerged and mused. If what we experienced was indeed a playback of magnetic field memories, then it implies that those individuals must have exited from this very spot, suggesting that the ancient sacrificial participants also emerged from here. Zhang Wan, taken aback, stomped his foot in excitement and exclaimed, Brother Chun, how astute. I can't believe I didn't consider that. It must be true. He then approached the stone wall, beginning his search. Having finally uncovered this lead, we felt compelled to act immediately, scouring the area in hopes of finding some mechanism. Chapter 42. The hidden entrance. The four of us, armed with lanterns, encircled this modest area, yet after a considerable time, not even a crack was discovered. Logically, if this location had once harbored an entrance, traces ought to remain. However, the stone wall blended seamlessly with its surroundings, betraying no evidence of former existence. Zhuan Rui knocked on the stone surface, leaning in to listen intently, but seemingly gleaned little. Subsequently, he struck the wall again with the handle of his dagger, this time with greater force, resulting in a faint, hollow echo. He then announced, There is a space behind, but this stone wall is quite thick. Doufu inquired, What shall we do then? Zhuan Rui replied with a single word, blast. Some describe modern tomb raiders not as mere grave robbers, but as grave demolishers. They identify the precise location, place explosives, and then depart with their spoils. In truth, this type of raider comprises the majority nowadays, lacking refinement and knowledge. Not only do archaeologists detest them, but even those of us within this circle find such practices utterly contemptible. The art of tomb raiding has its own code. Take what you need, but do not destroy. Return the earth upon completion. This implies that if the tomb contains an abundance of artifacts, one ought not to recklessly ruin them. Firstly, to leave something for the tomb's owner. And secondly, to ensure future colleagues have sustenance, as ancient tombs are increasingly rare. Furthermore, upon exit, one must fill in the excavation to prevent weather damage to the burial chamber. It must be said, our group adheres to these principles rather closely. We never intentionally destroy what we do not require from the tomb. Most often, we resort to explosives only in dire circumstances. Given the spaciousness of this location, the use of explosives would pose no issue. Heeding Zhuan Rui's advice, we summoned Zhong Gong, relocating the slumbering Ouyang Xuan nearby as we began to set the explosives. This time, the quantity was substantial, prompting the rest of us to keep our distance. Setting explosives was Zhong Gong's forte. Doufu, standing beside me and stretching his neck, remarked, At long last, we found a way. Do you think that thing won't come back to cause trouble? I chose not to respond. Pondering over events that had yet to transpire was futile. In an instant, a resounding explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Debris flew through the air, and a pungent scent of gunpowder enveloped the surroundings as a cloud of smoke billowed against the mountainside. Zhong Gong coughed twice and remarked, It must have detonated. Let the smoke clear before we ascertain the situation within. Shortly thereafter, the haze began to dissipate, revealing an irregularly shaped opening created by the blast. It appeared dark and foreboding inside, leaving us uncertain of what lay beyond. Zhong Gong took the lead, cautiously approaching the opening to peer inside. Moments later, he turned back to us and exclaimed, It's a staircase leading upward. It seems to be an exit. I turned to Doufu and said at last, We have found a way. Carry Ouyang Xuan on your back. We are going home. Doufu, who bore the lightest load among us, had no choice but to comply despite his usual indolence, and he hoisted Ouyang Xuan onto his back. Our group, led by Zhong Gong, ventured into the newly created opening. Ascending the staircase. This staircase was not a straight ascent, but rather a winding path, likely spiraling upward. Judging by its trajectory, the exit should lead us inside the royal palace. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhonggong suddenly halted, exclaiming, "There's a stone chamber here." Surrounding this stone chamber were several niches carved into the mountainside, suggesting that it once served as a transit station, likely used to store ceremonial items, given its spaciousness. At that moment, my light illuminated a smooth stone wall on the right, revealing intriguing murals. The practice of mural painting dates back to ancient times, where individuals carved images into stone, leaving behind enigmatic patterns that continue to baffle modern observers. During the Yao period, particularly within the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the emergence of painted murals marks a significant discovery. The pigments on the stone wall had long since faded, losing their vibrant hues, leaving behind a brownish tint that rendered the images nearly unrecognizable. As I leaned closer, I discerned figures in the murals, their expressions etched with terror, as they fled in all directions, seemingly escaping some unspeakable horror. Behind these fleeing individuals were swirling spiral lines, suggesting they were attempting to escape the confines of this spiral. Doufu, having approached without my notice, suddenly interjected. The omniscient one previously mentioned that the lost map depicted spiral lines behind the Golden Gate. Could these spirals refer to what lies beyond that gate? I nodded, finding merit in Doufu's hypothesis. This spiral undoubtedly symbolized some form of peril, and the terrified figures in the mural were likely the people of the Yao kingdom striving to evade such dangers. Doufu continued to survey the scene and suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Who is that? Is it the petrified ancient corpse we encountered before?" In the subsequent scene, another setting unfolds, depicting an individual clad in a flowing black robe, their visage obscured by a dual fisheye mask reminiscent of one we have previously encountered. This enigmatic figure strides purposefully towards a distant assemblage of palatial architecture, an edifice rendered in peculiar, twisted lines. The walls contort unnaturally, the palace's apex is similarly distorted, and even the inhabitants within appear warped. The masked figure, their face shrouded in mystery, advances step by step towards the grotesque palace. The artistry of this scene is exceptionally intricate, capturing even the minutiae of the person's attire, albeit in a patchy palette that renders identification challenging. Yet, it seems highly probable that this individual is the petrified ancient corpse we have previously encountered. It appears that this figure does not belong to the realm of Yao Feng. Rather, they resemble a wanderer. In antiquity, many practitioners of spiritual disciplines, including shamans, engaged in a form of pilgrimage, and based on the individual's garb, they likely represent a shaman who has journeyed to the ancient land of Yao Feng. As the figure enters the warped palace, a totemic pillar rises at the entrance, crowned by a fox-shaped hudiao. Following this, the scene transitions to the forging of a golden gate. Once the gate is sealed, the spiral is ensnared behind it. A further glance reveals a sacrificial tableau. The golden gate is unlatched by the masked shaman, and a procession of individuals, modestly clad in cloth, cautiously steps through the threshold. The expressions on their faces are tinged with terror, and a sense of resignation prevails, devoid of any resistance. As they pass through the golden gate, their forms vanish abruptly, much like the flames we previously cast within, consumed by an unseen force. A chill courses through me as the realization dawns. This is a ritual of human sacrifice, the intended offering being the spiral imprisoned behind the golden gate. I remain uncertain of the spiral's true significance, yet the mural's content allows me to glean insights into the ancient realm of Yao Feng. It appears that this spiral manifested abruptly, ushering in considerable calamity for Yao Feng. In response, a formidable shaman arrived, imparting the knowledge of crafting the golden gate to the people of Yao Feng, thereby imprisoning the spiral beyond its threshold. Simultaneously, this shaman seems to have revered the hudiao, possibly believing it to possess the power to subdue the spiral, thus transforming Yao Feng into a bastion of shamanic authority, perhaps even instituting the practice of human sacrifice to placate the spiral. The figures we previously observed traversing the stone steps, perhaps, were those intended for sacrifice. Upon hearing my analysis, Doufu expressed astonishment. So, those hudiao are, in fact, guardians of the Golden Gate. Their sudden aggression towards us was likely provoked by our attempt to open the gate? I nodded in affirmation. Doufu pondered for a moment before querying, then what lies beyond the Golden Gate? If we had indeed opened it and failed to secure it afterward, Could the spiral escape? A sense of uncertainty washed over me as I pondered the situation. It seemed evident that if Xuan Rue wished to uncover a means to decipher Hoodie Duo, the primary clue lay with the petrified ancient corpse. Regrettably, the map had been lost, likely swept away to the depths of the waters when the subterranean tide receded. Directly opposite the stone chamber stood a staircase ascending into darkness. After a thorough exploration of the chamber, it appeared that any valuable items had either been removed or had decayed over time. Thus, we resolved to ascend the staircase. At that moment, the collective attention of the group was fixated ahead, the endless black staircase proving to be quite exhausting. Doufu, burdened by carrying Ouyang Xuan, struggled to continue and implored, "Old Shun, why not take a turn carrying her, so I can catch my breath?" I replied, "Do not rely on me for everything. One must strive for independence. Besides, am I not providing you with an opportunity?" Doufu retorted indignantly, "You never created opportunities when I liked her, fully aware that I had given up hope. Now, what opportunity are you speaking of?" "Shun, I see through your hypocrisy." "Thank you," Doufu exclaimed, "but I am not praising you." Amused by his outburst, I was suddenly startled as several black and white faces emerged unexpectedly from the darkness ahead. The sight was so abrupt that Zhong Gong, who was leading, stumbled back in shock, nearly losing his footing, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Chapter 43. Experiment. I fixated on the faces that had suddenly appeared amidst the shadows, momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, I realized that a multitude of individuals sat slumped forward, their faces obscured by masks, blocking our path. As the group discerned the nature of the figures, their fear began to dissipate, sparking curiosity about the presence of so many individuals in this desolate place. It was clear that these were not living beings. Their obstruction raised questions of the uncanny. With caution stemming from concerns of deceit, the group refrained from hasty actions. Zhong Gong took the role of scout, cautiously advancing. As the light drew nearer, we discerned the situation more clearly. The staircase ahead was crowded with numerous desiccated corpses, their garments largely fused with their remains, creating a disarray that filled the space. Behind the bodies, a massive pile of rubble completely blocked the passage. Doufu set Ouyang Xuan down and, with slumped shoulders, remarked, "How did all these people perish here?" Zhong Gong attempted to shift a few stones, discovering that the collapse had been severe, entirely sealing the passage. Zhongwen observed, "It seems these individuals were trapped here, with no escape, leading to their demise." Doufu queried, "Why were they wearing masks even in death?" I replied, "This is not unusual. Many burial customs involve covering the face. In ancient times, nobles often donned jade masks in death. I suspect these individuals, aware of their impending doom, chose to wear masks." Zhongwen nodded in agreement with my hypothesis. At that moment, Zhong Gong interjected, "This blockage appears entirely unnatural. It seems more like the result of a mechanism than a natural collapse. Behold, these individuals perished together, clearly prepared for their fate. I suspect this self-destructive mechanism may have been initiated by them," remarked Doufu, his expression shifting to one of epiphany. "Considering your words, it is indeed plausible. The ancient kingdom of Yaofeng was obliterated by warfare, and the treasures within the royal palace were plundered. It is likely that enemies invaded this place, and in a bid to protect the sacred site, these individuals resorted to a desperate measure. But how shall we escape now? After all our efforts to discover a passage, we find our retreat severed. I cannot help but curse under my breath, declaring, 'This route is impassable. It seems we must ascend from above.' Whatever the case, we must devise a means to retrieve that small zongzi." Doufu, disheartened, slumped to the ground and lamented, "Even the incense has been offered, yet it serves no purpose. I fear we are doomed. Who among us can recite the rebirth incantation? While we still breathe, perhaps we should seek an early absolution." I kicked him lightly, urging him not to sow discord among us. There is always a way out. If that small zongzi wished us harm, it would not have waited until now. I believe its true intention is not to end our lives, but rather serves a different purpose. Doufu, undeterred by the prospect of death, retorted, "I believe its purpose is to trap us here, transforming us into zongzi to keep it company, much like in the movies." I raised my foot to deliver another kick, prompting Doufu to shield his behind and protest. "As we face our demise, could you not show me a modicum of kindness?" I scoffed. "We shall see about that once you are dead." Zhongwen interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Brother Chun, your earlier assertion holds merit. That small zongzi does not appear to wish us harm. If it intends to keep us here, what could its purpose be? The group, perplexed, found the presence of the corpses to be increasingly unsettling. They decided to retrace their steps to leave. At that moment, Zhonggong, lagging behind in the midst of the cadaverous stench, inadvertently caused two bodies to topple as he moved. They tumbled down the stone steps and came to rest at my feet. The body that rolled near me was slick with decay, yet I found the odor tolerable, perhaps due to my nose having grown accustomed to it. However, I suddenly noticed that this particular corpse was distinct. It bore an ornament around its neck, from which hung a black plaque that seemed familiar. Using my dagger, I pried the plaque free, and as it revealed its full form, recognition struck me. It was a shaman's sacred emblem, strikingly similar to the sacred wooden ear pendant I had previously acquired from Princess Gidger, though its engravings differed. A thought crossed my mind. Could this corpse also belong to a shaman? At that moment, Zhonggong exclaimed in astonishment, "How did this body fall on its own? I did not touch it." His words sparked a moment of shared bewilderment among us, and the atmosphere turned decidedly eerie. Doufu swallowed hard and suggested, "Could it have rolled down by itself?" He then addressed the corpse. "Brother, do you seek us for some purpose?" The corpse, of course, cannot speak. I urged Doufu not to interrupt, and then I closely examined the shaman's divine plaque, discovering that it was inscribed with a spiral design, distinctly different from the spirals we had previously encountered. This particular spiral contained two blood-red entities. I pointed at the plaque and inquired of Doufu, "What do you think these two red shapes resemble?" After a moment's contemplation, Doufu replied, "They resemble a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness, observing in a rather unsettling manner." At that juncture, Xuan Rue spoke solemnly, "Perhaps these truly represent a pair of eyes." I grasped his implication and asked, "Do you believe that behind the Golden Gate, there might be a living being?" His expression revealed no discernible emotions as he slightly nodded, squinting as if contemplating a solution. Doufu interjected, "Could it be another trapped dragon or something of the sort?" At that moment, Xuan Rue appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly furrowing his brow, and then extending his tongue to lick his lips in a rather peculiar manner. I initially suspected he might be bewitched, but then I heard him say, "Perhaps I have discerned what lies beyond that grand door." Doufu quickly inquired, "What is it?" Xuan Rue shook his head and replied, "It is not certain yet. I require an experiment. Follow me." With that, he advanced, and we had no choice but to follow closely behind. In no time, we emerged from the passageway, and Xuan Rue was headed straight towards the location of the Golden Gate. I felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, yet I recognized that Xuan Rue was not an unreliable individual, so I refrained from pressing him with questions. Soon, the Golden Gate reappeared before us, approximately 20 meters away. At that moment, Xuan Rue halted and suddenly instructed Doufu, "Stand precisely here and do not move." Doufu looked bewildered but nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xuan Rue reached out, extinguishing Doufu's light and advising him not to turn it back on. He then declared, "In a moment, the rest of us will proceed to the gate, and we shall extinguish our lights. After 3 hours, you will rejoin us. Remember, regardless of any circumstances that may arise, you must neither advance nor delay." Xuan Rue's words were as inscrutable as an ancient text, and I could not fathom their significance. Doufu glanced at me, his expression clearly questioning whether we should comply with Xuan Rue's instructions. I furrowed my brow and slightly nodded, signaling Doufu to adhere to the plan. Thereupon, we executed the plan and stepped into the area of the fan-shaped gate. This time, the howling creatures did not assail us again. The illumination from the light bulbs reached only about 20 meters. Thus, standing before the Golden Gate, I could only vaguely discern Doufu's indistinct silhouette caught between light and shadow. We then proceeded to turn off the lights as planned. Darkness invokes a sense of fear, for it is human nature to dread the unknown, and darkness embodies the essence of the unknown. At the moment the lights extinguished, a chill crept down my spine, and the image of those blood-red eyes surfaced in my mind. In an instant, I felt an eerie sensation as if a pair of blood-red eyes were peering at me from within the depths of the door behind me. Unable to resist, I turned my head to look, but the darkness remained, devoid of any eyes. However, at that moment, a series of footsteps echoed in the darkness, unmistakably originating from the position of Doufu. I was perplexed. Wasn't he instructed to remain still? What was he doing approaching now? Shortly thereafter, my companion Xuan Rue switched on his headlamp, revealing Doufu, who was carrying Ouyang Xuan along with the corpse of the immortal, looking utterly bewildered. 3 hours have passed. What shall we do next? he inquired. I gazed at Tofu's innocent face, momentarily rendered speechless as a thought abruptly flashed through my mind. To confirm, I asked little Tofu, "Are you certain you waited for 3 hours?" Tofu, slightly agitated, retorted, "It was so dark, and you wouldn't let me turn on the light. If it weren't for the wood nearby, I would have been terrified to death. Why do you look at me as if you've seen a ghost? I know I am handsome, but I'm not gay. Even if we are good buddies, I wouldn't yield." I opened my mouth to speak, but found myself unable to articulate a single word. Tofu claimed to have waited for 3 hours. Yet heaven knows that the rest of us had only just entered and sat down for less than 5 seconds. Where did this 3 hours come from? Tofu wouldn't lie, which meant that after we stepped into this golden gateway, our perception of time had altered. At that moment, I finally comprehended the peculiar transformation of the omniscient corpse. A phrase emerged in my mind. In the cave, only months have passed, yet in the world, 1,000 years have elapsed. Chapter 44. Illusion. I automatically disregarded the latter part of Tofu's statement, my mind repeatedly flashing back to the earlier corpse of the omniscient one. At that time, everyone was baffled as to why his body exhibited a level of decomposition that typically takes over 10 days, and now, Xuanrue's experiment had illuminated the reality that within the confines of this golden gateway, the flow of time had accelerated. Tofu remained confused. So I recounted the earlier situation to him and asked, "What did you see from your vantage point?" Tofu, now astonished, recalled, "I saw you all sit down. Then you turned off the light, and after that, there was no movement." At this juncture, everyone's gaze shifted toward Xuanrue, clearly anticipating that he had unraveled the mystery. Or else he wouldn't have suddenly conducted this experiment. Xuanrue refrained from unnecessary chatter and stated, "Do you know of a legendary creature that possesses only a mouth and a pair of eyes, with nothing else? This creature is known as the illusion." I pondered for a moment, then shook my head, as my limited energy did not allow for the extensive exploration of such peculiarities as Xuanrue had. Just then, Zhongwen seemed to recall something, gasping sharply, "Could it be that?" Tofu, witnessing the cryptic exchange between Zhongwen and Xuanrue, grew anxious. "Can you please clarify? This is utterly maddening. What is this illusion and reality you speak of?" Zhongwen paused before elaborating. In ancient myth, the universe was originally a chaos, devoid of time until Pangu separated heaven and earth, at which point time began to flow. Tofu interjected, "That's impossible. Time is fixed, even in chaos. Time cannot simply cease to exist." Zhongwen, "Indeed, tell me, where did time vanish during chaos?" Observing Doufu's perplexed expression, Zhongwen rephrased his inquiry. "Have you ever watched Ultraman?" Doufu replied, "Of course, but what does this have to do with Ultraman?" Zhongwen continued, "In every episode of Ultraman, a monster emerges. From where do these monsters originate?" Doufu pondered the plot for a moment and suddenly realized, they are said to come from another dimension, emerging through rifts from other universes. Zhongwen nodded and remarked, "In mythological narratives, the void precedes chaos, suggesting that one could perceive the void as beings from an alternate universe, entirely distinct. Possessing merely a mouth, time surrounding them becomes exceedingly unstable. They can reverse time or accelerate it. Legend has it that the duration of chaos was initially brief. Yet the void prolonged it indefinitely, resulting in Pangu's prolonged slumber within chaos." Doufu scratched his head and questioned, "Does Pangu truly exist? I find that somewhat absurd." Xuanrue replied nonchalantly, "It can also be elucidated through modern concepts. It resembles a black hole. However, while a black hole alters its mass through consumption, the void does not consume. Rather, its intrinsic mass influences the surrounding time." At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. A black hole can continuously alter its mass through consumption. Thus, the void could also consume. If a balance is found to modify the void's mass, it would not affect the surrounding time. Zhonggong also grasped the concept and stated, "So, the people of Guliu-Fangwa must have conducted human sacrifices? They utilized the living to balance the void's mass?" I nodded. Yet one aspect remained unclear. The void is not akin to a black hole. The consumption of a black hole completely materializes everything. But does the void materialize everything? Did those who were sacrificed ultimately perish? According to the theory of mass, these individuals should have merged with the void. However, the void itself does not consume. If the purpose of human sacrifice merely influences the void's mass, then those who were sacrificed may not have died at all. They could have experienced time reversal or acceleration, perhaps returning to antiquity or venturing into the future. We dared not linger any longer within the sector of the fan-shaped door, retreating behind the totem pole. At that moment, a collective urge to shut the great door surged within us, yet to do so would necessitate advancing, a perilous endeavor. Taking refuge behind the totem pole, we commenced our deliberation. Doufu remarked, "I comprehend now. That little girl must have intended to use us as sacrifices, luring us here. Consider this, the only exit is blocked, and before us stands a solitary door. The unwitting would likely have entered through it. Had it not been for the obstruction of the wood, it is likely we would have become sacrificial offerings." I stated, "We cannot entertain notions behind that door. It appears we must confront that girl, or she will perpetually obstruct our escape." As the words fell from my lips, before anyone could voice their opinions, a sudden cacophony of cracking sounds reverberated through the darkness, instantly capturing our attention. I abruptly realized that the source of the noise emanated from the totemic pillar, which, before our very eyes, began to exhibit fissures on its robust black surface. Zhonggong was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Doufu, bouncing with excitement, remarked, "The quality of this pillar is abysmal. It seems our country is plagued with shoddy engineering, a hereditary trait." I kicked him lightly and retorted, "The prevalence of substandard projects today stems from greed. In ancient times, bridges and roads were constructed, enduring for decades or even centuries without any alterations. Even then, officials were corrupt, but they dared not be excessively greedy in the construction of such vital structures. This stone pillar has stood for over 2 millennia. Its collapse now hardly qualifies as a shoddy project." As I spoke, the crowd hastily retreated to avoid being struck by falling debris. Strangely, the pillar disintegrated into numerous granules the size of peanuts. Simultaneously, I noticed that the grayish-white fan-shaped area outside the great door had dramatically expanded, and the totem pillar was unmistakably within its bounds. In that instant, realization struck me, and I shouted, "This is dire. The acceleration of time within this area is astonishing. The pillar has been reduced to powder, likely compressing a millennium into mere moments." Soon, the black totem pillar vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with peanut-sized black particles, while the fan-shaped area continued to expand relentlessly. Shock surged through me, and I seized Doufu, urging him to flee. Should we be consumed by that expanding area, we might find ourselves transported 1,000 years into the future. At worst, we could simply vanish into the annals of time, reduced to mere mass. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, no one dared linger. We all turned and sprinted towards the stone steps. The fan-shaped area spread with alarming speed, and we poured every ounce of strength into our flight. But it relentlessly closed in, now less than 2 meters away. At that moment, Doufu, burdened with carrying Ouyang Xuan, was panting heavily at the back. Seeing him in imminent danger of being overtaken, desperation surged within me as I swiftly took Ouyang Xuan from Doufu's back and hoisted her onto my shoulder. Continuing to run, Zhuan Rue and the others bore significant weight on their backs and could not afford to assist Ouyang Xuan. In a moment of urgency, I shouted to the group, "Drop your gear." Zhuan Rue protested, "No, we lingered too long outside. At least half a month has passed out there. We cannot abandon our supplies. We don't know if Badu is still waiting for us." Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck me. The fan-shaped area was now directly behind us, poised to overtake us at any moment. Our sole escape route lay in retracing our steps up the stone staircase, yet that staircase was long. We estimated that before we could even traverse 1/10 of it, the lower half would succumb to the ravages of time, potentially sending us plummeting into nothingness. Even if fortune favored us and we managed to stay ahead of the destruction, should that little zongzi still guard the top, we would ultimately find ourselves without any avenue of escape. Most importantly, what shall we do if this void continues to extend infinitely? Clearly, I am not the only one pondering this dilemma. Zhonggong was the first to speak, panting as he ran, addressing Zhuan Rue, "Master, this cannot go on." Zhuan Rue replied, "We must find a way to stabilize its balance." I suggested a sacrifice. Zhuan Rue responded, "We need something of substantial mass." Mass, in simpler terms, equates to energy, and among us, who possesses more energy than the corpse immortal? If we were to use it as a sacrifice, this void could remain balanced for at least 1,000 years. The notion of sacrificing the corpse immortal flickered in my mind, yet simultaneously, I felt a twinge of reluctance. If it were merely a zongzi, it would be one thing, but having spent the past 2 months together, the corpse immortal had gradually developed consciousness, and had supported both me and Doufu immensely. Had it not intervened before, I might have already become one of the offerings. Although Zhuan Rui did not explicitly state it, we were not foolish, aside from Doufu, who had yet to grasp what constituted substantial mass. The expressions of the others shifted as their gazes involuntarily drifted towards the corpse immortal. I remained silent, torn in my decision-making. As we sprinted, our stamina waned rapidly, leaving no time for further discussion. Upon ascending the staircase, the pace slowed within the fan-shaped area, and the surrounding rocks, eroded by the void, became mottled, some even developing fissures. In an instant, it evoked a sense of the sea turning to mulberry fields, transforming right before our eyes. Seizing this brief respite, we dashed forward. Yet the staircase's lower portion had already vanished under the encroaching void. Fortunately, the structure of the stone steps relied mainly on the massive pillars, each spaced several meters apart, preventing the overall structure from collapsing. By the time we reached the top, our energy was severely depleted. Burdened as I was, my legs buckled, and I collapsed to the ground. Chapter 45. The flight. The others fared little better. Aside from the corpse immortal, the rest lay exhausted on the ground. At that moment, I disregarded my fatigue and signaled for everyone to direct the light upwards. The illumination converged in one spot, revealing the previously positioned chisel still in place. But next to it loomed a shadowy figure. Damn it! I couldn't help but slam my fist into the ground, the pain somewhat alleviating my anger. I glanced downward. Where the light reached remained calm, yet we all understood that time in the darkness had become distorted, and soon, this warped time would engulf us. Doufu shouted angrily upwards. You little wretch, come down and face me one-on-one. That little girl was hardly formidable, but the crux of the matter was that we could only ascend via a rope, and she kept sabotaging our attempts, effectively severing our escape route. Naturally, the girl did not respond. Doufu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What did you mean by substantial mass? I still have plenty of chocolate in my bag. I'm not sure of its mass, but it has high caloric content." I forced a smile and replied, "You might as well keep the chocolate for yourself." Doufu, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "True enough, in the end, we'll still be swallowed whole. Even in death, I might as well be a well-fed ghost." He then pulled out a handful of chocolates, crunching them with a loud crackle, leaving his mouth smeared with dark, sticky residue. I felt a sense of despair wash over me, lamenting how I ended up knowing such a character. Even at this critical juncture, he was still able to indulge. At that moment, Zhuan Rui spoke. "Chen, it is time for you to make a decision." I understood Zhuan Rui's implication. He was suggesting that I utilize the corpse spirit for a ritual. Zhuan Rui was a commendable individual, and I felt gratitude towards him. Unlike Lu Su, who was shrouded in darkness, or the mute, who exuded coldness, Zhuan Rui was a principled man. However, I knew that under the current circumstances, even if I hesitated, it would be futile, for while Zhuan Rui was righteous, he would never sacrifice everyone for the sake of a mere corpse spirit. Our options were clear. Either employ the corpse spirit for the ritual, perhaps securing a chance for survival, or face total annihilation. I took a deep breath, my heart tumultuous. Doufu, sensing the tension, glanced between Zhuan Rui and me, asking, "What are you two mumbling about?" Before I could respond, Zhuan Rui turned to Doufu and candidly explained the gravity of the situation. Doufu was taken aback, stammering as he pointed at the corpse spirit. Use wood for the ritual? That won't do." Zhuan Rui replied coolly, "We have about 10 minutes to deliberate." Doufu, anxious, turned to me. "Old Chun, you need to take a stand." I forced a smile. In truth, there was no clear stance to take. If Doufu and I disagreed, it was likely that our two groups would turn against each other, and while Zhuan Rui was indeed a good person, he would show no mercy when confronted with matters of life and death. Even if we opted against using the corpse spirit for the ritual, none of us would escape unscathed. After contemplating for a moment, I drew a deep breath and declared, 10 minutes. There is another possibility. I looked at the corpse spirit and said, "I do not know if you can fully comprehend my words. Right now, that entity above us has cut off our escape. You are a corpse spirit, capable of soaring through the skies. If you wish, destroying it would be as simple as squashing an ant. However, if you cannot understand me, then I can only extend my apologies." Doufu, realizing there was no other recourse, grew frantic, shaking the corpse spirit's shoulders vigorously. "For heaven's sake, make a sound. Hurry and eat that little zongzi, or we will lose our lives." The corpse spirit remained expressionless, yet its eyes began to tremble violently. It slightly parted its lips, emitting a hissing sound, but it appeared unable to react to the soft zongzi. It looked up momentarily, then lowered its gaze, seemingly innocent, as if it could not see where we were indicating the little zongzi was. I had no choice but to seek a compromise, thinking that any response would be better than none. I then pulled out a rope, tying it around the waist of the corpse spirit, instructing, "You go up and wait at the mouth of the cave. We will climb up using this rope. You must hold it tightly, understand?" This it seemed to comprehend, as it suddenly extended a hand and firmly grasped the rope secured around its waist. I took hold of the other end of the rope and urged the corpse spirit. "Up you go." True to its nature, the corpse spirit ascended abruptly, swiftly soaring upwards, so fast that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Soon after, a rope dangled straight down before us. The crowd's lights illuminated the entrance of the cave, revealing only the feet of the corpse spirit. However, the shadow that once coiled around the entrance had mysteriously vanished. It seemed that these soft rice dumplings held some apprehension towards the corpse spirit. The group rejoiced and hastily climbed up the rope, not daring to linger. They sprinted along the path they had come from and swiftly crawled out through the thief's tunnel. Indeed, Badu was no longer present. Though it had only been less than 2 days for us, for him, it must have been at least half a month. He likely presumed we had met with misfortune or lacked sufficient supplies, prompting his departure. It was daylight, and the poplar forest was eerily silent. The group, having narrowly escaped, sat down to catch their breath, praising the corpse spirit for its remarkable prowess. Xuan Rue turned to the spirit and recounted a saying passed down from his grandfather's generation. Within the Qianling 8 Dragon Ditch lies an ancient tomb that was once plundered by a fellow traveler. Inside rests a toxic corpse king, contained by a star king thousandine coffin. That esteemed predecessor only dared to take some bright artifacts and did not touch the coffin. The toxic corpse king should still be there. If given the chance, I would gladly take you for a feast. At that moment, Ouyang Xuan, still in a daze and unaware of the events that had transpired, had a fever that had slightly subsided, yet her consciousness remained clouded. The group had barely rested for 3 to 5 minutes when Zhong Gong, with keen eyes, suddenly fixated on the distance, his expression shifting as his voice trembled. "This is bad. Look ahead." Following his gaze, the once ominous poplar forest had cleared, revealing a vast expanse of swirling yellow sand where the trees had once stood. I gasped, suddenly realizing, escaping to the surface did not guarantee safety. It continued to pursue us. The crowd stared in shock, and then they began to flee again, this time at a considerably slower pace, having to abandon a portion of their equipment and only retaining the essentials. Doufu, with the weakest stamina, could no longer endure. After only a few steps, he stumbled and fell. "I can't go on. How long must we run? Will it swallow all of Inner Mongolia?" Xuan Rue reassured him. "It won't. As long as it consumes enough substantial matter to achieve equilibrium, it will eventually subside." Doufu retorted, "So it must consume humans? How many would suffice?" Xuan Rue explained. In the past, a shaman used a hoodie tor to suppress it, performing annual sacrifices without many casualties. But now, the totem pole has been destroyed. The shaman long deceased, and it has not fed in over 2,000 years. Its overall mass has expanded significantly. Do you have any idea how much it needs? I envisioned the scene, the grasslands swiftly transforming into a desert, the cattle and sheep, along with the unsuspecting herdsmen, turning to dust. It would only cease once it had consumed enough mass. That image was nothing short of apocalyptic. This cannot continue. It will keep expanding, and we will eventually exhaust our strength. If it truly reaches populated areas, the consequences would be dire. I urgently pulled Doufu to continue running. My legs threatened to cramp, and my muscles trembled with pain. Until this moment, I have finally comprehended why a verdant oasis has suddenly sprouted amidst this desert. It is likely that Xuan, at that time, experienced something unknown to us, inadvertently stirring the ethereal, causing a shift in the flow of time, thus rapidly giving birth to this oasis several decades ago. Now, however, this oasis is on the brink of being engulfed. The invisible passage of time and the tangible desert are slowly encroaching upon the greenery. The creatures inhabiting the oasis seem to sense impending doom. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resonate with an urgency as they, alongside us, flee for their lives. A few wolves dart past us, oblivious to our presence. This truly is a great calamity. Animals possess life, and their mournful cries during their frantic escape reach our ears in the most direct manner. Though unspoken, it is evident that everyone feels a profound sorrow, akin to the lamentation felt when a hare dies and a fox mourns. Upon hearing that substantial sustenance might halt the chaos, Doufu immediately gasped, insisting we must not consider attacking the wood. Xuan Rue interjected, stating that our concern is not with attacking, but rather, if we cannot outrun the void, we shall all be devoured, and not just our own lives hang in the balance. This topic weighed heavily upon us, causing the group to abandon our previous course and traverse the oasis instead, allowing us to escape in a shorter time. Standing atop a sand dune and glancing back, the once spindle-shaped oasis had dwindled to a mere crescent. Many animals fled from the oasis, panicking amidst the yellow sands. Doufu, with a hint of sadness, remarked on the plight of these creatures, lamenting their lack of grass and water, which would ultimately lead to their demise. I responded that amongst these animals, the birds possessed the greatest chance of survival, for they can swiftly escape the desert. Some weaker individuals may succumb to the heat along the way. Following them, the carnivores will initially prey upon the herbivores before seeking new habitats. The law of nature dictates a brutal cycle of survival, where only the swift and resilient endure great calamities, for life alone holds the promise of a future. Doufu implored me not to lecture on grand philosophies at such a time, as the oasis was vanishing and we were utterly exhausted. Our legs trembled from overuse, and any further running would yield little distance. The intense physical exhaustion and the oppressive heat caused my head to throb, dulling my thoughts. At that moment, a singular thought occupied my mind. To halt its expansion, I shifted my gaze toward the corpse fairy, rationally understanding that without a sacrifice, none of us would escape. Emotionally, however, I found it difficult to contemplate the sacrifice of the corpse fairy. I could not help but clutch my head, despondently sinking into the sand. Chapter 46. Deception. Xuan Rue remained silent, his lips cracked, breathing heavily, yet his gaze remained calm as it met mine. Doufu seemed to grasp the gravity of our situation, sitting beside the corpse fairy and tightly grasping its hand without uttering a word. In truth, we had no other options. At this pace, we could not outrun the void. The only outcome seemed to be our consumption, while the corpse fairy might have a chance to escape, as it had previously shown a wariness toward this entity. The combined strength of a few of us pales in comparison to that of the corpse immortal, which consumes relentlessly, continuously expanding until it wreaks havoc, only ceasing after it has satiated its hunger. The sole means to halt this catastrophe lies in utilizing the corpse immortal's sacrificial rites before the calamity unfolds. The crescent-shaped oasis is gradually diminishing, the verdant landscape swiftly transforming into a desolate, yellowing desert, and the very concept of time has become utterly distorted. My reason has compelled me to make a decision, yet emotionally, it is an unbearable reality to accept. It seems the corpse immortal sensed something amiss, tilting its head as its gaze slowly traversed between me and Doufu. At this moment, it acknowledged only Doufu and me, disregarding everyone else entirely. A phenomenon I could not comprehend. By now, the oasis had vanished completely, and I realized that the intangible maw was drawing closer. I inhaled deeply, a darkness enveloping my heart. Just as I was about to speak, Doufu suddenly instructed the corpse immortal, saying, "Would, move forward." I was momentarily taken aback. Yet Doufu kept his head bowed, obscuring his expression from view. The corpse immortal shook its head slightly, uttering fragmented words, "Cannot go forward." Doufu stood up and kicked it, asserting, "We must go. There's a reward upon returning." The corpse immortal's eyes flickered, its mouth opening in a moment of speechlessness, as if it were contemplating. After a brief pause, it began to move down the sand dune, and my heart raced, feeling as if my blood were being slowly siphoned away. I sat on the ground, utterly at a loss for words. After taking approximately 10 steps, the corpse immortal abruptly turned its head and spoke slowly, enunciating each word, "Cannot move forward." Doufu smiled reassuringly, saying, "Trust me, it'll all be fine." The corpse immortal appeared hesitant, yet ultimately resumed its advance. However, the closer it got, the more fearful it seemed, its steps growing increasingly tentative until, in an instant, it vanished completely. In that fleeting moment, the space ahead appeared to warp, forming visible spirals that twisted violently. This colossal, contorted spiral writhed frantically before suddenly disappearing without a trace. The immense pressure surrounding us abruptly lifted, leaving only the expanse of yellow sand before us, as the stinging wind swept across, carrying the sand away into the distance. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, and as I turned to Doufu, I noticed tears streaming down his cheeks. He then staggered and collapsed to the ground, startling me. I hurriedly helped him up, realizing he must have been overwhelmed by the shock, causing him to faint. The emotions swirling within me were indescribable. This was indeed a choice made with great reluctance. I did not witness the corpse immortal disintegrating into dust, nor did I know its ultimate fate. But what use is there in pondering such matters now? Zhuang Rui closed his eyes momentarily before stating, "Let us depart." I carried Doufu on my back as we resumed our journey. Our only significant gain from this ordeal was the divine inscriptions we had uncovered in the secret chamber. I hoped they would aid Zhuang Rui, for otherwise, our sacrifices would have been in vain. During our return, we encountered a rescue team, Zhuang Rui's people, who informed us that we had been missing for a full 20 days. Bata waited for us in that place for 5 days, which was the maximum limit of our supplies at the time. He dared not venture down alone and returned to relay the news. With the support of our team, the journey back became considerably easier. During this time, Doufu awakened once, his gaze vacant and silent. My heart ached, and I was at a loss for words to comfort him. Upon exiting the Tengger Desert and arriving at the grasslands, we visited Bilier's yurt. The elder had previously tasked us with uncovering the truth about Xuan. As we recounted the intricacies of the matter, Bilier closed his eyes, murmuring what seemed to be words of prayer. At this juncture, Ouyang Xuan's condition had stabilized, her mind clear once more, and she resumed her role as a translator. We listened as Elder Bilier spoke, expressing that discovering the truth would resolve the greatest regret of his life. He mentioned knowing a renowned shaman from Inner Mongolia, albeit one with a peculiar temperament, who shunned outsiders. To express his gratitude, he offered to introduce us and facilitate Zhuang Rui's translation of the divine script. Thus, Zhuang Rui resolved to remain in Inner Mongolia for a while. He turned to me and Doufu, and after a moment's contemplation, I wished him luck, hoping that this replica was what he needed. With matters concluded, I prepared to return to Shenzhen. Zhuang Rui nodded, saying, "If you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." He then extended his hand, and we shook for the first time. Although we had collaborated several times, this marked our initial handshake, transitioning from mere business partners to acknowledged friends. He then glanced at Doufu, seemingly wishing to say something, but ultimately shook his head, saying, "Please thank him for me." The following day, Doufu and I boarded a flight back to Shenzhen, returning to our shop that afternoon. One-Eyed Dragon, the overseer, had managed the shop efficiently in our absence. Upon our return, he greeted us cheerfully, draping an arm around Doufu's shoulder, exclaiming, "You're finally back. We'll have an extra meal tonight." One-Eyed Dragon was a pragmatic man, reliable in his duties, serious when necessary, yet relaxed at other times. In his leisure, he and Doufu would stroll about, teasing the beautiful shop assistants nearby, embodying a pair of lively spirits. Ordinarily, Doufu would have complained of hunger by now, but he merely shook his head, saying, "You all go ahead. I'm going upstairs for a nap." He then ascended the stairs. One-Eyed Dragon, perceptive as ever, lowered his voice and inquired, "Boss, what unusual occurrences transpired this time?" He cast a glance around, asking, "What happened to our model?" By model, he referred to the corpse fairy, who had acquired this nickname after the previous mix-up. I felt a throbbing pain in my forehead and could only shake my head, replying, "She is dead. Please do not mention it again." I then asked, "While I was away, did anything happen?" One-Eyed Dragon replied, "Yes, the future landlady has been unable to reach you. She even called the shop, worried and frantic. You should return her call promptly." I nodded, ascended the stairs to freshen up, and lay on my bed, engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with the beautiful Gu, recounting the experiences of recent times. When Min remarked, "I never expected such events to unfold. It seems that the greatest blow has fallen upon Xiaodo. You ought to offer him some comfort." After some contemplation, I replied, "I'm uncertain how to console him. Typically, whenever he feels down, he expresses it vocally. This time, however, he has fallen silent, which leads me to think that the situation is dire." When Min pondered for a moment before saying, "Great sorrow often comes without sound. These past 2 years have been fraught with peril and turmoil. Perhaps it would be best to take a break." I found myself perplexed by her suggestion, so I inquired, "How exactly do we rest?" When Min explained, "Let us take a brief respite, find a place to unwind, and set aside our other concerns for the time being." Upon reflection, I realized she had a point. Since my bankruptcy 2 years ago, I had entered the underground world, with Doufu accompanying me through all the chaos. We had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace. Not only him, but even I, when I recollect a multitude of troubles, often feel utterly exhausted. The recent incident with the corpse immortal has taken a heavy toll on Doufu. I can scarcely fathom the immense pressure he must have felt to make such a decision. Deceiving the corpse immortal step by step. Deceiving someone unconnected to oneself is not particularly distressing, but betraying a person who trusts wholeheartedly, even pushing them towards death, imposes a psychological burden that is a profound blow to anyone with a conscience. Previously, Su had suffered a broken rib, which takes 100 days to heal. Yet he would not seek me out so soon. After some reflection, I embraced Wenmin's advice, resolving to take a couple of days to recuperate and find a place to relax. I researched nearby locations and chose a spot not far from Shenzhen in Dongguan, known as Longpin Mountain, where there are natural hot springs, a newly developed tourist attraction. After planning, I decided to spend a vacation there. Recently, Guda Mei had no pressing cases. Being from a well-off family, she worked not for monetary gain. Upon hearing about the hot springs, she immediately took leave, eager to join me. On the third day, having finalized my plans, I opened Doufu's room door and roused him from his slumber, saying, "Tomorrow, we shall visit the hot springs." He replied disinterestedly, "Not interested." I clarified, "I am not seeking your opinion. I am merely informing you." Wenmin thought about it this afternoon, and I recalled that you have a couple of classmates with whom you get along well. Why not invite them to join us? My social circle had predominantly consisted of individuals from the underground world, and this trip aimed to alleviate stress. Inviting some people from outside our usual circles would foster discussions on diverse topics, aiding in relaxation. Doufu lay on the bed, grumbling. "Then you and Guda Mei can enjoy your couple's retreat. Why drag me along to play the third wheel?" I thought to myself, I have no interest in the hot springs. My intention in involving Wenmin is solely for your benefit. If it were truly about spending time with her, I would certainly kick you far away. While I could only express this internally, I also felt troubled by the incident involving the corpse immortal. On one hand, it was emotionally taxing, and on the other, my initial hope of avenging my grandfather had now all but vanished. Ultimately, my association with the corpse immortal is intentional, whereas Doufu's existence appears aimless. Perhaps, as he previously remarked, he has nurtured the corpse immortal as one would a son. Consequently, his current emotional state is likely beyond my comprehension. Thus, I remarked, "I understand you are feeling distressed, yet life must continue, does it not? You have been like a lost soul these past few days, lying in bed and evading your problems. What good does that serve? If you continue in this manner, you shall soon resemble a zongzi. Resistance to this situation bears no fruit. It is settled. Hand me your phone." Chapter 47. The Palace of Action. Doufu, still reclining, languidly inquired, "What for?" I replied, "To check if your two classmates are available. I will cover their travel expenses." Without waiting for Doufu's protest, I seized the phone and made contact. These two individuals, who share a closer rapport with Doufu, are named Ouyang Xuan, an art teacher, and Shun Li, a manager at a small company. They maintain some correspondence, although I seldom meet them. I chose not to disclose that I was inviting them for companionship. Instead, I claimed that I had won a prize, 2 complimentary spots, which I reserved for them, inviting them to join us. At this moment, it was the summer vacation, and Ouyang Xuan was on break, while Shun Li could easily take a leave of absence. Upon hearing of the free trip, they readily accepted. That afternoon, when Min arrived, her tall frame and refreshing attire a delight to behold. We engaged in conversation on the first floor, catching up after a lengthy separation, and before we knew it, night had fallen. After gathering our belongings, Doufu, showing due respect to Wenmin, finally descended the stairs and called out, "Sister-in-law, greetings." Her presence certainly elevated Doufu's spirits, prompting him to pack his things. The following day, we drove to meet Shun Li, forming a group of 5 as we set off for Longpin Mountain. Ouyang Xuan presents as a refined individual, having been college classmates with Doufu and Shun Li, all of similar age. Both Ouyang and Shun are rather straightforward and honest, which has fostered a solid friendship among the trio. As I drove, Wenmin occupied the passenger seat, while Doufu and the others chatted casually in the back. The last occasion I had seen Shun Li and Ouyang Xuan was 3 years prior. Our interactions had been sparse due to my busy business endeavors. Over these 3 years, Ouyang Xuan had remained unchanged, while Shun Li had transformed from a spirited young man into a portly figure. He lamented in the car, "Every day, I find myself drinking and dining, my stomach has begun to sag. In this day and age, nothing comes easy. Soon after, as if recalling something, he lowered his voice and leaned towards Doufu, whispering something I could not quite catch as my focus remained on the road. Subsequently, I heard Doufu respond, "Oh, I am now partnering with Ouyang Xuan in a shop. This car costs 600,000, but it is not mine. I do not possess a driver's license." "Why do you ask?" Xunli chuckled, saying, "Well, I was merely inquiring. You mentioned last year that we would gather again, yet this year, you have been elusive. Suddenly, you propose a trip for us both, and I hear that the hot springs at Longpin Mountain, called the Palace of Action, are quite luxurious, costing over 5,000 for just one night. With a week-long reservation, we thought you had struck it rich." Doufu initially appeared rather lackluster, but upon hearing those words, he suddenly sat up straight, eyes wide, and began counting on his fingers, murmuring, "We are 5 people, 5,000 each, totaling 25,000 for one night. And for a week, 7 days, 7 multiplied by 2.5 equals." I felt a sense of despair regarding his mathematical prowess and interjected, "It equals 175. Doufu then uttered the most vigorous statement since arriving in the desert. "My goodness, just staying for a week would amount to 170,000. You, Chun, are such a spendthrift. I could just kill you," he exclaimed, attempting to grasp my neck, which left Jiang Xinghua and Xunli bewildered. As I was driving, the charming Gu quickly intervened, saying, "Doufu, please calm down." Doufu retorted, "How can I remain calm, Gu? Your man is so extravagant. You must keep him in check." I felt disheartened, thinking my dividends for the year were about to vanish. Gu offered a slight smile and fixed her gaze on Doufu, saying, "That depends on who it is being spent for." Doufu paused, seemingly grasping the implication, exhaling deeply as he remarked, "I understand now." The 4 of us shared a knowing glance, and Doufu recognized the reason why when Min and I had invited him on this trip. His previously gloomy demeanor seemed to lighten somewhat as he said, "Thank you, beautiful Gu, for coming all this way and for your concern." When Min added, "No need for thanks. This journey has been worthwhile." The conversation then shifted as we continued our journey toward Longpin Mountain. Due to the location being outside Dingguan, the traffic was not particularly convenient, and given that the Moon Palace at Longpin Mountain caters to a high-end clientele, the costs are steep. Unlike other attractions that are often crowded, the ascent up the mountain was relatively tranquil, with few vehicles on the road. After approximately 5 hours, we arrived at the Moon Palace. The term palace refers to the resting places of ancient emperors, whereas wealthy officials and merchants could only aspire to call their abodes gardens. This nomenclature hints at the grandeur of the place. The entire palace is built into the mountainside, its structure ascending gently. Not far off, a modest natural waterfall could be seen, and due to the scarcity of visitors, the water remained untainted, producing delightful white froth, creating an exceptionally serene and picturesque scene. The architectural design of the palace embodies classical elements, harmoniously infused with some Japanese influences, resulting in an exquisite aesthetic. We arrived at 4 in the afternoon. Given the exorbitant price, the service was, of course, exceptional, with a plethora of dining and entertainment options available, attended to by dedicated staff on standby around the clock. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by massage therapists, and after a refreshing bath, we reclined on the couches, indulging in an hour-long massage that left our bodies utterly relaxed. Moreover, the staff here were uniformly attractive, enhancing the overall experience. The palace exuded a profound tranquility, with behind-the-scenes staff never appearing before the guests. The only individuals we encountered were the devoted attendants assigned to us, ensuring that every detail was meticulously arranged. Staff members only appeared during service times, and throughout our stay, there were no security personnel or managers to be seen. The palace itself spanned a vast area with a wealth of entertainment options, and the pace of enjoyment was remarkably leisurely. Given this tempo, a week would indeed feel rather short, as a few individuals leisurely indulged in bathing, massage, and dining. Night fell upon us. After several hours of driving, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me and decided to lie down for an early rest. The room was suffused with a unique aroma of fresh timber, which was quite comforting. At that moment, one man knocked on the door, teasingly pinching my nose, rousing me from my slumber. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Are you turning in so early?" I beheld her in a bathrobe, her long black hair cascading around her shoulders, her unadorned skin fair and delicate, as she sat beside my bed radiating a cheerful demeanor. My youthful enthusiasm stirred in an unanticipated manner, prompting me to cross my legs and ponder whether one min had ulterior motives. Perceptive as ever, she seemed to read my thoughts, lightly pinching my cheek with her slender fingers. What are you daydreaming about? I merely wish to engage in some light conversation with you. It appears our plans are proceeding well. Xiaodo and the others are enjoying themselves outside, she continued, wrinkling her nose slightly. Jiang Xinghua is quite amiable, but that fellow surnamed Shun seems rather slick. Why did you invite him? I replied, people change over time. Shunli was quite honest in the past. And considering this getaway is for relaxation, I thought it would be nice for the three of us to reminisce about old times. It might be refreshing to include a couple from outside our usual circle, but perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Wenmin chuckled, this place isn't ideal. I was taken aback, why not? It's wonderful, I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. She mischievously winked and remarked, there are simply too many beauties here. I couldn't help but laugh, admitting, indeed, there are quite a few. I fear I might lose my composure if I linger too long. You know, the clientele here are often affluent, and I've heard that the ladies working here are quite accommodating. Just as I concluded my statement, she playfully tugged my ear, releasing me only after I pleaded for mercy. After a bit of light banter, she took her leave, and I suddenly felt invigorated. Lying on the bed with my thoughts wandering, I found myself in a foreign yet relaxed environment, yet the memories of the desert weighed heavily on my heart. Perhaps I sought solace not only for Xiaodo but for myself as well. As soon as I closed my eyes, the blank visage of the corpse spirit flickered before me, quickly followed by its vanishing figure, seemingly dissolving into an unseen dust. Even now, I could vividly recall its final words, do not go, you must not move forward. Yet we sacrificed it. Lighting a cigarette, I resolved to explore the guest house. The design featured 7 rooms surrounding a common hall, and with 5 of us present. The place felt as though it were entirely ours. I spotted Xiaodo and the others huddled together, examining a document. Curious, I inquired, what is this? Xiaodo replied, the client regulations for the Moon Palace. I extinguished my cigarette, raising an eyebrow in surprise. How did I miss this during my research? We need regulations to enjoy ourselves here. Let me see. Xiaodo pointed out, it's not really regulations. Most of it concerns how customers should file complaints about poor service. However, the last point is rather peculiar. He handed it over for my inspection. My gaze fell upon the final line, which read, after midnight, the No. 7 hot spring facility is closed. Customers are prohibited from entering. Jiang Xinghua remarked, it is rather peculiar that this rule was established. In other places, everything operates 24 hours. Yet the number 7 pavilion alone is closed. Beside him, the rotund Shunli interjected, a former boss of mine visited this place and recounted an incident. He mentioned that during the development of Longpin Mountain, several workers lost their lives, suggesting that the feng shui here is rather unfavorable. They even consulted a feng shui master to make alterations, which is why the number 7 pavilion must close at night. Doufu turned his gaze towards me and inquired, Old Shun, does this place indeed have feng shui issues? I surveyed the layout of the room and shook my head, replying, I am not well versed in the nuances of residential feng shui. I cannot discern anything. Shunli offered me a cigarette, saying, oh, so you have some knowledge of feng shui? Jiang Xinghua chided Shunli, Brother Chen has kindly taken us out for a day of leisure. Why must you speak of feng shui and the dead? Let's change the subject. At that moment, a thunderclap erupted outside, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Chapter 48. Ouyang Xuan exclaimed, what the hell, the power is out. Doufu speculated, it's probably due to the lightning. Sure enough, Ouyang entered, holding a candle, and said, I apologize for startling everyone. We have a generator. It will be restored within half an hour. Doufu, astonished, remarked, you arrived quite swiftly after the power just went out. Ouyang, a young man in his 20s, smiled and replied, I was waiting right outside. Doufu scratched his head, saying, your work is truly arduous. Ouyang smiled, it is my honor to serve you all. Doufu stood up and ushered Ouyang inside, closing the door, no need for honors. You'll get wet standing there. Ouyang hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to respond, so I suggested, feel free, let us light the candles. Doufu, feeling somewhat revitalized, joined Ouyang in lighting the candles, as there was little else to do with the power still out. Shunli complained about the exorbitant charges for this place, grumbling about the power outage and the poor service. Jiang Xinghua countered, but they do have a generator, don't they? Moreover, the lightning is an act of nature. It's understandable. Shunli fell silent. By this time, Ouyang and Doufu had lit around 30 candles, enveloping the entire hall in a warm, orange glow. With the door closed, we could hear the thunder and lightning rumbling outside, accompanied by the torrential downpour, heralding a prolonged mountain rain. Responding to our requests, Ouyang relaxed a bit. Doufu remarked on the heavy rain outside, suggesting that Ouyang should not maintain such formality. The group settled on the sofa to engage in casual conversation. As we discussed the number 7 hot spring pavilion, Ouyang's expression suddenly shifted to one of tension. Having encountered countless individuals, I immediately sensed something amiss and asked Ouyang if there was a secret surrounding the number 7 pavilion. Ouyang shook his head, quickly asserting his ignorance. Shunli pressed, "How can you not know while working here?" Doufu remained silent. Though he seemed to have regained some energy, he was still not as lively as usual, occasionally drifting off into thought. Just as I was about to steer the conversation in a different direction, the room's lights suddenly flickered back to life. Remarkably, less than 10 minutes had passed since the power outage, showcasing an impressive efficiency. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Ouyang inquired about our plans and elaborated on several nighttime entertainment options available at the palace. As it was the first day of our arrival, and we felt somewhat fatigued from the day's journey, we were not inclined to indulge in merriment. Instead, we resolved to retire early, replenishing our energy for tomorrow's adventures, as we had several days ahead of us. At that moment, Ouyang's miniature walkie-talkie suddenly lit up, prompting him to activate Bluetooth communication. His demeanor shifted, and he remarked, "All right, understood." Noticing his unusual expression, I sensed something was amiss. Before I could inquire further, Ouyang informed us that a storm had damaged some entertainment equipment, rendering it unusable for the evening. Furthermore, due to the heavy thunderstorm, he advised us against venturing outside. As a gesture of apology, the palace would extend a discount at checkout. We took this in stride, as we had no intention of going out anyway, and nodded in acknowledgement as Ouyang departed. At that moment, Shunli remarked, "Do you not find this server to be rather peculiar?" Jiang Xinghua, puzzled, replied, "He seems like a decent fellow. What is odd about him?" Gu, the astute police officer, who had been silently observing, interjected, "Just now. His hands trembled slightly while he was on the call, and he appeared quite flustered. It seems something significant has occurred." Jiang Xinghua suggested, "Perhaps he faced a problem at work and was reprimanded by a superior?" Wen Min shook her head, saying, "Since our arrival, he has been shadowing us. When would he have had the opportunity to make a mistake? Moreover, even if there were an issue at work, an adult should not be so timid." Gu furrowed her elegant brows, her instincts as a police officer prompting her to speculate. "I have a feeling something is amiss at this palace." No sooner had she spoken than our door was abruptly opened from the outside, revealing Ouyang returning for reasons unknown. His clothing was somewhat damp, and he was panting as he gazed at us, leaving us perplexed. Doufu finally broke the silence, asking, "Ouyang, why have you come back?" Ouyang closed the door and approached us, turning his gaze to Doufu as he said, "This is something I shouldn't disclose, but since you are good people, I feel compelled to warn you. These days, our establishment is rather unstable. I know you have only paid a deposit. It would be best to leave by tomorrow." I cannot elaborate further. Unstable? I was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. I had rarely taken a vacation, hoping to bring joy to my companions. Yet here was a staff member subtly urging us to depart. After Ouyang spoke, he turned to leave. I am not one to be overly courteous, and I could not allow him to dismiss us so easily. Thus, I intercepted him and said, "In business, how can you push customers away like this? We've spent half our time traveling. Are we merely here for a massage and a meal? You'd best clarify this for me." Ouyang's face displayed a mix of regret and hesitation, likely regretting his decision to return and speak out, yet he could not act against me, resulting in an expression of distress upon his face. Doufu, lacking interest, remarked, "Old Chun, don't make things difficult for them. If they want to leave, let them go." I thought to myself, having invested so much to bring you here, it is not my intention to return in such a disheartened manner. Jiang Xinghua and Shunli were puzzled by the situation, yet when Min understood, and remarked to Doufu, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. We are merely safeguarding the legitimate rights of our customers." Upon seeing that I and the beautiful Gu were resolute, Ouyang sighed, patted his own face, and muttered, "This is what you get for being talkative." He continued, "Let me tell you, you must not speak of this outside, or I shall certainly be dismissed." He then glanced at Doufu, adding, "The reason I returned was primarily because I found this proprietor to be kind. Our establishment offers high wages and excellent service. Yet the atmosphere here is even more degrading than that of ancient servants. The clientele consists of affluent merchants who strut about with arrogance, and it is rare to encounter individuals as amiable as you. He paused momentarily before stating, "The reason for your departure is rooted in a specific cause. Think about it. What significant day is approaching?" Reflecting on the date, I suddenly felt a jolt in my heart, recalling that in just a couple of days it would be the Ghost Festival, also known as the Mid-Yuan Festival. It is commonly said that on this day, the gates of the underworld swing wide open. Traditionally, it is considered inauspicious to travel or return late, to utter ill-omened words, or to speak of supernatural matters, as it is believed that doing so may attract unclean entities. However, such taboos are more strictly observed in rural areas. In the countryside, as the night falls around the time of the Mid-Yuan Festival, families would secure their doors and retire for the night. Yet, in the city, such fears are absent. The vibrant lights and dense population create a strong yang energy, leading to the belief that malevolent spirits do not roam the streets at night. I recalled my grandfather's adherence to these customs when I lived in the countryside, but upon moving to the bustling city of Shenzhen, such superstitions had long since faded. Thus, I inquired, "Are you referring to the Ghost Festival?" Ouyang nodded, stating, "Our establishment has been built for 3 years, funded by a wealthy investor. It is said that during construction, numerous accidents occurred, resulting in several fatalities among the workers. Consequently, midway through the project, the investor consulted a feng shui master who claimed the site possessed unfavorable energy, though the specifics remained unclear to me. The master advised against proceeding with the construction. But given that the project was already halfway completed and connections had been established, halting it would incur significant losses. Thus, the investor insisted the master make adjustments, which led to the establishment of the number 7 hot spring pavilion." Ouyang's words captivated everyone's attention, including Doufu, who perked up, listening intently. I urged, "Please, continue." Ouyang, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Do you not feel frightened?" Shenli replied, "I do not believe in feng shui. Yet it is indeed the Ghost Festival in a few days. This place is somewhat remote and sparsely populated, unlike the brightly lit city. Your words do instill a sense of unease." Jiang Xinghua added, "As for ghosts, these are mere fabrications, intended to deceive." Ouyang shook his head vigorously, asserting, "I once thought it was all nonsense too. Just listen to what I have to say next, and you will understand." The subsequent words from Ouyang sent a chill down everyone's spines. The feng shui of this location is rather unfavorable. Thus, during the construction of the palace, modifications were made under the guidance of a feng shui master. The pivotal alteration was made at the number 7 hot spring pavilion. Ouyang, merely a worker, naturally lacked knowledge of feng shui and was not privy to many secrets. The number 7 pavilion bore no distinctive features compared to the others, except for its unique positioning. Embracing a philosophy of returning to nature, it was situated beneath a massive gray-black boulder with a natural shell-shaped pool beneath it. Chapter 49. Shadows on the doors and windows. During his first year of employment here, Ouyang did not perceive anything extraordinary about the number 7 pavilion. The staff accommodations were located in a separate 2-story courtyard outside the palace. The establishment operated on a closed-service model, leading to occasional breaches of protocol when urgent matters arose, prompting quick visits to the nearby restrooms when no one was watching. That year, particularly around the Zhongyuan festival, Ouyang vividly recalled that due to the elevated location and distance from the city center, the lack of light pollution allowed for a clear view of the stars and moon. On that night, the moon resembled what is colloquially referred to in rural areas as a fuzzy moon, akin to what we now call a lunar halo. The moonlight was dim and flickering, casting an eerie ambience. On that day, Ouyang was attending to a businessman who had come to discuss matters. He stood outside the door, occasionally stepping in to heed instructions. The guests were quite lively, and even past midnight, the revelry showed no signs of abating. Although there were shift changes, Ouyang, hoping for some overtime pay, persevered without rest. Around 12:30, feeling a pressing need, he sought the nearest public restroom, which was conveniently located beside the number 7 pavilion. At that time, the number 7 pavilion was locked at night, and Ouyang, lacking curiosity, had never investigated further. After finishing in the restroom and preparing to return to his post, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the pavilion, reminiscent of water. How could there be water sounds at such an hour? He pondered. Could someone be soaking in the hot spring? But wait, isn't the no. 7 pavilion always locked at night? As it was an ancient-style building, its doors and windows were intricately carved, and through the frosted glass, he could vaguely discern the interior of the pavilion. It was shrouded in darkness, with no lights on, and the door was indeed locked, indicating that no one could be inside enjoying the hot spring. Yet, the sound of water persisted. This unnerved Ouyang, prompting him to avert his gaze and return to his post. However, the peculiar water sounds from the number 7 pavilion lingered in his mind. Often, such thoughts become more chilling in retrospect. The more he contemplated, the more he broke into a cold sweat as he recalled something that felt amiss. The palace was brilliantly illuminated at night. At that moment, Ouyang stood outside hall number 7, where the outside world was aglow with light. Yet, within the intricately carved, hollowed door, there lay frosted glass. Logically, even if the lights in hall number 7 were off, the external illumination should have filtered through the frosted glass into the hall. However, what Ouyang perceived was an impenetrable darkness. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if a dark entity was pressed against the door? And what he witnessed was not merely the hall's obscurity, but that very thing on the door. Ouyang frequently traversed this space during the day and knew well that there was nothing affixed to the frosted glass. So, what exactly was it that obstructed his vision, separated from him by only a thin layer of glass? At that moment, sheer terror gripped Ouyang, compelling him to take a longer route that evening. Not long thereafter, a patron at the establishment tragically hanged himself. This individual had come to spend his honeymoon with his new wife and had resided there for 3 days, basking in a blissful, romantic period. Yet, on the 4th morning, he was discovered lifeless in their room. Subsequent investigations revealed that a trivial disagreement had ignited an argument between the couple that night. It was not even a quarrel in the traditional sense, merely a petty squabble. Typically, the deceased would have resolved such matters through affection and intimacy, but on that night, he exhibited an unusual impatience towards his wife, leading to a heated exchange. The couple went to bed in anger, and upon waking the next morning, the wife found her husband hanging in the lobby. At that time, the ghost festival had just passed, and according to popular belief, it was not solely on that day that spirits roamed free, but rather in the days surrounding it, when the yin energy coalesced. Hence, this period was particularly prone to misfortune and malevolent encounters. Ouyang could not help but draw connections, though he refrained from delving too deeply into the supernatural, as none had ever truly encountered such specters. After a brief pause, Ouyang suddenly declared, "There's one more thing to mention, but please do not be frightened." He gestured upwards, exclaiming, "That person hung himself right here in this hall." Shunli gasped, exclaiming, "What the hell? We spent so much money just to hear ghost stories? You're not trying to frighten us, are you? If you're just making this up, I'll call to complain immediately." Ouyang hastily waved his hands, assuring, "I assure you, this is the truth. If it weren't for Boss Do's good nature, I wouldn't share this with you. I gain nothing from telling you this." Shunli pondered, feeling uneasy, and suggested, "Perhaps we should just return tomorrow. It would save us some money." I exchanged glances with the beautiful Gu, who offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness and remarked, "It seems our luck is indeed quite unfortunate." I replied, "If anyone should lament their bad luck, it should be me, as I chose this place. Ultimately, I am cursed to be a harbinger of calamity, much like Conan. Wherever I go, misfortune follows. Ever since the curse took effect and led to my downfall, my life has been fraught with turmoil, with danger lurking at every turn. The recent incident involving the corpse spirit has proved to be most distressing for Doufu. I set aside all else, intent on assisting my brother through this difficult time, and even brought along Jiang Xinghua for companionship. Our plans were meticulous, yet we still found ourselves caught in a precarious situation." Doufu, clearly cognizant of the underlying tension, glanced my way and remarked, "Old Chun, this tale serves to remind us that those plagued by misfortune should remain at home." I managed a bitter smile and shook my head, responding, "This time, I failed to grasp the full extent of the situation. Ouyang, I appreciate your insights. Given the current circumstances, with both the ghost festival and the specter of hanging, those who know the truth cannot continue to play. Thus, I have resolved to return at dawn." At that juncture, Wen Min shifted the conversation, inquiring of Ouyang, "I noticed you seemed off earlier. Did something happen?" Ouyang's expression grew even more peculiar. After a brief pause, he divulged, "This marks the 3rd year we have encountered such events here. During the 1st year of the Ghost Festival, a guest hanged himself in this very hall. The day before last year's festival, another individual met a similar fate." Doufu gasped, "Surely, he wasn't hanged as well?" Ouyang shook his head, clarifying no. Our establishment is situated on a mountainside, flanked by cliffs. That guest left behind a suicide note, likely suffering from depression, and leapt to his demise. After a moment, he continued, our manager just informed me that a guest, afflicted by a mental breakdown, attacked others with a knife, resulting in the deaths of 2 staff members. Once this news spreads, who would dare to come here? He instructed me to reassure you all and to discourage any outings tonight, hoping to suppress the matter. I retorted coldly, such a significant event cannot be concealed. Ouyang offered a wry smile. The deceased were employees, not patrons. A monetary settlement will suffice. This establishment is quite profitable. Such sums are negligible. The real concern is your awareness of the incident, which could tarnish our reputation. The group exchanged glances, until when Min finally asked, what has become of the mentally ill individual? Ouyang replied, he was subdued by security. He is a wealthy businessman, and his family prefers to keep this under wraps, opting for a financial settlement. Currently, he is restrained to a bed, and they are preparing to leave under cover of night. Before he could finish, the walkie-talkie at his waist flickered to life again. Ouyang apologized and activated the Bluetooth. We could not discern the conversation in his earpiece, but his complexion drained of color, and his voice grew agitated. What? What shall we do now? All right, I understand. He abruptly disconnected the Bluetooth, his gaze fixed intently on us as he announced, there has been a landslide down the mountain, blocking the road. The patient has escaped from the vehicle. The rain is torrential, and he is lost in the woods. When Min inhaled deeply, stating, inform your manager that security must be reinforced. Based on your description of the patient, he may possess violent tendencies. Many deranged killers emerge from such circumstances. With this deluge, there are only 3 possibilities. He may have descended the mountain, but with the road impassable, the likelihood of him succumbing to the darkness and rain is high. Secondly, he could still be wandering the woods, yet with nightfall and heavy rain, coupled with the risk of landslides, venturing out to search is ill-advised. Thirdly, he may very well return. Shin Li, his round face slick with sweat, raised a hand to wipe it away, gazing at the stunning beauty Gu, and remarked, sister, your analysis is remarkably astute. What is your profession? One Min disregarded Shun Li's inquiry and addressed Ouyang, saying, convey my words immediately. I am a police officer. Ouyang nearly bit his tongue, his expression betraying his disarray as he stammered, police? That is not possible. My superior instructed me to keep this matter under wraps. If I say anything, I'll lose my job. I retorted, do you prefer to safeguard your job or your life? With a mournful visage, Ouyang lamented. This job is my lifeline. My entire family relies on me. Doufu patted Ouyang's shoulder and remarked, if you truly lose your job over this, come work for me. We run a business with decent wages, and we happen to need hands. I mused, puzzled, for our establishment already had 3 capable men who managed all tasks with ease. Yet, seeing Doufu's rare enthusiasm, I refrained from interrupting him. Ouyang, feeling a warmth towards Doufu, considered his words, his eyes glinting as he nodded, and began making a call. Moments later, Ouyang forced a smile and said, I've been let go, Boss Dou. You must keep your promise. I assured him, rest assured, I will honor my word, but let me be clear, if your performance falters, I shall not hesitate to dismiss you. What is the situation from above? Ouyang replied, the manager is on his way with a few people. They're likely here to see Officer Gu. Chapter 50. A nightmarish encounter shortly after, a tall, slender man in formal attire, appearing to be around 30, entered the room. He shot a glare at Ouyang before turning his attention to the only woman present, the stunning Officer Gu, and asked, are you a police officer? Officer Gu nodded slightly and produced her credentials. The manager courteously invited us to sit, and, upon reviewing her identification, remarked, so it is Officer Gu from Beijing. I have followed your instructions and instructed the security to enhance their patrols, even in the rain. After a brief pause, he continued, the family of the deceased is willing to take responsibility. Would it be possible to downplay this issue? In the future, we will certainly express our gratitude. The implication of that gratitude was unmistakable. When Min responded calmly, even as a police officer, if the family of the deceased chooses not to pursue the matter and the patient's family is willing to offer compensation, especially considering the individual is mentally ill, I find it difficult to intervene. Indeed, that is the rationale, the manager nodded repeatedly, knowing Officer Gu's steadfast sense of justice. I was certain she would not turn a blind eye to this matter. As anticipated, she shifted her tone, stating, however, "The mental disorder exhibited by the suspect is among the most dangerous types. I am entitled to enforce a psychiatric evaluation to ensure the safety of everyone here." Upon hearing this, the manager hesitated, his demeanor becoming less cordial as he let out a slight huff and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, since we are discussing this matter openly, I will speak frankly. Are you aware of the background of that patient? His family is in real estate. I need not mention their wealth. And their connections are quite formidable. If you offend them, do you have the courage to face the consequences, officer?" Wenmin tilted her head slightly, remaining silent as she pondered. After a moment, she turned to the manager and declared, "I will only do what is necessary. Let them come at me." The manager, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Young lady, why do you lack adaptability? What I say is for your own good. As a woman, why are you not at home attending to household chores and your husband, but instead causing trouble out here?" I furrowed my brow and replied coolly, "I am her husband. My duty is to do the laundry, cook, earn a living, and care for my wife." Wenmin chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes glancing at me with a mix of reproach and amusement. The manager was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. Wenmin then smiled gently and asserted, "I am not here to oppose you. If you wish to settle this privately, that is acceptable. However, if the patient remains in a critical condition before my departure, I must send him for examination. There is no room for negotiation." She gestured to her identification, stating, "You may investigate what my family does for a living." The manager, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, became flustered and complied with every question posed by the stunning beauty. According to him, the thunderstorm that night had disrupted the signal in the area, rendering phone calls impossible until at least the following day. Furthermore, the only road leading down from the palace had suffered a landslide, preventing any vehicles from passing. Until the road was cleared, the only option for descent was on foot. The terrain was steep, and coupled with the relentless rain over the past 3 days, the mountains were now a treacherous mire. A moment's inattention could result in landslides, potentially leading to severe injury or worse. In essence, even if we desired to leave, we were now stranded, waiting for the road to be repaired following the report of our predicament. As night fell, the repair team would not reach the mountain until at least noon the next day, assuming conditions were favorable. If the rain persisted, it would further deteriorate the road conditions, and even emergency repairs would have to wait for a break in the weather. With no alternatives left, it became clear that our only course of action was to wait. Moments later, the manager departed, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Shunli lamented our ill fortune, stating that perhaps this year was not meant for lottery tickets. After all, we had ventured out for enjoyment, only to encounter a deranged killer, which was quite unsettling. Wenmin reassured everyone not to dwell on it, suggesting that as long as the palace enhanced its security, we would be safe. After a brief conversation, we each retreated to our rooms for the night. This series of events had likely preoccupied Doufu, diverting his thoughts from the ghostly specter. Although he still felt somewhat downcast, his spirits had improved significantly. He remarked to the beautiful lady, "In future travels, let us ensure that any eccentric individuals stay at least 500 meters away from us. Otherwise, it would be more of an adventure than a holiday." I felt quite innocent in the matter, shrugged my shoulders, and went to bed. The environment here was exquisite. Upon lying down, the refreshing scent of the wood became the perfect lullaby, and soon I drifted into a deep slumber. However, my sleep was not entirely restful. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of concerns weighing on my mind. As I fell asleep, these worries manifested into bizarre and chaotic dreams swirling in my consciousness. Yet, when I attempted to recall them, I found myself unable to remember any specifics. I only knew that I had experienced a nightmarish vision, jolting upright in bed, heart racing. Upon awakening, I found myself enveloped in darkness within my room. Fumbling, I switched on the bedside lamp and reclined against the cushions, reflecting on the remnants of a dream that I could only recollect as frightful, yet the details eluded me. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I discovered it was merely 11 o'clock, meaning I had scarcely slept for 2 hours. Just as I began to relax and prepare to drift back into slumber, I was struck by the sudden realization that something was amiss in the room. At the boundary where light met shadow, a pair of human feet stood conspicuously. A wave of panic coursed through me. Instinctively, I rolled off the bed. However, I soon recognized the shoes adorning those feet. They belonged to the corpse fairy. The corpse fairy's attire, initially purchased by Doufu from street vendors for a mere 10 yuan each, had evolved over time. Following the incident involving the gluttonous fat Li and the feathered robe, Tofu, having witnessed the corpse fairy's remarkable prowess, became more generous in his purchases. He regarded the corpse fairy as one would a beloved child, and thus, the garments acquired later were of superior quality. In Tofu's words, though lacking the flamboyance of a feathered robe, we cannot allow our wooden friend to appear too shabby. That would be a disservice to its visage. I recalled those shoes, priced over 2,000 yuan. Last year on my birthday, Tofu had gifted me a 30 yuan shirt, for which I had playfully retaliated with a good-natured thrashing. The mere thought of those shoes sent a shiver down my spine. The corpse fairy, could it have returned? Had it emerged from the void? I even questioned if I was ensnared in a dream. In a sudden burst of resolve, I flicked on the overhead light. As the illumination flooded the room, the corpse fairy stood rigidly at the door, its puppet-like expression reminiscent of its appearance in the desert, adorned in the same attire. With a long braid cascading over its chest, I gasped, blinking fervently, yet the corpse fairy remained motionless. I hurried towards it, reaching out to touch its shoulder. It felt intact, and in an instant, a wave of elation washed over me. Despite my confusion regarding how the corpse fairy had manifested, my first instinct was to share this extraordinary news with Tofu. Thus, I declared, "Let us go see your master." The corpse fairy tilted its head as it usually did. But this time, the entire head detached from its neck, rolling to the floor beside the bed, its eyes wide open and fixed upon me. At that moment, I questioned my sanity, a chill racing down my spine. Suddenly, the headless corpse fairy seized my throat with both hands, and I was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation and pain. I could almost hear it demanding, "Why did you deceive me? Why did you deceive me?" The agony I experienced was profound. Beyond the physical torment of being choked, there was an even greater anguish within my heart. To be candid, I had retained the corpse fairy for 3 primary reasons. First, I was uncertain how to dispose of it. Second, having learned the method of nurturing corpses from Chintienda, I envisioned utilizing it for my own purposes in the future. And third, Tofu had developed a deep affection for the corpse fairy. These factors combined led me to tacitly accept the corpse fairy as companionship. Over time, although it occasionally attracted minor troubles, it mostly adhered to rules and behaved obediently, rendering it quite endearing. I am not a heartless individual. During my time in the Tunger Desert, I was compelled to make an unthinkable sacrifice only when driven to the brink of despair. In the midst of my torment, I struggled to rise, while the specter of the corpse fairy seemed to be devoured by some unseen force, gradually dissolving into dust. Shortly thereafter, I awakened once more, only to realize I had been trapped in a dream within a dream. The electronic clock on the wall read 3 o'clock in the morning, and this bizarre reverie left me drenched in sweat. My thoughts turned to the corpse fairy, deceived by Tofu into a realm of illusion, and I felt a wave of heaviness in my chest that robbed me of sleep. Listening to the sound of rain outside, I resolved to step onto the balcony for some fresh air. The antique design wooden balcony was adorned with clusters of purple wisteria, delicate blossoms scattered across the ground in the tumult of the storm. From my vantage point, the entire palace was enveloped in a dim yellow glow, likely due to the generator's limited power supply, which left some lights unlit, contrasting sharply with the dazzling nightscape I had encountered online. The cool breeze, laced with fine raindrops, alleviated some of my inner turmoil and sorrow. After a brief respite, just as I intended to return to my room, I caught sight of a figure standing in the corridor below, moving slowly, uncertain whether it was a security guard or something else. I could not resist stealing a few glances, but suddenly, that figure collapsed to the ground. In an instant, I beheld a headless corpse lying on the floor, crimson blood streaming from the severed neck, pooling along the wooden corridor. I pinched myself fiercely, questioning whether this was yet another dream within a dream. But the searing pain confirmed the grim reality of my surroundings. When I glanced back at the corridor, I noticed another shadow standing beside the corpse, its features obscured by the dim light. As if sensing my gaze, the shadow turned momentarily in my direction before retreating into the deeper darkness. Chapter 51. The grim battle. I sprang to my feet, scanning the area, but the figure was already lost to the shadows. The only remnant of that moment was the bloodied headless corpse on the ground. Realizing this was no dream, I immediately pressed the emergency alarm, and in an instant, the sound of ringing resonated through the vicinity. By the time I reached the hall, the others had been roused, appearing in their sleepwear, their expressions still clouded by slumber. Tofu, rubbing his eyes, inquired about the commotion, to which I pointed towards the outer area and said, "There has been a murder." Upon hearing the word murder, Wenmin became alert. As I led the group outside, I recounted the preceding events, eliciting gasps of astonishment from them all. Outside, the wind howled and the rain poured. The wooden corridor's outer half drenched, clinging to the petals of mountain flowers, evoking an entirely different ambience from the towering buildings of the city. Unfortunately, no one had the leisure to appreciate the beauty of the rain or the fallen blossoms. Shortly thereafter, as we arrived, the alarm had already attracted the attention of the staff, followed by several screams, clearly indicating that someone had already discovered the body. However, for those unaccustomed to such a scene, it is indeed unbearable. Before me lay a lifeless body, draped in a white nightgown, now stained crimson with blood. The severed neck bore clear evidence of being cleaved by a sharp implement. It is worth noting that not everyone possesses the strength to sever a neck in a single stroke, while Lu Su's ghostly knife can effortlessly decapitate a zongzi. An ordinary person lacks such force and typically does not wield such formidable blades. At most, they might have a kitchen knife or a watermelon knife at hand, which would prove inadequate for such a task unless one possessed extraordinary strength. Aside from this headless corpse, I scanned my surroundings but found no sign of the missing head. In contrast to the pallid and trembling expressions of the others, I, along with Doufu and Wenmin, maintained a semblance of composure. Though Doufu was timid, she had encountered far more daunting situations before, thus muttering ba repeatedly without exhibiting overt fear. What to do? What on earth is happening? The arriving manager, in a state of agitation, hurriedly dialed the phone to inform the proprietor of the situation. Meanwhile, the stunning Officer Gu had already displayed her professionalism, revealing her police credentials and commanding, "Step back, do not tamper with the scene." In such dire circumstances, the presence of law enforcement provided a certain calming effect. Although it is inevitable that some miscreants tarnish the reputation of the police, the public still harbors a fundamental trust in the profession. Additionally, despite Officer Gu's gender, her poised demeanor commanded respect, and the crowd soon found solace in her authority, retreating to allow for the preservation of the crime scene. Upon this retreat, Wenmin and I immediately sensed something amiss. Not far from the corpse, a trail of blood droplets led the way, as if someone had been carrying a bloodied object. The bloodstains extended all the way to the left corner of the corridor. An image flashed through my mind, a severed head. The volume of blood suggested that the perpetrator had indeed been carrying a head away. Who could commit such a grotesque act? Unanimously, our thoughts gravitated towards the deranged patient. Officer Gu gestured towards the direction of the blood trail, and we exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to pursue its path. Just as I took a step forward, Jiang Xinghua grasped my arm in fear, exclaiming, "Don't go. What if it's a psychopathic killer?" Doufu patted Jiang Xinghua's arm reassuringly, stating, "It's fine. If a psycho encounters him, it would be their demise." Jiang Xinghua remained skeptical, and Doufu, not wishing to elaborate further, exchanged a meaningful glance with me before following suit. The others, harboring considerable fear, kept their distance, while the manager, anxious about potential repercussions, repeatedly insisted, "Let the officer handle it. The rest of us should not interfere." Doufu turned and retorted, "What nonsense! Are the police not human? You curse them without hesitation in everyday life, yet now you wish to leave everything to them. I must inform you, Grandfather Dou has been in a foul mood recently. If you continue this prattle, you may find yourselves in trouble." The manager fell silent, reluctantly trailing behind cautiously. As we progressed forward, I cautioned Wenmin, "That individual likely wields a knife or a similar weapon. We must exercise caution." Gu Daybody nodded ever so slightly, and the three of us held our breath, following the trail of blood as we ventured deeper. Upon rounding a corner, our manager, who had been trailing far behind, alerted us that ahead lay guest rooms, though they remained unoccupied. To provide some context, the structure of the palace is not composed of single rooms, but rather independent suites, typically spanning 2 levels and featuring a grand hall. Due to the sparse number of visitors during this season, the 5 of us commandeered one suite, each adorned in a distinct style. The area we approached bore an increasingly Japanese aesthetic. Outside the corridor, natural water pipes crafted from bamboo directed mountain spring water into the premises. Delicate streams converged within exquisitely shaped stone basins. Under normal circumstances, this would be a picturesque scene, but the torrential downpour and obscured light rendered it utterly devoid of beauty. At that moment, The previously straight trail of blood suddenly veered, leading towards the exterior corridor. Following this crimson line, we glimpsed one of the artificial stone basins outside. Its waters shockingly stained red. A severed head bobbed amidst the rain and spring water, its terrified and contorted visage illuminated by the light, creating an eerie spectacle. My gaze remained fixated on that head, when suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the air, akin to a door opening. As Gu Daybody and I turned around, we witnessed Doufu, who had been trailing us, abruptly pulled into a nearby doorway by a shadowy figure. A startled cry escaped Doufu's lips before we could discern the assailant's appearance. And the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Damn it! If my instincts served me correctly, that figure must be the deranged individual. For who else would commit such a grotesque act? Even in acts of vengeance, most individuals tend to plan discreetly. Who would so brazenly behead another and toss the head into the water? The entire sequence of events flashed through my mind. The murderer must have found a way back into the palace, and the unfortunate soul whose head was severed likely crossed paths with him by mere chance. Upon being discovered, the assailant discarded the head and concealed himself, evidently lying in wait for us. Cursed be my oversight. Doufu had been ambushed from behind and dragged inside, and my eyes burned with fury as I delivered a powerful kick against the door. The wooden door, crafted with meticulous artistry and substantial thickness, remained impervious to my forceful attempt. It appeared to be locked from within. No sooner had my foot landed than I heard Doufu's voice from inside, cursing vehemently, "Damn you! I will fight you!" Following that, we were unable to discern the situation within, but the sounds of scuffling and objects being overturned reached our ears. Doufu, usually not so audacious, seemed to unleash a pent-up fury, engaging in a brawl with the occupants inside, devoid of any exclamations we had anticipated from either me or one man. However, it is evident that Doufu was no match for the deranged individual. Within moments, a piercing scream escaped from him. I, in a fit of urgency, kicked the door with force, while the manager and his associates hurried forward, exclaiming, "I have the key! I have the key!" Although the structure bore an ancient resemblance, it was equipped with modern internal locks. The manager fumbled with the key, his hands trembling, but was unable to unlock the door. Inside, Doufu seemed to resist, shouting vehemently amidst the chaos. At that moment, the manager, with a mournful expression, lamented that the bolt inside had also been engaged, rendering him incapable of opening the door. Determined, my gaze shifted to the intricately carved upper section of the door, and I resolved to exploit this weakness. I swiftly retrieved a decorative stone from the adjacent area, its surface adorned with a scene of chrysanthemum picking, approximately the size of a large watermelon. With all my might, I hurled the stone against the upper part of the ornate door. The hollow section was unable to withstand the impact, resulting in a sizable breach, shattering the frosted glass within. As the crowd peered through the newly created opening, they beheld a scene of utter disarray. Tables upturned, chairs scattered, and shards of glass littered the floor. Among them stood a tall, bald man, wielding a thick, pointed bone cleaver, typically found in the kitchens of hotels, but rarely seen in ordinary households, capable of severing a head with a single blow. He was drenched in blood, his face obscured, rendering his features unrecognizable. I noticed Doufu's arm was also bleeding profusely from a deep gash as he fled from the assailant. Regrettably, I was unarmed. Had I possessed a firearm, I would have dispatched him on the spot. I shouted, "Hang in there, Doufu. I'm coming to rescue you." With renewed vigor, I struck the door multiple times with the stone, creating a larger opening, and I, along with the strikingly beautiful Gu, swiftly entered. Despite the assailant's frenzied strength, Gu was no novice. She was adept in the art of self-defense. As the saying goes, gentleness can overcome rigidity. Although the man swung wildly, Gu, with agility and precision, deftly targeted his vulnerable points. With a forceful jab of her elbow into his armpit, the cleaver slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I executed a swift kick to the back of his neck, sending him sprawling to the floor, while Gu deftly restrained his hands. Doufu, clutching his bleeding arm, appeared increasingly weakened from blood loss. In the midst of the struggle, he swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing. Quick to react, I steadied him, my heart ablaze with fury at the recent tragedies, including the deaths of 3 individuals overnight. It infuriated me that a person with mental illness could wreak such havoc, and that his family continued to shield him, prioritizing monetary concerns over the sanctity of life. Was his life more valuable than others? Chapter 52. Growth. He had not only taken lives, but had now harmed Doufu as well. The thought ignited an uncontrollable rage within me. I gently seated Doufu on the ground, and with a swift motion, I seized the nearby bone cleaver and brought it down forcefully, severing 4 of his fingers. Wenmin was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, stating, "I only perceive this as a matter of justifiable self-defense." I felt my inner fury dissipate somewhat with that strike as I turned to open the door. At that moment, the relatives of the assailant arrived, 5 in total, consisting of a prosperous-looking couple in their 50s, a strikingly attractive woman dressed provocatively, and 2 men accompanying her. They appeared to be a family. Yet as soon as they entered, the corpulent woman wore an expression of madness and abruptly reached out as if to slap me. I swiftly countered, seizing her wrist, and coldly inquired, "What are you attempting to do?" She shrieked, "How dare you harm my son? Who do you think you are?" I retorted, "Did you witness it all? Had I known it would come to this, I ought to have severed his arm." The 3 men beside her charged at me. But when Min rose and commanded, "Stop. Gentlemen, perhaps you should first ascertain his condition." They glared at me with fierce intensity before surrounding the injured man, leading to a cacophony of wails and chaos. Moments later, the eldest man among them fixed a cold gaze upon me, Doufu, and Wenmin, declaring, "You 3 have guts. Just wait." Doufu, appearing extremely weak and nearly unsteady, trembled with rage and weakly retorted, "How can you not control your son, who suffers from such severe mental illness? He has taken 3 lives. Do those lives mean nothing to you?" The corpulent woman furiously replied, "Even if my son were to kill you as well, what of it?" At that moment, the man on the ground, having received a kick to the back of his neck and 4 fingers severed, had already lost consciousness. Inciting the family's fury, the manager approached but was met with a slap, a display of unbridled arrogance. Though the manager surely felt displeasure, he did not dare show it, hastily calling upon several staff members to assist in removing the unconscious individual. My frustration boiled within me as I grasped Doufu, exclaiming, "I have an injured person here. Are you blind?" Wenmin patted my shoulder and, supporting Doufu, advised, "Calm down, as the old saying goes. Authority can crush the common man, and wealth divides into 9 ranks. Every type of person exists." I understood this principle all too well. Yet ever since the incident with the corpse immortal, I had harbored a lingering malice. Faced with such arrogant and callous individuals, my temper flared. With Wenmin's words, I took a deep breath to regain my composure, noticing Doufu's pale face, blood trickling from the gaps between his fingers covering his wound. I decided against further dialogue with these people, supporting Doufu and addressing the manager, "Attend to the wounds first, spare us the unnecessary chatter." The man sighed and shook his head as he led us to the medical room, where several professional private doctors were present. 2 of them were currently attending to the individual from whom I had severed fingers. In truth, those with mental illness are pitiable beings, and I did not wish to target him specifically. What truly incensed me was the behavior of his family. Our ancestors taught us that one should not exclusively favor one's kin, yet some individuals protect and indulge their own while allowing them to harm others. Such conduct is indeed contemptible. During this journey, the manager incessantly regaled us with tales of this family's origins. The prosperous couple, known as Shi Yuhai and his wife, had made a significant mark in the real estate sector in Shenzhen. Their son, Shi Wei, who suffered from mental illness, was accompanied by his young wife. While the other 2 men were their friends, the Shi family held a notable reputation in real estate, maintaining strong connections within the upper echelons of society, frequently hosting political dignitaries. However, nobody could have foreseen the calamity that would unfold this time. Shi Wei had never before been reported to have any mental issues, though his demeanor was somewhat sullen. The suddenness of such a grave incident was shocking. The 2 deceased employees were somewhat manageable. The Shi family's wealth, coupled with the mental illness, would likely allow for financial compensation. The real complication arose with the unfortunate fate of the last victim, a young hotel executive who was out with his mistress when met with such a violent end. It was clear that this matter would not simply be swept under the rug, tarnishing the reputation of the establishment. At this juncture, the manager cast a sympathetic glance at us, perhaps contemplating how the Shi family might seek retribution against us. Jiang Xinghua, though a man of integrity, displayed remarkable fortitude as he declared, "I refuse to believe they would dare act recklessly, as if the law is merely a fade." Meanwhile, Shun Li, ever the pragmatist, expressed his concerns, We have stumbled into a grave predicament. Doufu, reclining on the bed, interjected, Xiao Shun, it hasn't been long since we last met. Yet you've become so fretful. You were never like this before. Shinli offered a wry smile. You joker, with Brother Chen looking out for you, of course. You're carefree. I, however, now have both elders and children to consider. The audacious exploits of my past are no longer feasible. Doufu nodded in understanding. Indeed. If the Shi family dares to act against you, I will stand my ground. At that moment, the affluent woman was glaring at us intently, and Doufu, undeterred, raised his voice defiantly in response. That night, the chilling winds and rain bore witness to events that were entirely unforeseen. After tending to our injuries, we retreated to our respective rooms. Doufu, lost in thought, gazed in the direction Shun Li had departed, managing a bitter smile. Sensing his turmoil, I inquired, what troubles you? With a hoarse voice, Doufu replied, Old Shun, after this ordeal, I've come to realize just how despicable I am and how inhumane my nature can be. Perhaps humanity is inherently repulsive. I used to be appalled by the actions of many, unable to fathom how far they would go for self-interest. Yet now, I see that I am no different from those I once despised. In times of peace, we bond as brothers, supporting one another. But when adversity strikes and we find ourselves cornered, the side of us that emerges is simply terrifying. Old Shun, I have already caused Musie's demise. I exploited his trust, and, through lies, methodically led him to his end. I was tormented by a nightmare, one in which I encountered many who had perished over the past 2 years. In truth, many of them were malevolent individuals, engaging in grave robbing and illicit dealings, resorting to unscrupulous means for their own gain. Previously, I did not feel much sorrow for them, but now I have come to realize that I, too, embody that same darkness. My actions mirror theirs. Indeed, should I meet my demise in the future, I would not be wronged, would I? A wave of warmth surged in my eyes, leaving me momentarily speechless, as myriad thoughts swirled in my mind. It felt as though 1,000 words yearned to escape my lips, yet ultimately, only 3 words emerged. I am sorry. Doufu tilted its head, remaining silent. I inhaled slowly before articulating. To seek benefit and avoid harm is human nature. The interests of each individual vary, thus in this world, there exist no unequivocal good or evil individuals. To the deceased in their graves, we are but robbers and bandits. To the police, we are criminals. Yet to me, I merely wish to lift the curse and live as an ordinary person, without bringing calamity upon my loved ones or harming my brothers. So tell me, am I a good person or a bad person? I truly do not know, and I regret deeply that 2 years ago, when I faced bankruptcy, I should not have sought you out. Doufu inquired, why do you say that? I replied, had it not been for me, you would not have descended into this turmoil, nor would you have endured these trials. Is the corpse immortal good or bad? How many did it harm in life? Yet after its resurrection, how many have we benefited from its aid? Indeed, we owe it an apology. But to me, you are a coward and a fool, yet certainly not a bad person. Many things are clear in my heart. Without you, my present self would not exist. Perhaps, after that fateful accident, I could have become a cripple. I remember vividly how you took money from our home to cover my medical expenses and were subsequently beaten. Doufu said at that time, I treated you well because I hoped you would protect me, so that those ruffians would not dare to extort me for protection fees. I chuckled softly, saying, I understand. Everything happens for a reason. No one in this world is kind without cause. Even love carries its own rationale. All of this is my fault. I should not have entangled you in this web. Have you ever heard the saying? Without waiting for a response, I continued, at the beginning of humanity, one's nature is inherently evil, but the malevolence within each heart is confined by the glass dome of morality and emotion. Most individuals in this world bear cracks in their glass domes, allowing malevolent thoughts to seep through. The most intact glass dome I have ever seen was yours. Yet I shattered it with my own hands. This is all my fault. The glass dome within my heart is now in tatters. Upon finishing these words, we were both left in silence for an extended period. I retrieved a cigarette and smoked quietly, unaware of Doufu's thoughts at that moment. Yet my mind was consumed by the experiences of these past years. 2 years ago, my brother was a pristine, soft block of tofu. Now, I have ruined him. Chapter 53. Troubles. The rain continued to pour outside. As we both remained silent, the room shrouded in swirling smoke, lingering in an uncomfortable quiet. These wisps of smoke resemble elusive phantoms, within which myriad fragments flicker, my grandfather's disappearance, the heartbreak of leaving home, the arduous struggle for survival, followed by bankruptcy and despair. And in the face of life and death choices, a betrayal of one's own conscience. Suddenly, I felt akin to a person drenched in ink, utterly consumed by darkness. After a lengthy contemplation, I resolved to glance at the tofu before retreating to my room. The latter part of the night passed without incident, and the following day. The weather gradually improved, with the repair crew diligently working on the road, expected to clear by around 6 in the evening. I recalled what Ouyang had mentioned about the situation at the number 7 Pavilion Hot Springs, and thus arranged to meet with the beautiful Gouda. Together we entered the number 7 Pavilion. Nestled beneath the rocks was a serene hot spring, its entrance constructed to complement the natural landscape, bright and inviting during the day, yet largely deserted. We meticulously examined the area but discerned no apparent differences. I pondered, perhaps it was merely our overactive imaginations? However, the unsettling pattern of deaths occurring in the vicinity of the hot springs over the past 3 years seemed too peculiar to dismiss. Could it be that the feng shui of this location was flawed? Yet, had not the feng shui master already rectified the situation? Just as when Min and I were about to abandon our inquiry, I unexpectedly noticed an odd detail. The hot spring water flowed gently from the crevices in the rock. Yet as it did, I suddenly perceived a flickering red light emanating from within, as if something were lodged inside. Glancing around to ensure we were alone, I grasped when Min, indicating the crevice ahead, and relayed my discovery. Gouda, ever the curious soul, met my gaze, and without further ado, we leaned closer to peer into the crevice. Upon doing so, we indeed spotted a red object nestled within, its hue a striking blend of red and orange. Resplendent like the evening glow, leaving an indelible impression. I surmised that it could not be an ordinary item, and promptly urged when Min to unearth it. When Min, taken aback, voiced her concern, what if we were discovered? This was a hot spring, devoid of surveillance cameras inside, only at the entrance. So others would remain oblivious to our actions. I replied, who would know it was us? We could simply claim it malfunctioned. When Min shook her head, her expression one of reluctant resignation, saying, you always act contrary to common sense. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued. We soon found 2 decorative antique-style lamps on a nearby table, each taking one, using the pointed end to pry open the crevice. In no time, the gap widened, allowing us to see a basketball-sized hollow behind it, filled with the hot spring water. To our astonishment, within the water swam a small fish, approximately half a finger in length, shimmering in a delicate rosy hue. Its streamlined body glided gracefully, scales reflecting the radiant light, meandering serenely in its confined realm. Upon noticing us, it paused, curiously swaying its tail. Gouda exclaimed in wonder, what kind of fish is this? How could it possibly survive in this crevice, especially in warm water? I pondered deeply and suddenly recalled some strange tales previously mentioned by Wei Nanjing, one of which speaks of the stone fish. It is said that the locations where stone fish are found are either places of great misfortune or great fortune, making them exceedingly rare. I mused. Could this stone fish be the crux of the entire Longpan Mountains mystery? Is it a harbinger of good or ill? Upon hearing my thoughts, Wen Min remarked, if that is the case, then this fish must possess some spiritual essence. She continued, I have also heard the elders say, great mountains gather spiritual energy, while small hills give rise to peculiar creatures. This stone fish, residing here, has likely absorbed quite a bit of Longpan Mountain's earth energy. And if we were to remove it, perhaps this place would find peace in the future. I suggested, if that's the case, why not simply eliminate it? Wen Min quickly interjected, no, we cannot do that. To recklessly destroy something with spiritual essence might invite calamity. Amused, I replied, since when did you start believing in such things? She shot me a glare, her beautiful eyes filled with mock ire, saying, who can be blamed for this? It's all your fault. Ever since I've been around you, I've encountered all sorts of oddities. How can I not be superstitious? Her words reminded me of the yellow weasel spirit from Inyang Liubu village. Indeed, such matters cannot be disregarded, and given the rarity of the stone fish, my knowledge of it was scant. Since rarity breeds value, it would be a shame to simply destroy it. Thus, I proposed we take it with us for further contemplation on how to handle it later. Not far from the hot springs, there was an observation fish tank. We procured a small tank, filled it with hot spring water, and carefully placed the stone fish inside. By afternoon, the roads down the mountain finally reopened. After such a significant event, The locals were eager to leave, and apart from us, the other tourists departed in their vehicles. On our way down, we encountered a group led by someone surnamed Wei, who had lost a finger, seemed to regain his composure, casting a menacing glance my way. Shunli, with concern, warned, Chenggu, they will surely seek revenge. I shook my head, thinking to myself, over the past 2 years, I've done more than my fair share of unscrupulous deeds. Once a person embraces darkness, they fear nothing. Let them come at me. I will not shy away. With that thought, I disregarded the Shi family and drove back to Shenzhen City. By the time we returned to the shop, night had fallen. Exhausted from our journey, I placed the stone fish on the table and paid it no further heed. The hour was late, and the three of us quickly consumed a meal of instant noodles before hastily washing up and retiring for the night. The following day, the stunning Gu received a phone call informing her of a major case that had emerged in Beijing, requiring her immediate return to take charge. Thus, she hurried to catch an afternoon flight. Doufu remained in a state of despondency, recalling the decision made the previous day in the palace. I steeled myself and pulled Doufu closer. We each took a seat at the tea table, and I said, "Little Dou, we need to have a serious discussion." Doufu replied, "I, too, have something I wish to discuss with you." As I inhaled a cigarette, I replied nonchalantly, "Please, go ahead." Doufu exhaled deeply, lowering her gaze, and said, "I once promised to accompany you in finding a solution to the curse, no matter how perilous the journey. But now I realize I cannot bear it. I am not afraid of death, but I feel I am on the brink of collapse. What the future holds remains uncertain, and I find myself engulfed in fear, apprehensive that one day I might be coerced back onto a similar path, confronted with the same choices." "Old Xuan, I apologize for interrupting you," I said, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. "I understand. In fact, this is precisely why I wish to speak with you. Xiaodou," I continued, "over the past decade, we have had no family to rely upon, supporting each other through both joys and hardships, akin to brothers bound by blood. Regardless of the paths we choose in the future, this bond will remain unchanged." Doufu looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Old Xuan, what do you mean?" I replied, "I am acutely aware of what my future entails. I cannot return to the past. However, you still have the opportunity to turn back, to leave this place and live your own life. Forget the experiences of the past 2 years." I retrieved a card I had prepared beforehand, placing it on the table before him. "This shop's capital is half yours. I will repay you in due time." This card contains only 100,000 yuan. Having been busy running around these days, I could not manage the business properly, and with a portion reserved for myself, this is all I can offer you. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon grew agitated, questioning, "What are you doing, boss? Did he anger you? There's no need to go this far." I turned to him and said, "Old Zhang, this is not your concern. My decision is final." Doufu lifted his gaze, and our eyes met, a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "Give me some time to gather my thoughts. I will come back to find you." I replied, "If you come as a brother, I will welcome you. If for any other reason, it is best you do not return." Doufu did not respond to my last statement. After a brief silence, he went upstairs to pack his belongings and departed that afternoon. I was unaware of where he had gone. Although I had his number, he did not reach out. Yet, I believed that wherever he was, it must be better than staying with me. If the future truly is shrouded in darkness, then let me walk this path alone. The retribution from the Shi family arrived swiftly. That afternoon, a group of thugs emerged from the shadows, storming into my antique shop, brandishing iron rods and wreaking havoc. It is crucial to note that my shop contains a mix of genuine and counterfeit items. A single blow to an authentic piece could result in losses amounting to tens of thousands. The one-eyed dragon, incensed, seized a chair and leapt into the fray. I, too, was not one to cower. 2 against 6, we fought fiercely, blood spilling as we clashed. Had the assailants been unarmed, it would have been manageable. Unfortunately, they wielded iron rods, and as the saying goes, an inch of strength is worth an inch of length, making it nearly impossible for us to approach them. Outside, a crowd gathered, though no one dared to intervene. In a moment of desperation, my anger blinding me, I drew a concealed knife from my wrist. Just as I aimed to strike one of the assailants, a contingent of police officers suddenly burst into the shop. I was compelled to discreetly retract the knife. Chapter 54. Fatly, the officers quickly subdued the gang of thugs and escorted them to the police station, and I naturally followed suit. When questioned, the thugs claimed they had taken offense to me and sought to teach me a lesson. Such words may seem incredulous, yet this group remains resolute, preferring detention over retracting their statements. Ultimately, the resolution culminated in their confinement alongside compensation for my losses. I am acutely aware that such compensation is futile. Could these ruffians genuinely produce it? I understand that this is merely an appetizer from the Sure family, and they likely have more tricks up their sleeves. I have resolved to take decisive action, finding amusement in the thought. Since you have chosen to be impolite, do not blame me for striking first. After much contemplation, I opted for the simplest course of action and called Xuan Rui, intending to borrow his spectral fox for a while. Xuan Rui assented, albeit with the caveat that he would not be responsible for its sustenance during its absence. I chuckled softly and inquired about his affairs, asking if he was still in Inner Mongolia. He acknowledged some progress, but indicated he was still awaiting developments. After a pause, he suddenly asked about Doufu, and I, understanding his concern, replied that he had departed. Departed? Xuan Rui expressed surprise. Has he not yet recovered? Did you two fall out? Despite his usual disdain for Doufu, this incident had altered his perception. Such is the complexity of life. To Xuan Rui, Doufu was the savior who had rescued them all at the last moment. Yet for Doufu, he could not reconcile with his own conscience. I confessed. I was the one who urged him to leave. Xuan Rui fell silent for a moment before responding, I see. But do you truly believe this is for the best? I could not help but retort, what do you mean? With a hint of detachment, Xuan Rui replied, pushing away those you hold dear. First it is him. Tomorrow it may be someone else. What of that beautiful female officer? And after her, who remains? A bitter smile formed on my lips, a tumult of emotions roiling within me. After a brief pause, I managed to articulate, precisely because I do not wish to distance myself from them. I find myself with no retreat. I have encountered yet another predicament. My only intention was to provide them a respite, yet it has spiraled into chaos. My family presents me with only two paths, to await my doom or to confront it head-on, seeking a means of resolution. I am uncertain how much further I may traverse down this second path, but I must not involve them any longer. My grandmother, it is said, drowned. My grandfather was torn to pieces by the king of earthly spirits. Chen Xi met his end beyond the tomb of the great Ear King, with no one to retrieve his remains. What fate awaits me? Xuan Rui, having remained silent for a time, inquired about the troubles I had stirred. Upon recounting the matter of the fish within the stone, he abruptly interjected, wait, what color was the fish? I responded, red, akin to the hues of a sunset. Xuan Rui fell momentarily silent before erupting into laughter. To be frank, Xuan Rui is typically composed and indifferent. It was my first experience hearing him laugh so heartily, leaving me astonished. Could there be something extraordinary about that fish? Then, Xuan Rui elucidated, the stone fish has been documented since ancient times, although they reside within stone. They are classified into various grades, upper, middle, and lower. He then proceeded to share with me the intricate history of the stone fish. This exquisite gem has long been revered for its ability to bring good fortune and avert calamity, its hue reminiscent of a crimson dawn. The medium-grade variant, with its verdant color, is classified as medicinal, associated with the legendary soul-reviving elixir. In stark contrast, the inferior grade, born from a place of malevolence, is black and lethal. The very ground it emerges from often being a resting place for the deceased. As for my stone fish, it stands proudly among the finest, a harbinger of auspicious change. As the sage Xuan Rui suggests, it may even serve as a talisman against curses. I found myself astounded, pondering whether a mere fish could wield such power. If this fish truly possessed such extraordinary value, why then was I, burdened with misfortune, bestowed with such a treasure? Furthermore, if it indeed hailed from a site of feng shui excellence, what then could explain the deaths that occurred in the Palace of the Moon? What was the shadow that Ouyang had perceived? As we descended the mountain, Ouyang abruptly altered his course, refusing to accompany me. Upon reflection, I surmised that he must have sensed the intentions of the Sure family regarding me, and thus hesitated to associate with my predicament. These queries clearly surpassed Xuan Rui's comprehension, as he remarked that it should not be deemed a malevolent entity, and perhaps it could genuinely herald a turn of fortune. He assured me that he would deliver the item and, if necessary, would not hesitate to employ unconventional methods. Unconventional methods? I mused. It appeared Xuan Rui possessed darker tactics yet. He chuckled on the other end of the line but offered no response to my inquiry, and soon thereafter, the call was terminated. The Ouyang fox arrived swiftly. Zhonggong traveled from Inner Mongolia. After conferring, we decided to take preemptive action before the Shi family could proceed any further. That evening, the Ouyang fox infiltrated the Shi household. What we initially deemed a surefire venture turned unexpectedly awry, for the Ouyang fox did not return. After 2 days of waiting, sensing something amiss, Zhonggong resolved to summon the Ouyang fox back, but to our astonishment, there was no response. It was as if the Ouyang fox had vanished into thin air. Zhonggong cursed vehemently, declaring that an Ouyang fox, once bound to a master, would heed their call without delay. Something must have gone awry. At that moment, we were concealed nearby the Shi residence, surrounded by a circle of buildings, with a villa district behind us, replete with ample greenery. Lacking proper identification, we could not gain entry, so we remained just outside the main gate. As Zhonggong grew anxious over the unreturned summons, I contemplated our surroundings. I noticed a secluded area nearby and led Zhonggong to a stone railing over 3 meters high, suggesting we scale it. This stone barrier, more ornamental than functional, posed little challenge for us, and we quietly climbed over, keeping our heads low to avoid detection by the surveillance cameras, stealthily making our way to the entrance of the Shi residence. At that moment, I observed an odd phenomenon. The interior and exterior of the Shi house were brightly lit, reminiscent of a gathering or a welcoming of guests, yet it was eerily silent within. Just as I was pondering this peculiarity, an individual emerged from the doorway. Upon seeing this person, I felt as if my throat had been constricted by a lead weight, rendering me speechless. For the figure before me was none other than Fatty Li, the man I had deceived into the icy tomb, a soul who should have long since perished. How could he possibly be in the Shi residence? His chubby face bore a sinister grin, as if he had anticipated my arrival. Stationed at the doorway with an unsettling gaze fixed upon me, the smile at the corners of his mouth sent chills down my spine. An overwhelming instinct warned me that something was amiss, and I seized Zhonggong's arm, turning to exclaim, "Run!" Zhonggong, not one to hesitate, immediately followed suit as we sprinted away. However, we had scarcely taken a few steps when we were abruptly tackled from behind. It must be noted that we were approximately 30 meters from the entrance of the Shi residence, which meant that Fat Li was over 30 meters away from us. Within that 30-meter radius, there were no other individuals present. So, what could have struck us down with such swiftness from behind? I spun around and beheld Fat Li's treacherous visage. A wave of terror swept over me. How could he move so swiftly? To my astonishment, the one who had tackled Zhonggong was also a familiar face, one of the companions who had descended into the Xianin tomb alongside Fat Li. A thought flashed in my mind. How had fortune turned to resurrect him? These two individuals, I could hardly fathom what had transpired, had become remarkably strong. And Zhonggong and I were rendered nearly powerless against their grip. Once inside, I discovered several people lounging upon the sofa. Firstly, there was the Shi family, their expressions radiating a sense of satisfaction. Following them were Fat Li's cohort of tomb raiders. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, recalling how Fat Li's mother had previously sought trouble with me, only to vanish without a trace following a phone call. It now occurred to me that Fat Li must have returned long before this moment. I was perplexed. Among their ranks, there were no formidable figures like the Mute and Lu Su. How had such a group managed to survive the Xianin tomb? After all, I had detonated the entrance. At that moment, I spotted Shi Wei, who had lost a hand, clutching a black cloth bag that evidently contained a living creature, writhing and emitting a series of squeaks. His demeanor was dark and brooding, and he glared at me with palpable malice, circling me slowly while holding the bag containing the Ouyang fox. The sensation was utterly terrifying. Shortly thereafter, Shi Wei's father spoke with a cold sneer, remarking, "You actually sent such a thing our way. We have truly underestimated you." Who would have thought that a mere antique shop owner possessed such abilities? Nonetheless, regardless of your prowess, once you fall into my hands, you shall await your demise. His voice dripped with a greasy, cold-blooded venom. I took a deep breath, ignoring the Shi family, for if my suspicions were correct, they lacked the capability to deal with the Ouyang fox. This entire situation was likely orchestrated by Fat Li. At this juncture, Zhonggong and I had been released. Yet the heavy door had been shut tight behind us, guarded by individuals at the entrance, making escape impossible. I gazed at Fat Li and enunciated slowly, "How are you still alive?" Fat Li chuckled, his expression decidedly peculiar, and replied, "I did not perish. Are you disappointed?" His voice had taken on an eerie quality. reminiscent of a ghostly whisper. Chapter 55. Resurrection. I replied, "Indeed, I am quite surprised. It is truly unfortunate that you are still alive." Lipanzi laughed heartily, his expression a blend of malice and intrigue as he fixed his gaze upon me. He then turned to the members of the Shi family and declared, "A pleasant collaboration. Now that we have the person here, how do you intend to proceed?" Shi glanced at his hand, which had lost 4 fingers, and with a slight grimace, he slowly retrieved a knife from the tea table nearby. This knife had evidently been prepared in advance. It was a bone knife. Gripping it firmly, he approached me step by step, stating, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Seeing this, Zhonggong hurriedly blew his whistle to summon the Ouyang fox, which struggled even more fiercely, its cries becoming piercingly sharp. At that moment, a claw tore a hole in the black cloth bag, and with a swift motion, the Ouyang fox leaped out, perching itself on Zhonggong's shoulder. In that instant, Shi's pupils began to lose focus, his gaze shifting away from me, and the other members of the Shi family mirrored his reaction. It appeared that the emergence of the Ouyang fox had activated the mirror realm. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, I suddenly noticed that Li Pengzi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon us. Evidently, he was not affected by the Ouyang fox, nor were his subordinates. They formed a tightening circle around Zhonggong and me, advancing slowly, yet with an air of confidence. With no weapons at our disposal, even if we had any, they would likely prove futile against Li Pengzi at this moment. I found myself perplexed, questioning the transformation that had overtaken Li Pengzi and his crew. What had they experienced within the depths of the Xianxian ice tomb? At that moment, I caught sight of a shadowy figure seated beside the floor-to-ceiling glass door on the 2nd floor. This figure was concealed behind the glass, facing us, seemingly observing our every move. A sudden realization struck me. This individual might be pivotal. I called out, "Who are you? If you have the capability, step forward and cease your hiding." As my words echoed, the glass door slid open, and a bald elder clad in black emerged from behind it. Simultaneously, Li Pengzi and his cohorts halted their advance. Zhonggong took a breath, gesturing towards the old man, asking, "Do you know him?" The elder appeared stooped and gaunt, yet his skin was remarkably pale, suggesting a life of privilege. I searched my memories, but could not recall this individual. At that moment, the elder had reached the railing on the 2nd floor, leaning on it as he gazed down upon us, his voice raspy and particularly grating as he spoke. "Old friend, do you not recognize me?" "Old friend?" I furrowed my brow, pondering the absurdity of having such an aged acquaintance. Just as I was about to inquire his identity, a flicker of familiarity washed over me. He bore a striking resemblance to the celestial soldier, Zhao Laotu, who had been drained by the corpse immortal. In the next instant, the elder produced something from his pocket, tossing it playfully in his hand. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a black divine lamp. In an instant, memories surged forth, recalling the moment in the frozen tomb when the tremors caused the collapse, sending the corpse of the white-cut chicken plummeting down the cliff alongside the black lantern. A chill of dread coursed through me as I wondered, could it be? The old man, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "It seems you have remembered." I felt a lump constricting my throat. I had personally examined the body of the white-cut chicken, a fatal gunshot wound rendering it frozen in death. Could that black lantern have resurrected him? Yet, why did he now appear in such a form? Zhonggong, perplexed by the unfolding mystery, inquired, "Brother Chun, do you truly know him? What is his origin?" At that moment, my heart raced with trepidation. But the intricacies of the situation were too convoluted to elucidate to Zhonggong at present, so I merely shook my head, signaling him to refrain from further questions for the time being. A thought began to crystallize within me as I glanced at the oddly behaving Fatty Li and his group. My suspicion grew clearer, and I could not help but exclaim, "It was you who saved them?" "No, that is not right. You transformed them into messengers." Fatty Li, with a malevolent grin, hissed, "Thanks to you, we endure the agony of our bodies rotting little by little each day. Rest assured, we will not kill you. We shall turn you into one of us, so you may experience this torment firsthand." I scoffed, retorting, "Who was it that so suddenly appeared to kidnap me? Who harbored malicious intent first? Who wielded their power to press us relentlessly? Li, you brought this upon yourself." The aged white-cut chicken bore a strange smile at the corners of his mouth and cautioned, "You would do well not to provoke him now. I cannot predict what he might do." I cast him a cold glance, replying, "It seems you were specifically waiting for me tonight. Yet, I am curious, how is it that you find yourself in the Shi family?" The white-cut chicken countered, "What do you think? A few thoughts raced through my mind, and it dawned on me. I responded coldly, "You have been surveilling me all along." The white-cut chicken stroked his bald head, moving slowly downstairs. His demeanor frail and aged. He stated, "I will ask you one question. Do you wish to live or die?" I replied, "I too wish to ask you. What exactly are your intentions? If you merely seek revenge, with so many messengers at your disposal, extinguishing my life would be as simple as crushing an ant. There should be no need for such elaborate machinations." The white-cut chicken had now settled onto the sofa opposite me, remarking lightly, "You are quite astute." I continued, "You have also become far more composed than before. I seem to see the shadow of Elder Zhao in you." The white-cut chicken had indeed undergone a transformation, not merely in appearance, but also psychologically. This change was one that only those who had interacted with him could discern. The former white-cut chicken could be described as flamboyant, while now he had become somber and reserved. Within his aged gaze flickered something inscrutable, a quality that could be termed cunning or wisdom. What had that black lantern bestowed upon him? I too possessed a lantern, which my grandfather had thrown to me before his passing. I often played with it, yet it remained as lifeless as a stone, showing no signs of change. Why was it that the white-cut chicken, after death, could harness the power of the lantern? Upon finishing my thoughts, the white-cut chicken suddenly looked at me and sighed. "Youth is truly a blessing." I inquired, "What has caused you to become this way?" The roasted chicken replied, "That is of no concern to you." "Where is it?" I understood that the it he referred to was the corpse immortal. In his past life, Putian had encountered an extraordinary event, which allowed him to master the art of creating divine lamps, and even to learn the technique of nurturing corpses to attain immortality. Now, not only Lu Su had his sights set on it, but also the roasted chicken. It appeared that this fellow sought to extract some clues from the corpse immortal. A bitter smile crossed my lips, setting aside the fact that the corpse immortal possessed no memory of his former self, even if he did. Could the roasted chicken truly contend with the corpse immortal? However, the most pressing matter was that the corpse immortal was no more. At that moment, I had not witnessed the corpse immortal disintegrate into dust, and I remained oblivious to the nature of the world beyond the void. Was the corpse immortal alive or dead? Given the circumstances, the likelihood of his return seemed exceedingly slim. Now, as the roasted chicken inquired about the whereabouts of the corpse immortal, I could not help but chuckle bitterly, saying, "Since you know that I took him away, how can you not realize that he has vanished?" The roasted chicken retorted, "You allowed him to flaunt his purple gold ascension robes so ostentatiously. How could I possibly remain unaware? It is precisely because he has suddenly disappeared that I must ask you where he has gone." I replied, "He is dead." The roasted chicken frowned. I continued, "If you are interested, I can recount the entire sequence of events to you." I was acutely aware that the roasted chicken had come seeking the corpse immortal, and with the corpse immortal gone, this old rascal might very well retaliate against us, leaving both me and Zhonggong in dire straits. Today, confronting them head-on would surely lead to our defeat. Our only recourse was to employ cunning to preserve our lives. Having formulated a plan in my mind, I began to speak of an incident that had transpired beneath the Tunger Desert. Upon hearing this, the roasted chicken's expression darkened. Before he could speak, I added, "Now that the lead on the corpse immortal has been severed, I fear you have no backup of the contents from that silk scroll in your possession, do you?" The roasted chicken narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "That old man never trusted me. Even as his son, the item remained in his possession without any copies." I remarked, "The item was later taken by Lu Su. Given your current state, who knows how much longer you can endure? Youth is a fleeting gift, surely. You do not wish to remain like this forever?" The roasted chicken inquired, "Where's Lu Su?" I responded, "Do you believe that he would willingly share a portion of something he could initially claim for himself? Your envoys are indeed formidable. But you have forgotten that he wields the ghost-crying blade." The roasted chicken toyed with the black lantern, his gaze flickering. After a moment, he said, "I have my own methods. You need not concern yourself." Noticing the murderous intent flickering in the roasted chicken's eyes, I felt a stir within me and said, "I have a transaction with Lu Su that pertains to the information in your father's possession. If you wish to gain nothing, then feel free to act." With that, I settled into the sofa across from him, closing my eyes to rest. I felt uncertain, yet I understood that to deceive someone like the roasted chicken, I must not show any signs of weakness. After a brief pause, the roasted chicken sneered and asked, "A transaction? What transaction?" I opened my eyes and cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Do you think I would disclose that information to you? Let me ask you, Would you divulge what transpired in the Xianbing tomb? Enough of this. It is getting late. Let us reach a conclusion. I, Qin Xian, fear not death. For there shall be many to bear the burden in my stead. I shall take the first step and await you ahead. Zongzi rose, his hands clasped behind his back, his aged visage suddenly looming before me. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You are not worthy of me bearing your burden. Upon hearing this, I felt a profound sense of relief wash over me, knowing that I had narrowly escaped this calamity. Zongzi, though now frail and aged, had been resurrected by the Black Lantern, yet the implications of this revival were evident. To truly regain his vitality, he would need to address the source of the Black Lantern, namely the corpse immortal. Chapter 56. Cooperation now that the corpse immortal had vanished. The remaining clue was singular, to uncover the origins of the corpse immortal Pu Zhan's formidable abilities from a millennium ago. The solitary lead resided in the ancient silk manuscript that Chen Xi had pilfered, which contained references to the tomb of the king with giant ears. I was grateful that old Zhao had not shared that document with Zongzi, or else I would have been unable to deceive him. Zongzi then remarked, I shall contact Lu Su. I trust you have not lied. I had no dealings with Lu Su. He had likely been preoccupied with the corpse immortal, and now that the latter had disappeared, I held no further value for him. This deception was merely temporary, and upon my return, I would need to contemplate my next course of action. With a wave of his hand, Zongzi dismissed the surrounding messengers. I pondered for a moment and said, I will leave this little fox here to play for a couple of days. You have no objections, do you? Zongzi glanced at the Shi family members, smiled in a peculiar manner, and replied, as you wish. Exchanging glances with Zhonggong, he whistled for the Ouyang fox, which scurried into a corner of the room to hide. We stepped outside, leisurely exiting the grand iron gate of the villa district, and without further ado, hurried to our vehicle, driving back. Zhonggong took the wheel, and I promptly called Lu Su. Fortunately, Lu Su had not changed his number. I opened with, You must have heard about the corpse immortal's predicament? Lu Su, somewhat surprised, chuckled softly. How could I know? I have been recuperating and researching various matters. These days have been refreshingly tranquil. What has transpired? Do you suspect I have someone watching you? Listening to his gentle, amused tone, I replied, Cease the pretense. The corpse immortal has encountered an incident. You can consider it deceased. The manuscript's details are in your possession. What are your current intentions? There was a prolonged silence on Lu Su's end before he finally responded. The tomb of the king with giant ears is no trifling matter. It takes 100 days to mend broken bones, and my injuries are not yet healed. What has happened to the corpse immortal? I said, before I answer your question, I wish for you to be forthright about one matter. I know that a significant portion of the manuscript's information is known only to you and the late old Zhao. I would like to inquire if the manuscript contains instructions on the use of the divine lamp. After a lengthy pause, Lu Su finally answered, No. I replied, Very well. There are no conditions. You are aware of old Zhao's son, correct? He has returned to life. I heard Lu Su gasp on the other end of the line, prompting me to explain the circumstances to him. Afterward, I calmly stated, Let us speak plainly. What is your true intention? After a prolonged silence, Lu Su finally spoke. As friends, do not regard me with such disdain. This ancient silk manuscript was painstakingly obtained at the cost of Chen Xi's life. Despite possessing this information, he still could not emerge alive from the tomb of the giant ears. Chen Xi was no ordinary individual. He sacrificed everything. To be honest, I cannot guarantee that anyone can survive this ordeal. I remarked, It's rare to see you uncertain. Lu Su chuckled softly and replied, I am merely human, albeit stronger than the average person, hence my need for companions. I inquired, So, you intend to ally with Zhao? Lu Su affirmed, Indeed. I am aware that you have been seeking a means to lift the curse. Even without this manuscript, I suspect you would have eventually ventured there yourself, correct? If that is the case, why not join forces? Surprised, I responded. I thought that without the corpse immortal, you would be reluctant to share the spoils. On the other end of the line, Lu Su laughed. What I desire will not be shared with you. I seek a key. While you are in pursuit of a way to confront the curse, our objectives do not conflict. Rather, they align for mutual benefit. Besides, I have stated that whether you believe it or not, I consider you friends. I replied, Your words are always so enchanting. How long until your injuries heal? Lu Su responded, Approximately a month. There are still aspects of the manuscript I have yet to decipher, requiring some time. Additionally, I am in the process of gathering a team. It would be too precarious for just you, me, and Zhao to explore the tomb of the giant ears. I agreed. Very well, I await your news. After ending the call, Zhonggong observed my silence and asked, "Is it resolved?" "Yes," I replied. Zhonggong remarked, "Yet you appear less than pleased." The truth was, I was uncertain whether this was the conclusion or merely the beginning. Years ago, the infamous Blade Master Bai, recognizing my grandfather's ailment, had taken him as his disciple. Subsequently, the curse from the ghostly abyss descended, leading Bai to seek ways to break it, ultimately transferring the curse onto my grandfather. This indicates that the tomb of the giant ears must hold clues regarding the curse. That was my final glimmer of hope, a matter of life or death. Upon returning home, Zhonggong noticed the stone fish adorning my desk and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I completely forgot about the main matter. My purpose in coming here was twofold: to manipulate the Ouyang fox and to convey a message from the head of the family. This stone fish is said to possess the ability to alter fate and prolong life, but it must be nurtured with one's own blood, much like raising a goo. I have heard from the Doe brothers that the tomb of the giant ears has claimed countless brave souls, making it exceedingly perilous. If this fish indeed proves useful, it could serve as a formidable solution." I gazed at the languidly swimming redstone fish in the aquarium, my thoughts stirred. I mused, if it truly holds such miraculous power, I would gladly offer it not just blood but incense as well. However, the matters concerning the Moon Palace are fraught with many unresolved mysteries, likely intertwined with this fish. Entrusting my hopes to such a small creature is not something I can bring myself to do. However, following the incident in the desert, my relationship with Xuan Rue transcended mere collaboration. He is a man of great loyalty, and thus I expressed my gratitude. "Please convey my thanks to your master, and let him know that once the divine script is deciphered, should he require assistance, he may reach out to me at any time. I shall exert every effort to aid him." Zhonggong smiled and reassured me, saying, "Rest assured, when the time comes for your assistance, evasion will be impossible. You are the first individual to be regarded as a friend by our master. Prior to this, we were merely collaborators." In the ensuing 2 days, Zhonggong remained by my side, while the Shi family seemed to be in utter disarray. It was rumored they had summoned various Taoist priests to perform rituals to subdue the fox spirit. Alas, the Ouyang fox is not a mere demon and could not be subdued. Instead, one of the priests, upon witnessing something inexplicable, turned crimson and fled without accepting any payment. Ultimately, the Shi family, left with no recourse, reached out to me for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, "Your son is a mental health patient. According to the law, he is not liable for his actions. However, I implore you to consider the welfare of others. Transport him to the appropriate facility, and that will conclude this matter. Otherwise, there may be more amusing developments ahead." Presently, Bai Zhanji no longer shields them, and the Shi family is acutely aware of the tacit agreements forged between myself and Bai Zhanji. Even if they harbored resentment, they dared not instigate further mischief. Reluctantly, they admitted defeat and committed the individual to a psychiatric hospital, thus resolving the situation. Zhonggong, accompanied by the Ouyang fox, announced that Xuan Rue had granted him a leave of absence, and he intended to linger in Shenzhen for a while, indulging in hospitality at my establishment. Subsequently, all was tranquil as I diligently managed the shop, awaiting news from El Su. Before long, a messenger arrived from the home of Fatty Li, delivering an item. This object was placed upon a wooden tray, draped with a layer of black cloth, and respectfully set on my tea table. Upon lifting the cloth, I beheld the exquisite set of purple-gold celestial feather garments, a singular treasure that shimmered magnificently under the light. In that moment, I recognized that our alliance had been solidified. Such is life, there are no eternal adversaries. Gazing at the feather garments, I squinted, recalling the events of the past 2 to 3 months, from the disappearance of Doufu, the emergence of the corpse immortal, to the journey through the desert. Reflecting upon these occurrences, I resolved to contact Doufu and inform him of the return of the feather garments. Perhaps this would serve as a source of solace. However, when I dialed, I was met with a notification of disconnection. As a result, I carefully stored the feather garments away. The one-eyed dragon inquired, "Master, shall I keep an eye on the market for any developments and expedite the sale of the item? The purple gold feather garments may be somewhat cumbersome to retain." I shook my head and replied, "I shall not sell them. This item will never be sold." The one-eyed dragon scratched his nose and remarked, "Master, you must deliberate carefully. This item is worth over 100 million. As a businessman, I am naturally aware of how to maximize profit, yet on this occasion, I subdued my rationality and stated, "This belongs to the corpse immortal, let us keep it. This is all I can do." In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to the clamor of the shop, with one less person, although business continued as usual. There lingered a sense of lethargy. The one-eyed dragon sat alone, sucking on an ice pop, sighing deeply. As I perused a magazine, I heard him sigh a few times, which stirred a sense of agitation within me. I inquired, "Do you suffer from a toothache or a stomach ache?" For the past half-month, I had been nurturing the stone-bell fish as per Zhong Gong's instructions, meticulously dropping a drop of blood on its forehead every 5 days. I remained uncertain whether this practice bore any fruit. However, the past few weeks had been rather stable, and business was flourishing. I secretly harbored a glimmer of hope that, as Xuan Rue had suggested, I might indeed suppress the curse using this method. After I spoke, the one-eyed dragon set down his popsicle and remarked, "No, it's not that. My friend, I just feel that our shop lacks clientele." I understood his implication and retorted, "Are you suggesting that both you and I are indeed lifeless?" The one-eyed dragon replied, "No, that's not what I meant." "Ah, well, one must learn to embrace solitude." With that, he resumed his daydreaming while still holding the popsicle. It was not the weekend, and business was rather slow. His words stirred my restlessness, prompting me to decide to drive out for a while. Chapter 57. New clue. Not far from the antique market, there was an electronic plaza, a bustling commercial area. I drove around the vicinity, intending to select a set of miniature surveillance cameras to install in the inner room. Previously, I had only installed cameras on the ground floor. But after the incident with Fatly, I resolved to fortify the second floor as well. Given the high foot traffic in the area, I searched in vain for a parking space and ultimately resorted to parking illegally. This vicinity, due to the scarcity of parking spots, was predominantly filled with vehicles in violation of parking regulations, lined up along the sidewalk like a long serpent. Outside the plaza, a large figure dressed as a wolf in a costume was captivating a throng of children. Those raucous youngsters were quite a handful, tugging at the wolf's tail and pounding its belly. I could only imagine that the person inside the wolf suit was cursing under his breath. Suddenly, the wolf removed its headpiece and made a gesture as if to strike, sending the group of children fleeing in terror. To my astonishment, the individual beneath the costume was none other than Doufu, whom I had been unable to contact for some time. Puzzled, I glanced at the sun above. It was a scorching 31 degrees. Doufu was not known for his industriousness. When had he become so diligent as to don a wolf costume in this sweltering heat? Not only was he dressed as a wolf, but he had also scared away customers in the absence of the boss. In a moment of confusion, I approached him swiftly and kicked him in the back, exclaiming, "Don't tell me you squandered the 100,000 I gave you on women." Doufu, upon seeing me, was equally bewildered, saying, "This world is too small. How did you end up here?" I retorted, "The antique market is just a stone's throw away. With your flamboyant appearance, it would be hard not to notice you. On a typical day, you complain about being roasted under the sun when asked to run errands. How come you're not dead from the heat now?" Doufu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze and defended himself. "It's a different situation. If I don't work, I'll starve." I pressed, "What about the money?" "I've spent it all," he confessed. "How did you spend it?" "Mind your own business." I pondered, then asked, "Have you lent money to someone?" Doufu, taken aback, looked up and replied, "How did you know?" I found myself both amused and exasperated as I said, "This isn't your first time doing such a thing. During my initial venture into business, I ran a small stall and incurred a loss of over 2,000 yuan. A significant amount for me at that time. After the loss, with no liquid assets and feeling anxious, I sought Doufu's help for a loan. Upon hearing my plight, he confidently declared, "No problem. It's just borrowing money. I have plenty to spare." He then lent me all the cash he had on him. At that time, he was just a freshman in college. When I finally made enough to repay him, I sent him a text. "Come out. I'm at the school gate. I'll treat you to dinner." He replied, "I'm eating now, 3 dishes and a soup." I asked, "What are you having?" "I'll pay you back. Let us eat together." When I arrived at his dormitory, I discovered him engrossed in a video game while eating his meal, which consisted of lao gan ma, fermented tofu, pickled vegetables, and plain rice with boiled water. I exclaimed, "Are you this broke? Where's your money?" Doufu responded, "Didn't I lend it all to you?" I retorted, "So, you gave me everything you had. You're broke, yet you lent me money?" He confessed, "In a moment of impulse, I lent it all to you. And now I regret it. I was thinking of how to ask for it back when I dozed off." Reflecting on his illustrious history, I found myself at a loss for words. I inquired about whom he had lent to, and he mentioned that after we parted ways, Shinli wanted to venture into business and sought his financial assistance. Doufu, not entirely foolish, pondered that he couldn't just lend out all his money. So he decided on 50,000 yuan. Shinli countered, 50,000? Come on, you're a big boss now with an antique shop worth 7 or 8 million, right? Back in college, who helped you cheat during exams? When you skipped classes, who answered for you during roll call? Why have you become so stingy now that you're a big boss? This line of reasoning left Doufu astounded, and the money was thus lent out, prompting him to come here to play the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing to earn some extra cash. I listened with a blank expression, my heart bleeding, realizing that thankfully I had only lent him 100,000 due to limited cash at the time. Otherwise, with his gullible nature, he would surely end up destitute. Seeing my displeasure, Doufu, wiping his sweat, said, 3 more hours until I get off work. I'm hungry and want some water. After sitting for a while, drenched in sweat, I said, all right, take off your clothes and hurry up. He protested, I can't leave halfway, I want to get paid. Besides, if I just walk out like this, it's quite ungrateful. Where would the boss find someone on such short notice? One must see things through to the end. His series of arguments left me bewildered, and I replied, fine, continue your charade as a wolf. I won't indulge you any longer. Doufu grabbed my arm, forcing out a fake tear. Don't go. I'm both hungry and thirsty. I replied, then let us leave. We must see things through to the end. I asked, what exactly do you want? Doufu chuckled, donned the wolf mask over my head, and half an hour later, I found myself being tugged and kicked by a group of unruly children, nearly driven to madness, while Doufu leisurely enjoyed an ice pop, heading to the nearby arcade to play video games. At that moment, I felt a surge of rage towards him. As the workday concluded, I accompanied Doufu to collect his modest salary of 300 yuan. I emerged from the experience utterly drenched in sweat, resembling a drenched dog, devoid of any semblance of grandeur. With shoulders slumped, I trudged toward the car, which bore a ticket, a manifestation of karmic retribution. This must surely be a punishment for my desire to seek solace outside. Why, under the scorching sun, was I playing the role of a hapless character? Surely, this must be a dream. However, upon returning to the shop and witnessing the camaraderie between the one-eyed dragon and Doufu, sharing fond tales of their reunion, I realized the stark reality of it all. I could only muster 2 words, you're ruthless. Soon after, I hastily prepared for bed and succumbed to a deep slumber beneath the cool air of the air conditioner. The following morning, I was awakened by raucous laughter emanating from downstairs. There, Doufu and the one-eyed dragon were engaged in a humorous exchange, competing for the title of the better joke, with the reward of a small steamed bun for the victor. As I observed half of the breakfast disappearing into the one-eyed dragon's belly, Doufu, in a fit of frustration, snatched the remaining bun, exclaiming, who would play such childish games with you? I'm done. The one-eyed dragon protested, claiming, you initiated this. A man must take responsibility for his losses. I cleared my throat, interjecting, enough of this noise, Doufu, come here. Doufu, shrinking slightly, stood before me with an air of caution, saying, I've calmed down. I inquired, and then, Doufu replied, I feel that if I back down now, all my previous efforts would be in vain, and it would be even more unjust for me to abandon my post. I was taken aback by Tofu's perspective and said, whatever you choose is beyond my control, but one thing you must promise me. Doufu asked what that was, and I stated, from this moment forth, you are not to interfere in my affairs. Before long, I will join forces with Lu Su, and the shop will be entrusted to you and the one-eyed dragon. If I do not return, you shall sell the establishment. I have no faith in your acumen to sustain it. With this money, live well henceforth. Doufu stared at me in disbelief, asking, Old Chun, are you delivering a last will? I kicked him lightly, retorting, cursed be your words. I am merely preparing for contingencies. You know well the perils that lie within the tomb of the great Ear King. While I could protect you in the arena, within that tomb, I may struggle to safeguard even myself. Doufu hung his head, looking as if he might weep, and pleaded, must we go? I replied firmly, we must. For I wish to be with those I cherish. I patted his shoulder, adding, I too wish for my brothers to remain unburdened by my choices. Doufu sighed, asking, what about the beautiful Gu? Do you intend to keep her in the dark? I shook my head, knowing that with Wenmin's disposition, if she were to learn of my intentions, she would not allow me to venture alone. Thus, I concluded, this matter must be kept from her. The one-eyed dragon, having overheard, sighed and remarked, Master, hearing your discourse, I too sense the impending danger. Perhaps you should reconsider. I've heard that the fish from the stone can bring fortune. It may be worth waiting to see its effects. If the fish proves useful, we need not take such risks. Would it not be wiser to conduct our business in safety? As soon as I finished speaking, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the first words I heard were, there are clues to the curse. It was Xuan Rue. My heart skipped a beat as I inquired, what clues? Xuan Rue responded, the divine script has been deciphered, and it mentions the origins of the ghost face, as well as the origins of the void. Perhaps there is still hope for the corpse immortal. This time, all our problems can be resolved. Instantly, for words surged into my mind. Fortune has turned. Could it be that the fish truly holds significance? The ghost face has always been deeply intertwined with shamanism. Yet I had not anticipated that the divine script would contain relevant records. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Even more astonishing was Xuan Rue's assertion that the corpse immortal still had hope. This was undoubtedly monumental news for both me and Doufu. Thus, I promptly asked, what do you need me to do? Where are you located now? Chapter 58. Quality. At this moment, Doufu pressed his ear against the phone, listening intently to Xuan Rue's words, brimming with excitement. The background noise on Xuan Rue's end suggested a poor signal, and he stated, come to Whatla. I can't explain everything over the phone right now. I have matters to attend to. With that, he hung up. Doufu exclaimed, he said that Mu2 still has hope? Is he joking? I replied, Xuan Rue is not the type to joke. I must go. Doufu asked, what kind of place is Whatla? I've never heard of it. I retorted, if you paid more attention to maps instead of just ogling at models, you would know. It's a banner under Inner Mongolia, quite far from Alashan. I wonder how Xuan Rue ended up there. Doufu insisted, you wouldn't let me go to the King of Giants' tomb, but this time I must accompany you. I owe it to Mu2. If there is a way to save him, I must contribute. Doufu was resolute regarding Mu2, and I couldn't help but sigh. Can I really stop you? Subsequently, we checked flight tickets and booked the earliest flight for the next day, informing the one-eyed dragon of our plans. Preparing to set off once more, the one-eyed dragon, with a pained expression, said, Boss, you've been gallivanting all year round, and I'm left to manage the shop alone, doing the work of 3 people. You need to raise my salary. I replied, don't take advantage of me and act innocent. While I'm away, you can do as you please. I bet you're thrilled, aren't you? Just make sure I don't incur any losses. The one-eyed dragon chuckled, having been caught in my jest. The next day, Doufu and I woke up early. Shenzhen Airport was enormous, with a multitude of round holes resembling pigeon eggs. Those with a fear of crowded spaces might feel compelled to cover their eyes and flee. After much hassle, we finally boarded the plane. I fell asleep in my seat while Doufu tugged at the flight attendant, asking, Miss, when will we be served food? The attendant replied, Sir, this early flight does not provide in-flight meals. What am I to do if I'm hungry? Doufu persisted. The attendant appeared flustered, and I opened my eyes to say, just go about your business. Ignore him. He is not quite right in the head. The attendant suppressed a smile and hurried off. The young man was not truly hungry. He had merely consumed 2 baskets of dumplings before boarding the plane. It was evident that he was seeking a topic to engage the flight attendant in conversation. When I interrupted, Doufu shot me an irritated glance, resting his head on the small dining table, and soon fell asleep, drooling. I closed my eyes to rest, contemplating the mysteries contained within that sacred text. If it could indeed resolve the curses and the issues with the corpse spirit, everything could reach a conclusive end. Was it truly that stone fish which had brought me such fortune? The flight directly arrived at Bayaner Airport. In Mongolian, Bayaner means abundant and beautiful lakes, which gives one an idea of the local ecology. It was shortly past 10:50. To reach Wulatra Banner, there was only one main road. So Doufu and I found the bus station. We dined on 2 bowls of spicy lamb noodles at a small eatery outside the station before boarding the bus. This particular bus departed at 12:10 and would take approximately an hour and a half to reach Wulatra. However, the vehicle was quite old, exuding a strong smell of gasoline, and the heat inside made it quite unbearable. When Doufu and I disembarked, we both felt lightheaded. At the bus station, I called Xuan Rue, who provided me with the address of a hotel, and Doufu and I made our way there. Upon arrival, we met up with our companions. Xuan Rue was accompanied by Zhang Wan, while Zhong Gong had returned directly to Beijing after collecting the Ouyang fox. and Ouyang Xuan had already returned to Beijing to attend to her injuries. Zhang Wen ordered the meal, and the four of us dined in a private room as Zhuan Rui recounted his recent experiences. Following the guidance of the elder Billier, they had sought out a shaman. Unfortunately, the shaman had passed away, but his young grandson had inherited his mantle. The grandson resided in Woolatra Banner, which is how Zhuan Rui and his companions found him. Initially, Zhuan Rui was somewhat distrustful upon seeing how young the shaman was, approaching the situation with a mindset of cautious experimentation. To his surprise, the young shaman proved to be quite capable, successfully deciphering the entire sacred text. I set down my chopsticks and asked, "What does it contain?" Zhuan Rui lightly tapped the table and replied, "It holds a great deal of information." That sacred text was left behind by the shaman who once suppressed the void. He then began to elaborate on the contents of the text. The origins traced back to a place known as the Ghost Domain. Although Yao Feng and the Ghost Domain were both located in Inner Mongolia, they were quite distant from one another. What connection could there be between them? It turned out that the old shaman was a renowned figure within the Ghost Domain, and the totem they revered was Huchuoduo. It is said that the people of the Ghost Domain all wore masks. However, unlike the dual authority of ancient Yao Feng, the Ghost Domain was characterized by a typical theocratic rule, with the shaman deity being the true ruler of the land. Originally, the Ghost Domain existed quietly in a corner, operating under its unique system. Yet one day, the shaman deity sensed that a tremendous disaster was imminent. A fire dragon would soon emerge, reducing the Ghost Domain to ruins. Certainly, the reliability of this prophecy remains uncertain. However, over 2 millennia ago, within the theocratic realm, such predictions were profoundly terrifying. Consequently, the specters of the past divided into two factions, one advocating for the defense of their homeland, while the other proposed migration. Ultimately, the faction favoring relocation was led by a venerable shaman, who set forth toward the Central Plains. Meanwhile, the opposing group, guided by the shamanic deity of the specters, began implementing measures to counter the impending fire dragon, such as constructing underground palaces and dismantling all wooden structures to adopt stone edifices instead. Yet, calamity did indeed strike. Not in the form of a fire dragon, but as a long-dormant volcano erupted unexpectedly. In that fleeting moment, a dense cloud of volcanic ash engulfed the entire realm of the specters. Fortunately, the elder shaman, who had been summoned to another theocratic domain for a ritual on that fateful day, narrowly escaped this disaster. Upon his return to the realm of the specters, he discovered it had been utterly obliterated. From that point onward, the shaman wandered extensively until he perceived the emergence of the void in the realm of Yao. At which juncture, he harnessed the power of the void to establish his roots there. Haunted by the cataclysm that befell the specters, the elder shaman became consumed by guilt. Unbeknownst to him, he began to contemplate the void, seeking a means to traverse back in time. The sacred texts chronicled his inquiries into the nature of the void. Zhuang Rui summarized his findings into 3 principles. First, when the void encounters a lesser mass, the latter cannot withstand the pressure exerted by the greater mass and will be swiftly absorbed. Second, when confronted with a balanced mass, the void will settle, gradually consuming the mass over an extended period, possibly spanning centuries or even millennia. Third, when the void meets a mass greater than itself, it may undergo reverse absorption, thereby creating a new source of instability. Thus, to utilize the time of the void, one must meticulously control the mass, an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary individual. Consequently, the elder shaman passed away without discovering a viable method. Zhuang Rui remarked, "Based on these 3 laws, I suspect that the corpse immortal has not been fully absorbed. It likely resides in one of 2 scenarios. The first is that it remains trapped within, necessitating a study of the void's principles to rescue it. However, that elder shaman failed to achieve this in his lifetime, rendering our chances of success virtually nil." Doufu lamented, "So, even if the wooden figure is not yet dead, over hundreds or thousands of years, it will inevitably be slowly consumed, correct?" Zhuang Rui nodded and added, "Yet, the possibility of the third scenario is also significant. No one truly knows the magnitude of the corpse immortal's mass. If it pertains to the third scenario, perhaps in a few months, years, or even decades, it will eventually emerge, stronger than before." Furrowing my brow, I pondered that since the corpse immortal was able to halt the void instantaneously, it must possess a balanced mass, thus making the second scenario plausible. though the third seems more likely. Doufu and I exchanged glances, remaining silent, as regardless of the scenario, we may never witness the truth, given the vast expanse of time involved. After a pause, I inquired, "What, then, is the nature of the curse you mentioned?" Xuan Rue remarked that the inhabitants of the ghostly abyss revere the deity Duo, and throughout their lives, they don masks which they believe serve as conduits to communicate with the divine, possessing remarkable powers. Among these masks is the ghostly abyss mask, once worn by the shaman who led the migration of the ghostly abyss. I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath and said, "So, could it be that the ancestor of the 10,000 demon empress was indeed one of the ghostly abyss people?" Xuan Rue shook his head, responding, "Not necessarily. The population of the ghostly abyss is sparse. Some may have migrated to the central plains, but might not have adapted to the new environment, making the continuity of their lineage uncertain. Furthermore, the temporal gap between the 10,000 demon empress and the ghostly abyss people is considerable. It is possible that she merely came into possession of that mask by chance." Doufu inquired, "Then why have we been summoned?" Xuan Rue explained, "Based on certain records in the divine texts, we deduce that the ruins of the ancient ghostly abyss should be located around the Wutulra Middle Banners Wolf Mountain region. After writing for more than 2 years, I have come to realize that many readers have been following my work since 2 years ago. It warms my heart, and I extend my gratitude to friends who have come from various forums and Weibo. I hope that in the days to come, regardless of the trials of life, my works can bring even a modicum of joy to everyone. Sincerely, I love you all." Chapter 59. Harichigai. It is said that the initial ancestors of the ghostly abyss were a band of exiled sinners who wandered into the ghostly abyss near Wolf Mountain. Legend has it that the ghostly abyss is the birthplace of Duo, and through its purification, the people of the ghostly abyss were granted a new lease on life. Upon hearing this, Doufu gasped, exclaiming, "Could it be that the ancestors of the ghostly abyss were indeed?" Xuan Rue nodded, stating, "There is a possibility, but the passage of time makes it difficult to ascertain the truth of these legends. Nevertheless, according to the divine texts, the location of the volcanic eruption is far from the ghostly abyss, which means it was not assaulted by lava, but rather buried beneath volcanic ash. Prior to this, the inhabitants of the ghostly abyss had constructed underground palaces and stone houses, leading us to estimate that the ruins of the ghostly abyss may still lie hidden beneath the earth. As I processed this information, I realized, "You intend to seek out the ruins of the ghostly abyss?" Xuan Rue nodded, saying, "There, we are certain to find more detailed records regarding the ghostly abyss mask. Moreover, the curse upon my back can only be resolved at the birthplace of Duo." I expressed my concern, but our understanding of the ghostly abyss and shamanic culture is limited. Venturing there may hinder our efforts. Xuan Rue smiled, reassuring me not to worry, stating that the young shaman would accompany us. This individual, presented with the opportunity to engage directly with the most ancient shamanic culture, would likely seek to uncover many long-lost divine texts, and thus would not miss such a chance. Consequently, he would not accept payment from Xuan Rue. His sole request was to join our expedition, effectively becoming our leader. Wolf Mountain lies not far from here, stretching north to south, with one side connecting to the grasslands and the other to the barren desert, featuring small streams flowing through its canyons. According to the ancient texts, the ruins of the legendary ghostly realm are likely situated amidst the desolate expanse of Gobi outside the Wolf Mountain. The local inhabitants refer to this area as the Red Valley of Cannibals, merely due to its typical wind-eroded terrain, where red sandstone has formed bizarre shapes, riddled with countless crevices. These fissures conceal perilous creatures such as venomous snakes, scorpions, and flesh-eating ants, making it easy for the unprepared to meet their demise within. However, with the advent of vehicles and specialized serpent-repellent medications, this Red Valley of Cannibals has not claimed a life in quite some time, rendering its fearsome reputation somewhat exaggerated. After listening to Xuan Rue recount the background, I nodded in agreement without hesitation. Given the opportunity to seek clues pertaining to the ghostly realm, it would be imprudent to venture far when a closer option presented itself. Rather than risking our lives at the tomb of the Giant Ear King, it would be wiser to explore the ghostly labyrinth for any glimmer of hope. Furthermore, Xuan Rue was determined to go regardless. He had assisted me greatly, and I felt a sense of obligation to support him. This endeavor would be mutually beneficial, hence I could not decline. Noticing my acquiescence, Xuan Rue declared, "Excellent. We have all the necessary equipment ready. This time, our numbers are few, and with Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai accompanying us, there is no need for Ouyang Xuan to join. He will remain in Utra to support us. Thus, this expedition will consist of only the 4 of us. The name Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai presumably belonged to the young shaman. Doufu interjected, "What is this tea and cover you speak of? Mongolian names are excessively long." Ouyang Xuan adjusted his glasses and chuckled, "It is Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai, which means eagle." As our meal concluded, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. The required gear was readily available, with only a few supplies needing replenishment. Ouyang Xuan had somehow procured a Hummer, and the 3 of us awaited by the vehicle for a brief moment until the young shaman, Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai, approached us with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing him, I was momentarily taken aback. My recollections of shamans adorned with masks depicted mostly elderly and emaciated figures. Yet, the young man before us appeared to be in his mid-20s. Sporting flamboyant red hair, earrings, sunglasses, and dressed in sun protective attire while chewing gum. With fluent Mandarin, he apologized, sorry for being late. His appearance bore little resemblance to a traditional shaman, instead resembling an eccentric youth from the urban milieu. Doufu stammered, "Old Chun," seeing him so youthful and vibrant. "I suddenly feel old." I retorted, "Of course, I am 30 this year, and you are 27. Do you still consider yourself a fresh graduate?" Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai removed his sunglasses, greeting us with a smile before whistling cheerfully at the Hummer, exclaiming, "What a splendid vehicle. I've never driven one before. Allow me to take the wheel today." Without hesitation, he settled into the driver's seat. Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai demonstrated proficient driving skills, albeit with an exuberant energy that saw him swaying to the rhythm of the music. Doufu, somewhat apprehensive, tapped his shoulder and cautioned, Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai? Please pay attention to road safety. Drive responsibly and turn off the music, will you? No need to be so animated." Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai turned his head, squinting with a smile, and said, "Haha, is this the nickname you've given me? I quite like it, thank you. You seem to have the surname Do. Your skin is so tender. How about I call you Cute Do?" Doufu was momentarily speechless, eventually touching his nose, awkwardly retracting his body, and dejectedly said to me, "Old Chun, am I really falling behind?" I find it hard to keep pace with his thoughts. Are the younger generation all like this? I raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Zhuanrui, seated in the passenger seat, closed his eyes to rest and coolly remarked, "Just get used to it." Thus, we spent the entire journey accompanied by an intensely rhythmic music. Soon, the vehicle left the highway and entered the Gobi Desert, where the rocky slopes made the ride less smooth. Although the Hummer is an excellent off-road vehicle, it still had its jolts. Before long, I could see the shadow of Wolf Mountain through the car window. The further we drove, the more scarce the signs of human habitation became. The crimson Gobi appeared as if stained with blood. At that moment, Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai suddenly turned off the music and began to drive seriously. It was then I realized that ahead lay a steep downward slope, surrounded by weathered red rocks. Gazing out of the window, the wind-eroded terrain stretched far and wide, seemingly endless. I thought to myself, it seems Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai knows when to exercise caution in the right places. This is sufficient. At that moment, I noticed he glanced at Doufu and me through the rearview mirror and, like a tour guide, began to speak. This place is said to have once been an ancient battlefield, and beneath these earth and stones lie the remains of countless souls accumulated over the centuries. Bones stacked upon bones. It is said that at night, phantoms of soldiers can sometimes appear here. The legend of these phantoms has long endured in folklore, typically manifesting only on battlefields. During the War of Resistance against Japan, many Sichuan soldiers fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. After the war, some locals spontaneously began to honor these soldiers. It is said that one night, a vendor selling vegetarian meatballs on the street suddenly saw a group of soldiers, bloodied and bandaged, appearing on the street, marching forward with military precision. What else could those uniforms be but those of the anti-Japanese army? The vendor was taken aback, and at that moment, the leading blood-soaked soldier asked him, "We need to enter Shu. Which way should we go?" The vendor was left dumbfounded and pointed out a route. The soldiers, seemingly emerging from thin air, marched in the direction he indicated, their figures gradually fading away. Such is the tale of the phantoms. And it is said that the next day, the locals erected signposts by the roadside to guide these spectral soldiers. Seeing my lack of reaction, Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai whistled and said, "It seems they are all quite bold. That's the best way." As he spoke, the car suddenly accelerated, plunging downwards. The 3 of us had never interacted with someone so lively. I thought Doufu was animated enough, but now I realized how limited my experiences were. With that sudden rush, Tofu and I, not wearing seatbelts, collided forward, crashing into each other and tumbling onto the seats in a daze. Before I could utter a curse, the vehicle had already stabilized, and I heard Horichigai repeatedly apologizing. It was not my intention. Are you all right? Doufu, rising from the seat, angrily retorted. Of course there's a problem. Do you believe I could strangle you right now? I tugged at Doufu, attempting to restrain him, and shook my head, saying, enough. We must prioritize the matter at hand. If these two were to engage in a quarrel, it could last indefinitely. Given that Horichigai was a shaman, he likely possessed considerable skills. It would be prudent to refrain from recklessness until we discerned his true capabilities. Doufu huffed in irritation, donned his windproof goggles, and opened the car window to survey the surroundings, remarking, isn't the ghostly realm located around here? Tell me, why is that place called the ghostly realm? Horichigai responded, perhaps there are many spirits in that area. Doufu dismissed him, saying, no one is speaking to you, just drive. As we conversed, the sky darkened. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is significant, and the winds can be quite harsh, occasionally whipping up small stones that strike the skin, leaving bruises. With nightfall approaching, we sought a sheltered spot, donned windbreakers, and exited the vehicle to set up a makeshift camp. Horichigai gathered some dry twigs and kindled a bonfire. From the back seat, he retrieved a small bag, and upon opening it, I nearly spat out the water in my mouth, for it contained a portable grill. Doufu, Zhuang and I silently observed as he prepared the grill, ultimately pulling out some jerky and seasonings, exclaiming, Mongolian roasted lamb, would you like some? Doufu sniffed the air, savoring the enticing aroma of the lamb, and instinctively reached for it. Horichigai slapped his hand away, shrugged, and with a mischievous grin, said, there's no such thing as a free lunch, you must barter for it. I found his audacity amusing and inquired, what do you want? Horichigai gestured around, saying, I heard you can read feng shui. What do you think of the energy here? I chuckled, responding, the essence of feng shui originates from ancient practices of discerning geography, correlating mountains and rivers to determine suitability for habitation. This place is devoid of vegetation, teeming with venomous creatures, and the water is scarce. Do you truly believe the feng shui is favorable? Horichigai shrugged, dividing the grilled lamb into 4 portions and breaking some sticks to serve as chopsticks for us, saying, let us eat and chat. My mother is Han Chinese, and there are many ethnic minorities here, resulting in a noticeable difference in appearance from Han people. So I suppose I can be considered mixed race. I remarked, it's quite apparent. Horichigai possessed a prominent nose and distinct facial features, exhibiting the deep contours of Mongolian heritage alongside the softer traits of Han lineage, making his mixed heritage evident. Doufu, while enjoying the lamb, chimed in, mixed-race individuals are usually quite handsome or beautiful. How come you look so ordinary? Doufu's comment was purely provocative. Horichigai raised an eyebrow, a sly grin on his face, saying, whether I am ordinary or not, let us visit a bar later, old man, and see whether the ladies prefer you or me. Doufu, caught off guard, was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation, stammering, old man? You young individuals are consumed with thoughts of romance. Is it not possible for you to harbor loftier aspirations? Take a moment to learn from the astronauts who venture into the cosmos, or contemplate the submariners who dwell in the depths of the ocean. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? Engaging in conversation with you diminishes my stature. I am exhausted. After the departure of Tofu, the 3 of us gathered around the fire to continue our meal. During this time, Horiza had an uncanny ability to initiate dialogue, entertaining himself with laughter. Unlike the gentle and amiable smile of Lu Su, this young man exuded a vibrant exuberance. I never considered myself old, yet after spending a day with him, I suddenly felt compelled to engage in more invigorating pursuits to rejuvenate my spirit. With this thought in mind, having nearly finished our food, we tossed bug-repellent tablets into the fire and retreated into our tent for slumber. Given our small number, we shared a 4-person tent. Tofu, Zhuan and I nestled inside, while Horiza opted for the vehicle, listening to music at a low volume, mindful not to disturb us. I fell into a deep sleep, the duration unknown, when I was suddenly roused by Tofu shaking me. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed faint light filtering through the tent, casting shadows on Tofu's face. He murmured, Old Chun, that Horiza has vanished. Vanished? I rubbed my forehead and propped myself up, realizing the tent flap was ajar. Tofu, noticing my gaze, quickly explained, I woke up hungry since I didn't eat enough last night and went looking for food. The vehicle is empty. At that moment, Xuan, having also awakened, lifted the tent flap and declared, "I'll go take a look." Stepping outside, I observed the campfire, which was barely flickering, and our vehicle parked about 6 or 7 meters away. Approaching, I confirmed the vehicle was indeed unoccupied. Xuan, with his keen observational skills, tapped my shoulder and pointed to a series of footprints on the opposite side of the car, signaling me with a knowing glance. These footprints extended from the driver's side on the hard, stony ground. They were faint and intermittent. The flickering firelight revealed the trail leading into the enveloping darkness. A gasp escaped me as I pondered the desolation of this place. Even if someone were to venture out in the middle of the night, would they stray so far? I exchanged a glance with Xuan, silently questioning the reliability of this so-called young wizard. Was there something amiss? Xuan, half of his face obscured by a mask, exhibited a slight twitch of discontent at the corner of his mouth. Then, he retrieved a handgun from his gear, concealing it in his sleeve, and, flashlight in hand, bravely stepped into the shadows. It seemed if Hariza were engaged in any clandestine activity, Xuan was prepared to confront him. Doufu and I followed closely behind, discovering that the footprints led to an area of red rock formations resembling holes, with a narrow path winding through them. We were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Hariza's intentions. However, as seasoned individuals accustomed to significant situations, despite the ambiguity, we were not afraid. We immediately switched on our flashlights and ventured forth into the unknown. Under the dim light, the surrounding red rocks assumed bizarre forms, and as I gazed around, I noticed numerous irregular holes of various sizes. The night wind howled through these apertures, producing an array of strange and eerie sounds that blended together like a cacophony of wailing spirits. Instinctively, I looked up, only to find that the moon was absent from the night sky. A sense of foreboding rose within me, and I thought, it's only the first day in the Gobi. Surely nothing ominous could occur. Just then, a fleeting glimpse caught my eye. An emerald visage darted across my line of sight. This face was hidden behind one of the holes, seemingly waiting for us. Or perhaps it had been spying all along. The fright was palpable. My heart sank, and I nearly cried out. But at that moment, Xuan, holding the flashlight, shifted his position, casting a shadow that enveloped the eerie face in darkness. Yet I knew it remained there. Years of vigilance propelled me forward instinctively, allowing me to evade a direct confrontation with that shadowy visage. However, as I moved aside, I suddenly remembered that Doufu was still behind me. I quickly urged Xuan, "Don't move. There's a situation." He spun around, redirecting the light backward. Doufu, clearly bewildered, appeared confused. At that instant, a figure erupted from a hole beside him. It was then that I recognized the figure emerging from the darkness. It was the missing Shigai. A cold green firework was protruding from his chest, casting a ghastly glow that painted his face in shades of blue. The face I had caught a glimpse of moments ago was indeed his. Doufu gasped in shock, opening his mouth to scream, but Shigai swiftly covered his mouth, then subtly shook his head, signaling us to remain silent. Though uncertain of his intentions, we sensed he was in no position to deceive us, so we nodded in agreement. He then released his grip on Doufu and gestured for silence, pointing towards the spot from which he had emerged, indicating that we should follow him. Doufu, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, formed the words, "Salty." He must not have washed his hands in a long time. I shot him a glare, urging him to hush, and then followed closely behind Shigai as the four of us crept into a narrow triangular area. The surroundings were dominated by red rocks, interspersed with holes that provided vantage points to observe the environment, a perfect hideaway for spying. What was Shigai leading us here for? At that moment, he gestured for us to crouch down. The space was quite cramped, and as we huddled together, we felt exceedingly confined. Doufu squirmed, forming the words with his lips, asking Shigai, "What exactly do you intend to do?" In response, Shigai pointed at the flashlight in Xuan hand, signaling him to turn it off. Xuan squinted but did not comply. Harizachi shook his head, indicating that he still had cold smoke fireworks. He then lowered his voice to an almost whisper, saying, "In a moment, something will emerge. Turn off the lights." Xuan arched an eyebrow before finally switching off the flashlight. Soon, only the dim glow of the cold smoke fireworks remained, barely illuminating the faces of those present. In this confined space, four ghastly green faces stared at one another. Under the pallid green light, Harizachi's expression retained a hint of mischievousness, his fiery red hair cascading down, creating a peculiar contrast against his green visage. Just as I was engulfed in confusion, Doufu's eyes widened abruptly, as if witnessing something extraordinary, fixating intently ahead. At that very spot, there was a basketball-sized opening. My heart raced as I followed his gaze, suddenly realizing that through this aperture, a multitude of shadowy figures had stealthily emerged on the ground. Due to the nearly non-existent light, I could not discern what they were, but I vaguely perceived them as beings crawling on all fours, their limbs appearing thin and frail, reminiscent of desiccated corpses. This sight sent chills racing down my spine. I wondered, was Hirazachi intending for us to witness this? What on earth were those creatures? Fortunately, the price had not increased significantly. Originally 3 cents per 1,000 words had risen to 5, meaning each chapter now cost 15 cents, akin to sending a text message. I hoped everyone would continue to support the author, believing that our ghost breathing was indeed worth that amount. It seemed this month's royalties would see a slight increase, and I decided to treat my crush to dinner at the end of the month. What do you think about inviting him for spicy hot pot? Chapter 61. The earth ape on the desolate, dark Gobi. The wind howled like a lament, illuminated by the dim green light. The shadowy figures crawling on the ground gradually retreated from us, soon disappearing without a trace. Only then did I exhale in relief and, in a hushed tone, inquired of Hirazachi what were those things. Hirazachi shook his head, shrugged, and replied, "How would I know?" However, these beings had been lurking around our camp. Doufu, astonished, exclaimed, "So they have been hiding next to the camp all along?" Hirazachi nodded, saying, "Then they suddenly came this way. So I ventured in to investigate and understand what they were." "Why did you all come too?" After asking, he seemed to realize something, a knowing expression dawning upon him. And he grinned mischievously, saying, "I get it. You must have followed me out of concern for my safety, right?" Doufu retorted, "Who would worry about you? We were afraid you would stir up trouble and came to sort you out. Care or concern, just admit it." His demeanor suggested that this was the undeniable truth, leaving Doufu speechless. I shook my head, disregarding the vacuous conversation between the two, and after observing for a while, I estimated that those entities had already retreated and would not re-emerge. I leaned forward, took the flashlight from Zhuan Rui's hand, and sideways exited the narrow space, slowly making my way towards the location where those creatures had previously crawled. Under the beam of light, I noticed elongated traces left behind, resembling scratches made by sharp claws. I pondered, could these beings possess exceedingly sharp talons? They certainly seemed to possess a degree of lethality. Caution was warranted. Thus, the 4 of us departed from that spot. As we walked, Zhuan Rui remarked, "Though this place is sparsely populated, it is not entirely devoid of inhabitants. Why have we not heard of such creatures before? Hallie, you reside in this vicinity, do you not know?" Hallie Shigai, hands tucked leisurely in his pockets, ambled ahead without turning back, saying, "There are many legends surrounding this area. Numerous tales arise from mere whispers and should not be taken to heart. How am I to convey this to you?" Nevertheless, those beings previously encircled our campsite and have now seemingly withdrawn, suggesting they pose no imminent threat. Let us remain at ease. As we conversed, we drew closer to the campsite. The bonfire on the ground had extinguished at some point, and the light revealed only ashes and charred remnants of solid fuel. At that moment, Hallie Shigai, who was ahead, suddenly exclaimed, followed by a smirk as he turned his head, saying, "It seems trouble has arisen." I then discerned that the tent on the ground had collapsed, or more accurately, had been torn into shreds. Scattered around were remnants of various items, presenting a scene reminiscent of a plundered site. How could this be? Aside from Hallie Shigai's nonchalant demeanor, the 3 of us hastened forward to investigate, only to hear Doufu lamenting, "Which bastard has devoured my chips?" There lay an equipment bag that had been stored in the tent, now reduced to tatters. This bag belonged to Doufu and contained 2 changes of clothing, with the majority filled with provisions. However, now the packaging of those provisions lay nearly all opened, rendering them utterly empty, and the clothes had vanished without a trace. Upon examining the debris, Zhuan Rui remarked, "It appears to have been clawed open by some creature." With a pained expression, Doufu exclaimed, "Those claws must be exceptionally sharp. Could they possibly belong to the entities we encountered earlier? Did they perhaps divide their forces to lure us away while launching a surprise attack on our camp?" I replied, "It is plausible. We cannot linger here. These beings appear exceedingly dangerous." At that moment, Hallie Shigai suggested, "The remnants of the ghostly ruins are likely nearby. Can we truly evade them? I propose we rest in the vehicle and wait until dawn. Faced with the situation, we had no alternative but to feel relieved that our gear was secured in the trunk. Otherwise, if those creatures had destroyed it, our journey would have been futile, necessitating a return to procure new equipment, which would undoubtedly be time-consuming and laborious. Subsequently, the four of us entered the vehicle, secured the doors and windows, activated the air conditioning for ventilation, and settled in for a rest within the confines of the car. After all, being four grown men squeezed into a car is rather uncomfortable, especially after the unsettling incident of the camp being attacked earlier that night. Consequently, our slumber was light and restless. Amidst the haze of sleep, Doufu nudged me with his foot, mumbling, "Don't crowd me." Drowsily, I thought to myself, given that 2/3 of the back seat is occupied by you, who is really crowding whom? Yet, accustomed to such antics, I shifted slightly and attempted to resume my slumber. To my surprise, mere seconds later, Doufu kicked me again. This time, the kick was harder, jolting me awake. Bewildered, I looked at his furious expression and remarked, "I'm the one who got kicked, and I'm not angry. What's with that face?" Doufu shot me a disdainful look, retorting, "Pervert. It's one thing to have a spring dream in the middle of the night, but why do you keep grabbing my butt? If you touch me again, I'll charge you." Hari Shigai and Zhuan Rue were roused by our quarrel, and I heard Hari Shigai yawn and say, "Charge? I wouldn't touch you even if you paid me." I added, "Uncle Chun, although times have changed and love knows no gender, could you at least show some restraint?" I was about to retort, insisting that I had been quietly sleeping in my corner and hadn't even had a spring dream, let alone grabbed anyone's butt. Before I could voice my defense, I suddenly noticed something dark and dry, with claw-like appendages, protruding from beneath Doufu's seat, a grotesque object that resembled a human arm. It appeared to be attempting to crawl out from its confinement, and it inadvertently brushed against Doufu's backside. In that instant, we all held our breath. Doufu turned pale. Cautiously shifting his body and silently gesturing with his lips, there's something underneath. I signaled to Zhuan Rue, indicating for him to hand me his firearm. Without hesitation, he unholstered his gun and tossed it to me. I chambered around and crouched down carefully, then suddenly leaned forward to peer beneath the seat cushion. In that moment, a dark, grotesque figure came into view. It had elongated limbs covered in a scaly texture, with a triangular head and a pointed mouth. Its appearance was nothing short of eerie. The creature's sharp claws suggested it was likely one of those that had attacked our camp. The car window had not been securely closed, and it must have slipped in through the opening, becoming trapped beneath the cushion and attempting to escape. As soon as it caught sight of me, its long claws lunged towards my face. Anticipating the attack, I swiftly recoiled and, in a split second, fired a shot. The creature, hindered by its entrapment, could not retaliate, and my shot struck its triangular head, instantly ending its threat. Doufu sighed in relief, trembling slightly as he remarked, with claws that sharp, "I'm glad I was facing inward while sleeping. That was close. Thank goodness it didn't touch my little brother. Otherwise, it could have severed it clean off." I kicked him and said, "Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and pull the corpse out." Together with Doufu and Li, we lifted the cushion and dragged the creature out. It resembled a hairless monkey, its teeth not particularly sharp, indicating it was not a carnivorous creature. Harazachi glanced over and remarked, "I understand now. This creature is known as a ground ape. It does not consume flesh, yet it is venomous. Observe how its teeth exhibit a bluish hue. These beings are social and possess a strong inclination for vengeance. Quickly, dispose of the corpse and inspect beneath the seat for any hidden items." I opened the car door and cast the body several meters away. Upon re-entering the vehicle, I found Doufu and the others had thoroughly examined the interior, confirming that no further threats lurked within. Only then did I feel a sense of relief. Just as I was about to succumb to slumber, an elongated, dark head suddenly appeared upside down at the window, two small eyes fixated upon me. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a cacophony of sounds akin to mournful wails erupted around us, followed by a swarm of shadowy figures lunging toward our vehicle. Harazachi chuckled, "Here comes the retaliation." Doufu retorted, "How can you still find this amusing?" Harazachi, resting his hands behind his head with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What is there to fear? They cannot enter. After some commotion, they will naturally disperse." As he spoke, the creatures incessantly battered the car doors, their faces pressed against the glass, scratching with sharp claws. Saliva smearing the windows in a most unpleasant manner. However, true to Harazachi's words, These beings soon retreated, seemingly realizing that our metal fortress was not to be trifled with. Vanishing without a trace within half an hour. I glanced at my watch. It was only 2 in the morning. After the earlier turmoil, we curled up inside the vehicle, overwhelmed by fatigue. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I decided to alternate the night watch with Harazachi. Doufu, wishing to express his apologies for earlier misjudgments, insisted I rest while he took the watch, considering he had slept quite a bit during the day. I nodded in agreement and nestled back into the car to continue my slumber. Blood from the creature I had shot earlier had splattered beneath the seat, releasing a strong, metallic odor that rendered sleep elusive. Doufu, noticing this, handed me a gas mask, suggesting I wear it while sleeping. I was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking how cumbersome it would be to sleep with such a heavy item obstructing my face. Instead, I decided to rise and light a cigarette, intending to mask the foul smell with smoke. As I smoked my cigarette, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Outside, the night wind was howling, but amidst that sound, there seemed to be another noise, a rustling that appeared to be drawing nearer. Peering through the glass, I could see nothing aside from the scratches left by the ground apes. The surroundings were otherwise shrouded in darkness. Chapter 62. The flesh-eating ants. Where could that sound be emanating from? I pondered. Am I being overly cautious? My vigilant nature prompted me to signal Doufu, preparing to exit the vehicle for a closer inspection. Doufu grasped my arm, cautioning, in the dead of night, what if the ground apes are still lurking nearby? Let us not seek trouble. We are safe within the car. Seeing Doufu's worried expression and noticing the stillness around us, I nodded in agreement, resuming my smoking while engaging in light conversation with him. Doufu inquired, do you think the wood can still emerge? Uncertain, I replied, I hope it can come out alive. Perhaps by then we will be quite old. I added, do not dwell on the future. No one can predict it. However, a lingering doubt gnawed at my mind. If the corpse spirit were to emerge unharmed, would it harbor resentment towards us? Furthermore, if it had consumed the essence of the void, what form might it take, and how would it behave? Of course, I refrained from sharing these thoughts with Doufu. His mind was already ensnared in enough turmoil, and introducing further questions would likely overwhelm him. As we spoke, the sound of rustling grew increasingly distinct, and I was certain it was not merely my imagination, for even Doufu took notice. His expression shifted to one of tension as he hurriedly awakened Harazachi and Xuanrui, exclaiming, listen, what is that sound? Xuanrui's ears perked up, and he suddenly declared, the sound seems to be emanating from beneath our vehicle. Everyone instinctively lowered their gaze. The interior of the car appeared unchanged, yet the noise seemed to originate from below the chassis. At that moment, Harazachi suddenly exclaimed, as if a memory had resurfaced, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. This reminds me of army ants. They secrete a corrosive saliva that draws them in with the scent of blood. If they manage to infiltrate the undercarriage, the car could easily become incapacitated. Doufu, now visibly anxious, asked, are these army ants the size of beetles with red heads? Harazachi chuckled, you're quite astute, old man. Doufu swallowed hard and retorted, stop pretending to be younger. You're only 2 years my junior. At Doufu's reminder, I noticed that the edges of the car window were now crawling with a multitude of red-headed ants, reminiscent of beetles, which had appeared unnoticed. Army ants, wherever they traversed, they left behind a foamy white residue, likely the corrosive liquid they excreted. While a single ant expelled a minuscule amount, the collective output of these army ants was considerable, and soon the entire window frame was enveloped in a pale, frothy layer, causing the surrounding brush to dissolve slowly, a transformation that sent shivers down one's spine. Xuanrui remained remarkably composed, exhaling slightly before commanding, drive. Harazachi, seemingly unfazed by the impending doom, brushed his red hair back from his forehead, whistled, and abruptly started the vehicle. In the darkness, the headlights flickered to life, and the Hummer surged forward, careening over the gravel-strewn terrain. This area, rich in sandstone, offered limited navigable space. I reclined in the back seat, glancing through the taillights at our previous position, only to find it teeming with a dense swarm of red-headed army ants, likely drawn by the scent of the earth ape's blood. The vehicle jolted violently, and Doufu cursed, damn it. Why is it so difficult to get a good night's sleep? I knew there were army ants here, but I had no idea about the earth ape. Harazachi grinned wickedly. If you hadn't fired your weapon, you could have awaited your demise at the claws of the earth ape. This phenomenon is rather rare. It is said to be the result of vengeful spirits of the deceased from ancient battlefields, emerging only at night and fearing the light of fire. Alas, we were careless with the fire, granting them the opportunity to manifest. As we conversed, the vehicle suddenly jolted, emitting a sputtering sound. Harizagai struck the steering wheel forcefully, then relaxed his body and shrugged, stating, "It's broken." Doufu, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Broken? Goodness, this is a Hummer. We haven't even put it through much yet. How could it be broken?" Xuan Rue, more reliable than the rest, inquired of Harizagai. "Could it be that the driver ants are nesting in the undercarriage?" Harizagai nodded in affirmation, adding, "Indeed, there must be quite a few. Some parts are likely corroded, rendering it inoperable." As he spoke, the swarm of driver ants we had momentarily evaded came rushing back with a rustling sound. Doufu's face turned ashen, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "It's all my fault. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have stopped you earlier. If we had discovered the danger sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I only wanted to help, and instead, I've caused more trouble." I interjected, "Dear one, I am not yet deceased, so do not rush to mourn for me. It is not your fault. Had I recklessly ventured out earlier, I might have been devoured by those driver ants. Remain calm. We are safe for the moment. Let us devise a plan. Don't you usually carry some pesticides?" Doufu replied, sullenly, "The pesticide is gone. Seeing it made me uneasy, so I didn't bring it this time." I felt a lump in my throat, nearly choking, while Harizagai laughed heartily, displaying no fear and appearing rather gleeful. Xuan Rue shook his head, revealing his prior expectations and his long-standing lack of faith in Doufu, stating, "They are already upon us. Fire and water show no mercy. Let us use solid fuel to ignite a fire." The group, unwilling to succumb to despair, immediately retrieved solid fuel and fashioned makeshift torches. Just then, the driver ants had caught up, swarming so densely that they nearly obscured the entire window. Before we could ignite our torches, Xuan Rue shook his head and cautioned, "No, this won't work. If we burn one batch, another will merely infiltrate, and we would surely be consumed. Do not light the fire. Keep the windows shut." Seeing Harizagai maintain his carefree demeanor, Doufu, both anxious and infuriated, retorted, "You truly fear nothing. Hurry, think of something." Harizagai snapped his fingers and replied, "You're correct. I genuinely fear nothing. What good is fear? If you fear them, will they spare you?" Observing his nonchalance, I inquired, "Your calm demeanor suggests you possess a plan?" Harizagai smiled slightly and replied, "None at all." Doufu, incensed, exclaimed, "If you have no plan, why put on such a grandiose facade?" Harizagai shrugged and replied, "Just showing off." As I exchanged glances with Xuan Rue, we both couldn't help but share a wry smile. At that moment, the entire Hummer was besieged by voracious ants, rendering the vehicle immobile. Although their strength was insufficient to corrode the steel, the windows were obscured by bristle brushes, which, once eroded, would reveal tiny crevices through which these creatures would inevitably infiltrate. At a loss for a solution to our predicament, I resolved to prepare for the worst, urging Doufu not to argue with Harizagai. While retrieving some metallic tools from my gear bag, I remained vigilant around the windows, ready to seal any breaches with these iron implements should they occur. Noticing our frantic activity, Harizagai, in a rare moment of benevolence, remarked, "There's no need for such fear. These creatures hide in the crevices during the day, unable to endure the heat. We merely need to hold out until dawn." He then glanced at his wristwatch and declared, "Warriors, there are still 4 hours until daybreak. For the sake of our descendants, let us persevere." Doufu tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, "What does this have to do with our descendants?" Harizagai scoffed, "If you become a mere skeleton, how could you have descendants?" "Ah, that is true. With your genes, if you were to procreate, it would only be a calamity for humanity." As I observed Doufu's temper flaring, I swiftly kicked him, saying, "When will you learn to remain calm? Is this the time for quarrels? Get to work." Subsequently, each of us guarded our respective windows, promptly plugging any gaps with metal objects. As time passed, the air inside the vehicle grew stifling. Harizagai announced, "The power is out. The air conditioning has stopped. We must find a way to ventilate, or we shall suffocate." Doufu exclaimed, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Who told you to waste power listening to music?" Harizagai pointed upwards, a mysterious expression on his face, and said, "It is the will of the gods." Doufu took a deep breath and said to me, "Old Shun, don't stop me. Let me strangle this pretentious fool and throw him out." Perhaps the ants will feast on him and leave us be. I shook my head and replied, "Do as you wish." I then turned my gaze to Xuan Rue, inquiring about our next course of action. His masked visage was partially concealed in the shadows, and after a heavy exhale, his remaining visible features displayed an inscrutable expression. Finally, he stated, "It seems we cannot evade this any longer. According to the original plan, we will ignite it. I will count to 3, and then we all grab our gear, open the car doors, and run." Doufu halted his attempt to throttle Hari Shigai and asked, "Where are we running to?" Xuan Rue replied, "To an open area. Running into rugged terrain will only hinder our speed, while for the voracious ants, uneven ground makes no difference." I concurred it must be so. Immediately, we retrieved our gear from the back seat, fastening our straps. Finally, each of us braced ourselves at the car doors, and we heard Xuan Rue count, 1, 2, 3, run. As soon as he finished speaking, we flung open the car doors and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed out into the fray. In the fleeting moment of our escape, numerous flesh-eating ants cascaded from the car door, landing upon our heads and necks. The ants on the ground, undeterred, swiftly sought to ascend our legs. Fortunately, we were well prepared. As we dashed forward, our torches flailed wildly, igniting the ants upon contact and filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Despite the flames, a few persistent stragglers managed to crawl upon us. Though their bites stung, they posed no significant threat. As we burst forth from the encirclement and glanced back, our Hummer had transformed into a veritable insect vehicle, its exterior teeming with hordes of ants. The chilling thought that we had previously sought refuge within such a vehicle sent shivers down our spines. Our flight startled the ants, who surged down from the car like a tide, pursuing us relentlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, we brandished our torches and sprinted toward the open ground, the eerie rustling of the ant swarm echoing ominously behind us. Harazachai, nimble as a monkey, who had previously appeared indifferent, was now the swiftest among us, bolting ahead. Xuan Rue and I followed closely, while Doufu lagged behind, exclaiming in panic, "Ah, they're right behind us." Glancing back, I noticed the ants were merely 4 or 5 meters from Doufu. I shouted urgently, "Drop your gear and accelerate." Doufu, fumbling with his gear, suddenly cried, "Damn it. This inferior product is too tight to unbuckle." Stumbling, I felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "Serves you right. Prepare to be devoured." Doufu hastened to catch up, pleading, "Don't leave me behind." As we raced forward, a sharp turn appeared, causing Harazachai to vanish from sight. Xuan Rue and I quickly followed, only to find ourselves confronted by towering red sandstone cliffs, rising 7 to 8 meters high, effectively blocking our path. "Damn it," Harazachai cursed, and I felt a jolt of realization, shouting, "Quick, create a firewall." Doufu, catching up, promptly laid his torch on the ground, and Xuan Rue and I followed suit, forming a barrier of flames that temporarily halted the advance of the ants. Doufu scolded Harazachai, saying, "Redhead, is this how you lead us into a dead end?" Before Harazachai could respond, I commanded, "Enough noise, gather all the fuel." Noticing that the ants were retreating from the flames, but still attempting to scale the sandstone on the sides, we had no choice but to rekindle our torches with solid fuel, sweeping aside the ants that crawled around. At that moment, Harazachai declared, "You hold the line. I'll climb over to take a look." He rubbed his hands together and began to ascend the sandstone, which was dotted with crevices and protruding rocks, making the climb manageable. While the three of us labored desperately, his nonchalance was infuriating, igniting a desire to express our frustration. The number of charred corpses of the man-eating ants is rapidly increasing. The acrid scent of their fallen comrades seems to incite their ferocity, rendering them increasingly restless. A portion of them even attempts to breach the fiery barrier, exhibiting an utter disregard for their own lives. Doufu, in a state of urgency, exclaims, "This cannot continue. We won't last much longer." As he brandishes his torch, he turns to Hariza, who has ascended to the top, demanding, "Did you see what is going on behind us? Hurry up." Hariza stands motionless, his back to us, seemingly engrossed in observing something, displaying an intense focus. After Doufu's remark, Hariza remains silent before abruptly sliding down the incline. The sandstone is steep, and such a descent must have scraped his skin. Before I could grasp the situation, Hariza tumbled to the ground, clutching his abdomen as he rose and shouted, "Run." I queried, "Where do we run to? What on earth is happening?" Yet, before he could respond, A sudden realization dawned upon me, for in the very spot where Hariza had stood, several dark figures had inexplicably emerged. Those emaciated shadows, crouched on all fours, could only be the earth apes. Illuminated by the flickering orange flames, their faces appeared both luminous and shadowy, their drooling mouths exuding an air of insatiable greed and terror. In this moment, possibly deterred by the fire or perhaps wary of their natural enemy, the man-eating ants, they refrained from leaping down immediately. Instead, they lingered on the sandstone behind us, gazing hungrily in our direction. I quickly comprehended that the sandstone concealed the likely lair of the earth apes. Thus, we found ourselves trapped, caught between the proverbial wolves and tigers, with no avenue for retreat. Even Xuan could not suppress a curse, muttering under his breath. We four were ensnared within this constricted circle, with the earth apes at our backs and the man-eating ants in front, our only reliance being the solid fuel we had. The solid fuel burns for an extended period. Although we had not brought much, breaking it into pieces could sustain the flames for quite some time. I estimated we had approximately half an hour left. Once the fire extinguished, the man-eating ants would undoubtedly surge forward. We waved our torches to fend off the ants while devising a plan. However, within a mere 10 minutes, as the flames began to diminish, some of the ants recklessly charged towards us, disregarding the fiery barrier, accompanied by a waft of charred stench. With their sacrificial assault, the flames were significantly reduced, teetering on the brink of extinction. In a moment of desperation, I swiftly stripped off my clothing to ignite the fire anew, prompting the others to follow suit, which considerably extended our time. As the seconds ticked away, the ants grew increasingly agitated. Doufu lamented, "What do we do? The clothes are nearly burned out. Shall we start on our pants?" At that moment, I suddenly remembered that there was some disinfectant alcohol in the gear bag. I quickly instructed Doufu to retrieve it, saying, "Pour out the alcohol to incinerate them." Doufu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about that?" At that moment, I rummaged through my gear and retrieved a small bottle of medical alcohol, swiftly pouring it towards the congregation of the fire ants. The flames ignited upon contact, rapidly spreading and transforming the area into a blazing inferno, engulfing the swarming fire ants in a matter of seconds. Turning my head, I noticed that the ground monkeys were startled by the sudden intensity of the flames, retreating in haste, their hair singed into tight curls, as one might say. They had lost their leg hair as well. Once the fire subsided, the fire ants had vanished without a trace. The four of us, wary of the possibility that the ground monkeys might retaliate, hastily crawled back to the camp, where we ignited a large bonfire beside the vehicle, our sleep long forgotten. After our exertions, we sat bare-chested by the fire, smoking. Feeling both thirsty and hungry after the ordeal, Doufu pulled out some provisions to share with us. And while we ate, he expressed his desire to write a book, tentatively titled The Years of My Misfortunes, or the stories I must tell about unlucky Chun. He inquired about its potential success. Xuan, puffing on his cigarette, encouraged him to proceed, claiming he would pre-order 50,000 copies. Doufu chewed on some jerky, shook his head in dismay, and remarked, "It seems the wisdom of our ancestors holds true. When one is down on their luck, nothing seems to work. This place, does it attract tourists regularly? Why have we never heard of fire ants before? Everything seems to happen to us." I interjected, "Xuan, is that stone fish truly of any use? It feels as though our misfortunes are compounding." Feeling frustrated, I kicked Doufu lightly, urging him to refrain from such talk, saying, "Where there is misfortune, there lies fortune. Surviving great calamities must surely lead to future blessings. Haven't you heard?" Doufu scoffed, calling out to the dark liquid, "Where are these future blessings? Come out, you mischievous scamp." Hearing this, Hala Shagai burst into laughter, leaving me momentarily speechless, unable to swallow or expel my frustration. And I could only shake my head with a wry smile while silently smoking. Noticing my dejection, Doufu, feeling a twinge of guilt, patted my shoulder and said, "Don't be upset. I was only trying to lighten the mood. What's wrong with being unlucky? Man can conquer nature. United, brothers can achieve great things." I ignored him, prompting Doufu to grow anxious. He scratched his head and suggested, "How about I tell you all a joke?" Once, an old man called his 4 sons to his bedside before he passed. He handed a chopstick to the eldest, who promptly broke it. Then the old man presented a bundle of chopsticks, and the eldest broke them again, saying, "Father, you want to teach us the importance of unity so we cannot be easily broken, right?" Guess what the old man replied? He said, "Cough, cough. These chopsticks were used by Emperor Qianlong. Huh? How amusing. He laughed heartily, but seeing our 3 faces devoid of expression, he touched his nose and queried, "Why aren't you laughing?" Hala Shagai responded, "That joke has been heard for centuries. Save it for future blessings." Unyielding, Doufu retorted, "Then you tell one. Come on. Share it." The two of them began exchanging jokes, while Zhuang Rui and I exchanged glances, choosing to ignore the antics of these two jesters. We sat by the campfire, awaiting the dawn amidst their unreliable humor. Chapter 64. A violent resolution. No further dangers emerged during the latter part of the night. Zhuang Rui and I closed our eyes to rest, while Doufu and Hari Shigai engaged in idle chatter. Time slipped away, and the first light of dawn illuminated the desolate desert, finally dispelling the eerie shadows of the night. I breathed a sigh of relief and addressed Zhuang Rui, suggesting we see if we could repair the vehicle. Zhuang Rui remained seated, seemingly lost in thought. I couldn't help but remind him. How can we search for the ancient city without a vehicle? We must first attempt to fix the car. Zhuang Rui turned his head to look at me and replied nonchalantly, "I can only drive. I cannot repair cars." He stated this with an air of certainty, and upon noticing my taken-aback expression, he coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and added, "Can you?" I couldn't suppress a smile, realizing that Zhuang Rui was indeed an expert in his field, thriving in his business attired in fine suits. Car repairs were far removed from his expertise. My own knowledge of vehicles was superficial. I could handle minor issues, but anything more complex left me bewildered. Doufu was even less capable, only knowing how to fix toy remote-controlled cars. I glanced at Hari Shigai, who shrugged, indicating his lack of options. Resigned, I took it upon myself to inspect the engine. I found no apparent issues. It seemed our defenses remained intact. The problem likely lay with the chassis, so I crawled beneath the vehicle to investigate. Though I detected no obvious faults, I observed a plethora of corrosive, white, foamy substances near the inner components, suggesting that deeper damage might have occurred, potentially impairing some internal parts and wiring. At a loss, I emerged from beneath the car, smeared in oil. At this point, we were all clad only in pants. Having lost our clothes to the previous fire, and the increasingly blazing sun of the desert was becoming rather uncomfortable. Doufu, shielding his eyes with his hand, panted like a dog and remarked, "With that look on your face, it's clear the car isn't fixed. What now? Shall we trek back on foot and regroup before trying again, or continue as we are?" I thought to myself, without the vehicle, embarking on a foot journey would waste too much time. Moreover, this place became perilous at night. Our solid fuel had been exhausted overnight, making it unwise to linger. Thus, I suggested to the group that we take advantage of the daylight and return to Utrala to regroup and restock our supplies before proceeding. Hari Shigai clicked his tongue, saying, "The bosses from the big city are indeed different. Such a fine vehicle, and you speak of acquiring more so casually." I replied, "It will take us over 6 hours to return. Since that's the case, let us hurry while the sun is still manageable." This journey may have been in vain, but we learned valuable lessons, ensuring we would be better prepared for our next venture. The 4 individuals tidied their gear, donned windproof goggles, and were preparing to head back when, all of a sudden, I caught sight of a black Jeep racing towards us across the horizon. The vehicle approached with remarkable speed, and as it drew nearer, I discerned that there were 2 women aboard, waving at us. In a moment, the car kicked up a cloud of dust and halted before us. A quick glance revealed 2 men and 2 women inside. One girl, with a ponytail and sun-kissed skin, winked at us and remarked, "Gentlemen, while your physiques are quite impressive, isn't it a bit audacious to be so exposed?" Doufu replied, "Hey there. Don't stare too intently. What brings you here? Since you arrived early, how about helping us out by giving us a lift back?" At that moment, a fair-skinned man leaned out from the passenger seat, scrutinizing us before his gaze settled on a vehicle parked not far away. He asked, "What's the matter? Is your car broken?" I nodded in agreement. The ponytailed girl added, "We're here on holiday and won't be returning until tomorrow." Doufu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Holiday? Have you lost your mind? Is this really a place for tourism?" The man's demeanor shifted, and he frowned, saying, "Why are you speaking so rudely? You're the one who seems a bit off. What's wrong with this place being a tourist destination?" With that, the group of 4 exited their vehicle. Another girl with short hair, exuding vitality, stretched widely and remarked, "The vast Gobi really does feel different." Doufu awkwardly scratched his nose and leaned closer to me, whispering, "It seems like a group of city dwellers bored with their lives, seeking meaning in existence." Nowadays, young people seek adventure in the most perilous places. What are they thinking? Hariza hugged Doufu's shoulder and said, "They're looking for excitement." Doufu shrugged off the gesture, replying, "We're not that familiar. Don't act as if we're close friends. It might lead to misunderstandings." After a pause, Doufu turned to me and suggested, "We should warn them that seeking life experiences here could be perilous." I nodded in agreement, signaling Doufu to approach them. Thus, Doufu walked over to the man and said, "Brother, my surname is Do. May I know yours?" The man, noticing Doufu's improved demeanor, responded, "You may call me Li." Doufu remarked, "Li is a common surname. 1 in 10 bears that name." The man with the surname Li hissed in confusion, "What exactly are you trying to say?" I stepped back a bit, feeling restless, and lit a cigarette, unable to catch the details of their conversation. I observed Doufu animatedly gesturing, presumably relaying the dangers to the 4 who encircled him. A moment later, to my surprise, they all burst into laughter. Puzzled, I wondered what foolishness Doufu had uttered that elicited such amusement instead of fear. Just then, Doufu returned, visibly irate, and said, "They don't believe me. They suggested I should write novels." Xuan, indifferent, replied, "Let it go. Let us move on." Doufu clicked his tongue and said, "And we're just going to ignore them? What if something happens?" Xuan glanced at Doufu and remarked, "If something happens, it's not your concern, is it?" Immediately, he glanced at the sky, signaling that there was no time to waste. Hariza showed no particular reaction, merely shrugged and remarked, "We've said what needed to be said. Should we kneel and beg them to return?" At this moment, the 4 individuals had already begun taking photographs, seemingly oblivious to our presence. While I felt a surge of indignation, I couldn't remain as detached as Xuan. These 4 may have been strangers to us, yet they were still human lives. And if I could lend a hand, I felt compelled to do so. Thus, I declared, "I shall make another attempt," and approached the quartet, with Hariza behind me. Clearly eager to witness my folly, I was not so feeble as to cower like Doufu, nor did I wish to engage in soft-spoken pleasantries. I advanced directly and snatched the camera from the hands of the man named Li. He was taken aback and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is this robbery?" I nodded and forcefully hurled the camera to the ground. The device, though of good quality, suffered a detached lens in the process. This action caused all 4 to react. A robust man with a buzz cut and dark skin rushed forward and shoved me, exclaiming, "What an oddball! Damn it!" As he spoke, he swung a punch toward my face, prompting gasps from the 2 women nearby. My skills, honed through countless encounters, were not to be underestimated. I deftly sidestepped his blow and, seizing the opportunity, delivered a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before either he or the fair-skinned Li could regain their composure, I charged forward and unleashed a flurry of blows upon them. The 2 women, in a moment of desperation, attempted to retaliate with feeble punches, but I paid no heed to their fragility and swiftly dispatched them as well. In mere moments, the 2 men lay incapacitated, sprawled on the ground. Li, a mixture of fear and fury in his expression, stammered, "What do you want from us?" Doufu stepped forward, clearing his throat, and remarked, "Old Xuan, this is a bit too violent, I assent. I replied, "If I don't show some force, they'll think I'm merely a fraud. Listen closely. This place is fraught with peril. It is no sanctuary for you. If you wish to avoid calamity, get in your vehicle at once." Faced with the reality of my capabilities and the icy demeanor of Xuan, the 4 had no choice but to comply. Entering the car with an air of being coerced by thugs, Doufu gave me a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive." Subsequently, we all squeezed into the vehicle, driven by Hariza, with the 2 women occupying the front passenger seat, while the 5 of us men crammed into the back. It was an exceedingly tight fit, yet preferable to a 6-hour trek on foot. After a day and night of tumult, we were drenched in sweat, the vehicle filled with the pungent odor of our exertion. The 2 women's eyes reflected a mixture of fear and disdain. Hariza, with a mischievous grin, whistled and cast a lecherous glance at them, causing the women to feel both anger and trepidation, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unable to bear it any longer, Doufu snapped at Hariza, "If you keep staring, I'll have your eyes gouged out. You call yourself a shaman? More like a charlatan. I mean, are the people you seek even reliable?" Hariza retorted, "What is wrong with being a shaman? Do shamans not indulge in pleasures? Monks can marry, can't they?" Doufu shot back, "How vulgar." As the 2 young women cast a grateful glance at Doufu for speaking on their behalf, the girl with short hair mustered her courage and asked, "What exactly are you all doing?" Tofu, not one to be foolish, refrained from revealing that they were out searching for something sinister and instead replied, "Did I not mention? We initially came here as tourists, but last night we encountered a swarm of man-eating ants and nearly lost our lives. We wanted to warn you, but you wouldn't listen." He gestured towards me, saying, "My brother here has a fiery temper. He was in the wrong earlier. However, our intentions were solely for your benefit. Look at us four. We are robust individuals, yet here we are, bare and wounded, resembling lost souls. Would we deceive you?" At this point, the two women and the two men began to believe our words, although the men still appeared indignant, wearing expressions of suppressed anger. Just then, Horizagai suddenly slammed on the brakes, catching us off guard as we tumbled into the back seat. Before I could comprehend the situation, I heard Horizagai muttering to himself, "They're coming. What's coming?" I wondered aloud. As the vehicle came to a sudden halt, everyone was thrown into disarray. Without waiting for us to grasp what was happening, he abruptly flung open the door and leaped out, turning back to run. Tofu shouted, "What madness is this?" I suggested, "Let us get out and see," and I pushed open the door to chase after Horizagai. He was nimble and swift, and I soon found myself unable to keep up. In an instant, he vanished into the weathered sandstone formations, and by the time I rounded the corner, he was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! I couldn't help but kick the nearby sandstone in frustration. At that moment, Tofu and the others returned in their vehicle, stopping outside the densely packed weathered terrain. The girl with short hair inquired, "What made that creep suddenly jump out? Where did he go?" "Creep?" I chuckled wryly, shaking my head. "He ran inside. Fortunately, it's daytime, so it shouldn't be too perilous. We ought to investigate what he discovered." My words were directed not at her, but rather to Zhuan and Tofu beside me. Although Tofu verbally cursed Horizagai's ancestors, his actions were resolute. He promptly retrieved the gear bag from the vehicle and instructed the two men and two women, "You all should drive away. We need to find our lost companion." The short-haired girl, perhaps forgetting her recent injuries, asked, "How will you return? Didn't you say this place is infested with man-eating ants?" I couldn't help but gaze at her, unsure whether to commend her kindness or question her intelligence. After all, we had just assaulted her companion and commandeered their vehicle. Yet, in such a brief span of time, she was concerned for our safety. The man named Lee, upon hearing her, yanked her arm and urged her towards the car, saying, "Foolish girl, why do you care about them? Let us leave quickly." With that, they pulled her into the vehicle, and the four of them promptly closed the doors and locked the windows, fearful that we might retaliate. Before long, the vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust and departed. Tofu, visibly indignant, remarked that in this day and age, kind and lovely young ladies were being led astray. Questioning why this was the case, I replied that it mattered not, for it was of no concern to him. As I observed the vehicle carrying the four individuals fade into the distance, I shook my head, slung my gear over my shoulder, and chose not to dwell on it. Humanity is a perplexing creature. Perhaps in the eyes of those four, I appeared as a robber or a gangster. Yet they could never comprehend that my only intention was to save them. Most people are accustomed to superficial kindness, which is why our ancestors wisely proclaimed that bitter medicine is beneficial for ailments, and honest words are often jarring, yet advantageous for one's conduct. When faced with candid advice and truth, people often recoil in distaste. Thus, I understood the necessity of discretion in my words. I was here to save you, and there was no need for me to demean myself. If one was unwilling to listen, they were free to meet their demise. It was of no consequence to me. Accuse me of lacking humanity? Why should I possess such a trait? Humanity is of little value. Tofu disagreed with my perspective as we three ventured deeper into the wind-eroded sandstone, berating me for my twisted psyche, deviant character, moral decay, and polluted thoughts, all while shouting the name of Horizagai. I couldn't help but feel amused, wondering if he was cursing me or someone else. The ground bore faint footprints, which vanished shortly after due to the abundance of stones and the arid earth. Within the sandstone layer, we could only glimpse a small patch of sky, akin to wandering through a labyrinth. Where had Horizagai gone? Tofu was preoccupied with his mental tirade against me, and in a moment of distraction, he stumbled and fell awkwardly. Zhuang emitted a sound of discontent, bent down, and hoisted him up, tossing him towards me with a tone of reluctant acceptance, instructing me to keep an eye on this burden. As Tofu prepared to retort, he faltered when I suddenly heard a faint sound. It resembled footsteps, seemingly approaching us. I swiftly covered Tofu's mouth, signaling him to remain silent, and then gently nudged him aside as I crept toward the source of the sound. I sensed that the newcomer might not be human, for this place was devoid of others. If it were Harikagai, he would surely announce himself. Zhuang Rui followed suit. Drawing his dagger, the sound akin to footsteps abruptly ceased, as if it had sensed our approach. I could feel that it was likely hiding just behind the circular sandstone before us. Exchanging a glance with Zhuang Rui, we silently understood each other. Flanking the position, one to the left, the other to the right. To my surprise, as I abruptly rounded the sandstone, I beheld a white figure tumble to the ground, followed by a scream. Staring at the individual before me, I was taken aback and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" It was none other than the short-haired girl who had departed in the car. She looked at the dagger in my hand, fear evident in her trembling voice. Tinged with regret as she said, "I thought you seemed fierce, yet perhaps you are not as bad as I initially thought, so." Zhuang Rui sheathed his dagger and replied nonchalantly, "So you came looking for us?" The short-haired girl nodded, rubbing her backside as she stood up, timidly asking, "What about the other person?" I, emerging from the shadows, remarked, "Sister, are you foolish? Why did you return if we told you to leave? What about the other three?" The girl replied, "They refused to come in, insisting on waiting outside for you. Once you find the person, you can take our car back." I inquired, "Has that red-haired fellow been found?" Shaking my head, I gazed at her innocent demeanor, feeling a flicker of affection as I said, "No. He may have stumbled upon something and continues to search." She declared, "I will search with you." Initially, I hesitated to involve her, concerned about the lurking dangers of venomous creatures, yet seeing her already present and fervently eager, I turned to Doufu and said, "Keep an eye on her. Let us proceed with the search." Doufu, eager for the task, joined forces with her. The girl, fresh out of university at 23, was affectionately called Yaya by her companions. Though a bit shy, she seemed to converse easily with Doufu. I mused that perhaps Tofu's 30th spring could be commencing. The four of us commenced our wandering through the wind-eroded sandstone formations, akin to stepping into a labyrinth. As time slipped away, the sun blazed higher, scorching, leaving us parched and drenched in a layer of sweat. It remained a mystery what that Harikagai had discovered, as no clues were left behind. This wind-eroded sandstone area was neither vast nor small. It twisted and turned, making it easy to go in circles. Searching for someone amidst this terrain felt akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I muttered an expletive when suddenly Yaya exclaimed, "Ah, look over there, there's a hole in the ground." Yaya and Doufu, trailing behind, pointed to a cloud-like sandstone formation to her right, marked by weathered pores. Specifically, she indicated one pore the size of a sieve. Doufu, standing beside her, seemed to have noticed as well, exclaiming, "Hey, there's a pair of pants next to the hole. Goodness, those belong to that Harikagai." Zhuang Rui corrected Doufu, saying, "It's Harikagai, not teapot lid." I approached the pore and indeed discovered a small, circular clearing behind it. Opposite the clearing stood a naturally eroded sandstone formation, resembling a bolt of lightning, with a large, dark hole at its base, the entrance slightly sloped as if leading into the earth. The most striking feature was the pair of pants adjacent to the hole. Those were Harikagais, with numerous bulging pockets that appeared to contain a plethora of small items. Previously, Doufu had questioned Harikagai about what his pants held, to which Harikagai had jokingly replied, "What else could be in them? Surely not your head." This had led to a playful argument between them. Now, why were Harikagai's pants here? I couldn't help but gasp, disregarding further thoughts, and promptly circled around the sandstone ahead to reach the clearing behind. I examined the trousers of Harikagai and immediately noticed a peculiar issue. There were no signs of wear or damage, and both the button and zipper were undone. Zhuang Rui raised an eyebrow and remarked, "He took them off himself." Yaya, visibly astonished, inquired, "What would he do that for?" She then quietly asked Doufu if Harikagai could be an exhibitionist. I stared at the trousers, perplexed, and asked Zhuang Rui for his thoughts. He crouched down, observing the opening, and produced a flashlight he always carried, shining it into the dark cavity. I noticed that the entrance sloped downward, though the angle was not steep, and there were some scratches at the entrance, suggesting that some creature frequently passed through. I speculated, could this be the den of a ground ape? Zhuang Rui shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Doufu, tough on the outside but soft-hearted, worried aloud, "That guy won't be dragged into the hole and eaten by a ground ape, will he?" Zhuang Rui shot him a glance, raising an eyebrow noncommittally, and replied coolly, "Does he have time to take off his pants when being attacked by a ground ape?" This pair of trousers had indeed become a mystery. Chapter 66. The breath. Just as I was pondering, Xuan seemed to have an epiphany. Without uttering a word, he began to crawl into the cave. However, he soon emerged, covered in dirt, stating, "I understand now. The entrance is rather small." He removed his trousers in order to squeeze through. Xuan words clarified everything for me in an instant. Among the four of us, both Xuan and I were tall and could not fit into the opening. Doufu, with a more average build, would also find it challenging to crawl in, while Harazaki, though tall, was rather slender, making it feasible for him to enter. The reason he took off his trousers was likely due to the numerous bulging pockets. Removing everything inside them would be cumbersome. Thus, it seemed he simply decided to strip off his trousers to facilitate his entry into the hole. Upon hearing our analysis, Doufu exclaimed, "What on earth would he want to crawl into this place for? Isn't he afraid it's a ground ape den? He could get eaten." I shook my head, thinking that while Harazaki appeared unreliable, he was certainly no fool. He wouldn't engage in reckless behavior. If he chose to crawl into the hole, there must be a valid reason behind it. Xuan squinted and said, "Let us wait for him to come out." For the time being, that was all we could do. We four sat at the cave's entrance, awaiting Harazaki's return, but as time passed, about half an hour, there was still no sign of him. Doufu called out into the hole several times, but there was no response, not even a lizard or a scorpion. The sun blazed down mercilessly, and we huddled in the back of the sandstone to escape the heat. I glanced at my watch, feeling increasingly anxious. At that moment, Doufu suggested, "What if I crawl in to check?" I asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Doufu replied, "Of course I am. I'm worried there might be snakes or ground apes inside. But we can't just sit here if something has happened to Harazaki." After a moment's contemplation, I agreed to let Doufu try crawling in. At this moment, we had all shed our gear, baring our upper bodies. Doufu wore lightweight, sun-protective pants, tucked into his sand boots, devoid of any cumbersome items, thus rendering any removal unnecessary. He ruffled his hair and began to crawl into the cave. I disregarded any reservations I had and handed him a firearm for safety. He then proceeded to inch deeper into the darkness. Yaya, witnessing me draw my pistol, widened her eyes in fear. I cast her a reassuring glance and said, "Just behave, and the gun won't be aimed at you." She nodded eagerly, her expression pleading for mercy, leaving me speechless. I mused that she and Doufu were quite the pair, which was far from my original plan. My intention was to find Doufu a mature, sophisticated woman, allowing me to step back. Now, I felt as though I was responsible for two imbeciles. As this thought crossed my mind, an impulsive desire to thwart Doufu's romantic endeavors surged within me. However, I quickly dismissed it, finding Yaya rather agreeable. Just then, halfway through his crawl, Doufu grunted, "This cave is too tight. I can't get through, it hurts." Yaya, concerned, exclaimed, "Oh no, hurry and come out." Doufu replied, "I'm too big, I can't get out." Listening to their exchange nearly caused me to choke on my own saliva. I swiftly teamed up with Xuan to carefully extract Doufu from the cave. Without his shirt, his upper body had turned a bright shade of red, grimacing in pain. Yaya glanced at the cave entrance and suggested, "Should I go in and take a look?" Among the four of us, Yaya was the only woman, petite and slender, which made her entry into the cave feasible. Doufu examined her figure and remarked, "Well, you're slim and flat-chested. You could fit in easily." Yaya's face flushed, and she stammered, "You are the flat-chested one." Doufu blinked innocently and replied, "I am flat-chested." Xuan looked at me and asked, "What do you get when you combine a male fool with a female fool?" After a moment's thought, I answered, "A little fool." Doufu, indignant, exclaimed, "You two rascals can't go a day without teasing me, can you?" Xuan calmly nodded, leaving Doufu momentarily speechless. He eventually redirected the conversation, saying, "Yaya going in could be dangerous. We should consider other options." In truth, I had no intention of sending a woman into the cave, especially since Yaya was a newcomer merely trying to assist. Such a risky endeavor was not something I could permit her to undertake. Just as we four found ourselves at a loss, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from deep within the cave, as if something were crawling out. Doufu gasped, "Could it be the haha teapot lid?" Xuan and I, exercising caution, refrained from responding and instead shone our wolf-eye flashlight into the cave, scrutinizing the murky depths. As the rustling grew louder, a human head emerged from the darkness, coated in dust. Who else could it be but the mysteriously vanished Haricha? He observed us stationed at the cave entrance with an air of nonchalance, lifting his face, which was smeared with dirt and ash. to reveal a smile that was unapologetic and irreverent, one that provoked an urge to slap him. His strikingly white teeth stood out, inciting a desire to knock them out. Shortly thereafter, the fellow emerged, clad only in a pair of shorts. Upon seeing him, Doufu burst into laughter, clutching his belly and exclaiming, "Ha ha! White underpants with a little green snake in front. This is hilarious." Hariza, with a mischievous squint, placed his hands on his hips and declared with pride, "It's the year of the snake. This isn't just a little green snake. It's a slumbering giant dragon that will awaken at the call of a beautiful maiden." I frowned, tossing my pants at Hariza's head with a cold remark, "There are ladies present, so mind your filthy mouth." "What on earth is going on?" Hariza, scratching his nose, turned to the blushing Yaya, saying, "My apologies, I didn't realize you were here." As he donned his pants, he continued to tease me, remarking, "I thought your face was devoid of expression. Who knew you could actually get angry? Quite the surprise. But I'll say whatever I wish. You have no say over me, so don't take yourself too seriously." As Doufu was about to lose his temper, I restrained him gently, saying, "Answer my question." Xuan Rue remained silent, but compared to Hariza, who was our team leader, it was clear that his contribution to our search for the ghostly realm was indispensable. Reluctant to escalate matters, I chose not to argue further. Once Hariza had dressed, he turned to glance at the cave entrance he had crawled from, and his previously cheeky smile took on a strange quality. His voice lowered as he stated, "I sense its presence." "Its presence?" Doufu inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean?" I asked. Hariza's smile slowly widened, yet his gaze deepened with seriousness, and after a prolonged pause, he said, "The ancient texts describe the denizens of the ghostly realm as a group of purified souls. I can sense the aura of purification." "The aura of purification?" I gasped. "Haduo." Hariza nodded, pointing to the cave entrance before us. "That aura dissipates quickly." I followed it in, and while the area below has collapsed, I am certain there is something significant here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be guarding this spot. Doufu questioned, "How can you sense Haduo's aura?" This was precisely the conundrum that Xuan Rue and I shared. At that moment, we were far away in the car, and the concept of aura was indeed an enigmatic one, referring to sense, feelings, or subtle clues. The notion that he could detect Haduo's aura from such a distance seemed implausible. After Doufu's inquiry, Hariza whistled and leaned casually against the sandstone, declaring, "Because I am a wizard." Doufu scrutinized Hariza with skepticism, saying, "I thought you were merely a theorist. Much like most who study English, they can write and read but cannot speak. Can this really be sensed?" Hariza offered no further explanation, scoffing, "If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone be a wizard?" I had little patience for his banter, casting a glance at Xuan Rue to inquire what our next steps should be. Xuan Rue shook his head and asked Hariza, "If we encounter Haduo, can you handle it?" Hariza, with arms crossed and a languid smile, remarked, "It all depends on everyone's performance. I'm not afraid of enemies as fierce as wolves, but rather of teammates as foolish as pigs." Doufu, indignant, retorted, "Who are you calling a pig?" Hariza, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Why so angry? It seems you possess a certain self-awareness." Without allowing Doufu to respond, he gestured toward the cave entrance, saying, "Let's excavate from here. There must be something below." I pondered for a moment and replied, "Now is not the time to act. First, this place is perilous at night. We need to gather more fuel. Second, we should escort these individuals first." By these individuals, I naturally referred to Yaya and her companions. It would be unreasonable for us to dig while they stood idly by. Xuan Rue understood my intent and, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Just then, voices echoed around us, calling Yaya's name. Surprised, Yaya exclaimed, "My friends have come looking for me." Before we could interject, she called out, and the three of them quickly approached. The fair-skinned young man with the surname Li complained, "We were worried sick about you. We told you not to come, yet you insisted." After glancing at us he added, "Now that everyone is here, can we leave?" At that moment, the long-haired girl exclaimed, "Oh, there's a large hole here." Chapter 67, Sniper. As she spoke, the attention of the others shifted to the cave entrance. Doufu, quick-witted, interjected, "That's a snake den. We should leave quickly, or we might encounter venomous snakes." While saying this, he winked at Yaya, signaling her not to reveal anything. Yaya bit her lip, remained silent, and nodded slightly. The girls, frightened by the mention of snakes, instinctively moved away, with the long-haired girl saying, "Oh my, venomous snakes. We should hurry." Doufu's comment successfully diverted everyone's focus, and I discreetly noted the coordinates in my mind as the group began to retrace their steps. Shortly after exiting the sandstone area, we heard Yaya's jeep nearby. Everyone squeezed into the vehicle according to our previous arrangement, but just as the engine was about to start, Hariza exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" It was then that we noticed a strong smell of gasoline wafting from inside the car. Upon closer inspection, we saw liquid seeping from beneath the seats. A chill ran down my spine as I thought, could it be a leak? But gasoline shouldn't have entered the car. I quickly stowed away my lighter. Feeling a wave of dread, had Hariza not discovered it in time, I might have lit a cigarette. Zhuang Rui immediately opened the car door, signaling for us to exit and inspect the situation. Once outside, we examined the fuel tank and discovered that, for some unknown reason, the cap had been tampered with. Doufu exclaimed, "This was done deliberately." "Impossible," the fair-skinned young man with the surname Li quickly countered. "We haven't done anything." "Do you think I would risk my car like this?" I replied, "No one said you were responsible." But with gasoline spilled inside the vehicle, and considering we were all seated, if a spark ignited or if friction from driving generated heat, can you imagine the scene? The entire car could be engulfed in flames in an instant. If it were to happen while we were driving, it would be even more perilous. It could explode and disintegrate. It is impossible that these gasoline incidents were orchestrated by Yaya and her companions. Our enmity has not escalated to the point of seeking mutual destruction. Doufu, displaying unexpected astuteness, exclaimed, "Surely someone took advantage of their arrival to meddle with the situation. Goodness! Did you three not lock the car doors?" The pale-faced Li, his countenance flushed with indignation, retorted, in a place devoid of even a ghostly silhouette. "Why would we lock the doors?" Zhuang Rui, with a vigilant gaze, scanned the surroundings and remarked, "This vehicle may not have been tampered with, but it is evident that others are present here. Everyone, be cautious." Just as I was about to nod in agreement, I suddenly spotted a dark figure crouched atop a nearby sandstone formation. The figure was hunched in a peculiar manner, and as I squinted to discern the scene, realization struck me, prompting a shout, "Run! Someone is firing from the shadows." Without hesitation, I yanked Doufu and fled, leaving no room for discussion. Zhuang Rui seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, urgently calling out, "Stay away from the vehicle." My actions startled the others, and they followed suit in fleeing. If my observations were correct, that figure's stance clearly indicated a sniper's position. Had we remained stationary, we would surely have faced dire consequences. In that moment, gunfire erupted across the barren landscape, but rather than being directed at us, the shots targeted the leaking jeep. I swiftly comprehended Zhuang Rui's warning to distance ourselves from the vehicle. The friction of the bullets would likely ignite the gasoline, resulting in catastrophic destruction. Almost instantaneously, a resounding explosion resonated through the air, accompanied by a wave of searing heat. Doufu, who had been trailing behind, suddenly screamed and tackled me. The force of his impact sent me tumbling to the ground, and in that split second, I felt a warm liquid cascade down my neck. It was then that I realized the jeep had been utterly obliterated, engulfed in flames. My legs felt weak as I recalled the preceding events. Had I not spotted the ambush and alerted everyone to flee, we would have been caught in the blast. Who on earth would resort to such malevolent tactics? Looking back at the spot where the figure had been, I found it now devoid of any presence. Ouch, that hurts. Doufu's cries of pain jolted me back to reality. I then remembered how he had suddenly tackled me and hurriedly helped him up, asking, "What happened?" As he sat up, I noticed a deep gash on his shoulder, blood streaming from it. Doufu remarked, "If I hadn't shielded you just now, your head would have been shattered. I deserve a reward." While rummaging through my gear for medical supplies to tend to his wound, I replied, "Upon our return, I shall purchase the latest inflatable doll from Japan for you. Next time, refrain from perusing counterfeit products online." Doufu responded, "Huh? How did you know I was looking at fake goods online? Did you tamper with my computer? Did you see my browsing history? Are you aware of my purchase of Lu Wei Di Huangwan? How could you be so unkind, showing me such disregard? How embarrassing it is to ask, but would you be so kind as to purchase two for me?" His incessant barrage nearly made me choke with anger. I thought to myself that his browsing history had never been erased. Occasionally using his computer, it was impossible not to see it. I retorted with irritation, "Enough already. Don't take advantage and act innocent. With your demeanor, even consuming a multitude of herbal supplements would be futile." As we spoke, Zhuang Rui and the others gathered around, visibly agitated. Upon noticing the injuries on Doufu, Yaya was completely at a loss, joining me in tending to the wounds. The pale-faced youth seemed at a loss for ideas. Having recently graduated from university, he was now confronted with snipers and car explosions, leaving these 4 fresh graduates in a state of utter disarray. Looking to Xuan Rui and me as their anchors, Hari Shigai produced a pair of binoculars to survey the surroundings, declaring, "There are no signs of the assailant. It is unlikely there will be further sniping." With him on guard, the others focused on treating the injuries. Besides Doufu's significant shoulder wound, the rest had merely sustained minor burns or abrasions. While Hari Shigai remained vigilant, the group sat down to address their injuries. The 4 young men, seemingly unaccustomed to pain, wailed dramatically during the disinfection and bandaging process. In contrast, I suddenly realized how resilient Doufu had become. Had this been 2 years prior, he would have likely outcried them all. Time and growth gradually transform a person, even if the changes are subtle. While tending to the wounds, Xuan Rui remarked, "I wonder who that person was just now." I replied, "Who besides us could possibly know about this operation? Could it be an enemy of yours?" Xuan Rui narrowed his eyes and said, "I have many enemies. Those who wish for my downfall are even more numerous. During this journey to Inner Mongolia, I have been missing for too long. Anyone with intent could easily trace my whereabouts, so any possibility exists." Doufu interjected, "What do we do now? Our vehicle is gone." He produced his phone, checking for a signal, shaking it vigorously, and exclaimed, "No signal. How strange. This place isn't exactly a remote mountain gorge. So why is there no reception?" Doufu's question indeed posed an intriguing dilemma. The terrain here was flat, merely a 2-hour drive from Utrala, approximately a 6 or 7-hour walk. Logically, it shouldn't be too desolate. Why, then, was there no signal? At that moment, Hari Shigai whistled and said, "This area should definitely have signal." Doufu raised his phone, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Yaya and the others also pulled out their phones, all displaying disbelief as they confirmed, "There really is no signal." The pale-faced youth, surnamed Li, remarked, "That's odd. The 3 of us were waiting in the vehicle, and we had full bars then." Xuan Rui seemed to have an epiphany, narrowing his eyes and stating, "It's a signal jammer. I know about these devices. They are typically used for security purposes in important facilities. Could it be that someone had jammed our signal?" Instantly, I recalled the sniper from earlier, realizing that his initial attack was aimed at ensuring our demise, followed by jamming our communications, clearly intending to sever our connection to the outside world. His actions rendered his intentions unmistakably clear, that individuals sought to eliminate us. I shared my speculation with the group, and the girl with long hair nearly broke into tears, exclaiming, "What should we do? Think of a solution quickly. I want to go home. I'll die? What will happen to my boyfriend?" Harajachigai whistled and remarked, "Your boyfriend will undoubtedly be heartbroken, but once he grieves, he'll find another girlfriend." The girl was momentarily silenced, while Doufu interjected, "If you die, your parents would be the ones most affected. Your boyfriend's feelings are of little consequence." I pointed out that since that person possessed a jamming device, it was apparent there was more than one adversary, and they clearly intended to not let us escape. Based on my experience, fleeing at such a juncture would be futile. We needed to adopt a defensive strategy. This did not require further elaboration from Doufu. A glance exchanged with Xuan Rui confirmed our shared understanding. Our only viable course of action was to ascertain the identities of our assailants, for it seemed inevitable that we would face a life-and-death struggle. The 4 young individuals could not offer much assistance. It would be commendable if they could simply look after themselves. Thus, I instructed Doufu to keep Yaya and the others stationed at our current location, while Xuan Rui, Harajachigai, and I retrieved our firearms from our gear and proceeded towards the position from which the sniper had previously emerged. Chapter 68. Ambush armed with our weapons. The 3 of us navigated around the smoldering wreckage of vehicles, making our way toward the sniper's former hideout. However, we anticipated that the assailant would have left behind some trace, be it footprints or other clues, yet to our astonishment, there was not a single sign. Xuan Rui gazed upwards at the spot where the sniper had once crouched, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, he began to ascend the sandstone, effortlessly reaching the summit. Once atop, he produced binoculars to survey the surrounding area. After a brief period, he suddenly crouched down and retrieved a claw-like device from his gear, launching it towards another sandstone formation a few meters away. The device latched onto the rock with precision, and Xuan Rui swung across like Tarzan, leaping onto the adjacent rock with agility. He gestured for us to follow. Following his lead, he swiftly maneuvered between the sandstone formations, while Harajachigai, and I had no choice but to jog to keep pace. It dawned on me that the reason the individual had left no footprints was likely due to the utilization of the claw device to traverse atop the sandstone. Xuan Rui had probably discovered the holes left by the device, prompting his method of pursuit. After approximately 10 minutes, Xuan Rui abruptly halted, crouching low as if to conceal himself. He then signaled for Harajachigai and me to ascend the sandstone peak. Without delay, we cautiously climbed the oddly shaped sandstone, positioning ourselves beside Xuan Rui. Following his line of sight, I found myself holding my breath, for not far ahead in an open area stood a group of individuals, uniformly clad and donning wind-resistant goggles, obscuring their features. Yet their physique suggested they were all male. The only individual whose attire differed from theirs was the sniper clad in black, who now appeared to be wearing a bulletproof vest. A wave of astonishment washed over me. Such equipment is typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Who, then, were these people? Why did they set their sights on us? At that moment, the sniper spoke to a person who seemed to be the leader, remarking, "We were so close to success." Yet that individual noticed us, thwarting our efforts. The leader responded, "There are only 4 of them. We shall wait for another opportunity." The voice was unfamiliar to me, confirming my suspicion that this group was targeting Xuan Rui. I subtly gestured towards Xuan Rui, inquiring if these were his adversaries. He nodded slightly, remaining silent. As the 3 of us continued our watchful observation, the leader then declared, "Opportunities like this are rare. We cannot afford to miss it. The higher-ups have given their full support this time, so be sharp." The group immediately straightened up, evidently well-trained. I counted 8 individuals, all heavily armed, a formidable challenge. Who were they, and what enmity had Xuan Rui incurred? While I was uncertain, I could surmise it stemmed from some conflict of interests. If we were at a significant disadvantage, the situation could prove perilous. Suddenly, Xuan Rui hunched down, signaling with his weapon, mimicking the action of firing. I comprehended his intent. He aimed to retaliate in kind. We were concealed, while they were exposed, and had the advantage of terrain, ideal for a surprise attack. Xuan Rui then pointed at the individual in the bulletproof vest, gesturing to target him first, indicating that a headshot was imperative. Otherwise, a shot to any other area would be futile. This required exceptional marksmanship, thus Xuan Rui took it upon himself. He next indicated the leader, who wore wind-resistant goggles and had a scrutinizing demeanor, signaling that capturing the ringleader was paramount, and I was to handle this task with the same requirement of a headshot. He then pointed to another individual, who bore a large equipment pack, visibly laden with numerous clips and attachments. Xuan Rui's perceptiveness was remarkable. It was evident that this individual's pack contained weaponry. Eliminating him would slow the enemy's supply of arms, and even if we couldn't eradicate the entire group, it would instill a sense of caution in them. The demise of these 3 would be akin to extracting the fangs from a venomous snake or dulling the claws of a tiger. All these discreet arrangements were executed in a matter of moments. I nodded in agreement, without objection. To my surprise, Hari Shigai displayed an unexpected composure. Despite being merely 24 or 25, usually so carefree and jovial, he remained unfazed upon hearing about the impending violence, still wearing that mischievous grin, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. The 3 of us fell silent, carefully concealing ourselves as we took aim. 2 years ago, I could never have envisioned such a day. Back then, I was a businessman, cunning and unscrupulous, yet lacking the audacity to take a life. Now, I find myself aiming a firearm at the head of one individual, a stranger whose name and identity remain unknown to me. It has become clear that the current predicament leaves us with a stark choice, either their demise or our own. Over the past 2 years, I have honed my marksmanship, and coupled with my practice in throwing knives, my accuracy has reached commendable heights. However, the recoil of the weapon introduces a slight deviation, though it is negligible in impact. The entire process of targeting takes approximately 1 minute. As these individuals are in constant motion, seemingly preparing to relocate their base of operations. In almost perfect synchrony, the 3 of us discharged our weapons. A harmonious cacophony of gunfire erupted, and according to our strategy, 3 heads were violently shattered, the force of the bullets rendering portions of their skulls obliterated, with brain matter and blood erupting in a grotesque display. In that fleeting moment, a thought surged within me. I was relieved that Wenmin and Doufu were not witnesses to this scene. I could hardly fathom their reaction to witnessing my act of murder. Every individual harbors a shadowy side that they prefer to keep concealed from certain others. Of course, This notion was ephemeral. Following the gunfire, we were immediately exposed, and the remaining assailants quickly directed their firepower towards us, forcing the three of us to huddle behind the sandstone, as dirt erupted and shell casings flew chaotically. Despite our attempts to return fire, we were unsuccessful. At that moment, Xuan Rui suddenly shouted, "Throw grenades." Grenades? Where would we procure grenades? In an instant, I realized that Xuan Rui was attempting to bluff. The adversaries were positioned in a small clearing surrounded by sandstone, while we held the high ground. From our vantage point, launching explosives down upon them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Imagine the scenario of dropping explosives into a pit from above. There would be no means of escape. Xuan Rui's shout prompted a swift reaction from the opposing group, who, unable to ascertain whether we actually possessed grenades, promptly ordered a retreat, disappearing moments later into the dense and uneven sandstone terrain. It was only then that the three of us descended to the ground, approaching the three lifeless bodies. Xuan Rui gestured for me to strip them of their weapons and equipment, and then proceeded to remove their eyewear. A glance revealed three unfamiliar faces. Xuan Rui furrowed his brow, indicating he did not recognize them either. These individuals were likely mercenaries or underlings of some faction, so it was no surprise that Xuan Rui was unfamiliar with them. At that moment, Hariza began to strip the sniper's bulletproof vest, exclaiming, "What a fine piece of equipment! This is truly exceptional. An invisible bulletproof vest that can be worn beneath clothing, far superior to the bulky gear used by troops." It appeared that these individuals had connections to someone quite influential. The three bodies, their heads grotesquely exploded, emitted a pungent odor characteristic of brain matter, inducing a wave of nausea. I felt a twinge of discomfort, an indescribable sensation that quickly dissipated when I recalled the previous scene of the car explosion, which had nearly claimed all our lives. Hariza draped the bulletproof vest over his shoulder and remarked, "Now that we've acquired their superior equipment and eliminated their leader, they will likely cease their operations. Boss Xuan, your strategy is truly commendable." Xuan Rui remained nonchalant, stating, "One must not merely skim the surface of matters. Regardless of how many individuals are present, only a couple can sway the overall situation." I replied, "For the time being, they are unlikely to pose any further threats." "Do you know whom this belongs to?" Xuan Rui said, "There are suspects, yet certainty eludes us. My itinerary has been compromised, having dealt with this batch. There may well be another forthcoming. We can no longer afford to delay. We must strike swiftly and decisively, foregoing any return to adjust our vehicle and heading directly into the abyss." Without further hesitation, we promptly gathered our plunder and proceeded to rendezvous with Doufu and his group. The five of them sat near the remnants of a vehicle, taking turns with binoculars to remain vigilant. Upon seeing us return with an additional gear bag, Doufu immediately grasped the implication and cheerfully remarked, "Well done, it seems you have achieved a resounding victory." He would certainly not fathom the true nature of our triumph, and I preferred he remain unaware, so I merely nodded and told Yaya and her companions, "You may return on your own. We have matters to attend to." Chapter 69. Into the abyss. Upon hearing this, the long-haired girl exclaimed, "Ah, do we have to walk back? How long will that take?" I wished to avoid further discourse with her and turned instead to Yaya. "As you can see, there are armed and unidentified individuals intent on harming us. Remaining here serves no beneficial purpose. Therefore, you must leave immediately, without delay." Yaya inquired, "What will you do? Are you heading into that cave?" An anxious young man interjected, "Cave? What cave?" Yaya, displaying some discernment, understood our desire for discretion and shook her head, signaling him to refrain from further questioning. Doufu rose, retrieved paper and pen from the gear bag, and jotted down Zhang Wen's contact information, instructing Yaya to reach out to him upon her return while cautioning her not to disclose our circumstances to anyone else. This anyone else naturally referred to the young man and his companions, whose youthful exuberance, even devoid of malice, could lead to indiscretion. Yaya nodded, carefully tucking the note away, casting a worried glance at Doufu, and said, "Please, be cautious. I will hasten to have your friend come to your aid." "Oh, why waste more time with them? Let us move quickly, it's sweltering." The young man impatiently tugged at Yaya, and the four of them divided some provisions and water from us before embarking on their journey. We then swiftly made our way toward the location of the cave, remaining ever vigilant. Due to Doufu's injury, we relieved him of physical exertion and assigned him to keep watch with binoculars and a firearm from the highest nearby sandstone outcrop. Although Doufu may be perceived as timid, outsiders were unaware of this. His fully armed demeanor presented a formidable front to the uninformed. Subsequently, Xuan Rue, Haricha, and I prepared our mushroom hunting tools, taking turns to enlarge the cave entrance. After this strenuous endeavor, we were covered in dust and sweat, resembling 3 burrowing rodents. Doufu, perched atop the sandstone, suddenly called out, "Look here." The 3 of us, sensing something amiss, abruptly turned around to find Doufu capturing a photograph with his phone, declaring, "This picture is entitled 3 Mice Digging Holes, and I shall keep it safe, later transforming it into a painting for you. Do you prefer sketches, traditional Chinese paintings, or oil paintings?" Zhuang Rue wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up a moderately sized clump of hard soil from the ground, waited for a moment, and hurled it at Doufu's head, causing him to yelp, before admonishing, "Focus on your own tasks. If you stray again, I'll deal with you on the spot." After our efforts throughout the day, the entrance had been expanded to a width sufficient for us and our equipment to enter. However, the tunnel was quite deep, and as dusk approached, it still showed no signs of an end. Hari Shigai, who had ventured inside earlier, remarked that if we wished to reach the bottom, we would need to exert ourselves for at least another 2 hours. We had toiled in the daylight, digging tirelessly, and now we were utterly exhausted and disheveled. Doufu's interruption prompted us to take a break, and we exchanged weary glances, shaking our heads with faint smiles. As for me, I was unbothered by appearances. I could adapt to any form. Zhuang Rue, typically clad in a tailored suit, now bore a visage marred, yet he often wore a mask, frequented upscale venues, and was accustomed to the bustling crowd. Now, disheveled and drenched in sweat mingled with dirt, his trousers bore small holes, resembling a laborer just off a construction site. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the intricate design of a pattern on his back, seemingly darker than last I beheld. It appeared he sensed my gaze, as he subtly shifted his posture, evidently uncomfortable with my scrutiny of the tattoo-like marking. After consuming a light meal and quenching our thirst, we decided to push through and fully open the tunnel while there was still some daylight. After a strenuous endeavor, we took turns working, and before long, Hari Shigai emerged, exclaiming, "It's done." By this time, darkness had enveloped us, rendering the sandstone indistinct. Doufu, now at the sandstone's edge, inquired, "What lies beyond that tunnel?" Hari Shigai explained that while excavating the final segment, he had encountered a layer of hard, grayish-white material, likely volcanic ash, below it. There was a high probability of the remnants of a ghostly site. However, the structures of the ghostly domain and the underground palace were constructed of massive stones. He had attempted to pry it loose with his tools, but to no avail, and thus returned for blasting caps for localized detonation. Shortly thereafter, armed with the necessary equipment, Hari Shigai re-entered the tunnel, and soon a muffled explosion reverberated from below. Fortunately, the arid landscape's solid terrain mitigated the blast's power, preventing any collapses. Moments later, he resurfaced, signaling with a gesture. Doufu, unable to contain his excitement, asked, "Did it explode? What is the situation down there?" "What can there be?" Zhuang Rue replied. "It's all ash. Visibility is non-existent. It seems the air quality below is poor. We should let it ventilate and reconvene tomorrow," Zhuang Rue suggested. Given our experience with subterranean expeditions, no one opposed this notion. We immediately kindled a campfire and took turns resting, to guard against any unforeseen developments from the other group. We dared not rest too long. After approximately 5 hours, estimating the air had sufficiently circulated, we gathered our belongings and descended into the tunnel once more. Before descending, I deliberately glanced at my watch. It was precisely 1 o'clock in the morning. As I ventured downward, the uncertainty of what awaited us loomed. Instinctively, I raised my gaze to the heavens, where a silvery moon hung amidst the darkened expanse of the desert night. I silently prayed, hoping this would herald a fortuitous beginning. If the ancient texts held any truth, perhaps we could unravel the curse and even rescue the corpse spirit without venturing to the tomb of the giant ear. Doufu appeared particularly anxious. Previously boisterous in my company, he now fell silent, seemingly preoccupied with the fate of the corpse spirit, adopting a demeanor of heightened caution. We extinguished the campfire and began our descent through the cave opening. In a moment, the space unearthed by the explosion came into view. It was shrouded in darkness, perhaps still enveloped in the lingering malice of the past. When we shone our lights within, a tendril of black mist seemed to swirl ominously. I was most apprehensive of an unexpected apparition, so I inquired of Harazachi whether the malevolent presence lingered. He shook his head, indicating that the ominous aura had dissipated. The cavern below was modest in height, roughly 3 meters. From our vantage point, we could discern a long-haired table, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dark detritus. This height posed no challenge to us. We all leapt down, stirring a cloud of dust upon landing. Fortunately, we all wore gas masks, rendering the situation manageable. At that moment, we activated our flashlights, and I was taken aback by the sight before us. This place was evidently a dwelling, yet astonishingly, after a millennium. The furniture and household items remained entirely intact, free from decay. Doufu tapped on the table, and aside from the rising black dust, a dull thud resonated from the wood. I couldn't suppress a gasp, sensing something peculiar about this place. Just then, Doufu directed his light to the side, revealing a half-open wooden door that presumably led outside. Behind that door lay a kitchen, complete with a stove, jars, and chairs, suggesting that beyond it was a hall of sorts. After surveying the area, we illuminated our path and pushed open the ancient, imperishable door, stepping into the space behind it. In the dim, yellowish light, everything appeared obscured and elusive. I led the way, my beams swaying with my movements, but in the next moment, a stark white face suddenly emerged in my line of sight. Years ago, the specter perished amidst a volcanic disaster, its inhabitants meeting an instantaneous demise. Although I had mentally prepared for the sight of some corpses, I was unprepared for the abrupt appearance of a face in the darkness, particularly one with eyes wide open. As my light flickered slightly, I noticed the eyes, untouched by time, seemed to move ever so slightly. I gasped, and naturally, the others noticed as well. Doufu reacted with particular fervor, screaming and instinctively retreating behind me, exclaiming, "Goodness, is that a corpse or a rice dumpling? How terrifying! Old Xuan, you must go take a look." Initially startled, Doufu's outburst unexpectedly steadied my nerves, prompting me to scold, "Look at your cowardice." Yet, emboldened, I ventured toward the figure that had captured our attention. At that moment, I discerned that, in fact, there were 2 additional corpses beside this one. They were seated at a table, facing me. The male figure had wide eyes and a slightly open mouth, his left hand holding a cup as if he were about to take a sip of water. Next to him sat a woman, her head bowed, her hands arranged in an odd posture, seemingly on the verge of rising. Beside the woman lay a child, approximately 7 or 8 years old, sprawled across the table, appearing to be asleep. They appeared frozen in the instant before death, and within this chamber constructed of colossal stones, the furnishings were likewise suspended in time, as if the very fabric of time had halted. At that juncture, Doufu seemed to have an epiphany. With audacity, he reached out to touch the man's face. I was taken aback, for one must understand that when a corpse gazes at you with open eyes, even if it has not risen, few would dare to lay a hand upon it. Had Doufu consumed a lion's heart today? Without waiting for my response, he touched the corpse's face and exclaimed in astonishment, "It feels like stone." Ah, I comprehended then. We were in the ruins of an ancient city reminiscent of Pompeii. The mention of Pompeii instantly rekindled my memory. It is said that in 1748, a farmer named Andrea, while excavating his vineyard, struck something hard with his hoe, which he could not dislodge no matter how he tried. He sought the assistance of others, and as they cleared away the dirt and stones, they uncovered a metal cabinet. It goes without saying that this farmer had unearthed the ancient city of Pompeii. As news spread, the grape farmers of the area recalled the legends passed down through generations regarding Pompeii's mysterious disappearance, prompting a horde of treasure hunters to descend upon the site, followed by historians and archaeologists eager to explore the ruins. In 1876, the Italian government commenced organized excavations of Pompeii, which, after more than a century of diligent work by numerous experts and thousands of laborers, finally revealed the city to the world. Historian Vagnio, who participated in the excavations, remarked on the astonishing spectacle. Many had perished in their slumber, while others succumbed at their doorsteps, their arms raised and mouths gasping for air. Loaves of bread still lingered in ovens, dogs remained tethered to their chains, slaves were still bound with ropes, libraries housed scrolls made of papyrus, and walls bore election slogans and declarations of love. This situation arose due to the volcanic eruption, which inundated the area with a deluge of ash, resulting in the demise of both humans and animals, and the subsequent covering and entombing of the city led to Pompeii becoming a near-fossilized ancient site. The remains, including those of the ancient corpses, were all transformed into fossils, some retaining postures of flight, while others were instantaneously engulfed by the heavy ash, frozen in the very moment of their demise. It is said that there are dedicated exhibition halls for the ashes formed from these volcanic fossils. Doufu's assertion clearly linked this eerie phenomenon to the ruins of Pompeii. Perhaps beneath this desolate expanse lies a counterpart to Pompeii, a city belonging to China. I too reached out to touch the corpse, and indeed, its texture resembled that of stone. Doufu expressed regret, saying, "Wasn't it said that in order to evade calamity, the inhabitants of the ghostly realm constructed underground palaces? Why did they not seek refuge below?" Harazachi retorted, "You fool. Look at their state. It is evident that they had no time to escape." As he spoke, he approached the entrance of the dwelling. Though the door stood ajar, the threshold was entirely covered in dark volcanic ash and debris, leaving no other visible exits. I surmised that if there were indeed an underground palace, the entrance must lie beneath, likely concealed. To discover it, we would have to search diligently. At that moment, Doufu posed a question: who initially created that opening outside? Surely, Hohoduo could not have dug it? And don't you find that opening particularly peculiar? It appears to have ceased at the stone wall. Teapot Lid stated that he had sensed Hohoduo's presence through that very opening, which implied that Hohoduo had once been present in this dwelling. This was indeed strange. What could have brought it here? Harazachi remarked, "What do you take Hohoduo for? Some kind of beast? It is a totem, a symbol, an embodiment of power, akin to a dragon. No one has ever seen a dragon, yet it has always been revered for its ability to ward off evil. Do you suppose that the opening outside was excavated by Hohoduo?" Doufu remained noncommittal, saying, "I initially thought so, but now it seems I may have been mistaken. Evidently, others discovered this place before us, yet they did not enter." Zhuan Rui added, "Last century, there was a treasure-hunting craze in the country, and many foreigners came to China in search of riches. That opening outside might have been left by some treasure seekers. As for why they did not venture inside, that remains unclear." Harazachi urged, "Why dwell on such matters? This place is now inhabited solely by the four of us. Let us hasten to find the entrance to the underground palace. The precious documents of the ghostly realm are preserved within. Do you still wish to lift the curse?" With his words, we ceased our futile speculations and began to search earnestly within the 2 rooms of the dwelling. Doufu and I proceeded to the room where we had first descended, scouring the floor, tapping and probing for any possible passageway. Over 2,000 years ago, technology was rudimentary and intricate mechanisms were unlikely. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this place had largely become fossilized, with the exception of Hohoduo, so there should be no other dangers. Thus, Doufu felt an overwhelming sense of security, bounding about like a monkey. After thoroughly examining the ground, all sounds were solid. I pondered if the passageway might be concealed within the walls. Initially, we could discount the wall connecting to the other room, and based on the orientation of this room, the outer wall could also be excluded. This left only the western and southern walls as potential candidates for the passage. Doufu and I turned our attention to tapping the walls. In the midst of our efforts, Doufu suddenly halted and remarked, "Strange. Why has there been no sound from the Ouyang face side?" Engrossed in my immediate surroundings, I was jolted by Doufu's reminder, realizing something was amiss. While we were engrossed in our activities, how could there be no commotion from Zhuan Rui's side? Exchanging a glance with Doufu, we sensed a shift in circumstances and hastily rushed to the adjoining room. As the light flickered on, we found no trace of Zhuan Rui and Hari Shigai. The two had inexplicably vanished. Standing at the entrance, our flashlights swept across the room, revealing not a single change. Doufu remarked, "Could they have discovered the entrance to the underground palace and left us behind? Surely, Ouyang Fei is not so disloyal." I replied, "I fear something has gone awry. We must search." While speaking, I keenly observed for any potential clues. Although the place appeared to be cloaked in dust, the volcanic ash, after centuries of accumulation, had formed a semi-soft, semi-hard texture that left no footprints. Just then, Doufu suddenly exclaimed, "Under the table." It turned out that the passage we had been desperately seeking was located beneath the large table, obscured from our sight by several petrified corpses seated there, coupled with the dim lighting, which had caused us to overlook it. Doufu's exclamation made me realize that Zhuan Rui and his companion had likely descended through this very entrance. Eager to investigate, Doufu climbed towards the opening, but I quickly restrained him, saying, "Do not act recklessly. If Zhuan Rui discovered this passage, he would certainly inform us. They must have encountered trouble." I will go take a look. As a businessman, I have countless partners and friends, yet over the years, I have only one true brother with whom I share life and death. Concerned for Doufu's safety, I resolved to face any perilous situations myself. With that, I pulled Doufu back, crouching beneath the table, illuminating the opening with my flashlight. The hole appeared to be approximately 1 meter square, but darkness loomed beneath, and my flashlight failed to reveal what lay below. I found this perplexing. Typically, the flashlight's range would illuminate everything within 7 to 8 meters. Yet now I could only perceive an abyss of obscurity. Was the hole too deep, or was there something concealed beneath? This fleeting thought scarcely formed when, without warning, I felt a pair of hands abruptly thrusting me forward. In an instant, I found myself kneeling at the edge of the opening. My upper body suspended as I tumbled directly into the hole, accompanied by Doufu's startled shout. The next moment, I landed on my back, fortunately cushioned by my backpack, sparing me from a concussion. Before I could regain my bearings from the sudden fall, Doufu crashed down upon me. At that moment, my sole sentiment was one of regret. Why had I brought him along this time? Ouch! My back, Lao Chun. Are you all right? It seems I inadvertently caused you some discomfort. Are you all right? If anything were to go awry, the lovely goo would surely hold me accountable. The pain rendered me nearly speechless. My legs clamped together as I struggled to utter a single word. The flashlight had rolled away, its beam casting a hazy reflection on the wall, shrouding everything around in obscurity. Doufu, having used me as a makeshift cushion, appeared unscathed as he crawled away and quickly retrieved the flashlight, exclaiming, "Someone just kicked me." I retorted, "There isn't even a ghost in this place, let alone someone to kick you. Stop making excuses." Doufu, with an expression of innocence, replied, "Am I truly so unreliable in your eyes? Why would I push you down for no reason? Are we merely playing house?" His words left me momentarily speechless, glancing upwards with a heart full of uncertainty. According to Doufu, he had been kicked from behind, causing him to topple forward and inadvertently shove me. However, this place was devoid of any spirits. The only 3 corpses had turned to stone, making it implausible for any mischief to occur. What on earth was happening? As I felt the pain within me ease slightly, I resolved to rise and ascertain the cause of the disturbance. The distance was not great. With Doufu and me forming a human ladder, we could easily climb out. I was determined to investigate the source of the commotion. However, as I attempted to move, I discovered that I was unable to rise. Chapter 71. The transformation. This space was merely a square meter in size, rendering our positions rather awkward. Describing our arrangement as sprawled would not be an exaggeration. My back lay flat against the ground, with a backpack separating me from the earth, my legs precariously pressed against a makeshift stone wall. Doufu was even less fortunate, nearly atop me, using me as a cushion. Had this hole been any deeper, I feared my back would have surely been broken. Realizing I could not rise, I urged Doufu, "Get off me, for heaven's sake. Move to the side." Doufu replied, "Do you think I want to? There's nowhere else to place my feet. Just a moment, let me adjust my position." With that, Doufu pushed against the walls and stepped on my abdomen, lifting himself slightly. Seizing the opportunity, I attempted to reposition myself to stand, but to my dismay, I still could not rise. In an instant, I sensed that my backpack seemed to be held down by something, as if an unseen force were preventing my ascent. Alarmed, I turned my head, but due to my constrained position, my peripheral vision could only catch a glimpse of my backpack. It was then that I noticed, to my horror, that it had been reduced to half its size, the other half ensnared by a dark, viscous substance. I exclaimed, "Doufu, quickly, see what lies beneath me." Doufu sensed something amiss, bracing himself against the sides and directing the flashlight's beam beneath me. His expression transformed with shock as he declared, "It appears to be quicksand. Black quicksand. Quicksand. How could there be quicksand in this place? Could it be that Zhuan Rue and Hariza had encountered a similar fate, being consumed by this ominous black quicksand?" I dared not be careless, nor could I afford to ponder too long. Hastily, I unfastened the connection buckle of my equipment pack, and soon I extricated myself, using the strength of my legs to brace against the stone walls on either side, lifting myself above the ground. At that moment, my equipment pack was left almost entirely exposed, with only the layer closest to my back still visible. Before me and Doufu, it was swiftly engulfed by those black, sand-like entities, as if devoured by an insatiable tide. As my focus shifted, I felt no pain, only a deep sense of foreboding. Doufu exclaimed, "This is disastrous. Ouyang face and the teapot lid must have been consumed. I wonder if they are still alive. Old Chin, do you know what these things are? I shook my head, scrutinizing the bizarre substances. Suddenly, it dawned on me that these black, sand-like materials were seeping from the crevices of the stone walls. The overall architecture of the ghostly abyss and the underground palace was constructed from massive stones, and given their limited manpower and processing technology, the joints between the stones appeared quite crude, inevitably resulting in some gaps. It was through these fissures that the black, sand-like substance flowed forth. I refrained from responding to Doufu, as several thoughts flashed through my mind. These substances seemed to possess the same properties as quicksand. If a person were to be consumed by it, they would likely suffocate. I needed to ascertain whether Xuan and the others were still alive. With that in mind, I reached into Doufu's equipment pack for a probing rod and an extension pipe, beginning to insert the iron rod into the black, sand-like material. Each extension pipe could stretch an additional 3 meters. Before long, the first extension pipe reached the bottom without encountering any bodies or remnants. Not even the equipment pack I had just lost. It appeared that this quicksand pit was deeper than I had anticipated. It was illogical for the denizens of the ghostly abyss to create such a phenomenon in their own dwelling, leading me to suspect that these black, sand-like substances might be remnants from the aftermath of the ghostly abyss's downfall. What could they possibly be? As I extended the second pipe to a meter, the probing rod suddenly contacted something. I twisted the rod, feeling the vibrations that resonated back, and from those sensations, I deduced that this must be my equipment pack. Given the situation, it was likely that beneath the pack lay the bodies of Xuan and the others. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead at the thought. Doufu seemed to discern my anxiety, shaking his head in alarm. Impossible. Ouyang face and the teapot lid are like cockroaches. They wouldn't die so easily. Old Xuan, we must see the living or the dead. We need to devise a plan. I replied, have I ever suggested otherwise? Shifting my gaze to the narrow crevices from which the black grains flowed, an idea sparked in my mind. These substances were dynamic, implying that there must be both an origin and a destination. Only by clearing these materials could we unveil what lay buried beneath them. If the sand-like substance continued to pour from these stone fissures, then the volume of black sand in this pit should far exceed what was currently visible. Where, then, had all the other quicksand gone? The only explanation is that this is likely a cyclical system. Perhaps by discovering its cyclical path, we may locate Xuan and the other individual. With this thought in mind, I signaled Doufu to ascend first, and the two of them crawled out of the opening. Doufu remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as if searching for the object that had previously kicked him down. According to his recollection, he mentioned that it was a barefoot one, that had propelled him. As my gaze swept over the area, I suddenly noticed the woman beside the table. She was indeed without shoes. A chill of foreboding crept into my heart. Perceiving my unease, Doufu waved his hand in front of me, saying, Lao Chun, stop daydreaming. Let us proceed as you suggested. You pry the stones while I keep watch. Whatever it is, this time we shall not grant it the opportunity to disrupt us. I did not respond to Doufu's words. My eyes shifted, and I rummaged through Doufu's equipment bag to retrieve a probing spade. It was heavy, with a sharp end capable of cleaving a person's skull in half. Weighing it in my hand, I wasted no time and seized the spade, striking fiercely at the petrified woman. The corpse, fused with volcanic ash, though turned to stone, was not particularly hard. With that blow, her entire head shattered into countless pebble-sized fragments, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Doufu stood by, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. I could not afford to explain. To prevent any potential future troubles, the spade transformed into a tool of destruction, reducing the entire petrified body of the woman to mere rubble. As I dismantled the corpse, Doufu observed her shoeless feet and, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly seized an elongated pipe and joined me in the destruction. There is a saying about uprooting the source of trouble, and to be safe. We also took care of the male corpse, and the child slumped over the table. The entire square wooden table was likewise shattered into fragments, and soon, the surrounding area was enveloped in a haze of dust. Fortunately, we had brought gas masks, which rendered the situation manageable. Once we completed this task, Doufu nervously scanned the vicinity and questioned, is dismantling the corpses truly effective? I replied, whether or not it is effective. It is better to rattle the tiger than to do nothing at all. Doufu remarked, could it be that we have made a mistake? Did you not tell me before that petrified corpses do not transform into zongzi? His words reminded me of a tale shared by Wei Nanjing. It is indeed a pity that Wei Nanjing met his demise. He was a remarkable man who often regaled me with tales of the bizarre happenings within our circle, and I still feel regret when I think of him. The reanimation of a corpse relies on a breath of life, some of which stems from human vitality, some from the grudges held before death, and some from the Earth's energy. Certain special burial sites can indeed give rise to zongzi. However, a petrified corpse, devoid of human life and obstructed from the Earth's energy, is utterly incapable of reanimation. Nonetheless, Wei Nanjing had once recounted a legend regarding stone statues coming to life. It is said that during the early years of the Japanese invasion of China, they ravaged village after village at the mountainous border of Shaanxi and Shaanxi. In that village, there stood a temple dedicated to filial piety, beside which was a stone sundial. As the Japanese passed by the Shaogong temple, some found themselves in urgent need and hurriedly sought relief within its confines. To their astonishment, a figure was discovered lurking behind the sundial, clad in red attire, appearing to be a young girl. The Japanese burst into laughter, jesting about the presence of a flower maiden. However, as they approached to seize her, the girl turned, revealing a visage as gray and stony as a statue, adorned with markings of the zodiac hours. Terrified, the Japanese fled in haste, vowing never to return to that area again. It is said that the Shaogong temple has stood for ages without a proper altar, leading generations to offer incense beneath the sundial. Over time, the accumulated reverence imbued the sundial with vitality, allowing it to manifest as a spirit in human form. Though the 3 petrified corpses could not rise, they had perished in an instant, possibly retaining some essence of life, which over the years may have transformed them into supernatural beings. Should the true nature of these entities be compromised, it would equate to a loss of their essence. I conveyed this intricate tale to Doufu, who, astonished, inquired whether these stone bodies might seek vengeance upon us. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the dusty dwelling, and a piercing shriek echoed within the desolate stone chamber, a sound reminiscent of both human and beast, both ethereal and corporeal. In an instant, the now still dust began to whirl about, obscuring my vision entirely. Spirits are not to be trifled with, according to folklore. They are of a far superior rank than mere specters. In Ouyang Xuan village, it was a weasel that had shielded us from a horde of such apparitions. A sudden chill gripped me, as if an eerie presence had infiltrated my being. It was a most peculiar sensation. In a heartbeat, I felt my limbs turn icy, my body convulsing uncontrollably, as if my very insides twisted in torment. Chapter 72. The face behind the head. In an instant, I found myself uncontrollably kneeling upon the ground. Doufu, witnessing my plight, exclaimed in alarm and rushed to support me. "Old Xuan, what's wrong? This place is strange. We must get out." I was utterly powerless to regain control, trembling like a leaf in the wind, overwhelmed by pain. The atmosphere thickened with a gray mist as Doufu heaved me towards the exit. I could not muster any resistance, and as he pulled me eastward, it was clear I could not venture west. Soon, we arrived at the entrance from which we had descended. In this space, the dust was less oppressive, allowing for clearer sight. Doufu glanced at the narrow opening above, then back at me with urgency. "Old Xuan, can you manage to climb? It's too tight. If you can't scale it yourself, I want to be able to pull you out." I shook my head, managing to utter, "No, I can't control myself. It feels as though another presence has taken hold within me. Stay away from me." Doufu, agitated, retorted, "Am I that kind of person? No matter. I'll tie you up and drag you out regardless." As he spoke, he reached for a rope to bind it around my waist. However, just as he completed half of this action, I suddenly sensed that Doufu's muscles tensed up, and in the next moment, a sharp pain surged through the back of my head, plunging me into darkness. In that fleeting instant of unconsciousness, I distinctly felt Doufu strike me fiercely from behind. Though I could not discern the object he had used, I was utterly perplexed as to why he would assault me without cause. When I regained consciousness, I found myself still in the same place, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere. In the center of the room, a pile of solid fuel burned. Doufu sat beside it, occasionally glancing up at the hole in the ceiling, then stealing a look at me. Upon realizing I had awakened, I noticed a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he were exceedingly anxious. My head throbbed, and I felt disoriented as fragmented memories of the preceding events flooded my mind. The sight of Doufu in that moment made my heart sink, and I coldly inquired, "Why did you knock me out?" Doufu swallowed hard, his expression cautious. Even as he held a gun, pointed vaguely in my direction. This gesture wounded me deeply, Many had aimed guns at me over the years, but it was Doufu who had taken such a step for the first time. After my question, he scrutinized me for a moment and said, You need to turn around. Turn around? I raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress my skepticism. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Following his instructions, I turned my back to him. At that moment, I heard Doufu audibly exhale, and in the next instant, he lunged forward to embrace me, exclaiming, You scared me to death. You almost turned into a demon. Do you know that? What on earth happened? I demanded. Doufu wore a pitiful expression, on the verge of tears, as he recounted the earlier events. He had seen my face turn pale and my body convulsing, and unable to ascertain the cause. He had resolved to carry me away first, apologizing to Xuanrui in advance. He intended to tie me up and drag me out. But when he attempted to secure the rope around my waist and reach my back, he found himself frozen in shock. For where my hair should have been, there was instead a pale, human face, the visage of that woman from before. Her eyes glared at Doufu with malice, and as she opened her mouth, it elongated unnaturally. Lunging towards him, in a moment of sheer panic, Doufu delivered a punch, knocking me unconscious. He was startled, and upon my collapse, he recoiled to the far corner, too frightened to approach. After a while, seeing that I remained still, he mustered the courage to come closer, only to discover that the face on the back of my head had vanished. Doufu wondered if he had merely imagined it. Reflecting on what had transpired, he concluded it did not seem like a mere hallucination. Could it be that the vengeful spirit of the petrified corpse had clung to me? Weighing his thoughts, Doufu dared not linger and decided to leave that eerie place immediately, resolving to figure things out once we were outside. He bound me with the rope and began to climb out. As they approached the entrance of the cave, a sudden murmur of voices from outside startled Doufu. Who could it be? With a quick flick, he extinguished his flashlight and cautiously crawled forward, peering into the darkness. To his astonishment, 5 individuals clad in identical attire stood outside. One of them remarked, The area is filled with fresh soil, so those 4 must have gone in. Given their uniform clothing and similar statures, Doufu could not discern their identities, so he mentally assigned them code names, starting with the first speaker. He continued, expressing surprise at the notorious reputation of the head of the Xuan family, revealing that he had swiftly dealt with the leaders. Though the statement trailed off, Doufu grasped the implication with alarm. He recalled how Lao Chun had unexpectedly acquired a gear bag, leading him to suspect it might have come at the cost of someone's life. Realizing that these 5 were foes rather than friends, Doufu dared not advance any further. He instinctively lowered his body and held his breath, eager to overhear their subsequent plans. I, too, was taken aback, for based on our earlier assessments, these 5 were mercenaries. Having lost their major equipment to us and now lacking direction, they should have logically reconsidered their actions. Why were they so relentless in waiting for us outside the cave? Another voice joined in, stating, The orders from above are clear. We must act before the Xuan returns to the capital, or it will become much more difficult. There was a hint of complaint in this voice, lamenting, if we only have a few rounds of ammunition and they possess the main gear. This remote location makes us vulnerable. A single grenade could end us. Seeking them out now would be tantamount to suicide. The others seemed hesitant to confront the higher-ups. Exchanging glances, yet none were willing to take on such a perilous task. Doufu, hidden in the shadows, thought to himself that with the principal gear now claimed by the quicksand, he and Lao Chun would be in dire straits if they attempted to leave. Likely to be eliminated on the spot. After a lengthy discussion, the 5 determined that, due to our overwhelming firepower, it would be unwise to descend into the cave. Instead, they resolved to wait outside, hoping to lure us out. They planned to use the terrain to their advantage, firing upon us when we were least prepared. If this scheme were to be executed, it could indeed ensnare us if we were not vigilant. Exiting now would be akin to walking into a trap. Doufu found himself in a dilemma, crouched at the cave's mouth, acutely aware that should these 5 direct their lights inward, he would be easily discovered. In a moment of panic, he retreated, pushing me back with him. At that time, I was still in a daze, and Doufu's vigilance had waned as he urged me backward. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar face hovering ominously near the back of my head, only for it to vanish in an instant, leaving behind an eerie smile. Before Doufu could react, I lifted my head and let out a piercing scream. Should a sound escape, our positions would be immediately revealed. Fortunately, Doufu was in close proximity, and in an instant, as I opened my mouth, he thrust his hand into it, suppressing any noise that might have escaped. The suddenness of this action caused him to gasp in pain, as a large, bloodied bite mark appeared on his hand, a testament to the agony he endured. In a moment of desperation, Doufu thought to himself, "Forgive me, old Xuan, but I must impose upon you once more." He then seized my neck with his other hand, rendering me unconscious. Subsequently, he sheltered me in this place. After Doufu recounted the events, I was overwhelmed with a burning sensation throughout my body, feeling the sting of minor wounds from our struggle. My throat ached. My voice emerged hoarse, a result of being throttled by this impetuous lad. Doufu's words filled me with both surprise and dread, and I instinctively reached to touch the back of my head, only to find my fingers tangled in my hair. Had a face sprouted from the nape of my neck? Was it possible that some malevolent entity had taken residence within me? Observing my troubled expression, Doufu pondered for a moment before reassuring me. "Fear not. We shall seek out a Taoist priest to exorcise it, and we shall see if it dares to cause further mischief." I cast a glance at Doufu, contemplating the 5 individuals lying in wait outside. Given the precariousness of our situation, it would be folly for us to venture out, akin to offering ourselves as sacrifices. It was imperative to ascertain the fates of Xuan Rue and his companion first. Both men were no ordinary adversaries. If Doufu and I managed to escape the quicksand, they would not fall for such tricks easily. I feared there might be intricacies at play that we had yet to comprehend. My gaze instinctively fell upon the string of peachwood beads my grandfather had gifted me. Time had wrought many cracks upon them, and I worried for their integrity, usually removing them for safekeeping, only donning them during perilous ventures. However, upon closer inspection, I was struck by an unsettling revelation. A face was manifesting on the beads, one that twisted and contorted as if attempting to escape from its wooden prison. It seemed to sense my scrutiny, becoming increasingly agitated, its features warped and grotesque. Doufu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed that face. How did it end up within the beads?" I shook my head, musing that perhaps these peachwood beads had saved my life once more, as this monstrous visage appeared to be ensnared by them. No sooner had this thought crossed my mind than one of the beads suddenly shattered, causing the entire string to loosen. In the next heartbeat, the cord snapped, and the beads scattered across the ground, bouncing and rolling in all directions. A chill coursed through me, as if I had been doused with cold water, tightening my entire being. Chapter 73. Choose left, not right. Doufu was utterly flabbergasted, retreating a full yard away from me as though I had transformed into a frenzied beast on the verge of madness. With an apparent effort to preserve my dignity, he tentatively inquired, "Are you Qin Xian or a demon?" I was on the verge of exasperation, replying coldly, "A demon." Upon hearing this, Doufu realized I was being sarcastic. He patted his chest, cautiously approaching once more, surveying the surrounding dark and foreboding space. He asked, "Do you think that entity might be lurking somewhere, watching us?" "Old Xuan, why don't we venture outside? Shall we surrender?" I couldn't help but slap him on the head and retorted, "Do you think this is child's play?" Although their objective was Xuan Rue, I had previously eliminated some of their comrades. We were already regarded as a unified group, so going out would be tantamount to seeking death. Doufu asked, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait here to die? What if that fiend reappears?" I feared that the creature hadn't left at all. The peachwood bead given by Grandpa had been destroyed, and I couldn't ascertain whether that entity had broken free. It was likely that it was currently devising a plan for revenge against us. However, I refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing Doufu was already quite timid. After contemplating, I realized that merely waiting was not a viable strategy. So I decided to adhere to our original plan and prioritize locating Xuan Rue and his companion. We needed to ascertain their circumstances to determine our next course of action. Thus, Doufu and I, armed with a flashlight, descended into the entrance filled with black quicksand, utilizing a crowbar to commence our destruction of the wall. The piled stones were exceedingly coarse, and their stability relied entirely on their sheer mass. Consequently, we took turns working diligently for over 2 hours until we finally dislodged one of the large stones. To my astonishment, upon removing it, I discovered that behind the stone wall lay an empty space, which upon closer inspection revealed a man-made earthen tunnel. Half of this tunnel was filled with the same quicksand-like substance, and when I shone the light inside, it revealed an ominous darkness. I observed closely and noted that the quicksand behind the stone wall was not in motion. I cautiously leaned in, flashlight in hand, examining my surroundings. In that moment, I had a sudden epiphany regarding the structure of this place. I surmised that the entire ghostly labyrinth was akin to the tactics of tunnel warfare from the past, with each household possessing an underground entrance. To ensure structural stability, the tunnels in different regions were staggered vertically, interconnecting the various entrances. I speculated that the tunnel we were observing operated under this principle, thereby forming the network of tunnels I currently beheld. Given this revelation, it was clear that these tunnels ultimately led to the underground palace. My heart surged with excitement as I gazed at the dark expanse of sand, though I was also filled with trepidation, uncertain of the nature of this black quicksand. It was evident that these substances could not have been created by the inhabitants of the ghostly labyrinth. Otherwise, they would not be able to traverse it themselves. The only plausible explanation was that these materials had formed over the centuries during the demise of the labyrinth. This straight entrance was likely the access point for the household to enter the tunnel. After Zhuan Rue and Ha Richigai were engulfed by these substances, two possibilities emerged. The first was that the passage below had been completely blocked by the black material, thereby sealing their fate. The second possibility was that the passageway had not been obstructed, but they were unable to retrace their steps and were likely already en route to the underground palace. With this thought in mind, I felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, Doufu called down to inquire about my progress, and I relayed the situation, signaling him to come down. Immediately thereafter, the two of us descended into the tunnel behind the stone wall. Beneath us, the dark grains of sand lay flat, evoking a sensation reminiscent of resting in the desert, which proved to be quite relaxing. Doufu glanced around and inquired, "Which way shall we go?" At that moment, the precise location of the underground palace was shrouded in uncertainty, leaving me incapable of making an informed decision. Thus, I suggested, let us proceed to the left, avoiding the right. According to the unwritten rules of treasure hunting, many seasoned adventurers have imparted their wisdom. For instance, when one finds themselves lost in a tomb and must choose a path at random, it is advisable to select the left, eschewing the right. This is rooted in the belief that the left is associated with honor, while the right is deemed inferior. From a superstitious perspective, the left is auspicious, while the right is linked to misfortune. Although we were not currently engaged in a treasure hunt, the absence of a clear choice led us to abide by these traditional practices. Hence, Doufu and I opted for the left side, illuminating our way with a flashlight as we crawled forward. Doufu, perhaps apprehensive that I might unexpectedly sprout another face, would occasionally glance back at me as we progressed. Ideally, one should be able to stand upright within the tunnel. Otherwise, the efficiency of escape would be severely compromised. Moreover, in times of flight, one would inevitably carry belongings, necessitating a tunnel of greater height and width. However, due to the blockage of dark sand, both Doufu and I found ourselves forced to crawl on our knees. Positioned in front of me, all I could see of Doufu was his backside. After a short while, we began to spot other exits, presumably connected to nearby dwellings. Yet, to avoid provoking any lurking stone spirits, we chose to ignore them and remained focused on locating the entrance to the next level of the tunnel. Being underground, the temperature here was initially somewhat cool. However, after engaging in physical exertion for an extended period, I soon found myself drenched in a layer of perspiration, with the dark grains of sand adhering to my skin. Growing increasingly uncomfortable with the prolonged wear of my gas mask, I decided to remove it. Upon doing so, I was struck by a peculiar odor permeating the tunnel, a foul scent reminiscent of snake bile that I had encountered before. I pondered, could there be snakes in this place? After all, 2 millennia had passed, the landscape had transformed dramatically, and the arid terrain could easily harbor cracks in the earth, allowing serpents and scorpions to descend into the depths below. A sense of unease crept over me, prompting me to caution Doufu ahead to remain vigilant for any signs of snakes or scorpions. Doufu, crawling ahead, felt a twinge of fear at the mention of snakes. He had previously been terrified by a snake king and now grew anxious at the thought of encountering one. Suddenly, he halted, reaching behind him and declaring, "It seems something has fallen onto my back. Could it be a scorpion?" As I remarked upon the multitude of concerns, I craned my neck to peer closer, and to my astonishment, I beheld a creature resembling a centipede crawling upon the tofu's surface. This creature, with its crimson head and hooked tail, swayed rhythmically, and with its movements, a scattering of tiny black granules cascaded from its rear. In that instant, an epiphany struck me, and I exclaimed in shock, "Goodness! We are traversing upon centipede excrement." "What? No excrement?" Doufu was perplexed, shaking his body. The elongated creature, dislodged by his movements, burrowed into the pile of granules and vanished from sight. I clarified, it's not that there is no excrement. It is centipede excrement. I proceeded to recount the earlier scene to Doufu, who immediately shuddered, his face contorted in disgust, as if he had ingested a fly. Are you saying that these black granules are, in fact, the creature's feces? How many centipedes must there be to produce such a volume? Furthermore, isn't centipede excrement supposed to look different? I too found the notion quite repulsive. The thought that these particles, clinging to my skin due to perspiration and even worming their way into the crevices of my pants, were merely insect droppings sent shivers of discomfort coursing through me. Suppressing my nausea, I responded, I mentioned that the creature resembles a centipede. I did not assert that it is one. It is akin to how a whale resembles a fish, yet is not a fish. Doufu interjected, wait, you've completely confused me. So are we still crawling? What choice do we have? If we cease our movement, what becomes of Zhuang Rue? We must continue. After a moment's consideration, I signaled Doufu to pause. I then retrieved a smokeless stove from his gear bag. This stove, roughly the size of a basketball and equipped with a handle for easy mobility, was readied. I inserted a block of solid fuel, ignited it, and subsequently tossed in a sulfur tablet, observing as the stove began to emit a dense plume of smoke. Doufu, bewildered, inquired what I was concocting. I explained, the sheer volume of excrement indicates that there are a vast number of those creatures, possibly having proliferated in this area for centuries. They may be slumbering within the earth's crevices or burrowing beneath this excrement, ignoring our presence for now. However, should they all emerge simultaneously, what a scene that would be. The sulfur vapors are intended to repel insects. Let us hope it proves effective, a precaution for our safety. Doufu, upon hearing this, promptly gave me a thumbs up, stating, you always think ahead. Let us add more. Hopefully, they will catch a whiff and retreat. As we spoke, we prepared ourselves, donning our gas masks once more, and continued forward with the smoking stove in tow, soon discovering a downward passage. This passage was vertical, with steps carved into the earthen walls. Peering down, I could see that the lower passage was also filled with insect excrement. Fortunately, we had our gas masks, and since the droppings appeared rather dry, I surmised that had they been of a more liquid consistency, Doufu would rather perish than proceed. The staircase was completely obstructed by the droppings, rendering it impossible to descend. Thus, Doufu and I resorted to the simplest method. We leapt down, as effortlessly as if landing upon a desert. Beneath the ground, there lay a passageway with an entrance on either side. I surmised that if Zhuang Rue and Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai were still alive, they would be on this level. Doufu inquired, which way should we go? Left or right? Just as I was about to nod in agreement, a sudden flicker of dim yellow light illuminated the passageway to our right. Chapter 74. Black Dan Sha. The emergence of the light took me by surprise. But I quickly gathered my thoughts. In this subterranean world, aside from Zhuang Rue and his companion, who else would possess a lamp? As anticipated, two figures emerged from the distance, bare-chested and covered in the detritus of insects. Who else could they be but Zhuang Rue and Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai? Doufu was overjoyed, rushing toward them like an eager puppy, nearly wagging his tail in excitement. Old Shun was right. You two are indeed difficult to kill. How wonderful. Zhuang Rue and Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai halted and sat down, breathing heavily. Zhuang Rue asked, did you two also fall victim? I shook my head and recounted the events that had transpired behind us. Ha-Ri-Cha-Gai interjected, we were in a similar predicament. We had just located the entrance when we were kicked down. Unfortunately, we landed feet first and couldn't climb out. By the heavens, it exhausted me. He wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. They had come from the right side, seemingly lost like us. Following the traditional rules of treasure hunting, they had chosen to go left instead of right, which serendipitously led us to cross paths. Had our choices diverged, it was uncertain how long we might have wandered before encountering one another. Upon hearing my account, Zhuang Rue appeared contemplative. He suddenly grabbed a handful of the insect excrement, playing with it in his hand as if it were sand. After a moment, he asked, is that excrement from the red-headed 16-legged burrowing worm? I recalled and replied, yes. It is red-headed, but the number of heads is beyond my knowledge. Do you recognize what it is? Zhuang Rue nodded and began to recount the origins of this creature. It was known in ancient times as the 16-legged burrowing worm, which thrived on a diet of venomous spiders and scorpions. Surprisingly, the worm itself was not toxic. Rather, its excrement was reputed to possess purifying properties, often utilized by practitioners of alchemy. However, these worms typically dwelled deep underground, making them exceedingly difficult to locate, and thus their excrement was rare to find. This black sandy excrement was referred to as black dan sha, comparable to the more easily obtainable red mercury. Yet black dan sha was indeed a rarity. It appeared that after the demise of the ghostly entities, these tunnels had gradually been claimed by the 16-legged burrowing worms, which had thrived here for generations, amassing an extensive population over countless years. Listening intently, Doufu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "If that's the case, there must be a multitude of these 16-legged burrowing worms in this place. Do they perhaps fear humans and hide upon our arrival?" Xuan Rui replied, "These worms prefer darkness and shun light. It is likely that our source of illumination has kept them at bay. In any case, this is a valuable resource. Do not dismiss it as filthy." Hari Chagai winked at Doufu and grinned. In ancient times, they even used whale excrement as a perfume. What was it called? Ambergris. Doufu pursed his lips, ignoring Hari Shigai, and suddenly let out a hiss as if struck by a revelation, exclaiming, "Do you think the malevolent spirit that previously conspired against us has gone silent and vanished because this place is imbued with black dan sha, making it reluctant to enter?" Xuan Rui nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "It must be lurking outside. Thus, when we depart, we should take some black dan sha to deal with it." The four of them deliberated and, adhering to their original plan, chose to proceed left instead of right, continuing their ascent. I carried the smoking furnace, lighting the way as I led the group. Before long, Doufu tugged at my pant leg, saying, "Old Chun, I need to relieve myself." I retorted, "Laziness breeds urgency. Hold it in." Doufu remained silent, crawling along with us for a while before finally pleading, "I can't hold it any longer. Can we stop for a moment?" Hari Shigai burst into laughter, teasing Doufu mercilessly. However, nature's call is urgent, and we had no choice but to pause for Doufu, allowing him some privacy to address his needs while we advanced a short distance ahead. From our vantage point, we observed Doufu digging a small pit in the ground, squatting and occasionally grunting. Fortunately, equipped with gas masks, we were far enough away to be oblivious to any unpleasant odors. Shortly thereafter, having completed his business, he covered his excrement with black dan sha and signaled to us. The group resumed our ascent, but soon, I heard a peculiar sound that compelled me to halt. The noise was faint, resembling a scratching, and I almost mistook it for the sound of our own movements. However, it quickly intensified, prompting Doufu, who was at the rear, to exclaim, "Look, the excrement is moving." I glanced down, seeing nothing amiss, but Hari Shigai, who was third in line, remarked, "It seems there's something behind us." He suddenly swung the flashlight back, and we beheld the ground beneath us, where the black dan sha was conspicuously mounded, as if something were about to emerge from beneath. I immediately realized it was the 16-legged burrowing worms. Oddly enough, hadn't Xuan Rui mentioned that they feared light? I exchanged puzzled glances with Xuan Rui, who furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly, equally perplexed. At that moment, the 16-legged burrowing worms began to surface. As soon as they emerged, they appeared to recoil from our light, retreating into the shadows beyond its reach. Hari Shigai exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are they all coming out?" I asked, "These creatures don't bite, do they?" Xuan Rui replied coolly, "Perhaps we should move quickly." Hari Shigai theorized, "I know. It's because this fellow buried his waste. These worms must be unable to stand the stench, hence they are surfacing." Doufu, while crawling, indignantly retorted, "Get lost. Don't pin everything on me. I simply relieved myself. And you accuse me of causing this. Have you never had to go yourself?" Hari Shigai clicked his tongue and remarked, "Your speech is replete with vulgarities. Is that all that occupies your mind?" Xuan Rui admonished in a low voice, "Silence." His words carry weight. Doufu is not afraid of me at all. He has grown accustomed to my shouts, which now merely pass him by like the wind. The mere mention of Xuan Rui's name subdued the two individuals. And as we turned to continue our ascent, I suddenly noticed a mound in the black sandy earth ahead, slowly swelling to the size of a basketball. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, and I thought, could a formidable creature be emerging? With that thought, I abruptly halted my movements and instinctively reached for my firearm. In the very next moment, something burst forth from the black sand, sending grains scattering in all directions. A red-headed burrowing worm, as thick as a human leg, erupted from the earth. Hari Shigai exclaimed, "Goodness, can a worm grow that large?" As it leapt out, it lunged directly at me, assuming it intended to attack. I fired a shot, but the dim light and the creature's small target rendered my aim useless. It quickly became apparent that it was not charging at me. Instead, it propelled itself upward, scaling the nearby wall and slithering away. Its speed was astonishing, and after my misfired shot, I caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past before it vanished from view. When I spun around, I was horrified to see that it had completely disregarded Xuan Rui and Hari Shigai, instead lunging fiercely at Doufu. My heart sank, and I couldn't help but shout, "Watch out!" The echo of my voice reverberated through the cavern, but it could not impede the creature's swift advance. Doufu's movements were as clumsy as a child playing house, and the red-headed burrowing worm pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. Given the confined space of the tunnel, we were lined up in single file, with me at the front and Doufu at the back, making it impossible for me to rush to his aid immediately. However, at the moment Doufu was knocked down, Hari Shigai suddenly drew an object from behind his waist and thrust it forward with great force. I couldn't discern what it was, but he managed to dislodge the red-headed worm from Doufu, sending it flying several meters away. It was then that I realized that the object Hari Shigai had brandished was a pure black wooden stick, approximately half a meter long. With an uneven surface that appeared to be intricately carved, its hiding place remained a mystery to me. After the worm was flung aside, Hari Shigai reached down and pulled Doufu upright, yanking him back towards himself and instructing Xuan Rui, "Catch," as he tossed Doufu like an object of equipment. I hurried to assess Doufu's condition and was immediately alarmed. "This is bad. His face is disfigured." The impact had evidently dislodged Doufu's gas mask, leaving a bite mark on his face. The red-headed burrowing worm possessed a pair of large pincers that clamped together like a knife. At that moment, I noticed a straight gash running down the center of Doufu's face, unmistakably a wound that, despite his past minor injuries, would surely leave a scar. Doufu touched his face, and instantly tears welled up in his eyes. He lamented, "I possess neither wealth nor power, lack a car and a home. My only merit lies in my decent appearance, which I hope will aid me in finding a spouse. What shall I do in the future?" To his surprise, Xuan Rui chuckled softly and replied, "That is not so bad." Doufu retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that finally someone is as unattractive as you?" Xuan Rui shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. My gaze shifted forward, and I noticed Hari Shigai sporting a peculiar smile, emitting a chuckle as he suddenly lunged forward, wielding a black wooden stick to strike at the enormous red-headed burrowing worm. In that instant, however, the creature swiftly burrowed into the black sand, vanishing without a trace. The surroundings fell silent once more. Chapter 75. The King of Burrowing Worms. The four of us listened intently for a while, but hearing nothing. Hari Shigai finally sheathed the stick at his waist and joined us, saying, "Strange, why does that worm only attack you?" This was directed at Doufu. At that moment, Doufu was grappling with a profound blow to his ego. He had once said that a man should not be concerned about his looks, but that was utter nonsense. In reality, being unattractive made it considerably challenging to court women. Doufu's current state was akin to disfigurement. Walking down the street, he would undoubtedly attract many sidelong glances. I felt a pang of discomfort, reflecting on Doufu's words, which rang true. Unless he was exceptionally wealthy or possessed remarkable skills in both the parlor and kitchen, which woman would dare to marry him? Would he have any confidence left for venturing out? Unlike Xuan Rui, who commanded a significant portion of Beijing's antique world and mingled effortlessly in both political and business spheres, managing to attract women even with half a ruined face, Doufu's predicament was indeed disheartening. I could only offer consolation. When we return, let us pay a visit to Ouyang Xuan and inquire about her cosmetic surgery. Doufu, upon hearing this, grew even more despondent, wrapping his face in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible, resembling a mummy, indicating his desire to avoid human contact. Xuan Rui, typically composed and unflappable, seemed to find solace in Doufu's misfortune, perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie and shared unattractiveness. He patted Doufu on the shoulder and said, "Stick with me, and you can choose any woman you desire." Doufu retorted angrily, "Get lost." He then stormed ahead in a huff. I glanced at Hari Shigai, recalling his swift reaction earlier. It seemed this fellow had some talent. Generally, arrogant individuals can be categorized into two types: those who are genuinely powerful and unconcerned with others' opinions, like Xuan Rui, and those who are merely self-important fools, often ending up in dire straits. Clearly, Hari Shigai fell into the former category, as evidenced by his earlier display of skill, which furnished him with a basis for his arrogance. catching my gaze. Harichagu raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "Why are you staring at me? Hurry and console your little shadow. Oh dear, disfigured. What if he becomes despondent and decides to take drastic measures?" Recognizing his flippant demeanor and understanding that he did not intend to elaborate further, I remained silent and turned to catch up with Doufu, trailing behind him. Doufu, of course, would never contemplate self-harm. He lacks the audacity for such an act. However, the behavior of that crimson-headed burrowing worm was indeed peculiar, as if it harbored disdain for the three of us and perceived Doufu as an exquisite delicacy. To prevent any further mishaps involving Doufu, I resolved to be more vigilant with him. As the four of us crawled forward through the tunnel, we remained acutely aware of our surroundings, apprehensive that the previous crimson-headed worm might re-emerge. Fortunately, our journey was smooth, and we soon beheld the entrance to the third layer. Doufu, having been significantly affected, had fallen silent, his demeanor gloomy. Harizachi glanced down at him, raked his fiery red hair, and inquired, "How many layers are there, anyway?" Zhuang Rue responded, "The geological structure is laid out before us. The tunnel cannot extend too far. It should connect to the palace below. Let us proceed downward." I scrutinized the entrance, noting its distinction from the simplistic circular staircases we had encountered earlier. This one was relatively spacious and square-shaped, with a continuous stone staircase that descended, imparting a sense of grandeur. It appeared to lead to some significant location. As Zhuang Rue prepared to descend, Doufu, still in a state of distress with reddened eyes, suddenly halted him, saying, "Wait, I think I just saw the black sand below shift. There might be worms down there." Harizachi scoffed, "Are you scared, silly?" I didn't see anything. Zhuang Rue regarded Doufu, who was typically cautious and chose silence, opting instead to extract his probing rod and delicately insert it into the black sand. His technique was exquisite. He inserted, twisted, and withdrew the rod in a rhythmic manner, akin to a performance, evoking my quiet admiration. It is often said that a minute on stage requires 10 years of practice offstage. Despite Zhuang Rue's noble lineage, he possessed genuine skill, honed through diligence. Thus, one must not be complacent. In a short while, Zhuang Rue had probed the sand over a dozen times. Just as I began to feel assured, his expression suddenly changed as he swiftly withdrew the rod, exclaiming, "Something is emerging below." No sooner had he spoken than a massive creature surged forth from the black sand, revealing itself to be an even larger crimson-headed burrowing worm. This one was as thick as a human, its upper body rising to our level, with a pair of bright red pincers that seemed to drip with menace. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged directly at Doufu. Its speed was astonishing, and in a split second, I hurled myself onto Doufu, narrowly avoiding the strike. In that instant, I felt a fierce rush of wind against my back. Before I could react, Harizachi shouted a warning, and when I turned, I saw the creature lowering its head to bite at Doufu and me. Acting on instinct, I instinctively raised my arm to shield us. The creature's pincers clamped down on my arm, causing blood to flow freely and a sharp pain to course through my body. In that moment, Doufu regained his senses. Seeing my injury, his eyes reddened, and he shouted, "I'll fight you to the end." With that, he scrambled out from beneath me, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards the great head of the crimson burrowing worm. As soon as the Doufu emerged, the burrowing worm immediately released its grip on my hand, evidently more intrigued by the Doufu. With a swift motion of its large head, the worm lunged. But the dagger-like Doufu missed its target and struck instead at one of its massive pincers. Unable to withstand the force of the thrust, the pincers snapped in two. In an instant, the burrowing worm went into a frenzy. With another vigorous shake of its head, the remaining pincer, resembling a curved and sharp scythe, lunged fiercely towards the Doufu's head. Fortunately, Zhuang Rue reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the burrowing worm staggering backward, preventing the pincer from shattering the Doufu's head. At that moment, sprawled on the ground, I seized the opportunity to reach for my gun, which was secured in a holster at my thigh. To my dismay, my hand encountered not my weapon, but a series of spiny creatures. Glancing down, I was alarmed to find several finger-length burrowing worms crawling on my thigh. My instinctive touch caused them to pinch my hand painfully. Though it was not severe enough to incapacitate me, it did cost me the chance to draw my gun. Then I noticed that behind us, a throng of burrowing worms had surged from the black sand, including the one that had previously burrowed in after being struck by Harichigai. Now, it emerged, its head swaying menacingly as if preparing to attack us from behind. Horichigai rubbed his nose and chuckled. It seems we are under siege. I shot him a glance and remarked, these creatures appear particularly interested in your brother. Perhaps we should toss him aside and make our escape. I could not help but respond coldly. You still have the presence of mind to joke at a time like this. I admire that. Horichigai laughed heartily, bringing his black wooden stick down to clash with the approaching burrowing worm. However, in this confined space, we could not stand upright, rendering our strength ineffective. Horichigai began to retreat under the mounting pressure of the massive worm, which was slowly encroaching upon us, nearly obscuring over half of the available space. In the next moment, the burrowing worm behind us lunged forward as well, but to my astonishment, it still targeted the tofu. In a moment of desperation, I pressed the tofu down against myself, only to find myself enveloped by the swarm of burrowing worms. Just as the situation seemed dire, Xuan ignited a pile of firewood and hurled it at the advancing worms. These creatures, already averse to light, seemed to panic at the sudden flames. They retreated into the black sand, save for one particularly large worm that remained undeterred by the fire, pushing Horichigai's body nearly to the ground. Fortunately, Horichigai had the wooden stick for support, preventing injury. Seizing the brief respite, Xuan and I launched a coordinated counterattack. Xuan drew out an elongated tube and struck the creature's head with great force. The tube, reinforced with iron, delivered a tremendous blow, causing the burrowing worm to go limp. I seized the opportunity to fire my weapon, and in an instant, a spray of yellow and green matter erupted from its head, splattering me due to our close proximity. After sustaining 2 critical hits in quick succession, the creature finally succumbed. At this moment, the solid fuel continued to burn, and amidst the fray, I felt drenched in sweat, with the spots where the burrowing worm had clamped down on me now dried with blood. Doufu hastily retrieved medical supplies to tend to my wounds, exclaiming, I didn't intend to cause more trouble. Old Shun, are you all right? I replied, my hand isn't broken. Look at your lack of spirit. Why do you keep provoking them? Doufu asked while bandaging me, shaking his head. Horichigai interjected, it must be your negligence in their lair that has angered them. Doufu retorted angrily, at a time like this, can you please keep your mouth shut? Who is it that saved you? Show a little gratitude. Horichigai clicked his tongue, claiming he had rescued a thankless wolf. Xuan urged us to cease our arguing, signaling Doufu to hasten my treatment so we could swiftly proceed into the underground palace. Chapter 76. The 3 layers. The 4 of us ignited the solid fuel, curling up at the entrance to rest while Doufu attended to my wounds, finishing with a bow of bandages. Beside us lay the immense carcass of the burrowing worm, nearly occupying half of the underground entrance. We dragged its body out, estimating it to be at least 4 meters long, a true behemoth in this subterranean realm. Soon after, we jumped into the next level, this time cautious. We lit the solid fuel in the smokeless furnace, using a telescopic tube to carry it like a flaming lantern. This time, we didn't need to choose. The 3rd layer's side was sealed, leaving only the right side as our escape. The black sand here was considerably diminished, and the tunnel was constructed with large stone blocks, making it more spacious. As we walked, we could finally stand upright, stretching our limbs with the satisfying crack of bones. Xuan led the way. I brought up the rear, with Doufu 3rd and Horichigai 4th. Before long, we came across an open arched door. Its frame was constructed from uneven stones, appearing simple yet rugged. On either side of the entrance stood stone columns about half a person's height, the center of which was recessed. Upon closer inspection, I noticed solidified black substances inside, resembling lamp oil. Peering through the unsealed stone door, I was astonished to see a well-defined passageway, yet oddly, there was no black sand within. This indicated that the 16-legged burrowing worms had never ventured inside. Logically, this stone door merely served as a frame, symbolizing a boundary. It had never been sealed, and the burrowing worms faced no obstruction. Why, then, had they not penetrated further? Doufu leaned in to look, and where the light reached, several meters away, oil lamps shaped like columns could be seen, beyond which lay an expanse of darkness. Though we found this peculiar, we could not fathom the reason behind it, and could only continue forward. If my estimation was correct, this passageway was the entrance to the underground palace, as evidenced by the robust materials used in the stone walls. As we walked, Xuan shared his conjectures with us, stating that the capabilities of the ghostly beings were limited, and thus the underground palace they constructed would not be excessively vast. Additionally, Since it was built to evade natural disasters, it would lack traps designed to harm humans, a notion that offered us some reassurance. The only aspect requiring caution was the duo, a matter that rested upon you. He briefly lost his train of thought regarding Haorichigai. At that moment, I noticed that Haorichigai had not put away the black staff. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the staff was adorned with numerous arcane inscriptions and intricate beast patterns. It appeared to be of the same kind as the scepter stolen by his friend, the stone bump. This artifact, passed down through generations of shamans, was shrouded in mystery, and I wondered how many years this particular one had existed. Nevertheless, this object symbolized the authority of shamanic practitioners, often referred to as a divine staff, believed to possess the power to vanquish malevolent spirits, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Once Xuan Rue concluded his remarks, Haorichigai merely smiled, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he followed closely behind. The four of us stepped through the entrance and proceeded along the corridor. The cave was remarkably dry, yet the air quality was not as poor as we had anticipated, likely due to the fissures in the ground. Soon, an open space materialized ahead, at the center of which stood a black totem column, reminiscent of the one we had encountered outside the Golden Gate, albeit smaller in stature. Upon sighting this object, the three of us, who had previously suffered misfortunes, felt an involuntary trepidation. Haorichigai approached the base of the totem column, gazing up at the several duo perched at the top. Suddenly, he drew a dagger and made a swift incision across his palm, causing blood to flow freely. He then extended his hand, smearing the bloodied palm over the eyes of a few duo. The crimson liquid appeared subtle against the dark stone, yet it seemed as though the entire visage of the duo was glistening, as if perspiring. Doufu, perplexed, inquired, "Is this truly effective? Please refrain from self-harm." As he rummaged for bandages, Haorichigai shrugged and replied, "Let us give it a try. This is an ancestral method." Doufu remarked, "By applying blood to their eyes, they cannot cause mischief? Had we known this earlier, we could have spared ourselves considerable suffering." At this juncture, Xuan Rue appeared to have an epiphany, stating, "It may depend on whose blood is used. We are ordinary people, while he is a shaman." Haorichigai wrapped his hand and smiled, saying, "For the time being, these entities will not be able to cause any trouble, giving us a window of opportunity." Our collective gaze then shifted to the stone wall behind the totem column, where we observed that the stones used for the wall were quite substantial. A large arched entrance was apparent, leading to a wide staircase descending directly downwards. The staircase, while not extensive in length, was broad, and the four of us descended it. After approximately 30 steps, we reached the bottom, only to find ourselves in an immense space that seemed to stretch infinitely. As the light illuminated the surroundings, we could not discern the limits of the cavern. At that moment, I noticed a depiction of a fire dragon etched into the stone wall, with the black oil within it having solidified. I wondered whether it could still be ignited. I retrieved my lighter and, with little effort, ignited a flame that sprang to life in an instant. The fiery serpent danced along the grooves of the stone wall, swiftly encircling the entire space, dispelling the surrounding darkness with its radiant glow. The luminous ring of fire enclosed us within its embrace. In ancient times, illumination relied on candles. However, in expansive areas, the multitude of candles required made lighting them a cumbersome task, hence the advent of the fire dragon. A single ignition point would suffice, allowing the flame to spread along the fuel, illuminating the surroundings within moments. As the warm, amber light of the fire dragon illuminated our vicinity, we beheld a vast circular chamber, reminiscent of an assembly hall, measuring several hundred meters across. At the center of this plaza stood a tiered circular platform, stacked in layers, the purpose of which eluded us. Doufu, gazing at the ground, exclaimed in astonishment, "There are paintings here. What is this place for?" As laymen, we were perplexed, but Hariza, with a knowing air, replied, "For rituals, celebrations, and gatherings." He then nimbly ascended to the central platform with the agility of a monkey, settling cross-legged upon it. In that moment, as I observed Hariza wielding a black scepter atop the elevated platform, I envisioned a shaman from over 2 millennia past, prophesying and conducting rituals. Hariza's typically playful demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, as if deep in contemplation, his gaze upon us tinged with an unsettling peculiarity. Doufu sensed the change as well, but, dismissing his thoughts, called out, "Hariza, stop pretending to be a mystic and come down." Unperturbed, Hariza remained seated, prompting Doufu to scramble up and tug him down. In an instant, they tumbled together, both landing with a thud, leaving Hariza nursing a bruised forehead. It seemed to snap him back to reality as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Why did you pull me down? Are you trying to kill me?" Doufu retorted, "Who told you to act so strange, like you were possessed? You're scaring everyone." Hariza rubbed his forehead, shrugged, and replied, "I merely wish to experience the sensation of wielding divine authority. Do you know the origins of this tiered platform? It is now a rarity. The first tier symbolizes the spirits, the second represents humanity, and the third epitomizes the heavens. It is said that shamans, upon reaching a certain level of enlightenment, can communicate with the spirits and deities, gaining insight into the past and glimpses of the future. Thus, shamans of the spirit realm would sit atop this platform, bridging the divine, the supernatural, and humankind. Occupying such a position is the ultimate pursuit and honor for a shaman." Doufu inquired, "So what did you experience while sitting up there?" After a moment's reflection, Hariza replied, "I believe a cushion would be prudent. Otherwise, sitting becomes quite uncomfortable." Zhuang Rui shook his head, disregarding the two individuals, and turned to observe his surroundings. Encircling the area were uniformly designed arched entrances. We randomly chose one and discovered that behind these entrances lay residential quarters, serving as refuge for the displaced. The accommodations included bedrooms, communal kitchens, and water reservoirs. All meticulously designed, though currently veiled in a layer of dust. These dwellings held little significance for us, so we retreated and selected a few more openings. All part of the designated living areas. For a moment, the four of us felt perplexed. Where was the repository of the core cultural essence of the ghostly shaman? After a brief pause, Zhuang Rui remarked, "This place has too many rooms. It seems we must search each one. Let us split up. If anyone makes a discovery, fire a shot." Doufu replied, "All right, we four will search separately. This will save us much time." Zhuang Rui raised an eyebrow, coolly stating, "Make that 3 people." 3. Doufu exclaimed, pointing at me, "Is he not a person?" Zhuang Rui insisted, "You two should stick together. It's best not to separate. I have a hunch that if you go alone, you will attract trouble, so stay with Qinxian. I don't expect your assistance. Just don't hinder us." Doufu slumped his shoulders, his pride once again wounded. Once our plans were finalized, the 3 of us, rather, the 4, set off in different directions, having established unique signals for our search and assigned specific areas. Chapter 77. The Underground Palace. I led Doufu into the designated area, illuminating our path with a flashlight. Having suffered a blow to his self-esteem from Zhuang Rui, Doufu was eager to showcase his masculinity, boldly charging ahead. Since this underground palace was a former living space devoid of traps, I allowed him to take the lead. As we ventured deeper, we encountered stone chambers replete with stone beds, pots, pans, and various vessels, every amenity accounted for. These chambers were uniformly designed, evoking thoughts of a prison. After approximately half an hour, we reached the end of the first tunnel, prompting us to turn back and prepare for the search of the second. Just then, 2 gunshots rang out from the darkness. The gunfire was Zhuang Rui's signal. Doufu and I exchanged a glance and promptly headed towards the entrance where Zhuang Rui was located. To discern direction, we had previously established various signals and marked the numbers outside the passages we had already explored. At that moment, we noticed 2 entrances marked with 1 and 2. It was evident that Zhuang Rui must be in the second passage, suggesting he had made a discovery. Doufu and I were elated, rushing inside without hesitation. Upon entering, we immediately recognized that this passage differed markedly from the one we had previously traversed. It was constructed with greater regularity and spaciousness. The residential areas were not densely clustered, with each room boasting ample space. I glanced into the first 2 rooms and noted masks adorning the walls, indicating that the residents of this section were likely high-ranking shamans from the ghostly realm. During this exploration, I also discerned a pattern. The further we progressed, the more intricate and exquisite the layout of the stone chambers became, culminating in the appearance of murals and stone carvings on the walls. It is essential to understand that this subterranean complex was constructed for refuge. Thus, its somewhat crude appearance is to be expected. However, this particular area displays an impressive aesthetic consideration, suggesting that it is inhabited by formidable beings from the realm of spirits. Perhaps the core secrets of the spirit realm lie just ahead. Indeed, it wasn't too long before the silhouette of Zhuang Rui came into view. He glanced back, his masked face partially shrouded in shadow, remaining silent. As Doufu and I arrived, Hariza came trailing behind, and the four of us reconvened. Before us, unlike the other passages that led to dead ends, stood a closed stone door, upon which an ominous creature perched, adorned with cryptic inscriptions. Doufu tilted his head and inquired of Hariza, "What does it say?" Hariza, illuminating the inscriptions with his flashlight, scrutinized them before raising an eyebrow, his expression a blend of amusement and caution, and replied, "It states that no shaman shall enter without permission, violators." He hesitated, seemingly wary of the implications. Doufu pressed on, "What happens to violators?" Hariza shrugged and said, "They shall meet an untimely demise, accompanied by malevolent spirits." Doufu stroked his chin, his bandaged face revealing only his eyes, which darted around mischievously. "I have encountered many such curses before. Didn't I survive the curse in the Shimbing tomb? This curse seems rather far-fetched. What untimely demise? And where are these malevolent spirits?" Xuan Rui furrowed his brow and remarked, "The shamanic belief system venerates all entities, including stones, recognizing the omnipresence of deities." Hariza snapped his fingers and stated, "According to the inscriptions, the shamans of the spirit realm predicted the demise of nations, indicating their formidable powers. The intricacies of this matter are beyond your understanding." He added, "However, I must advise you to adhere to the rules. It would be best not to enter. Should anything occur, I may not be able to protect you." Doufu retorted, "Come on, do you think I was raised in fear? If I don't enter, this trip would be in vain." Hariza pointed to himself, declaring, "But I am a shaman. My entry would not be a violation. You should wait here while I investigate." In the past, I would have scoffed at such a suggestion, but the more experiences I gathered, the more I realized the world's wonders and oddities. Even the most dismissive curses required a degree of caution. Since Hariza was willing to venture in as a scout, waiting outside posed no risk to us. Even in failure, we could always enter ourselves later. With this thought in mind, I cast a questioning glance at Xuan Rui, who nodded in agreement without hesitation. Hariza, thus, prepared his gear, and we collectively pushed open the stone door. As the door creaked open, darkness loomed at the entrance, but with the aid of our lights, we discerned a stone staircase leading downward. Hariza waved his staff and suddenly produced an odd-looking mask from his pack. I watched as he donned the mask over his face, shouldered his equipment, and swiftly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the door, only the three of us remained. Doufu sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, staring into the darkness, and said, "You two are quite pathetic. Usually so full of bravado, yet now you're backing down." Xuan Rui also settled down beside him, calmly stating, "To charge ahead without regard for consequences is the mark of a reckless fool." I remained silent. This place seemed relatively safe, so I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes to gather my thoughts. Doufu had sustained an injury to his shoulder earlier, and now there were wounds on his face as well. After the turmoil, he was weary and muttered a few words before falling asleep. With my eyes shut, I kept my ears attuned to the sounds around us. After approximately 20 minutes, a sudden rustling of footsteps broke the silence. I opened my eyes to see the masked Hari Shigai rushing up, exclaiming, "I found something good. There's no danger below, follow me." A surge of excitement rushed through me, and I inquired, "Do you have clues about the ghostly vault?" Hari Shigai replied, "What do you think? Don't waste time. Let's make this quick. Get the cameras ready." He then gestured for us to hurry. As Doufu and I prepared to descend with our gear, suddenly, Xuan Rui's hand clamped down on our shoulders, and he said in a low voice, "Wait." His grip halted my steps, and when I turned to look, I found his gaze fixated intently on Hari Shigai, his facial muscles taut with vigilance. A jolt ran through me, and I thought, could there be something wrong with Hari Shigai? I followed Xuan Rui's gaze and noticed, to my astonishment, that the ground behind Hari Shigai was devoid of any shadow. How could a person lack a shadow? My heart raced, and I raised my gun, demanding, "What are you?" Hari Shigai froze, then became utterly motionless. At that moment, I was certain he was not the real Hari Shigai. According to folklore, only spirits and supernatural beings lack shadows. Doufu also noticed and gasped, grabbing his spade, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Meanwhile, the figure of Hari Shigai remained still, and moments later, his mask began to contort grotesquely before he vanished entirely. It was as if the world around me had momentarily blurred, only to return to normal, as if nothing had ever occurred. Doufu looked around nervously, asking, "Where did it go?" The three of us formed a defensive triangle. our backs pressed together in the oppressive silence, illuminated only by the faint, cold glow of our flashlight. A subtle draft began to emanate from the staircase behind the door, and I suddenly felt an unsettling pull, as if something below the stone steps was beckoning me. My feet involuntarily shifted slightly, but that feeling was fleeting. I quickly snapped back to reality, pinching my thigh to jolt myself awake. The pain brought clarity, and I warned Xuanrui and Doufu. There's something strange behind that door. We mustn't go in. To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, Doufu murmured, "No, I'm here to save you." "I'm here to save you? Save whom?" I had yet to comprehend the situation when Doufu suddenly bolted forward, disrupting our triangular formation, and dashed into the dark stone staircase. My heart leapt to my throat in shock, and before I could reach out to grasp him, he had already plunged into the abyss of darkness. Xuanrui clicked his tongue and commanded, "Pursue." At that moment, my concerns about the oddity of the situation dissipated as I sprinted after him alongside Xuanrui. Initially, Xuanrui had regarded Doufu with disdain. After all, one was a wolf and the other a sheep, their perspectives forever misaligned. However, following the incident with the corpse immortal, Xuanrui had altered his perception of Doufu and resolutely joined me in the chase. As I nearly crossed the threshold of the stone door, a chilling wind surged upward from below. In that instant, I caught sight of Doufu, who continued to run ahead, mumbling to himself as though possessed. My speed, naturally quicker than Doufu's, allowed me to catch up to him swiftly. I tackled him to the ground. Unexpectedly, Doufu retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on my abdomen, sending me tumbling down the stone steps, my balance precariously lost. Just in the nick of time, Xuanrui yanked me back, halting my descent. Simultaneously, he delivered a swift sidekick, knocking Doufu back to the ground once more, and without hesitation, he mounted Doufu, gripping his neck firmly, and shouted, "What madness is this? Snap out of it." Chapter 78. The stone coffin seizing the opportunity while Xuanrui restrained Doufu. I hurriedly rose to assess the situation. I observed Doufu struggling beneath Xuanrui's grip, visibly distressed, prompting me to exclaim, "Loosen your hold. You're going to choke him." As I reached to pry Xuanrui's fingers apart, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of half of his face, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. An unsettling feeling washed over me, and when I glanced back at Doufu, who was now gagging and spitting out his tongue, I was struck with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized Xuanrui's wrist, pressing down on a vital point on his meridian, knowing that with sufficient force, his fingers would naturally release their grip. As I applied pressure, Xuanrui's hand opened, but in retaliation, he launched a kick at me. Due to our positions, I was unable to evade the blow and fell backward onto the stone steps. Doufu lay on the ground, coughing violently, utterly devoid of strength to rise. At that moment, Xuanrui's hand shot towards his waist. Realizing he was drawing a weapon, terror gripped me, and without a thought for my own safety, I rolled down the steps, colliding into Xuanrui and causing him to stagger. This disruption threw him off balance, sending him tumbling down into the darkness. I hurriedly assisted Doufu to his feet and inquired, "Are you all right?" Doufu shook his head as he coughed, replying, "I fell under a spell." Anger flared within me as I recalled the earlier events. What exactly was that frenzy about? Doufu gasped for breath, stating, I don't know. I just saw him as if he remembered something." He trailed off into silence. Sensing something amiss, I pressed on, "What did you see?" Doufu scratched his head, then offered a wry smile. Perhaps it was just an illusion. I witnessed the plane's tragic descent, engulfed in flames with the presence of the deceased. My parents were aboard, reveling in their own world. Despite the years that have passed, their faces have blurred in my memory, yet in that fleeting moment, they appeared vividly before me. I recalled the words of Doufu regarding saving lives, and it dawned on me that this place was incredibly uncanny, capable of conjuring illusions. What then transpired with Xuanrui? Was he also under the influence of some phantasm? Peering into the darkness, I noticed Xuanrui had vanished. I feared he might be lost in his thoughts, lurking below to strike unexpectedly. I hastily tugged at Doufu, urging him to move aside, saying, "Let us descend and investigate." We had already ventured this far. Hesitation was futile. Moreover, Xuanrui and Harichagai were below. We could not abandon them. Doufu and I dared not tread the center, wary of unforeseen complications, and instead advanced along the walls. Should any misfortune befall us, at least we could brace ourselves against the stone. Our spirits were heightened, and after just a few steps, we reached the bottom of the stone stairs. What lay before us was an expansive chamber of approximately 100 square meters, with stone walls adorned with countless small compartments, each housing various artifacts. As I illuminated the area, a cursory glance revealed items resembling bamboo scrolls and animal hides. These relics, aged and fragile, crumbled at my touch when I carelessly handled one of the bamboo scrolls. Anguish surged within me as I regretted the destruction, unaware of the invaluable content I had just obliterated. Doufu's eyes darted, and he suddenly tugged at my arm, pointing ahead. Is that a person? A teapot cover? A face of yin and yang? He called out twice, but silence ensued. Following Doufu's gesture, I discerned a shadowy figure standing in the dimly lit area where the light could not reach. However, the stature did not resemble that of Xuan Rui or Ha Ri-cha-gai. Intrigued, I approached cautiously, and as I did, the figure became clearer. I realized it was a figure propped up on a wooden frame, draped in layers of dark animal hide, adorned with a mask of intersecting black, red, and green hues. It was a ceremonial garb of a shaman, reminiscent of ancient traditions even if the materials differed from the modern era. Behind this ceremonial figure, layers of stone compartments contained various masks, staffs, and peculiar artifacts I had never encountered before. Additionally, in the upper left corner of the chamber, an elongated stone sarcophagus stood prominently. Beyond this, there were no signs of Xuan Rui or Ha Ri-cha-gai. Doufu gasped, "Old Chun, how can there be a sarcophagus in this underground palace?" I shook my head and surveyed the surroundings. We had reached what appeared to be the terminus of this subterranean palace. The ancient animal hides and bamboo scrolls likely represented the essence of the ghostly shaman culture. The means to dispel the curse and remove the lingering specter of Hudo was probably concealed within these scrolls. Where could Xuan Rui and Ha Ri-cha-gai have gone? Doufu and I exchanged glances, and our gazes instinctively fell upon the grand stone sarcophagus. Upon careful observation, a more unsettling anomaly was revealed. The stone sarcophagus had opened slightly. Doufu, having grasped a probing spade, and I cautiously approached the stone coffin, stepping lightly. As we neared, Doufu brandished the spade and shouted, "Regardless of whether you are a zongzi or something else, come forth." Upon his bellow, silence ensued, no response from the depths. My hand, previously injured by the king of the burrowing worms, prompted Doufu to take the initiative. He signaled me to step back with a glance and then thrust the spade into the opening of the coffin, forcefully pushing outward. With that exertion, the oval lid of the sarcophagus began to tilt to one side, and in an instant, a chilling breeze surged forth from within the stone coffin. How could wind emanate from a coffin? I was struck by thoughts of a ghostly breath, and as I peered inside, I was startled to discover that the sarcophagus had no bottom. Instead, it revealed a vast, dark abyss. I immediately grasped that Xuan Rui and her visage must have plunged into this gaping void. I shone my flashlight into the depths, only to see a hazy mist below. Without a gas mask, I was acutely aware of a strange, foul odor wafting up with the cold wind. Doufu leaned in for a closer look and muttered, "I cannot see the bottom." I retrieved a cold smoke bomb from my pocket and tossed it down. The dim green light descended into the darkness, but soon vanished entirely. A sudden chill gripped my heart as I recalled a similar incident when I had thrown a smoke bomb behind the Golden Gate. This unsettling association stirred an ominous feeling within me. However, at that moment, from the depths of darkness, the lost green light re-emerged. I initially presumed it to be the smoke bomb, puzzled as to why it had reignited. Yet before I could ponder further, that green light shot upward as if propelled by some immense force. As the distance closed, I realized with dread that it was not the smoke bomb's glow, but rather a large green eye. Doufu let out a startled cry and swung the spade down fiercely. Yet, as the momentum carried through, an unexpectedly slimy appendage, resembling a human hand, or perhaps an octopus tentacle, shot out from the darkness and coiled around Doufu's arm, yanking him downward. I was taken aback by the presence of such a creature lurking beneath the sarcophagus, and it dawned on me that her visage and Xuan Rui had likely been dragged down by it as well. Watching Doufu descend, I acted swiftly, grasping his waist and pulling him back with all my strength. Doufu wailed, "Stop pulling, my arm will be wrenched off." I exerted every ounce of my strength, feeling the grip on Doufu tighten with formidable force, and I feared that if I did not intervene, it would not only be his arm at stake. However, I was nearly spent, my energy devoted entirely to resisting the force ensnaring Doufu. Thankfully, Doufu, displaying quick wits despite the pain, unsheathed a dagger from his waist and plunged it into the tendril constricting his arm. The creature recoiled in pain, releasing Doufu just as I lost my balance, tumbling backward and landing unceremoniously. Ouch! I felt as if my backside was on the verge of splitting in two, while Doufu clutched his arm and lamented. Why am I so unfortunate this time? My back is injured, my face is injured, my hands are injured. Is this some sort of retribution for my misdeeds? I noticed Doufu truly shedding tears and swiftly kicked him, saying, "Have some dignity, man." Doufu interrupted me, retorting, "A man cries, not bleeds." My frustration simmered. And just as I was about to admonish him, a loud bang erupted as the half-closed stone coffin lid was forcefully thrust open, toppling to the ground. From within emerged a mass of slimy, wet tentacles. These appendages, roughly the thickness of a human arm, bore an uncanny resemblance to disembodied human hands, as if they were elongated, boneless limbs. Not only did they push open the coffin, but they also surged towards Doufu and me with alarming speed. Doufu, forgetting his tears, sprang into action and fled, moving faster than a rabbit. I quickly followed suit. After a brief distance, it seemed the tentacles could not stretch that far, and they ceased their pursuit. As we paused at the foot of the stone steps to glance back at the coffin, it resembled a grotesque arrangement of succulent plants festering within a stone vase. Chapter 79. Rescuing the lost. Doufu swallowed hard and asked, "Old Xuan, do you know what that thing is?" I shook my head, admitting ignorance, but it was evident that the empty stone coffin had been deliberately placed there, indicating that whatever lay beneath was certainly no coincidence. It was distinctly unlike the earthworms, a product of nature. This creature reeked of malevolence, possibly nurtured by some shamanic sorcerers. Doufu, drenched in sweat and feeling unwell, removed the bandage from his face. I noticed a ghastly scar etched across his features, stirring a pang of discomfort within me. Yet, in the next moment, I sensed something amiss. Oddly, this wound appeared to have been inflicted only recently, and under normal circumstances, the injury should still be gaping. How could it have closed so quickly? As someone who frequently endured injuries, I knew that such healing would typically take at least 2 days to manifest. How could this be? Noticing my gaze fixed upon his face, Doufu grew irate and snapped. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a disfigurement before? Keep staring. And I might just carve a scar on your face too, and we could be the scar-face duo." I shook my head and replied, "Your injury has caused you to remove the bandage from your chest. Let me see how your back wound is healing." Doufu's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "Why are you suddenly concerned about my back? We should be focusing on ascertaining whether Xuan Rue is alive or dead and finding a way to rescue them." I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. I realized that the enigma surrounding Doufu was deepening. Why did the earthworms only attack him? Was it truly due to his bodily functions? Why did his wounds heal so rapidly? If it was a result of the crimson smoke he had inhaled, then its effects should have worn off by now. After all, I had inhaled the same smoke, yet my healing rate remained normal. At this pace, Doufu would likely remain unscathed in terms of his appearance. As I exhaled a sigh of relief, a lingering sense of unease crept into my heart. Could this remarkable ability to recover be linked to the corpse immortal? Yet the corpse immortal had already been consumed by the void. These thoughts flashed through my mind, but I could not grasp their significance. The events that transpired after the corpse immortal took Doufu were evidently not as simple as he had described. I had inquired before, even leading to quarrels. But this time Doufu was resolute in keeping a secret. What transpired between him and the corpse immortal? This question remained unanswered by Doufu, and I could not deduce it either. As soon as he mentioned Xuan Rue and Harichigai, my focus shifted. I recalled we still had explosives. I promptly retrieved a detonator from Doufu's gear, deliberately selecting the largest one, and hurled it toward the object within the stone sarcophagus. The moment the detonator was thrown, it was ensnared by that entity, which had no inkling of its nature. With a forceful tug, a thunderous explosion erupted, scattering flesh and viscera in a grotesque display, leaving the ground beneath us quaking. Once the chaos of flying debris settled, Doufu and I cautiously approached the sarcophagus, weapons at the ready. Looking inside again, the object had vanished. I could not determine whether it had been obliterated or retreated into the depths. Surprisingly, the sarcophagus remained intact, suggesting it was crafted from a peculiar material. Doufu suggested, "Let us throw another cold smoke bomb down to test." I complied, and this time the cold smoke bomb landed without incident. Illuminated by the eerie green glow, I immediately discerned a writhing mass beneath the large opening of the sarcophagus. Sticky and resembling a heap of skinned frogs, sending chills down my spine. I pondered, what could this be? If it were cultivated by the specters, how could it survive for over 2 millennia beneath the sarcophagus? Doufu called out the names of Xuan Rui and Harichigai into the pit, yet there was no response. Doufu, usually composed, was visibly anxious. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he had the softest heart. Faced with this situation, he was in a frenzy, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Old Xuan, you must think of a solution." I glared at the writhing mass and retorted, "Every time trouble arises, you expect me to devise a plan. Do you take me for a genius? What do you have a brain for?" Doufu countered, "Haven't you always said I lack intelligence?" His remark caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless. However, just then, I noticed something suddenly propelled from the writhing mass, a greenish object illuminated by the cold smoke bomb, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a damp human head. Doufu was taken aback, his voice trembling. Could it be that Yang and the others were consumed by this creature? Good heavens, I must be dreaming. Please let this all be a fabrication. I feared I might have to endure another year of this. No sooner had Doufu finished speaking than a gunshot rang out from the depths of the pit. Bang! The sound startled us, and Doufu exclaimed, "God has heard my prayers. That skull cannot belong to them. Can I survive another 6 months?" As I pondered, it seemed that the oath had been made far too hastily, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. With the echo of a gunshot, silence reigned below. I called out the names of Xuan Rui and Harichigai, yet there was no response from either. Doufu speculated whether they had encountered some unusual circumstance that rendered them unable to speak. I nodded in agreement, contemplating that merely standing here would yield no results. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one capture a cub? It appeared that descending was imperative. After a moment of observation, I remarked that the creature had been recently blasted and seemed gravely weakened. I decided to investigate further, instructing Doufu to remain above. Doufu insisted, "I must contribute. I will assist you." I regarded him thoughtfully for a moment and replied, "As long as you do not hinder me. It would be best for you to wait above and support me. Hold on to this rope. Should anything go awry, I shall rely on it for my safety." With that, I entrusted the rope to Doufu, then donned my gear and leaped down with fervor. Upon landing, I felt the ground beneath my feet was soft and slick, making it difficult to maintain my balance. The odor I had previously detected intensified, compelling me to hold my breath. As I descended, the mass beneath me writhed even more vigorously, yet it showed no intention of attacking. With the aid of my flashlight, I discovered that this subterranean cavity was quite expansive. The creature had merely blocked the entrance, coiling in layers that reached an astonishing height of 4 to 5 meters. At that moment, I found myself precariously positioned atop its bulk. My astonishment knew no bounds. Viewing it from this angle revealed a completely different reality. I had never anticipated that its true form would be so colossal. If I were to describe it, the skinned frog would pale in comparison. More accurately, it resembled a grotesque mass of large intestines, slimy, foul-smelling, and with a soft, squishy texture that incessantly writhed. Before I could further assess the situation, the writhing beneath me intensified abruptly, and with a forceful push, a skull was forcefully ejected. Startled, I lost my footing and fell atop this repugnant mass, my bare skin directly exposed to the viscous, foul-smelling liquid that coated me entirely. From above, Doufu exclaimed in disgust, "Goodness, from this moment on, do not come near me." I hastily scrambled to my feet, the stench rendering me reluctant to utter a word. Gripping my flashlight, I swiftly illuminated the lower section of the mass, and it was then that I discovered a person ensnared within one of the layers. The individual lay still, with only their head protruding, repeatedly shaking as if struggling. Who else could it be but Xuan Rui? I surmised that the earlier gunshot had originated from him, and now it became clear why he had remained silent. Any attempt to speak would surely result in that vile substance flowing into his mouth, an abhorrent sensation that few could endure. Without further hesitation, I slid down the mass, reaching the bottom where I urgently attempted to pull Xuan Rui free. To my dismay, as I tugged, the creature abruptly contracted, drawing Xuan Rui in completely, leaving even his head out of sight. I gasped in shock, momentarily disregarding everything else, and immediately thrust my probe into the narrow, enticing crevice. Alas, it was too pliable. Inserting anything within yielded no leverage. For a moment, I found myself at a loss, when suddenly the 2 human skulls that had been expelled earlier flashed through my mind. Could this entity truly be a man-eater? Was it a creature of the animal kingdom or something more monstrous? What should I do now? If Xuan Rui were to be swallowed, who knows what fate awaited him inside? Perhaps he would suffocate from a lack of oxygen. Weighing my options, I steeled my resolve and retrieved a detonator from my gear. Thinking, Xuan Rui, my friend, I have no choice but to gamble with my life. If I can rescue you, it would be a joyous outcome, but if not, there is little I can do. I pray that heaven will protect us. Although I am not a saint, if I can safely bring you back, I shall donate 100,000 to the orphanage upon my return. It would not be in vain for our friendship. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Perhaps my thoughts were influenced by the tofu, leading me to such an unreliable notion. If praying to the heavens were effective, this world would not be rife with such grotesque and abominable acts. These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant. Just as I was about to find a suitable spot to insert the detonator, a voice suddenly rang out behind me, saying, "Do not waste your efforts." Chapter 8. The corpse mass. My vigilance had been high, yet I failed to notice that someone was lurking behind me. The voice belonged to none other than the missing Hariza, with the detonator in hand. My actions froze as I turned sharply to see Hariza lounging casually on a large stone in the shadows, his form half concealed. I exclaimed in surprise, "You've been hiding here all along." A sudden thought struck me. Had he been watching Xuan Rui being consumed from the darkness? Hariza still wore that black mask, obscuring his expression. After I spoke, he leapt down from the stone and inquired, "Do you know what this thing is?" He approached me step by step, his gaze directed toward the coiled mass of intestines behind me. "Have you ever heard of a corpse mass?" A corpse mass? The term echoed in my mind, unfamiliar and enigmatic, prompting me to shake my head. Thus, I replied, "I beseech you to enlighten me." Hariza regarded me for a moment before recounting the origins of the corpse mass. In truth, it is a mysterious term among shamans. The shamanic belief holds that all things possess a spirit. Aside from overarching cultural similarities, each locale harbors its own unique traditions. The corpse mass is a taboo among the Guizhou people. Legend has it that the Guizhou originated from a group of exiled malevolent beings who, after being purified by the Hoodie duo, were reborn as the earliest inhabitants of ancient Guizhou. During the purification process, there must be death followed by rebirth. The corpse mass is thus the aberration born from the convergence of those deceased bodies. Why such a transformation occurs is likely beyond even the Guizhou's understanding. The more corpses there are, the larger the corpse mass becomes. I recalled the skulls that had been expelled from the intestines earlier and began to comprehend. Those skulls must have belonged to the Guizhou people prior to their purification. The gathered corpses brimmed with countless malevolent energies, each one a manifestation of the wicked thoughts amassed by the evildoers during their lifetimes, further compounded by the resentful spirits of those purified to death. This amalgamation ultimately gave rise to the bizarre entity known as the gathered corpse. It voraciously consumes all living beings in its vicinity, being particularly sensitive to the aura of the Huodua. Xuan Rui had suffered at the hands of the Huodua within his ancestral tomb years ago. Although it did not claim his life immediately, it had effectively become a parasite within him, eroding his essence day and night. Xuan Rui's purification was merely a matter of time. Now, sensing the presence of its adversary, how could this gathered corpse let him escape? As I listened to the explanation, though it seemed fantastical, I could not simply turn a blind eye. I inquired, "Is there any way to rescue him now?" Delaying further could lead to his demise. Hajichagai waved his hand dismissively. Though his masked visage obscured his expression, his tone suggested a lack of concern. He remarked, "There has always been a Huodua lurking within him. At the brink of life and death, do you think that entity would allow the gathered corpse to assault its host?" In that instant, I grasped Hajichagai's intent. He seemingly was indifferent, intending to use this method to force the Huodua out of Xuan Rui's body. I realized I had underestimated this young man. Beneath his nonchalant and playful exterior lay a mind of remarkable depth, unlike the ordinary. Casting a glance at the writhing mass before me, I expressed my worry. What if it does not emerge? Hajichagai shrugged and replied, "Then it is but a path to death." The Huodua, termed purification, was more accurately a form of replacement. The death of one being and the birth of another seemed a daunting task. However, it was not insurmountable. He gestured to his own head. I recalled the folklore of the Tai Sui, a peculiar single-celled organism that had long been discovered. It neither consumed nor drank, yet continued to grow, its insides filled with flesh upon being cut open. To this day, scientists remained baffled by the enigma of the Tai Sui. The Huidwa bore a resemblance to the Tai Sui, possessing the enigmatic ability to purify, yet this new entity may not necessarily possess consciousness. In the end, would the awakened being be the same as the original? The answer was decidedly negative. Xuan from years past served as the prime example. I exhaled deeply, fixating on the writhing entity before me, and asked, "So now we must simply wait?" "Indeed," Hajichagai nodded, taking a cautious step back. Just then, a voice from above broke the tension. "Why is old Chen silent? Are you still alive?" To alleviate Doufu's concern and prevent any impulsive attempts at rescue, I called out, "I'm here. Wait patiently, do not act recklessly." After speaking, I too stepped back, awaiting the emergence of the Huidwa. This was a perilous decision. My heart raced, and a whirlwind of thoughts spiraled through my mind. What if Xuan Rue perished? Should I attempt to save him now? What if the detonator caused his demise alongside the explosion? These thoughts incessantly circulated in my mind. To put it plainly, when matters pertain to oneself, making decisions becomes remarkably easier. True to my nature, I would undoubtedly choose to risk everything, for this is the sole opportunity. Otherwise, the future leads to a dead end. Yet now, it is Xuan Rue who finds himself in this predicament, while the power to decide rests in my hands, a burden that weighs heavily upon me. If I fail, it would be tantamount to having caused his demise. Throughout this ordeal, Hari Shigai remained remarkably composed, his black mask obscuring any expression, with only his striking red hair standing out amidst the grim and fetid surroundings. Upon hearing my response, Doufu fell silent, seemingly choosing to wait patiently. After about 10 minutes, I felt a chill settle in my heart, for I understood that the pressure within the group of corpses must be immense. 10 minutes could indeed claim the life of a living being. What fate awaits Xuan Rue, life or death? It seemed that Hari Shigai sensed my thoughts, suddenly breaking into a light-hearted laugh, exuding a confidence that was almost unsettling. "Rest assured, if the esteemed Xuan were truly to perish, do you think the group of corpses would remain so tranquil?" At first, I did not grasp the meaning behind his words, prompting me to inquire further. He shrugged and elaborated. "I mentioned earlier that the group of corpses harbors intense resentment, consuming all living beings around it. Why has it not attacked us? Because it is currently preoccupied with Xuan. Conversely, should he meet his end, the corpses would immediately turn their attention to us." It was then that I comprehended Hari Shigai's implication and glanced upward at the group of corpses above. This creature was extraordinarily large, its body effectively blocking the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap through which I had just descended. Although sliding down had been relatively simple, if anything were to happen to Xuan Rue, the corpses would undoubtedly turn on both Hari Shigai and me. While our combat abilities are certainly superior to those of ordinary individuals, facing such a formidable and menacing entity would leave us with no choice but to flee. At that point, descending would be easy, but ascending would prove to be a daunting task. The height was 5 or 6 meters, and the group of corpses was continuously writhing, making it all the more treacherous for us. Being a cautious individual, I promptly raised the potential consequences of our situation. In response, Hari Shigai remarked, "Thus, the fate of Xuan Rue is inextricably linked to our own lives. Of course, you could also choose to leave now, while the group of corpses has yet to make a move." His suggestion was indeed a practical course of action, yet I found myself puzzled and inquired, "If that is the case, why do you not depart?" After all, his relationship with Xuan Rue was merely one of collaboration, not one of shared life and death. Upon hearing my question, Hari Shigai offered no reply but merely shrugged. My mind was clouded with confusion, for I understood that his alliance with us was primarily driven by the core cultural essence of the ghostly shaman found within this underground palace. Yet, those ancient scrolls containing the core culture were situated above us. Why was he not attempting to photograph or preserve them? What benefit was there in remaining here? Just as I struggled to unravel these thoughts, a sudden cry echoed from above, followed by a figure sliding through the narrow crack. In this desolate place, there was no one else. The one who descended was none other than Doufu. Upon seeing him follow suit, I was instantly filled with a righteous indignation, exclaiming furiously, "You fool! While your reckless antics might be tolerable at times, in such a perilous moment, how can you disregard my warnings? Are you intent on driving me to madness? Since you seem so eager to court death, I shall grant you a swift demise." The unfortunate fellow, akin to a tofu-like figure, cried out in despair and hastily retreated, his face contorted in anguish. Who is disobedient? He protested. I have been waiting above. Yet for reasons unknown, those burrowing worms have invaded from the crevices. If I do not leap down now, I shall be devoured alive. 16-legged burrowing worms, I exclaimed, taken aback. Are they not afraid to enter? Harachaga, on the other hand, spoke with a tone of morbid amusement, seemingly unconcerned. I surmised their previous hesitance was due to some superstition. Now that they have ventured forth, it is likely that this fool is simply too naive. As the Han saying goes, desire is the essence of life. One can thus infer that sustenance is paramount. I retorted, are you truly that delectable? Might I sample a bite? Tofu bristled with indignation. Get lost. Enough with your nonsense. I am not appetizing in the slightest. I have gone 5 days without bathing, my entire being reeks, and I shed filth with the slightest rub. I am certainly not the cause of this. There must be another reason. Realizing the absurdity of his words, he hastily added, this is what one might call a masculine scent, a quality not possessed by the average person. I urged him to silence himself and cease further embarrassment. Inquiring about the present situation above, Tofu explained that he had been intently observing the cave's interior when he suddenly sensed peculiar movements around him. Upon scanning the vicinity and finding no other threats, his fear prompted him to inquire about my status, and upon hearing my response, his courage surged considerably. Yet, mere minutes later, the noise escalated, and soon, from above, a torrent of burrowing worms began to descend. Tofu shone his light upward, and a chill ran down his spine as he beheld the vast crevice above, teeming with writhing worms, each one straining to emerge, creating a veritable rain of insects.